Introduction asterisk. The pinnacle of power often brings unexpected twists. Tomorrow, an unforeseen event can arrive at any moment. A sudden calamity leaves Lu Fan bereft, his family shattered, and only ruins remain. Yet, amidst adversity, the indomitable spirit shall rise. By a fortuitous turn of fate, Lu Fan ventures into the political arena. Through grassroots experiences, he matures and transforms, ultimately achieving his aspirations. Love arises like a gentle breeze, yet when it ceases, the heart remains restless. The arid lands of the Northwest yield no romantic roses, but amidst the swirling sands, the purest affections bloom. Chapter 1. A grievance as deep as the sea. In the depths of winter, snowflakes gracefully descend, enveloping the entirety of Ningyang County. A fierce wind sweeps across the land, carrying a bone-chilling cold and the sharpness of the northwest breeze, cleansing the atmosphere of its impurities. 17-year-old Lu Fan kneels at the roadside, garbed in mourning, seemingly having lost his very soul to the biting wind, his gaze blank as he mechanically bows to the visitors offering their condolences. Beside him stands a sister, Lu Yao, her lashes adorned with glistening tears, silently weeping in her mourning attire, her tear-streaked face and trembling form conveying boundless sorrow and helplessness. Witnessing this, Lu Fan's heart aches, reminding him of his mother's dying wish. He silently vows to care for his sister, their only source of solace in this world. The courtyard bustles with visitors, the village head overseeing the arrangements, as neighbors come to lend their support. An ingrained custom in Ningyang, where everyone returns to assist in times of mourning, regardless of their own burdens. Suddenly, Lu Fan's gaze lands on two loathsome figures approaching, and he rises abruptly. He shall never bow to beasts. You are not welcome here. His voice, icy and resolute, is filled with hatred. The elder of the Lu family sighs, Xiao Fan, we are from the same village. We come to offer incense and paper for your mother, to express our condolences. Lu Fan coldly retorts with a single word, leave. The fourth son of the Lu family refuses to relent, hurling insults, you little brat, don't push your luck. Dare to be rude to the elder, and I'll teach you a lesson. Shuaji enough. Observing Lu Fan's clenched fists, bulging veins, and fierce gaze, the seasoned Lu family elder suddenly feels a chill. It is wiser to resolve enmity than to deepen it. Xiao Fan, we acknowledge that our family was at fault regarding your father's matter. It was wrong to resort to violence over a mere plot of land. We regret our actions. The court has ruled, and we have offered compensation. The past is behind us. We are all from the same village, and I watched you grow up. To show our remorse, I will cover all expenses for your mother's funeral, ensuring she receives the honor she deserves. What do you say? Lu Shuaiji interjects, displeased, Dad. Why should we? His father died of illness, not by our hands. We offered 5,000 as a gesture of goodwill. Wasn't that enough? Show some empathy. Seeing Lu Fan's furious glare, Lu Shuaiji mocks, what are you staring at? Do you think you can devour me? Enraged, Lu Jialin steps forward, insisting that they cannot cause a scene at a funeral. Kicking Lu Shuaiji away while scolding, you scoundrel, get back. Damn it, Lu Fan. Don't wear that defiant expression. If you have any skills, show them. I'll be waiting. With that, he storms off. Lu Fan resolutely blocks the entrance, determined not to allow any member of the Lu family to step through his threshold. A decade ago, rural life was brutal. His father had a confrontation with the Lu family over land, which escalated into violence. The Lu brothers, being numerous and powerful in the village, overwhelmed Lu Fan's father, who was left bedridden for 2 months, suffering long-term health issues. Back then, fighting was commonplace. The police merely administered equal punishment to both parties, as the Lu family held influence while Lu Fan's father was just an ordinary worker. In the 90s, medical conditions were poor, and his father's illness was never properly diagnosed, leading to his eventual demise a year later, a matter everyone knew was tied to that altercation. Yet, the eldest Lu brother had become the deputy town head, while the others held official positions elsewhere, leaving Lu Fan's mother to face the Lu family alone and ultimately resulting in her being detained by the police during their disputes. The perpetrators remained unpunished. The blood feud carved deep scars within Lu Fan's heart, and thoughts of revenge consumed him. However, facing the omnipotent Lu family, he felt powerless. After his father's passing, the family returned to the village, surviving on his father's burial funds and a mere 2 acres of land, relying solely on one another. In recent years, his mother's health deteriorated from overwork as she could not afford medical care, prioritizing her children's education as per her husband's dying wish. Eventually, she left behind 2 orphaned children, a crumbling home, and a meager savings of 10,000 yuan. As he grew, Lu Fan often contemplated violent vengeance, but never took that path. Now, with a young sister to protect, the heavy burden of responsibility and hostility weighed upon the shoulders of a mere 17-year-old, leaving him disoriented and uncertain of his future. A local adage states, "A filial son's head is the village's sorrow." Deeply entrenched values persist, yet the Lu family stands weak in Wangkatsi village, with only his uncle Lu Bin and 2 cousins in mourning. It is a desolate scene. Du Wanlong, returning with water, could not bear to see this and approached Lu Fan, saying, "Brother Fan, let me be a filial son." Lu Fan shook his head. "Cho, I appreciate your good intentions, but this is not the proper way. Ridiculous customs. We are brothers. It is only right for me to don mourning attire for my aunt. Let it be. You have your own matters to attend to. We may be poor, but we hold our heads high. We must not give the villagers something to mock." "Fine, Brother Fan. I'll go tend to the musicians." Before long, Yang Mingho, Zheng Ming, Lu Jinju, and Su Xiaoi, childhood friends, returned, carrying a small tree for the spirit banner and mourning staff. Their efforts brought significant comfort to the despondent Lu Fan. Shortly thereafter, his father's friend, Zhou Zhengbang, arrived with his daughter Zhou Tianhui and son Zhou Jian to pay their respects. Lu Fan respectfully bowed 3 times. Zhou Jian knelt, saying, "Brother-in-law, tell me what I can do. I'm at your service." Zhou Tianhui blushed, turning away in silence. Clearing his throat, Zhou Zhengbang stated, "Xiao Fan, let us assist you in carrying your mother up the mountain. I have something to discuss with you. Here, take this 500 yuan. Uncle, there's no need. Take it. There will be many expenses during the funeral." Zhou Tianhui's complexion drained of color, a wave of despair washing over her. The entire village knew of her betrothal to Lu Fan. In this traditional community, she had long regarded herself as part of the Lu family. Growing up alongside Lu Fan, she felt an inexplicable closeness. However, at this crucial moment, her father's decision to break the engagement left her feeling ashamed and sorrowful, unable to articulate her emotions. Indeed, human sentiments are as thin as paper, and the world is ever-changing. Those in poverty go unnoticed, while the affluent have distant relatives. A mere beggar's stick at the door keeps friends and family at bay. Lu Fan understood Zhou Zhengbang's intentions. He had hinted at withdrawing the engagement several times. One must maintain dignity and pride in life. With his parents gone, Lu Fan was now his own master, unwilling to compromise. He accepted the 500 yuan with a firm thank you. Casting a glance at Zhou Tianhui, a wave of sorrow washed over him. The 500 yuan severed the ties of affection, leaving only memories, and from now on, their paths would diverge. "Brother Fan, I'll go lend a hand." Lu Fan did not lift his head. His final dignity had been trampled upon, rendering him a soulless shell, akin to a walking corpse. An overwhelming sense of injustice surged within him as he exerted every ounce of strength to suppress the tears that threatened to spill from his eyes. In this moment, he yearned deeply for his father and mother. When parents are present, life holds promise. When they depart, all that remains is the journey home. Only through the profound experience of loss can one truly grasp this visceral pain. Parents are forever the gentlest of harbors and the strongest of supports for their children. County Party Secretary Guo Mingxiong conducted an investigation into the implementation of the party member commitment system across the county, accompanied by Wang Hongtao, the party secretary of Zhochuan Town. At 4 in the afternoon, they arrived at Langcha Village in Qingyuan Town. The entourage moved with great momentum, yet Wang Hongtao chose to remain in the background, as the most significant achievements were his own. One should act with grandeur in their endeavors, yet maintain humility in their personal conduct. One must heed the old adage, excess leads to decline, abundance results in loss. Flowers cannot bloom forever, nor can the sky remain clear indefinitely. As they passed Lu Fan's home, Wang Hongtao cast a sidelong glance and felt a striking resemblance between the filial son kneeling at the entrance and one of his former students, to whom he still held a deep connection. Upon confirming his suspicions, Wang Hongtao approached directly and inquired, "Lu Fan?" Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Fan suddenly lifted his head and beheld his most revered teacher, the stern yet caring Mr. Wang. Wang Hongtao, filled with concern, asked, "What has happened at home?" He was aware that this boy came from a single-parent family and had always been attentive to his quiet demeanor during their time together. Mr. Wang, my mother. She, indeed, the poor child. Lu Fan, my condolences. This must be your sister? You are the pillar of your family now. As a man, you must be fearless and resolute in confronting life's adversities. In that instant, Lu Fan shed all pretense, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed. Mr. Wang, child, do not weep. Everyone experiences the cycles of joy and sorrow. Though there may be profound helplessness and heart-wrenching pain, life must continue. Be strong. This is the essence of existence. Please, lead me inside to pay respects, and remember, should you face any difficulties in life, do not hesitate to seek out your teacher. The helpless child, weeping, guided Wang Hongtao to the memorial hall. As they beheld their mother's portrait, the siblings embraced and wept inconsolably, their cries echoing with heartbreak, moving all those present and enveloping the funeral in a shroud of sorrow. Before departing, Wang Hongtao left 1,000 yuan, repeatedly urging Lu Fan to reach out if he faced challenges. Who says men do not shed tears? It is merely that they have yet to reach the point of sorrow. As he gazed at the departing figure, Lu Fan felt utterly drained, his spirit adrift. At that moment, Wang Hongtao became a beacon of solace for Lu Fan, the imposing silhouette indelibly etched upon his soul. Chapter 2. Under Another's Roof. At the funeral, the siblings broke down in tears, expressing their boundless sorrow, leaving all who heard heartbroken and in tears. The mournful sound of the swana echoed like a lament, recounting tales of despair amidst the newly formed grave, where words of sorrow found no refuge. Ningyang, being remote, preserved ancient funeral customs, and the rituals were intricate. Lu Fan could only fulfill his filial duties by adhering to every custom. No amount of money could compensate for the regrets of life. Once the funeral for their mother concluded, the siblings tearfully expressed their gratitude to the villagers. After the commotion, the yard was left in disarray. They exchanged no words, only a torrent of tears. The deceased have left us, yet the living must persist. Observing his sister Lu Yao sobbing as she cleaned the yard, Lu Fan approached, enveloping her in his arms, whispering, Yao Yao, I will take good care of you. Lu Yao, unable to speak through her tears, lamented, Brother, Mommy is gone. What shall we do? Fear not, should the sky fall. I shall be here. Brother, I want Mommy. I miss Daddy. Lu Fan held his sister tightly, vowing to care for her in place of their parents, ensuring she would suffer no indignities. After a while, childhood friends Du Wenlong and Yang Mingho returned to lend a hand in tidying up. Lu Fan felt grateful and joined them in their efforts. Xiaoyi, how much can you earn in a day stealing oil? Su Xiaoyi candidly replied, It depends on your strength. If the crackdown hits, you're out of business. I can make 100 in a night. Noticing Lu Fan's contemplative expression, Su Xiaoyi continued, Fangu, you're not considering dropping out, are you? Lu Fan nodded. This school is pointless. I doubt I can get into university, and even if I do, where will the tuition come from? Xiaoli chimed in, Fangu, I heard from Cho Cho that your grades were excellent in freshman year. Lu Fan sighed. I can't focus. Our county only sends a few to university each year. I'll be lucky to get into a junior college. We lack connections and money, and I don't want to take that path or waste money. Xiaoli, how much do you earn at the construction site? 50 to 60 a day. Fangu, I really think you should continue your studies. We all believe you have potential, and we can figure out the tuition together. Lu Fan shook his head. Everyone toils for their earnings. Life is hard for all. Hearing Lu Fan's words, Du Wenlong immediately interjected. Fangu, if you drop out, I won't continue either. No sense in making my mom work hard. We've been like chopsticks, inseparable, since childhood. As for Cho Cho, Lu Fan had no intention of persuading him, as he was among the bottom 3 in class. At least he had an advantage in the arts. As night fell, his uncle and aunt arrived to discuss the funeral expenses, revealing that the family's meager savings were insufficient, leaving them in debt by over 1,000 yuan. His uncle generously stated, Xiao Fan, you need not worry about that 1,000. I've already taken care of it. With your parents gone, you and Yao Yao are still young, and even basic sustenance is a concern. We have an empty cave at our place. Your aunt has prepared it for you. You two should move in with us. Lu Fan fought back tears, feeling the warmth of family. He understood what 1,000 yuan meant for rural families, and the fact that his uncle was willing to care for him and his sister was a kindness he would never forget. There are countless who have turned their backs on family. 3 days later, on New Year's Eve, the siblings packed their bedding with great reluctance and moved to their uncle's home. The 2 younger cousins were in middle school, while the third brother, Lu Linfeng, and Lu Yao were in the same class, and the second brother, Lu Linxian, was in the second year. The Liu family had few members in the village, and the siblings shared a close bond. Their younger brothers eagerly helped them set up the beds, allowing Liu Fan and his sister to feel warmth in this unfamiliar room. The New Year's Eve dinner was splendid, yet devoid of laughter, the meal tasting bitter. After only a few bites, Liu Yao set down her bowl and chopsticks, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Liu Fan took his sister back to their room. Liu Yao whispered, "Brother, I don't want to go to school anymore. I'm a girl. I can work in the village and not hold you back. You can't drop out." Liu Fan, feeling pained, replied, "Yao Yao, there are countless paths to success. Education is not the sole avenue. Someone must bear the burden for this family. Trust in your brother. Whatever I do will yield results. Focus on your studies and aim for a good university to bring joy to our parents. Brother, I miss mom and dad. Tomorrow, let's take them some food." "All right, I will accompany you." Faced with the current predicament, Liu Fan's mind briefly flickered with the image of teacher Wang Hongtao, though it was fleeting. A man must confront challenges head-on, shouldering his own burdens, for everyone wishes to present their best selves to those they respect. In the stillness of the night, Liu Fan was roused by the urge to relieve himself and quietly made his way to the outhouse. Upon his return, he faintly heard his uncle and aunt arguing, seemingly about him, prompting him to draw closer and eavesdropped. "Liu Bin, do you truly not understand what kind of person I am? I never said I would neglect Xiao Fan and Yao Yao. But are you aware of our limitations? How can you support 4 students? Do you have any idea of the expenses involved if Xiao Fan attends university? Furthermore, Yao Yao is only in her first year of junior high. Are you truly going to abandon your own son?" Uncle Air responded with indignation. "If I were to disregard those siblings, I would be ridiculed. Did you forget how much your elder brother aided us during his lifetime? Your bride price was arranged by him. Liu Bin, I am not heartless. We rely on farming for sustenance, and we genuinely cannot afford to send 4 children to school. The decision rests with you. Nonetheless, my 2 sons must receive an education." "Ah, money, 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 damn that scoundrel." Upon returning to the cave, witnessing his sister's occasional sobs in her sleep, Liu Fan resolved firmly that perhaps he need not pursue his studies any longer. On the first day of the new year, they ate dumplings, symbolizing the arrival of wealth, joy, and auspiciousness. Before the dumplings could even be boiled, Zhou Zhengbang arrived, formally proposing to dissolve their previous playful engagement, citing numerous excuses about the new era, legality, and the need to abandon outdated thoughts. Liu Fan had no objections and straightforwardly expressed his agreement. Although Uncle Air was somewhat vexed, he did not confront Zhou Zhengbang. As they bid farewell, Liu Fan noticed Zhou Tianhui at the entrance, visibly anxious. From childhood, the villagers had playfully referred to them as a little couple, and over time, Liu Fan had developed a unique affection for Zhou Tianhui, often envisioning her as his companion for life. What was once an open dialogue had now withered into silence. Thus, their fates diverged, each seeking solace in their own paths. The greatest distance in the world is not love or hatred, but the gradual estrangement of those once familiar. In this era, tradition still held strong. Holding hands signified a lifetime commitment, and one could only love one person in a lifetime. Watching Liu Fan turn away, Zhou Tianhui yearned to shout, "Fan Gu, you underestimate my resolve." The broken engagement cast a shadow over their fractured family, with Uncle Air chastising Zhou Zhengbang throughout the day, accusing him of being ungrateful and short-sighted. The initial playful engagement had been forced upon them by Zhou Zhengbang, who was merely looking to benefit from the elder brother's position in the public service. The 1,000 yuan back then was true wealth, incomparable to today's equivalent. On the second day of the new year, Yang Yi, a close friend of their father, returned to the village. He promptly visited Uncle Air's home to pay respects to Liu Fan and his sister, expressing deep condolences for their mother's passing and explaining that he had been too busy to return earlier for mourning. Liu Fan felt immense gratitude towards this official from the city, who visited annually to offer support. Even though their father had passed, Uncle Yang remained a steadfast presence, serving as the deputy director of the city's Human Resources and Social Security Bureau. Uncle Air seized the opportunity, saying to Yang Yi, "Brother Yang, these 2 children are in dire straits. I've heard that there are still opportunities in the county. Could you please consider helping Xiao Fan secure a position to replace his father? It would provide them with some stability." Yang Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "That system has largely been abolished unless under special circumstances. Moreover, I am not particularly close with the leaders in Ningyang, and such matters require special connections. Isn't Xiao Fan preparing for high school? You should focus on university." Lu Fan firmly interjected, Uncle Yang, I no longer wish to attend school. I cannot concentrate. I want to earn money. Ah, child, education is the best path forward. If you're facing difficulties, I can assist you. Uncle Yang, I will never forget your kindness, but I truly cannot continue my studies. I plan to find work as soon as spring arrives. Yang deliberated and said, Xiao Fan, I know you are sensible. If you genuinely do not wish to study, I will see if I can find you a temporary job at my unit to see if there may be future opportunities for permanent employment. Uncle Air was overjoyed to hear this and said, Xiao Fan, don't you want to thank Uncle Yang? This is a significant favor. Perhaps you will truly find work in public service. Lu Fan expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, Uncle Yang, your great kindness will never be forgotten. No matter what I do, I owe you a debt I cannot repay. If there is anything I can assist with in the future, just say the word, and I will not hesitate. Xiao Fan, I grew up alongside your father. We were classmates for years, so there is no need for formality. Remember, you are a man. You must be brave and take good care of your sister, as a comfort to your parents in the afterlife. A kind word can warm 3 winters, and this sentiment brought tears to the eyes of the siblings. Uncle Air and Aunt Air sighed in relief. If Xiao Fan could secure a job, it would alleviate a significant burden. Even a temporary position would provide a foothold in public service, potentially leading to a permanent opportunity, a stroke of fortune. Through adversity, one truly recognizes the worth of individuals. Reality taught Lu Fan that life is devoid of shared experiences. Only through personal trials does one come to understand. Tears must be wiped alone. Wounds can only be healed by oneself. Hardships must be endured personally. The path must be walked alone. Life must be lived independently, and responsibilities must be borne individually. Chapter 3. Return to school, as the saying goes. One who relies on the mountains eats from the mountains, and one who depends on the waters feasts upon the waters. In Ningyang, with its oil reserves, many farmers survive by pilfering oil. The villagers form small groups, typically consisting of 4 or 5 individuals, who band together to carry oil in snakeskin bags. The term carrying oil is quite apt, as the workers at the oil wells are also a vital link in the profit chain. Most of them are temporary laborers who are local farmers. Due to the daily production fluctuations at the oil wells, these temporary workers siphon oil from the storage tanks for the villagers, earning a commission of 10 yuan per bag, far exceeding the monthly salary of 600 yuan. Lu Fan and Su Xiaoyi gathered details about the trade, discovering that oil is typically sold to traders for around 1 yuan per kilogram, yielding substantial profits. Some even employed egg-laying vehicles to transport oil directly. Beginning on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, Lu Fan joined Su Xiaoyi in their quest for wealth, and Du Wenlong naturally did not want to miss out. Yang Mingho, Zheng Ming, and Lu Jinju eagerly joined the ranks of oil thieves. The festive season proved to be even safer than usual, with oil thieves prevalent on the roads, and mutual warnings exchanged among villagers. Under the cover of darkness, the group approached an oil well nestled on the mountainside outside the village. As it was their first attempt at stealing oil, a sense of nervousness pervaded the air. Su Xiaoyi, well acquainted with the process, confidently knocked on the door of the oil workers' quarters and cheerfully offered a pack of cigarettes, saying, Old bachelor, there are 7 of us tonight. Let's aim for 3 trips. The usual deal, 210 yuan. The old bachelor replied, All right, I'll send you 2 bottles of wine later, just to lighten the mood during the new year. Uncle, I'll heed your advice. Su Xiaoyi responded, with the old bachelor's assistance. The 7 robust young men hoisted several dozen pounds of snakeskin bags and vanished into the night. Several oil tankers lined the national highway, waiting for these oil thieves to deliver their goods. After toiling until 3 in the morning, the group returned to Lu Fan's old house, drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the earthen kong to rest. After a brief respite, they excitedly began counting their earnings, each pocketing 200 yuan. Lu Fan was astounded. It was worth noting that government workers in Ningyang earned less than 1,000 yuan a month. If this continued, one could make 6,000 yuan in a month. What more could one desire from life? At that moment, Lu Fan was filled with hope for the future. With hard work, providing for a family seemed remarkably achievable, especially for the physically strong rural folk. By the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, the 7 brothers roamed by day and night, clad in tattered garments, embarking on their golden path to wealth. Lu Fan found himself in possession of a staggering sum of 3,000 yuan. Du Wenlong, feeling the weight of his newfound fortune in his pocket, had never felt such satisfaction in his life. His spirits lifted. He exclaimed, Fan Ge, let us become sworn brothers. Absolutely, let us do so. replied Su Xiaoyi. Let us pledge brotherhood, through thick and thin, added Yang Mingho. Count me in, chimed in Zheng Ming. Having brothers to traverse 1,000 miles is far better than struggling alone. Building a stronghold together, fighting tough battles together, and sharing the spoils is the key to success. Lu Fan cherished this group of brothers and promptly declared, "All right, my brothers, let us prepare for our oath." The excitement surged among them as they busied themselves, with Zheng Ming even running home to steal a chicken to celebrate. On the 15th day of the first lunar month in 2007, in the village of Langcha, Lu Fan and his 6 brothers slaughtered chickens and burned yellow paper, pledging a shared oath. Today, we brothers shall unite, sharing fortunes and bearing hardships together, entrusting our lives to one another, rescuing each other in times of misfortune, entwined in blessings and calamities, supporting each other through difficulties, with heaven and earth as witnesses, and mountains and rivers as our bond, vowing to uphold this commitment for a lifetime, never to betray. When it came time to establish their hierarchy, Du Wenlong insisted that Lu Fan assume the role of the eldest brother, claiming he had called him Fangge for 10 years and could not change it. Consequently, Lu Fan, originally the second brother, was reluctantly elevated to the position of the eldest, while Du Wenlong became the second. In the festive spirit of the new year, with no family lacking in wine, how could they refrain from joyous revelry? As emotions surged, Du Wenlong embraced Lu Fan and wept bitterly, and the brothers understood the plight of the second brother. Lu Fan patted his brother's shoulder and said, "Cho Cho, we must strive and fight to live lives of significance." 9 years prior, Du Wenlong's father had vanished after a violent altercation over land compensation for well drilling, which resulted in the destruction of oil extraction equipment. He was subsequently taken to the township government for investigation, and thereafter, no one ever discovered his whereabouts again. Some claimed to have seen him on the streets. Others said he had met with misfortune, while yet others suggested he had abandoned his family to enjoy a life of luxury after receiving the compensation. However, to this day, Du Wenlong's father remains untraceable, leaving behind a widow and orphan to struggle through life. In truth, all 7 brothers shared a bond of mutual understanding and camaraderie, which brought them together. Many companions had come and gone along the way. On the 16th day of the new year, after breakfast, Lu Fan solemnly handed 1,200 yuan to his uncle, saying, "Uncle, I have earned a bit of money these days. Please take it as gratitude for you and Aunt's care for my sister and me." His uncle replied, "Xiao Fan, did you steal oil? I warn you, that is not a legitimate way to make a living. Trouble will come sooner or later. If you dare to do it again, beware of my discipline." Lu Fan responded, "Uncle, I know that is illegal, and I will heed your advice." His uncle softened, "I won't scold you further. You are no longer a child. You must know what you should and should not do." Lu Fan and Du Wenlong first needed to take their younger siblings to the town to register for school, and then they planned to return to the county to withdraw from their studies. At the village entrance, they encountered Zhou Tianhui and her brother, Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian, as always, was enthusiastic, rushing over to say, "My dad won tea, let me call you brother-in-law, so I can only call you Fangge from now on." Lu Fan replied, "It matters not what you call me. You will always be my brother." He held great affection for this childhood shadow. However, in the presence of Zhou Tianhui, Lu Fan found himself unable to utter a word, not even casting a glance in her direction. With the road stretching ahead, they parted ways. Watching their retreating figures, Zhou Tianhui felt a pang of grievance, longing to chase after Lu Fan to assure him that her feelings remained unchanged. Yet, being a girl, her shyness restrained her. All she could think was that time would reveal everything. After registering his sister for school, Lu Fan insisted on buying her 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes, forcefully slipping her 500 yuan, repeatedly advising her not to skimp on food and to eat her fill. With a heavy heart, he then departed for the county. As soon as Lu Fan entered the school gates, he encountered the physical education teacher, Li Xuezhi, who fixed a sinister grin upon him, as if he were gazing at a lamb destined for slaughter. Lu Xuezhi disdainfully remarked, "You little brat, watch yourself." His arrogance was palpable. The 2 brothers felt a surge of indignation, yet were powerless to retaliate. Lu Xuezhi was not merely a teacher, a graduate of a sports academy. He had gained notoriety on Yingjiang and Ningyang roads, known for his prowess and ruthless demeanor. "Brother Fan, how can such a person be a teacher? The school must be blind. Sooner or later, I will deal with him. Cho Cho, when we lack strength, we ought not to waste words. There are no useless people in this world, nor nameless weeds on the earth. The Yellow River will eventually clear, so how could one lack fortune? 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. We must first live with dignity. Brother Fan, you have a plan. I will follow your lead." Upon reaching the second-floor classroom, Lu Fan's deskmate, Chun Liqiang, waved at him enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Lu Fan, you're here." The class beauty, with her sweet smile, appeared innocent and playful. Her clear eyes, gently arched brows, and long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her flawless, fair skin radiated a faint blush, and her black and white casual attire showcased the charm of youthful exuberance. She seemed like an angel who accidentally fell to earth. Lu Fan returned to his seat, merely responding in a low voice, his demeanor noticeably somber. "Deskmate, is there something troubling you at home? Why didn't you tell me?" Her inquiry was probing yet filled with concern, as if extending a warm greeting. "Yes, please accept my condolences." Her tenderness was ineffable. This scene ignited jealousy in Wang Haibin, who, in a fit of rage, spat out harsh words. "Stay away from him, Liqiang. Be careful not to bring bad luck upon yourself." Chun Liqiang, incensed, retorted sharply. "Wang Haibin, shut your foul mouth. Just because you don't know how to speak doesn't mean people think you're mute." Lu Fan slowly rose, glaring furiously. But before he could act, a chair came crashing down. Du Wenlong had already charged in, shouting, "You son of a dog, Wang Haibin, I'll kill you today." Lu Fan's friends, Zhu Jianglin, Wang Mengyan, Huang Xiaoyu, and Deng Junqi, rushed over to intervene, tightly restraining Wang Haibin as Du Wenlong's fists rained down like a storm. The cacophony of anguished cries echoing throughout the classroom. Chaos erupted in the classroom, and soon, the homeroom teacher, Zhao Peiwei, hurried in, shouting for them to stop. Upon seeing Wang Haibin sprawled on the floor, wailing with blood streaming from his nose, there was no time for reprimands as he swiftly took him to the infirmary. Once the teacher departed, several friends gathered around Du Wenlong, expressing concern. After all, fighting on the first day of school would surely incur repercussions. Unexpectedly, Du Wenlong shrugged off their worries, saying, "I've long been fed up with that punk. If I get expelled, so be it. Brother Fan and I never intended to continue our studies anyway." "What?" The classroom erupted in gasps. There had yet to be any instances of students dropping out. Chun Liqiang anxiously interjected, "Lu Fan, you were first in the class during freshman year. If you put in the effort, you can surely reclaim your glory. Why abandon your studies?" She was unaware of the pain in her heart, an inexplicable sense of reluctance. Lu Fan rose and addressed his classmates. "Dear friends, due to personal circumstances, Wenlong and I can no longer accompany you. I am profoundly grateful for the kindness you have shown us over the past year. Wherever I may be, I will sincerely wish for your success in the future. Life's journey is long, and we shall meet again. Parting brings sorrow, and it is particularly hard for those who have shared close bonds, especially for my roommates, Zhu Jianglin and others." Suddenly, a classmate rushed in, exclaiming, "Du Wenlong, Lu Fan. The head teacher wants to see you in his office." I saw Wang Haibin's parents arrive, and they seemed serious. Du Wenlong, unfazed, retorted, "What can they do to me? Expulsion at worst." Chapter 4. Withdrawal. Having made up his mind to withdraw, Lu Fan and Du Wenlong entered the head teacher's office with a fearless demeanor, embodying the sentiment that one may as well face adversity head-on. However, Zhao Peiwei, their teacher, was kind-hearted and sought to contain the situation internally. Upon their arrival, he sternly inquired, "Du Wenlong, why did you resort to violence? It seems you are itching for trouble." In a rare display of earnestness, Du Wenlong responded, "Teacher Zhao, Lu Fan's mother has just passed away." Wang Haibin publicly insulted him, claiming he brings misfortune to his parents, urging classmates to avoid him. I could not stand by idly and struck him. "Do as you will. I have no intention of continuing my studies." Lu Fan, filled with righteous indignation, added, "Teacher Zhao, I too wish to withdraw." Upon hearing this, Wang Haibin, whose nose was stuffed with tissues, immediately paled in disbelief. Even his previously aggressive parents seemed to soften, realizing that it would be unjust to ruin the futures of these young men over a fight. As the ancients say, to obstruct another's path to fortune is akin to slaying their parents. To hinder their future is even worse. Wang Haibin's father spoke up. "While Haibin bears responsibility, regardless of the circumstances, as classmates, you must not resort to violence. Thankfully, no grave harm has been done. If you both recognize your mistakes, there is no need for withdrawal. The malicious are but a minority." Wang Haibin's mother, although concerned for her son, refrained from exacerbating the situation with words. The head teacher chastised Du Wenlong severely and dismissed him, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. An hour later, after Zhao had pacified Wang Haibin's parents and seen them off, Lu Fan and Du Wenlong returned to the office to reiterate their intention to withdraw. Zhao, now impatient, said, "The fight has been resolved, and no further action will be taken against you. Return to your classroom." Lu Fan expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Zhao." My decision to withdraw is motivated by a new job opportunity arranged by my family. I kindly ask for your support. Zhao Peiwei responded, what kind of job? Bricklaying? Stone carrying? Manual labor? Learning a trade? Lu Fan, you have a solid foundation. With effort, you could aspire to university. Do not let a moment of folly jeopardize your future. Wishing to keep his predicament private, Lu Fan replied, Teacher Zhao, an uncle has secured me a position in a municipal office, and I genuinely wish to accept it. Zhao Peiwei nodded, possessing a certain understanding of Lu Fan. Recognizing that he was not a child prone to deceit, he inquired, Du Wenlong, what do you intend to pursue after dropping out? Teacher, I find it difficult to focus on my studies. Rather than squander my time, it would be wiser to acquire a practical skill. Very well. If you find it impossible to grasp your studies, then pursuing a craft is a commendable choice. Since you are determined to leave school, I shall not impede your decision. I hope that upon stepping outside these school gates, you will strive to become a responsible member of society. Please, do not stray onto the wrong path. I wish you great success in your future endeavors. The two replied in unison, Thank you, teacher. The class teacher was truly commendable, harboring no discrimination against any student, demonstrating care and affection for his pupils, and possessing a strong sense of responsibility. In an era when supplementary classes had yet to flourish, many teachers still retained their genuine compassion. Upon exiting the homeroom, Lu Fan felt an exhilarating sense of liberation, akin to a fish leaping freely in the vast sea. While Du Wenlong joyfully proclaimed his newfound freedom, little did they realize that school was merely an ivory tower. Once they stepped beyond its confines, the harsh realities of society would swiftly wash over them, imparting the bitter truths of life's struggles. Lu Fan, wait a moment. The homeroom teacher Zhao Peiwei caught up with them, catching his breath to say, If you truly secure a job, please bring me a passport-sized photo and a copy of your ID. If you pass the examinations, I shall explore the possibility of arranging a graduation certificate for you, which may prove useful in the future. Such a teacher is deserving of respect, and Lu Fan deeply bowed in gratitude towards Teacher Zhao. Unexpectedly, Du Wenlong interjected, Teacher, could you arrange one for me as well? What do you need a graduation certificate for? Will it aid you in your labor? Teacher, one cannot dismiss it so lightly. Having attended high school, possessing a diploma would serve as a cherished memento. Every time I glance at it, I shall remember your kindness. Du Wenlong, you should focus your heart on your studies. That will prevent you from frequently finding yourself at the bottom of the rankings. All right. I shall consult the principal to see if any leniency can be afforded. However, your examination results were not satisfactory, which may hinder the issuance. Du Wenlong eagerly pleaded, Teacher, I implore you, I genuinely desire that graduation certificate. Perhaps we could offer the principal a small token of appreciation? You rascal, always resorting to such dubious means. I shall devise a plan. I will inform you once I have the contact details. With profound gratitude, Lu Fan and Du Wenlong returned to the classroom to bid farewell to their classmates. At that moment, news of a fight on the first day of school in Class 2-3 had already spread throughout the second-year cohort, resulting in the expulsion of 2 students. Wang Haibin did not return to the classroom, and his classmates were vocally condemning him. His deskmate, Chun Liqiong, fervently urged Lu Fan not to drop out. Yet Lu Fan had always been resolute in his decisions, so much so that not even a herd of oxen could sway him. Observing Chun Liqiong's despondent expression, Lu Fan sensed an unusual sentiment from his deskmate and could not help but softly say, I will give you my number once I have a phone. Strive for a prestigious university, so I may one day seek your assistance. Chun Liqiong's sorrow transformed into joy. A true man must honor his word. Lu Fan, you must return often to visit your classmates, especially me. Seeing Lu Fan nod in agreement, Chun Liqiong's cheeks blossomed with a radiant smile, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. Captivatingly beautiful. It was no wonder Wang Haibin felt such jealousy. Zhu Jianglin, Wang Mengyan, Huang Xiaoyu, and Deng Junqi share a close bond as roommates, having spent over a year together, creating memories filled with camaraderie. As they prepare to part ways, an overwhelming sense of bittersweetness envelopes them. There are no everlasting gatherings. As evening classes approach, Lu Fan and Du Wenlong bid farewell to their classmates and exit the classroom. Upon descending the stairs, they encounter Zhou Tianhui. Their eyes meet, and Zhou hesitates before handing Lu Fan a letter and swiftly returning to the classroom. Du Wenlong snatches it away, reading aloud. I once directed my heart towards the bright moon, yet the moon only illuminates the ditches. The flowers bloom with intent, flowing with the stream. While the stream remains indifferent to the blossoms, my eyes see no one else, for you are everywhere. I shall forever be the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Fangirl, old Zhou is heartless. Your little wife is not lazy. so please don't be cold towards her anymore. Cho, let us first ensure our own sustenance. Without money, there is no dignity. It's all nonsense. Only when one truly experiences loss does one recognize longing. Farewell, Ningyang High School. Farewell, youth. Birds and fish tread different paths. While parting is easy, reuniting is challenging. As they step beyond the school gates, the two feel disoriented, uncertain of their future. What shall we do, Fango? Lu Fan contemplates. The only options I see are either returning to the village to steal oil with Xiao Yi or seeking work with Xia Li at the construction site in the county. Cho, do you have any thoughts? Do not ask me. You have always made the decisions. This unspoken trust, an unwavering sense of security and brotherhood, fuels Lu Fan's silent vow to forge a prosperous path for his friends. To achieve great things, one must be well equipped. With smartphones now ubiquitous, the two brothers first visit a mobile repair shop, spending 300 yuan on a second-hand phone that can make and receive calls. They share the number with family and friends, ensuring they can stay connected. That evening, Lu Fan reaches out to Xia Li, who is working in the county, and fortuitously, Yang Mingho is also present. The four brothers rejoice in their liberation from hardship, toasting to their newfound freedom and indulging in revelry until they are thoroughly intoxicated. At 7 in the morning, Xia Li and Yang Mingho rise from their work quarters, embarking on another day of toil. As they express it, they dare to reach for the moon in the sky and dive into the depths of the ocean, yet they fear tardiness due to the financial penalties associated with it. The construction site is a realm of endless labor, insufficient sleep, and meager wallets. Good morning, laborers. After inquiring about wages, Du Wenlong murmurs, Fan Go. Old San and Old Lu can earn several dozen yuan a day through hard labor. Perhaps we should return to stealing oil. We could easily make 200 yuan in one night. If we do it right, we could even get ourselves a decent motorcycle. Cho. Stealing oil is illegal and ultimately unsustainable. One misstep could lead to disaster. Fan Go, I believe there's no harm in it. We must utilize the resources available to us. Everyone does it. If we disrupt the local economy, the oil wells won't survive either. We can only turn a blind eye, and if the situation becomes precarious, we shall cease our activities. Even working 10 days a month would be preferable to being a laborer here. Lu Fan found himself in agreement with this sentiment. In this society, money is capable of resolving 99 problems, and the pursuit of wealth is indeed the fundamental truth. He declared, fortune favors the bold. To hell with it. Let us return to the village and toil diligently for 2 years, accumulating capital before we decide on our next venture. Without delay, he informed Xia Li and set off back to the village. That very evening, he accompanied Su Xiaoyi on a clandestine mission to steal oil. In times of despair, what one fears is not the lack of confidence to overcome adversity, but rather the missteps taken when faced with challenges. This return to the village imparted a harsh lesson upon Lu Fan. Under the cover of night, as snow fell silently from the heavens and the north wind howled, Lu Fan, Du Wenlong, Su Xiaoyi, and Zheng Ming donned tattered garments and, armed with snakeskin bags, stealthily ventured into the darkness towards the oil well beyond the village. With the assistance of the elderly, solitary oil worker, the four of them jogged along the mountain path, each carrying several dozen pounds in their bags. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the mountain village, accompanied by a distant scream. The patrol team is coming. Panic ensued. Lu Fan and his companions dropped their bags and fled, determined to evade capture at all costs. Being apprehended would result in substantial fines, and the repercussions of a criminal record would be disastrous. Before they could cover much ground, the patrol team, armed with flashlights and electric batons, pursued them, shouting, "Stop right there. You cannot escape." Terrified, the group dashed into the nearby woods, racing toward the village. The dark, windy night, coupled with the slippery snow-covered path, posed significant hazards, even for those who had grown up in the village. A sudden, anguished cry pierced the air. Su Xiaoyi had slipped and tumbled down a 10-meter slope. Lu Fan and the others hurried down to rescue him, but Su Xiaoyi lay injured, unable to move, emitting cries of distress. Without hesitation, Lu Fan hoisted Su Xiaoyi onto his back and sprinted toward the village. Chapter 5. In dire straits with no path forward as they neared the village, the patrol team had vanished from sight. Lu Fan dispatched Du Wenlong to sprint to Uncle Lu's house, the only person in the village who operated a black taxi. Su Xiaoyi, with a leg injury, could not endure the jostling. Carrying him to the hospital in such a manner could lead to permanent disability. Hearing Su Xiaoyi's pained cries fueled Lu Fan's anxiety, instilling in him a profound sense of fear and helplessness. He resolved never to engage in unlawful activities again. Uncle Lu, ever helpful and having watched these children grow up, wasted no time in coming to their aid upon learning of Su Xiaoyi's life-threatening condition. In a flurry, they lifted Su Xiaoyi into the car, and the Santana sped away. Upon arriving at the hospital, a slight sense of relief washed over them. Lu Fan went to register while the others, guided by a nurse, carried Su Xiaoyi to the emergency room. Lu Fan's entire wealth amounted to a mere 700 yuan, all of which he used for the deposit, though it was likely insufficient. Back in the emergency room, the doctors had already begun treatment, and Su Xiaoyi's cries echoed through the halls. Preoccupied with the matter of finances, Lu Fan turned to Cho Cho and Zheng Ming and inquired, "How much money do you both have?" Du Wenlong promptly pulled out his wallet and handed over. "I brought 500 yesterday and haven't spent much." Zheng Ming began to rummage through his pockets, extracting his money and leaving behind 100 yuan, handing the rest to Lu Fan with the words, 5 or 600. "Let us keep some for meals." This was the entirety of their collective possessions. None were affluent, yet when faced with adversity, they readily contributed what they had. True camaraderie shines in times of hardship. Uncle Lu, a businessman, had already shown great magnanimity by offering assistance at such an hour, and he had not even requested transportation fees, generously providing an additional 100 yuan upon parting. At around 3 o'clock, the doctor emerged, and Lu Fan hurriedly approached, asking, "Doctor, I appreciate your help. How is my brother's condition?" The doctor replied, "There is no significant displacement of the fracture, and the fracture ends are stable. Once the staff arrives, we can take an x-ray for confirmation and proceed with a plaster cast." Lu Fan exhaled in relief and inquired further, "Doctor, may I ask how much this treatment will cost? We need to prepare the funds." The doctor reassured him, "It shouldn't be too costly, likely around 3 to 5,000. "Thank you, doctor." Lu Fan gasped, anxiety gripping him. Currently, they had only 1,800 yuan, still 1,200 short of 3,000, and even farther from 5,000. Xiaoyi's parents were both ill, and their family was in dire straits. A single penny posed a significant challenge. After carrying Su Xiaoyi back to the ward, Lu Fan, disregarding his pained expressions, queried, "Xiaoyi, he gathered 1,800, but we still need a fair bit more. How much do you have?" Su Xiaoyi pointed to his jacket, saying, "Brother Fan, I have a few hundred left in my pocket. What are we going to do?" The doctor mentioned it was a serious injury and would require time to heal. They would think of a way to manage the finances. "Healing takes time. Focus on your recovery, and we'll find a way. As long as you have your health, there will be opportunities." "Brother Fan, perhaps we should just discharge tomorrow and recuperate at home," he suggested. "We must heed the doctor's advice. It is imperative to avoid any lasting disability." After enduring until past 6, Lu Fan called Xia Li, Yang Mingho, and Lu Jinzu, explaining the situation and urging them to devise a means to gather money, assuring them he would act as a guarantor. This money would surely materialize. By 8 o'clock, with the hospital staff arriving, Lu Fan and Du Wenlong wheeled Su Xiaoyi for examinations while Zheng Ming went to procure breakfast. Upon returning to the ward, Xia Li and the others arrived together, each presenting 1,000 yuan to Su Xiaoyi, encouraging him to focus on his recovery, promising that once he was discharged, they would feast and celebrate together. This sum represented 2 months' salary for officials, and it was evident that these 3 brothers had borrowed the money. Su Xiaoyi's eyes brimmed with tears as he tightly grasped their hands, unable to express his gratitude in words, yet feeling it deeply within his heart. Around 10 in the morning, Xiaoyi's mother arrived at the hospital, her tears flowing as she gazed at her injured son, lamenting her unfortunate child and praying earnestly that he would not suffer any lasting disability. Then, she cautiously retrieved a tightly wrapped bundle of 1,000 yuan from her bosom, which could be deemed the entirety of their family's assets, offering it for her son's treatment, an undeniably heart-rending sight. Money, neither too large nor too small, is merely a piece of paper, yet it burdens a lifetime. It is neither thick nor thin, yet it incites lifelong strife. People become infatuated with it, ensnared by it. They suffer losses and fall victim to it, ultimately succumbing to its grasp. Through this ordeal, Lu Fan profoundly realized that money is a man's courage and dignity. A wealthy man stands tall, while a man without wealth struggles. Xiaoyi's parents were beset by illness, leaving them unable to care for themselves. In their stead, Lu Fan and Du Wenlong, having recently dropped out of school, voluntarily took on the responsibility of looking after their brother, determined to ensure that Xiaoyi could return home to recuperate. Zheng Ming contemplated accompanying Xia Li to the construction site for work, otherwise, they would face financial ruin. At 17, the young men dreamt of the future, their hearts brimming with hope and aspirations. They engaged in lively discussions, envisioning their ideal lives, which made their days far from dull. Xiao Yi expressed his ambition to run a large company and become a successful entrepreneur. Cho declared his desire to bring honor to his family and drive luxurious cars. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, aware of the improbability of his dreams, nonetheless clung to a vision of rising to prominence, achieving wealth, and avenging past grievances. As days passed, Xiao Yi's health gradually improved. He could now use crutches to move about, and the doctor announced that he could be discharged to recuperate at home. Lu Fan took care of the discharge paperwork, which amounted to over 3,900 yuan. Since Xiao Yi had not enrolled in the new rural cooperative medical scheme, all expenses were out of pocket. Lu Fan, uncertain of the policies, planned to inquire at the health insurance office when he had the time, hoping to recover at least some of the costs. Upon returning to the village, it was only fitting to visit his uncle's home, a matter of basic respect. His uncle sternly admonished Lu Fan, insisting that he must learn from his past mistakes and refrain from engaging in unlawful activities like oil theft, emphasizing the importance of not being swayed by immediate gains. The uncle also expressed frustration over Yang Ye's failure to deliver on job promises. As the Lunar New Year had passed without news, he suggested Lu Fan consider carpentry, as making coffins or engaging in renovations could prove lucrative. Alternatively, he mused about studying to become a master of the occult, a profession that could be quite profitable. Just as his uncle envisioned a bright future for Lu Fan, the phone rang. It was Yang Yi calling. He quickly answered, respectfully greeting, "Hello, Brother Yang. Is there news regarding Xiao Fan?" After some discussion, Lu Fan was offered a temporary position at the Municipal Human Resources Bureau, allowing him to gain initial exposure to the workforce, with his future prospects hinging on his own efforts. Delighted, his uncle expressed gratitude, exclaiming, "Oh, Xiao Fan is fortunate to meet a benefactor. Young brother, on behalf of my elder brother and Xiao Fan, I thank you. Should you require any assistance, please let me know, and I will have Xiao Fan take care of it. There's no need for anything. Just have Xiao Fan come to my office at Unit 306 tomorrow, and please give him my phone number," Yang Yi replied. "Rest assured, I will ensure Xiao Fan arrives early." After hanging up, his uncle jubilantly announced, "Xiao Fan, an opportunity has arisen. I never anticipated Yang Yi would be so considerate. Inviting you to the Municipal Human Resources Bureau tomorrow. Your future success now rests in your hands. I may not have much experience to share, but in a significant organization, you must be observant and quick-witted, diligent and earnest. Those traits will serve you well. I've heard that in such offices, one must speak appropriately to different people. So navigate that wisely. I hope you seize this chance and make a name for yourself, so I can report back to your parents with pride. Uncle, rest assured, I am determined to succeed and make something of myself." After leaving his uncle's house, Lu Fan excitedly ran to Du Wenlong's home, pulling him into the yard and exclaiming, Cho, I'm going to work in the city." "What, Brother Fan, you're going to work in the city? Not just temporary labor?" "Indeed, it's a proper job, with a steady income." "Wow, Brother Fan, this is truly a momentous occasion. You are destined for greatness." Du Wenlong, filled with exuberance, danced around, embracing Lu Fan. The two brothers brimming with joy as if they had just won 5 million in the lottery. For a temporary worker in the city, this could bring immense honor to our humble village. Brother Fan, rest assured, I will visit Yao weekly, ensuring she faces no hardships. Cho, though I am uncertain about the circumstances in the city, I will strive with all my might. Once I find my footing, I will be there to support you, my dear brother, for life." Du Wenlong laughed, saying, "When Brother Fan becomes a high official, I shall be your chauffeur. Driving is but a servant's task. We shall not partake in such menial work. If I ascend to power, you must also rise, for we brothers shall share our fortunes. Cho, you should head to the county and work alongside Xia Li and the others, but refrain from any illicit activities. We must not engage in wrongdoing. Brother Fan, I will heed your advice. Little E needs to rest now, and once you depart, I will seek work in the county." "Very well. Let us go and check on Little E. Remember, do not disclose my plans to anyone. Should I fail and be sent back, we must preserve our dignity. Brother Fan, do you not trust my discretion? I possess unwavering confidence that you will achieve greatness and soar to new heights." As they walked shoulder to shoulder, their conversation flowed effortlessly, with Du Wenlong harboring not a trace of jealousy. Upon arriving at Su Xiaoyi's home, they found his uncle basking in the sun in the yard. Seeing them approach, he struggled to rise with the aid of a cane, having become lame from the hard water he drank in his youth. Now his mobility waned, and he found it increasingly challenging to care for himself. "Xiaofan, Cho, why you have come? Come, have some water." "Uncle, we are not thirsty. We shall enter and chat with Little E. Ah, this child has suffered, all for the sake of my medicine. Please, go on." As they entered Little Yi's room, they heard him say, "Brother Fan, I calculated that you spent at least 500 yuan this time. I must repay you. Lu Fan nodded. We must repay what we owe, but there is no rush. Once you are fully recovered, opportunities to earn will come. Literally, heed my words. Refrain from any unlawful activities in the future. Elder brother, I shall follow your guidance. Once I am well, I will also seek honest work. Literally, tomorrow Cho, and I must depart. Focus on your recovery, and if you need anything, just call. You may go without worry. I am fine and do not wish to hinder your important matters. Brother Fan, your kindness is beyond words. What nonsense is this? We are brothers for life. Once you recover, we shall venture into the world together. Chapter 6. A New Dawn Amidst Adversity. On March 19, 2007, Lu Fan, dressed immaculately, departed from Langcha village. Filled with the blessings of family and friends, embarking on a new journey towards Ningyang City. As he boarded the bus to Ningyang, he was filled with ambition yet tinged with trepidation, for this marked his inaugural journey to the city, driven by fervent aspirations and a desire for revenge. He silently vowed to confront any challenges that lay ahead, undeterred by the storms that might arise, resolute in his pursuit of a brighter tomorrow. Failure was not an option. After an hour of jostling, the bus finally arrived in the bustling city of Ningyang, where the streets were teeming with people. The fashionable attire of the crowd made Lu Fan feel somewhat inadequate, while the stunning skyscrapers left him in awe. He couldn't help but exclaim that this was indeed Ningyang, the Ningyang from his elementary school textbooks, renowned worldwide, and even larger than Ningyang. Upon disembarking from the bus, Lu Fan found himself disoriented, unable to distinguish directions. Right beneath his nose was the road. He approached a security guard and politely inquired, "Excuse me, could you please tell me where the city government is located?" The guard, cautious, asked, "What do you need to go to the city government for?" "I am looking for relatives. It's my first time in Ningyang, and I'm lost. I would appreciate your guidance." "Ah, do you see that over there? You need to cross a river. You will have to take the detour ahead, and after crossing the bridge, head back." Lu Fan understood that he could see the city government, but it would take a while to get there. Taxis were not on his mind. Even in the county, taxi fares could be quite steep, and in the city, they would surely be more expensive. Rural folk have never shied away from walking. As he strolled along, Lu Fan curiously glanced around, finding everything new and exciting. He marveled at the grandeur of the city, especially a clothing store that was surprisingly expansive. Passing by a multimedia shop, he heard Xiao Gang's Dusk playing, which was one of his favorites. Unable to resist, he ventured inside to inquire about the price. After learning it was 20 yuan, he reluctantly left the store without making a purchase. Half an hour later, Lu Fan arrived at the city government, appearing cautious yet relieved that the guard did not impede his entry. Inside the compound, several office buildings stood tall, but aside from the main building in the center, there were no signs indicating the offices. He had to continue asking for directions. The people here were quite courteous, and Lu Fan successfully entered the Human Resources Bureau's office building, directly locating room 306. He gently knocked on the door. "Come in." Lu Fan opened the door to find Uncle Yang seated behind his desk. He greeted him respectfully. "Hello, Uncle Yang." "Xiao Fan, come in and sit down," Yang Yi beckoned, rising to pour a glass of water for Lu Fan. "Thank you, Uncle Yang." "Xiao Fan, your position has been confirmed. You will start working tomorrow." Learning from Lu Yishuan in the office, "There are a few things I need to tell you. First, always address titles at the workplace to avoid unnecessary gossip. I am currently the acting deputy director. Second, you must study diligently, act with sincerity, and conduct yourself with integrity. Remember, harbor no ill will towards others, but always be cautious of their intentions. Keep your wits about you. Do not trust anyone too easily. Third, there's an old saying, a good person can be easily taken advantage of, and a gentle horse can be ridden. In the workplace, do not speak harshly or engage in soft dealings. Avoid creating trouble, but do not shy away from it either. Being overly meek can lead others to take advantage of you. Rest assured, I will support you. This industry is quite profound, akin to a deep abyss, where everyone swims like fish in water. Whether you can leap over the dragon gate like a carp depends solely on your own fortune. These are profound maxims and principles for survival, lessons that no one has imparted to Lu Fan throughout his life. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he firmly nodded and expressed, "Thank you for your earnest guidance. I will certainly work diligently and ensure I do not bring you shame." "Xiao Fan, how old are you this year?" 17. "With my birthday in the 4th month of the lunar calendar." "Ah, the timing is perfect. The adult higher education entrance examination is in mid-October. You should enroll in a college to create opportunities for future employment. Can I participate even if it's not a full-time program? As long as it is a nationally recognized qualification, you can participate." Many correspondence programs label their diplomas as full-time, so this should not pose a problem. Uncle, I worry about failing, especially in subjects like mathematics and English. We can address that when the time comes. Let Xian help you. He is my secretary. And you two can collaborate. I will find a way to reimburse your registration fee. The organization encourages employees to enhance their education. Does this apply to temporary workers as well? But such a foolish question was not one Lu Fan could voice. Yet, he faced a pressing concern and mustered the courage to ask, Uncle, is there accommodation at the workplace, or should I rent a place nearby? After a moment's contemplation, Yang Yi replied, I will arrange for you and Lu Yixian to share an office. You can assist him and stay there at night. But you must adhere to the rules. Understood, Uncle. I will certainly behave properly and maintain decorum. This friend of his father's not only taught him through words and actions, but also enveloped Lu Fan in warmth and care. A drop of kindness warrants a fountain of gratitude. However, Lu Fan was uncertain how to repay such kindness, perhaps in due time. After the arrangements were made, Yang Yi called the office, and Secretary Lu Yixian came to escort Lu Fan away. The leader had already briefed him on the necessary procedures. There were over a dozen temporary workers in the bureau, but Lu Fan was the only one personally recruited by Director Yang, and being from the same village. Lu Yixian, as the director's confidant, was certainly perceptive. Upon returning to the office, Lu Yixian was exceedingly cordial, guiding Lu Fan through the minutiae and ensuring that all accommodations were impeccably arranged. In this world, nothing is to be taken for granted. It is not a given that others should treat one well. One must learn to be grateful and cherish such gestures. Xiao Fan, I think you should enroll in a driving school and obtain a driver's license. Brother Lu, why? Director Yang does not yet have a dedicated driver, and there are opportunities for auxiliary staff to be promoted. But I am not yet 18. I believe I cannot enroll. You can begin to practice your skills now. I will take you to the driving school one day. I know the owner and can guarantee the best price. Thank you, Brother Lu. I truly appreciate your help. Regardless of the reasons, Lu Fan held this friendship dear to his heart. Xiao Fan, since we share an office and will spend our days together, let's drop the formalities and address each other as brothers. There is no need to use you when speaking to others in the workplace, aside from the leaders. However, being polite is still essential. When new individuals arrived at the unit, discussions naturally ensued, and some would occasionally come to inquire about Lu Fan's background. Particularly, He Qinyu, the secretary of Deputy Director Long, entered with great enthusiasm, engaging in incessant small talk that was evidently intended to extract information, leaving Lu Fan somewhat flustered. Lu Yixuan interjected with a smile, saying, Are you conducting a household registration check on Lu Fan right after his arrival? Such a strong connection. How about you host a gathering this afternoon to welcome the newcomer? He chuckled, I must treat you another day. I need to pick up the children from school this afternoon, as my wife is working late. Lu Fan, do let me know when you're free, and we shall enjoy a few drinks together. Thank you, After work, Lu Yixuan took Lu Fan to a shopping mall on Central Street, assisting him in selecting 2 sets of clothing, which he promptly paid for, jesting that one should dress the part when entering the agency, as it was a task assigned by Director Yang. Indeed, it was necessary to procure suitable attire. With his finances being rather tight, Lu Fan graciously accepted Lu Yixuan's kindness, thinking that he could repay the favor another time, as one often grows accustomed to numerous nuisances. After hours, Deputy Director Leng Jiang, accompanied by He Qinyu, proceeded to the Ningyang Hotel to host a banquet for Vice Mayor Lu Xiuran. In the competition for the position of director, he had already fallen behind. Yang Yi had somehow managed to secure an early advantage and was now brazenly overseeing operations, prompting Leng to strive for rapid advancement. Mayor Lu, being a supervising leader, held considerable influence and authority in personnel appointments, and the two had collaborated on various matters over the years. Driven by ambition, Leng Jiang resolved to spare no effort in his pursuit of the directorship. I have inquired. The new arrival, Lu Fan, is not yet 18. Merely a naive youth unfamiliar with the world. I suspect he is merely a pawn in Yang Yi's self-serving arrangements, posing no real threat, He Qinyu remarked. Leng Jiang nodded, acknowledging, everyone has their circle of friends. This is understandable. Qinyu, the time is critical. You must closely monitor Yang Yi's every move. Just because he is currently in charge does not mean he is beyond reproach. Until the final hour, the outcome remains uncertain. Director Long, I firmly believe you shall emerge victorious in the end, for neither qualifications nor capabilities can compare to yours, a fact acknowledged within the system. Yang Yi has simply stumbled upon a stroke of luck. What merit does he possess to lead? As you said, even those on stage can attract fire. Director Long, should you command, I would face any peril without a moment's hesitation. Leng Jiang, Pleased, responded Qinyu, when faced with adversity, one must be bold. I will not rest until I achieve my goals. Life offers no what-ifs, only consequences and results. The one who laughs last is the true victor. Work diligently, and I shall keep your brother's matter in mind. Navigating the treacherous waters of bureaucracy is akin to rowing against the current. One must either advance or risk sinking. The former director's illness has left the seemingly harmonious leadership of the Municipal Human Resources and Social Security Bureau rife with undercurrents. Everyone seeks to ascend to the director's throne. Recently, the Bureau has been engulfed in intrigue and rivalry, with the atmosphere thick with tension as everyone aligns themselves into factions, awaiting the moment when order is restored and the dust settles. In the face of absolute interests, the ugliness of human nature is laid bare, revealing its darkest facets. There is no worst, only worse. That evening, Lu Fan returned to his office, boiled a kettle of hot water, and indulged his weary feet in a soothing soak, making use of the landline to call at will. The new life filled Lu Fan with immense excitement. Everything here exuded an air of grandeur. Lying in bed, his body was fatigued, yet his heart fluttered with joy, for he glimpsed a future brimming with hope. Chapter 7. Journey to Ningyang. The following morning at 7 o'clock. Lu Fan completed his personal hygiene and meticulously tidied up the office, leaving it spotless from top to bottom, with files neatly stacked. At 7:30, Lu Yishuan arrived, and, upon seeing Lu Fan's diligent efforts, smiled and remarked, "Xiao Fan, I now realize how untidy I used to be. You've worked hard. Come with me to Director Yang's office." Upon arriving at Yang Yi's office, Lu Fan cleaned with even greater care, as this was the only way he could repay Uncle Yang at present. At precisely 8 o'clock, Yang Yi arrived at the office. Lu Yishuan went to report on the day's work plans and itinerary, returning to inform Lu Fan that they would accompany Director Yang to Ningyang for a rural visit. Returning to his hometown? Visiting the countryside? For reasons unknown, Lu Fan felt an inexplicable thrill, as the saying goes. Returning home in wealth is akin to wearing fine clothes in the night. Yet, he also felt somewhat at a loss and hurriedly asked, "Brother Lu, I've never been to the countryside before. What should I do there?" Lu Yishuan chuckled. "It's a routine survey. Everything is harmonious. No speech is unimportant. Applause is always fervent, and leaders are perpetually smiling. The people are always satisfied. Today, there are no specific tasks, just some eating and drinking, and as Director Yang goes, they will also prepare gifts. It's normal not to understand as you've just started. Observe more and speak less. Learn the rules of the officialdom. There is much to learn. Without understanding the rules, even if you are exceptionally talented, you will still be lost." Having been at work for only a day, Lu Fan was already deeply aware of the significance of rules. At 9 o'clock, Yang Yi, accompanied by the office deputy director Lu Yishuan and deputy section chief of the Employment Promotion Department Yu Xiaoding, departed from Ningyang, heading to Ningyang County for research. This was Lu Fan's first ride on a bus, and it was the legendary Audi, giving him a euphoric feeling as if he had ascended to the heavens. It was indescribable, and he wished his brothers could see that their leader had made a name for himself. As they exited the Ningyang Expressway, they were greeted by the long-awaited Vice County Mayor Han Shuyang and the Director of the County Human Resources and Social Security Bureau, Lu Shuping. Yang Yi, as the Deputy Director of the Municipal Bureau, held considerable prestige. Upon disembarking, everyone greeted each other warmly, as if they were long-lost brothers, vividly performing the culture of the officialdom. Even Lu Fan was not overlooked, being the first to shake hands with several leaders, who praised him for his youthful accomplishments. After the pleasantries, Director Lu Shuping's vehicle led the way as Yang Yi and his party inspected the construction of the Labor Security Service platform. Attentively listening to updates on the grassroots platform development in Ningyang, the progress of information service construction, and the demonstration window for the public service system that garnered community satisfaction, Yang Yi highly commended the achievements made in the construction of the grassroots public service platform in Ningyang and provided suggestions and opinions on how to effectively build and utilize the service platform. After concluding the morning itinerary, the group returned to the Ningyang Hotel for a meal. The county mayor, Li Guoquan, made a special trip to join them. Reflecting the importance he placed on Yang Yi, it is worth noting that the Municipal Human Resources and Social Security Bureau wields significant influence, and many tasks at the county level require support from the Municipal Bureau, particularly concerning recruitment examinations. Director Yang, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. I just settled the leaders from the Provincial Department of Agriculture and rushed over. Today, we must indulge in revelry, exclaimed Li Guoquan, his spirit high, as he called for the wine to be served. Yang Yi chuckled, Mayor Guoquan, drinking in the middle of the day will leave us unable to work this afternoon. Li Guoquan replied with a smile. When is there ever a perfect time to finish work? It's all about balancing labor and leisure. As a native of Ningyang, you surely understand the customs of your hometown. The drinking culture reflects our ethos. Given the municipal bureau's support for Ningyang, if I do not host you well today, I shall be scolded by the entire county. As the esteemed local leader, he had to maintain his dignity, and Yang Yi no longer declined, thinking that it was merely drinking. Who was afraid of whom? Thus, a lively and spirited contest commenced. Although he had only brought 3 companions, Yang Yi felt no trepidation. To Lu Fan's surprise, Section Chief Yu Shouting was a master of the drinking arts, still smiling brightly even after consuming several cups. The ritual of toasting tested not only their alcohol tolerance, but also their emotional intelligence. Lu Fan witnessed Li Guochuan's charisma. His toasts were orderly. He commanded the atmosphere with finesse, read the room adeptly, and understood the hearts of those present, exuding confidence while effortlessly exchanging witty banter, bringing joy to all. Indeed, every detail holds the potential for learning. The intricacies of human relationships are akin to literature. In this arena where valor is measured by one's capacity for drink, those with lesser fortitude found themselves at a disadvantage. After consuming half a gin of liquor, Lu Fan's eyes became hazy, relying solely on sheer willpower to endure, as the potency of the matai was overwhelming. Noticing that Lu Fan could no longer sustain himself, Yang Yi instructed Lu Yishuan to escort him back to his room. Yang Yi was quite satisfied with Lu Fan's performance. He drank earnestly, leaving no drop behind, and maintained his composure without any loss of decorum or speech. One's capacity for drink reflects one's character, and having a low tolerance was not a concern. After all, such skills can be cultivated. The banquet lasted a full 4 hours, and upon dispersal, Li Guoquan escorted Yang Yi to his room. Remarkably, both managed to remain sober, demonstrating that leadership often entails exceptional qualities. Upon returning to the room, Yang Yi engaged in a detailed discussion with Li Guoquan, addressing the slumbering Lu Fan. Director Yang, there is a significant gap in the cadre team in Ningyang, which has adversely affected the normal conduct of various tasks. The county aims to conduct a large-scale recruitment examination for public institutions to optimize the structure of the cadre team, enrich talent, and resolve employment issues for the people of Ningyang, and we require robust support from the municipal bureau. Yang Yi took a sip of strong tea and remarked, Xuping has reported to me several times that your proposal is rather ambitious, nearly 400 positions, and it remains under county autonomy. It is likely to encounter difficulties in passing through the provincial department and the municipal committee. Additionally, the issue of the candidates' identities poses a challenge, as they will likely be classified under irregular recruitment. Although the county's financial resources will cover salary disbursement, future promotions and utilization of these individuals will inevitably present complications. We cannot simply appoint several hundred formal temporary workers, can we? Li Guoquan nodded with a smile, saying, We are all comrades here. The recruitment process is primarily aimed at addressing the issues in Ningyang. Director Yang, you cannot remain a passive observer. I will coordinate with Secretary Mingxiong regarding the municipal and city government, while the provincial department and city bureau will require your intervention. Yang Yi, non-committal, replied with a smile. I suppose this examination aims to resolve the concerns of certain individuals, correct? There is no other way. Some senior colleagues wish to retire, and their sole request is to secure employment for their children, which proves challenging for both myself and Secretary Mingxiong. I understand. The work in the county is not easy. These senior colleagues have dedicated their lives earnestly, which is only natural. Li County Chief, do you still remember the young man I brought with me today? Lu Fan. Yes. He hails from Ningyang. This boy has faced great hardships. Both his parents have passed away, and he is temporarily working with me. Li Guoquan understood immediately and inquired. He appears quite young. What is his educational background? Yang Yi candidly replied. He is on the verge of obtaining his high school diploma, but had to drop out due to family difficulties. Li Guoquan scratched his head and remarked, lacking an educational qualification makes this issue rather complicated. His father worked in the forestry system in Ningyang, and given his orphan status, could he possibly take the examination through special channels? I recall that Ningyang had provisions for this back in 2002 and 2003. Director Yang, this is quite a challenging matter. I must consult with Secretary Mingxiong. Please rest assured that I will provide you with a prompt response regardless of the circumstances. Yang Yi offered a final suggestion. If difficulties persist, perhaps we could facilitate a flying man scheme. I will address other issues, while Ningyang can handle the reception and distribution. This proposal left Li Guoquan in a quandary. Since his appointment in Ningyang, he had yet to embark on such an endeavor. In the realm of politics, one often finds oneself constrained. As a principal leader, the county's affairs are intricately linked to his own. At times, one must circumvent principles for the sake of progress, lest one find themselves at a standstill. However, as Li Guoquan matured into his role as county chief, he had come to terms with these complexities. Lu Fan remained unaware of the deeper motives behind Yang Ye's unwavering support, which extended beyond their father's friendship. Years ago, during the high school entrance examination, it was through his father's assistance that Yang Yi was able to gain admission to a provincial school, thus seizing an opportunity to leap into a brighter future. Lu Fan had never experienced such profound intoxication before, sleeping soundly until 5 the following morning. Upon awakening, he felt disoriented, parched, and somewhat dazed, embodying the essence of a life lost in indulgence. After sipping a glass of water and splashing his face, Lu Fan stepped outside. Having returned home with great difficulty, he was eager to visit Changwon Middle School to see his sister. As he opened the door, he was met with an astonishing scene. "You shouting?" The deputy section chief of the Employment Promotion Department emerged from Yang Yi's room, her hair disheveled, exuding an air of languid satisfaction. Her eyes sparkling and her cheeks flushed, radiating unparalleled beauty. Both were left in an awkward predicament. Lu Fan, particularly inexperienced in such situations, hurriedly stammered, "Director Yu, I'm off to see my sister at school. I briefed Director Yang on the work. You may proceed. We are likely to depart around 8. Lu Fan quickly dashed downstairs, reflecting, the landscape is so diverse, leading countless heroes to falter before such enchanting allure. In Lu Fan's philosophy, money does not hold the utmost importance, nor does fame. Rather, it is one's conscience that reigns supreme. A person who treats themselves well is indeed a good person. This matter, he is determined to keep to himself, for Uncle Yang's kindness is something he must cherish for a lifetime, and he is compelled to repay it with unwavering dedication." Upon arriving at Changwon Middle School, he found his sister engaged in morning exercises. After exchanging pleasantries with the homeroom teacher, he took his sister aside to converse on the edge of the playground. Lu Yao clung tightly to her brother's arm, her sorrow barely concealed, which pained Lu Fan immensely. "Yao Yao, I have wonderful news. I've secured a job in the city and am now receiving a government salary. I'm here in Ningyang for a rural visit, and the county is treating us to a feast." Indeed, Lu Yao transformed her sadness into joy, exclaiming, "Really? Brother, that's incredible. Please don't worry too much. Focus on your studies and strive to get into Ningyang High School. I will definitely work hard," she declared. "Is the money all spent?" "Not at all. You left me quite a bit," he replied. "Now that I have a salary, things will only improve from here. Do not fret about money. Make sure to eat well. Buy whatever you need. I will provide you with anything you desire. In this world, the most precious bond is that of family." His sister is Lu Fan's sole source of solace, deserving of endless care and affection. Chapter 8. A comfortable life with a supportive superior at work. Lu Fan's professional and personal life flourished. He occasionally accompanied Director Yang Yi on research trips to inspect work, leading to not only a satisfied appetite but also a delightful sampling of local delicacies from various counties, many of which could be monetized, alleviating his financial constraints. Lu Yishuan, as Yang Ye's close associate, naturally took great care of this fellow townsman, inundating Lu Fan with provincial and municipal policies, documents, and speeches from the past 5 years, emphasizing that without proficiency in the field and the ability to compose materials, one cannot command respect in professional settings. Lu Fan absorbed this knowledge fully and realized through recent experiences that lacking expertise would render one disrespected and hinder success. Thus, he embraced a sense of urgency, diligently filling his knowledge gaps, strengthening his weaknesses, and constantly enhancing his professional skills to become an independent expert. After 2 months of adaptation, Lu Fan gradually acclimated and observed a peculiar phenomenon. Aside from work, colleagues often indulged in 3 pastimes, subtly boasting about themselves, embellishing the shortcomings of others, and engaging in gossip. He profoundly felt that when one is useful, human nature is benevolent. When one is deemed useless, it turns selfish, and when one encroaches upon others' interests, it reveals a malicious side. Yet, while one may wield words like swords, they may also conceal daggers in their sleeves. During the May Day holiday, Lu Fan received his second month's salary and allowances, amounting to 1,500 yuan, bringing his total savings to a substantial 4,000 yuan, heavy in his pocket. However, as soon as his salary was dispersed, it caught Lu Yishuan's eye, who, driving the director's car, insisted on taking Lu Fan to a driving school, allowing him to indulge in the thrill of driving an Audi on the grounds. A man's 2 greatest loves in life are beautiful women and fine automobiles. And from that moment, Lu Fan developed a fondness for the sensation of gripping the steering wheel, eagerly visiting the driving school whenever he found the time. On May 3rd, Yang Yi returned to his village to visit his elderly father, and he specifically invited Lu Fan to accompany him. Along the way, Yang Yi remarked with a smile, "Xiao Fan, you have been performing admirably of late. I often see you diligently studying your work." Lu Fan replied, "Uncle Yang, I cannot bring shame upon you." Yang Yi continued, "I heard from Yixian that you have enrolled in driving school?" Lu Fan affirmed, "Yes." Lu Ge mentioned that acquiring multiple skills opens up many pathways. Yang Yi nodded in agreement. "Indeed. As a temporary worker with a modest salary, please present the receipt for your driving school enrollment to Yixian. Let him take care of it." "Uncle, my salary is sufficient. I do not wish to trouble you," Lu Fan insisted. Yang Yi responded with a sigh, "Your parents are no longer with us, and you have a younger sister to support. You are already quite frugal. Trust me, I can manage this." Lu Fan expressed his gratitude, feeling indebted to Yang Yi, promising to repay the kindness in the future. "Xiao Fan," Yang Yi said, "I need to discuss your employment with you. Remaining in the bureau is not a sustainable solution. Without imports, you will always be a temporary staff member. There are two viable paths. One is to secure a position in the county's public service, and the other is to seek employment in a state-owned enterprise in the city. What are your thoughts?" Lu Fan, having only a superficial understanding of the options, could not discern which was more advantageous. Yet, he felt Yang Ye's genuine concern for him and replied, "Uncle, the only one I can consult at home is my second uncle, but he is also at a loss. I will follow your advice." Yang Yi smiled and said, "Then heed my counsel. Enterprises are enterprises, and the path is too narrow. You should go to Ningyang. In the second half of the year, Ningyang will hold a large-scale recruitment for public institutions. Let us see if we can create an opportunity for you. If this path does not bear fruit, I have other avenues in mind. Once you secure your position, I will find a way to bring you back to the city bureau. As the saying goes, relying on others is akin to swallowing a 3-foot sword. Depending on others is like ascending to the heights of heaven. While offering roses may leave a lingering fragrance in one's hand, the favor bestowed by Uncle Yang is immeasurable. Even if Lu Fan were to offer fine wine in return, he could never fully repay such kindness. Moved, he declared, "Uncle, I can never repay your generosity in this lifetime. With just a word from you, I would brave the mountains of knives and seas of fire without a moment's hesitation." Yang Yi reassured him, "There is no need for formality between us. I have 2 pieces of advice to convey from your father. First, in the political realm, if you are not greedy for wealth, you will not face imprisonment. If you are not greedy for pleasures, you will avoid much trouble. Beware of those who may conspire against you, for they can come from within your own circle. Second, always leave a way out in your dealings, for it ensures future encounters will be amicable. The most despicable individuals are those who, within the confines of their limited power, seek to make life difficult for others. Such people will never go far. Thank you for your wise counsel, Uncle Yang. I will cherish your words." After entering the village, amidst the envious gazes of others, Lu Fan followed Yang Yi into his home, carrying soy milk powder, oil tea, and breakfast pancakes. Grandpa Yang greeted Lu Fan with great warmth, repeatedly expressing sympathy for the unfortunate child and urging Yang Yi to take good care of him. After about half an hour, Lu Fan returned to his second uncle's home. Upon entering, Lu Yao rushed over, grabbing her brother's arm and refusing to let go. His second uncle chuckled, saying, looking sharp, "Xiao Fan has made something of himself. Work hard, and you will one day hold a high office, bringing honor to your parents." Lu Fan modestly replied, "Uncle, I am merely a temporary worker. I am still a long way from being an official." Uncle Air, with a dismissive tone, remarked that it was only a matter of time before one would secure a permanent position. Many temporary workers, including ourselves, have already found stable employment in the city and county. Once one enters through that door, it is challenging to be dismissed. Lu Fan chose not to argue, not wishing to disappoint his uncle, as there were few matters for rural folk to boast about. During lunch, Lu Fan broached the subject with his uncle, saying, "Uncle, I wish to transfer Lu Yao to a school in the city for easier care." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yao's eyes sparkled. Her desire wasn't merely to attend school in the city, but rather to remain close to her only family member. Uncle Air pondered for a moment before responding, "Xiao Fan, can you afford this? I believe it may be simpler for her to board at school, and it would save money in the county. Will Lu Yao's move to the city hinder your work?" Lu Fan replied resolutely, "Uncle, my salary suffices for both of us. We can overcome any difficulties. Having Lu Yao by my side will allow me to work with peace of mind." Uncle Air conceded, "Very well, you are an adult now. Ensure you act with certainty." "Uncle, rest assured, as long as I possess the means, I will look after Lin Xian and Lin Fang." Uncle Air expressed his satisfaction, "You two are brothers. Cherish your bond. A strong man is supported by three others, just as a fence requires multiple posts. In the afternoon, Yang Ye's special vehicle escorted Lu Yao to school. Amidst her reluctance and hopeful anticipation, Lu Fan returned to the city. After a night of contemplation, Lu Fan approached the deputy director of the Human Resources Department, Yu shouting. First thing the next morning, he was aware that the Education Bureau sought to curry favor with her due to her authority over professional titles. Sister Yu, I brought you some breakfast. Yu shouting responded with a charming smile. You little rascal, bringing me gifts without reason is either suspicious or mischievous. Speak up. What is on your mind? Lu Fan grinned. Sister Yu, you know me well. I shall be bold and speak frankly. My sister is in her first year of junior high in Ningyang, and I wish to have her with me for care. Could you assist in transferring her to a school in the city? Yu shouting asked, puzzled. You've just started working and need to take care of yourself. Why not enjoy life instead of bringing along a burden? Can't your parents help? Lu Fan replied softly. Both my parents have passed away. She is my only sister. Oh, Xiao Fan, I'm so sorry. It's all right, Sister Yu. That is in the past. Women often possess tender hearts, and Yu shouting responded decisively. Which school does she wish to attend? Let us go directly to Shiyan Middle School. That institution is the premier junior high in the entire city. Lu Fan cautiously inquired. Sister Yu, will this cause you any trouble? Yu shouting confidently assured him, don't worry. I will inform the Education Bureau shortly. They wouldn't dare disregard my authority over such a trivial matter. Just await the news. Lu Fan expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, Sister Yu. How can I repay you? I mustn't let you feel indebted. Yu shouting waved her hand dismissively. It's a small matter, don't overthink it. Just focus on getting your sister transferred. At noon, Lu Fan took Lu Yishuan to rent an apartment near Shiyan Middle School. They found a cozy 20-square-meter studio adjacent to the school. The ground floor housed shops, and Lu Fan was thoroughly pleased. Despite the rent being rather significant at $300. In the afternoon, Lu Yishuan, leveraging his authority for personal gain, obtained 2 discarded beds, a set of obsolete office furniture, and a pair of sofas from the logistics department, transporting them to Lu Fan's new residence. Once arranged, the place took on a semblance of homeliness. Subsequently, Lu Fan began to acquire various appliances and kitchenware, aspiring to learn the culinary arts. On May 7th, Lu Yishuan drove a public bus, accompanying Lu Fan to Ningyang County. With the assistance of the deputy director of the county's personnel bureau, they successfully completed the transfer procedures for Lu Yao and then proceeded to register her at experimental middle school, where she was placed in an elite class. Upon seeing the room her brother had prepared, Lu Yao was overjoyed, exclaiming that she finally had her own home. However, her joy soon turned to tears as she cried out in delight that she would be able to see her brother every day. From that moment on, the siblings embarked on a journey together, relying on each other for support through life's hardships. Though life was challenging, they sweetened their existence with hope, always able to lift their eyes to the sunshine above. With the favor of benefactors, Lu Fan's work and life brimmed with optimism and aspirations. Dreaming of one day owning a home in Ningyang City, where he could ensure his sister gained admission to a prestigious high school and ultimately a renowned university, thus bringing solace to their parents' spirits in the afterlife. Yet, fate proved to be cruelly unjust, as the heavens seldom align with human desires. What sin is there in simply being born into this world? Why must the sufferings of life spare no one? Just as boundless hope was bestowed upon him, allowing him to grasp onto a lifeline with all his might, he was suddenly struck down, plunging him into an abyss of despair. Chapter 9. A thunderclap from a clear sky in June. Rumors circulated within the municipal committee regarding imminent personnel adjustments in city-level units, intensifying the fierce competition within the Municipal Human Resources Bureau. The loudest voices supported Deputy Director Yang Yi, who was backed by the organization minister Gao Changyuan. On the surface, Deputy Director Leng Jiang appeared to be at a disadvantage, yet he was secretly maneuvering behind the scenes, frequently reporting to the municipal committee and city government, and heading to the provincial capital every weekend, bolstered by the full support of the responsible deputy mayor Lu Shuiren. Despite being from the same village, Lu Shuiren and Yang Yi had never been on good terms, and Lu Shuiren's support for Leng Jiang stemmed from a desire to hinder Yang Yi's progress. Leng Jiang understood well that the political arena was akin to sailing against the current. If one did not advance, one would inevitably retreat. If Yang Yi were to rise, there would be no place left for him in the bureau, and their years of rivalry had created an insurmountable deadlock. In mid-June, Municipal Secretary Gao Yixing convened a meeting of a 5-member group, preliminarily confirming the personnel proposal, with Yang Yi's name included. The investigation team from the organization department was soon to arrive, signaling a resolution to the battle for the bureau chief position. Yang Yi, buoyed by the congratulations of his colleagues, basked in his good fortune. Lu Fan, sharing in the triumph, closed the door to converse animatedly with Lu Yixuan, feeling a sense of security in his heart. It is often said that one should not become complacent in times of prosperity, yet Uncle Yang made a critical misstep, possibly due to overwhelming pressure or temptation. Lu Fan was aware that Yang Yi had recently developed a penchant for gambling, having overheard him arranging a card game while delivering documents. While playing mahjong in Ningyang was commonplace and a vital means of socializing among leaders, this was a precarious moment for Uncle Yang, his judgment seemingly clouded. Lu Fan had the intention to persuade, yet his humble status rendered his words insignificant, and ultimately, he remained silent. This moment of hesitation would haunt Lu Fan for a lifetime. On June 25th, upon receiving the news, Lu Yixuan stayed glued to his office phone, finally receiving a notification from the Municipal Organization Department at 3 in the afternoon, informing him that the inspection team would arrive at the Human Resources Bureau for personnel evaluation the following morning at 10 o'clock. After hanging up, Lu Yixuan eagerly rushed to report to his superiors, and the Human Resources Bureau sprang into action. Everyone was aware that the era of Director Yang was upon them. Yang Yi remained alone in his office, brimming with excitement as the prospect of good fortune drew near. He began to indulge in grand visions of sweeping reforms within the Human Resources Bureau and even contemplated aspirations towards the positions of vice mayor or county party secretary. At the very least, he could retreat to a second-tier role in the People's Congress or the Political Consultative Conference at the deputy department level. With ample time left in his political career, glancing at the documents on his desk, Yang Yi dialed the office phone of Ningyang County Mayor Li Guoquan, and the call connected swiftly. Li Guoquan greeted him warmly, saying, "Director Yang, a time of auspiciousness surrounds you, and great prospects await. Congratulations. In a few days, Secretary Mingxiong and I will come down to personally celebrate. We must indulge in a toast together. Haha, we eagerly await your esteemed presence. I have something to discuss with you. The examination documents for Ningyang have passed the municipal government's executive meeting and are nearly coordinated with the provincial department. Once they clear the municipal standing committee, the provincial department can grant direct approval. Ah, Director Yang, you have alleviated Ningyang's pressing concerns. This is a tremendous support for us. Regarding the child you mentioned last time, I have reported to Secretary Mingxiong. Special circumstances will be treated with special consideration, so please rest assured. We will certainly resolve his issues. Thank you. That child has endured so much. Losing both parents at such a tender age weighs heavily on my heart." After ending the call, Yang Yi felt a sense of fulfillment, finally able to provide closure for his departed friend. Nearing the end of the workday, two card-playing friends visited the office, enthusiastically congratulating Yang Yi and then suggesting that such a delightful occasion should not pass without a game or two. Already drawn into the allure of gambling, Yang Yi found himself captivated by the thrill of winning. Once ensnared, gambling could indeed cloud one's judgment, leading one into a spiral of obsession and moral decline. At this pivotal moment of promotion, Yang Yi foolishly agreed to join the card game, thinking he would play until 8 o'clock and then return home, assuring that he would not impede the organization's inspection the next day. Otherwise, returning home so early would leave him with nothing to do. In this moment of triumph, Yang Yi reveled in the adoration and flattery that surrounded him. As he passed by the offices of Lu Yixuan and Lu Fan, he pushed open the door and instructed, "Please ensure the meeting room is cleaned in advance tomorrow and prepare some fruit." Lu Yixuan quickly rose, saying, "Director Yang, rest assured. Lu Fan and I will take care of it. I am also preparing materials for your inspection." Yang Yi smiled. "There is no rush. We have time tomorrow." Lu Fan, noticing that Yang Yi was accompanied by two others, was driven by curiosity to step outside and see who they were. But all he caught was their silhouette as they descended the stairs, glimpsing only half of one person's face. Returning to the office, Lu Fan quietly asked, "Lu Gu, did you see the two individuals who went down with Director Yang just now?" Lu Yixuan shook his head, replying, "I did not pay attention." Lu Fan inquired again, "What do you think Director Yang has been up to? I suspect he's either drinking or playing cards. Is there any issue with that? What if he gets caught gambling?" Lu Yixuan chuckled, "Worry not. The Public Security Bureau has business dealings with us, and Director Yang is quite familiar with their leadership. In this trivial matter in Ningyang, there is certainly no problem." Lu Fan did not refute. Indeed, Uncle Yang possessed considerable influence. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of unease gnawed at him throughout the day, leaving him restless and agitated, with his right eyelid twitching incessantly. The following day, as work commenced, the office buzzed with activity in preparation for the impending visit from the Municipal Organization Department's inspection team. However, by 8:30, Yang Yi had yet to appear. Since assuming his duties, he had never once been tardy, and Lu Fan grew increasingly anxious, attempting to call Yang Yi, only to be met with the disheartening message that his phone was switched off. By 9 o'clock, the inspection team had already departed. Yet there was still no word from Yang Yi. Lu Yixuan took it upon himself to drive to Yang Yi's home in search of him, but to no avail. At 9:40, the inspection team arrived, only to be met with the astonishing news that the subject of their inspection had not yet reached the office. The team leader personally attempted to contact Yang Yi. They had spoken just the day prior, yet the phone remained off. An inspection without the inspected. The team leader had never encountered such absurdity since beginning his career, and immediately sensed something was amiss, promptly reporting to Gao Yuan, the minister of the Municipal Organization Department. Shortly thereafter, the inspection team withdrew, instructing the Human Resources Bureau to locate Yang Yi without delay and to inform the organization department as soon as any information surfaced. In no time, the unusual situation at the Human Resources Bureau was reported to the Municipal Party Committee and the city government. Secretary Gao Yihong ordered the Public Security Bureau to exert all efforts in searching for Yang Yi. As fate would have it, Deputy Director Leng Jiang was in the capital for medical treatment and had been away for 3 days, while another deputy director, on the verge of retirement, chose to remain aloof from the chaos. The Human Resources Bureau descended into disarray, devoid of leadership, with only Lu Yixuan and Lu Fan frantically searching for Yang Yi. For 3 consecutive days, Lu Fan tirelessly sought out leads, scouring every hotel and tea house in the city, yet he found nothing. Uncle Yang had vanished without a trace. On July 1st, Deputy Director Leng Jiang returned to the office and immediately convened a meeting of all staff, issuing a stern directive to spare no effort in locating Director Yang, even to the extent of publishing a missing person notice in the media. On July 2nd, the Municipal Organization Department appointed Leng Jiang to temporarily oversee the operations of the Human Resources Bureau. By July 3rd, the family had filed a report, prompting the Municipal Public Security Bureau to conduct an investigation into all personnel, for the disappearance of a deputy director was no trivial matter. And the key leaders of the Municipal Party Committee and the city government were calling daily for updates. At this juncture, Lu Fan and Lu Yixuan had scoured every corner of Ningyang City, filled with anxiety yet refusing to give up, tirelessly searching day and night. By mid-July, as hope dwindled and even Lu Yixuan returned to work, Lu Fan remained resolute. As the saying goes, a new ruler brings new ministers. After receiving his salary for the month, Lu Fan was unceremoniously informed by the Human Resources Department that he had been laid off. The reason cited was that he had not signed any employment contract, and the organization was streamlining its workforce to reduce unnecessary expenses. Lu Yixuan too faced a reassignment, finding himself transferred to the labor union. Lu Fan silently packed his personal belongings, leaving his first workplace with a face covered in dust and despair. As he departed, aside from Lu Yixuan, no one came to bid him farewell. The rain fell from the sky, making the ground slippery. He stumbled and picked himself up. A wave of sorrow and helplessness engulfed him, penetrating deep into his very bones. Lu Fan yearned to scream, to tear apart every molecule of air around him, his hands quietly tugging at his hair, utterly despondent, unable to see the path ahead. You suffer alone. You are weary, you bear the burden alone, ultimately. You must rely on yourself to pick up the pieces. Perhaps all of this was never meant to be his. As pain transformed into resentment, and resentment into cruelty. When a man is driven to the brink of despair, he becomes capable of enduring any consequence. Since kindness yields no reward and justice remains unavenged, one might as well metamorphose into a demon. The newly adult Lu Fan underwent a complete transformation. People drift away, warmth fades, and the world feels cold. Aside from Lu Fan offering solace, Yang Yi's home stood desolate. Just a month prior, it had been bustling with life. The curtain had fallen, and all that remained was a dream. The splendor dissipated into emptiness. In late July, the recruitment plan for public institutions in Ningyang County was approved, with a quota of 380 positions, and the hiring process was about to commence. However, the greatest contributor, Yang Yi, had been forgotten, and it seemed as if Lu Fan, who had received Yang Yi's support, had never existed at all. No one uttered a word about him. Regardless of the pain and trials one endures, the heartache and disappointment, time never halts, and life must carry on. In the city, without anyone to look after him, finding work proved difficult. Yang Yi's affairs had sunk without a trace. After much contemplation, Lu Fan resolved to return to Ningyang, for with hands and feet, one cannot starve. It was time to awaken from this dream of Ningyang. Chapter 10. Moving bricks that evening, When his younger sister returned from her evening study session, she was particularly pained to see her brother in such a state of despondency. Unsure how to console him, she could only cling to his arm and nestle close. Lu Fan, not wanting to worry his sister, forced a smile and said, "Yao Yao, I need to go back to Ningyang for work. I can't bear to leave you behind." Understanding, Lu Yao responded, "Brother, don't worry. Our home is so close to school. I can manage on my own. Or perhaps, I should go with you to Ningyang. Wherever you go, I will follow." This was not an option. The experimental middle school was the best in Ningyang, and they had put in tremendous effort to gain admission. Her task was to study diligently, aiming to enter Ningyang High School and bring pride to their parents. Lu Yao fought back tears, not wanting to burden her brother with worry. The pain of the heart can only be healed with time, and Lu Fan embraced his sister, saying, "Yao Yao, focus on your studies. I will strive to come back often to keep you company. Keep this phone at home. Call me anytime if you need anything. Here is 1,000 yuan. Take good care of it, and don't skimp on yourself. I can earn money now. Brother, you don't need to worry about me. I will be obedient and study hard." In Ningyang, the northern district began to develop, with busy workers visible everywhere, and construction sites bustling with activity. Xiaoli approached the foreman, politely asking, "Mr. Wu, I have a favor to ask." "Xiaoli, is this about borrowing money again? It's not easy to earn a bit of hard-earned cash. Are you visiting Ximing every day?" Xiaoli's face flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "Mr. Wu, I have never been to such a place even once. So what is going on?" "A friend of mine dropped out of school and is looking for work. Do you need anyone, Mr. Wu?" With a sweeping gesture, Mr. Wu replied, "Last time, the money I lent was for someone's hospital fees, right? Your character seems reliable. I trust your judgment. Let him come. We have an abundance of work these past 2 years and are in dire need of manpower." "Thank you, Mr. Wu. May I ask when he can start?" "Anytime is fine. Tell your friend that working on the construction site requires hard work. He mustn't be the type to slack off intermittently. Rest assured, he grew up in the village, and aside from his strength, he possesses little else." Upon Xiaoli's return, Du Wenlong hurried over to inquire, "Old 7, how did it go? Did old Wu agree?" "Of course, brother. When our man steps up, he's worth 2. With his character, it's undoubtedly a yes. Fan can start anytime." Du Wenlong playfully tapped Xiaoli on the head and chuckled, "Look at you, so capable. There's a shortage of workers everywhere on the site. All you need to do is run errands and speak up. This will certainly bring some excitement with Fan's return." "Ugly brother, where do you think Fan's supervisor has gone? He's either vanished without a trace or has met his end. Alas, Fan really has had a rough time. Just when someone was willing to help, his support has crumbled. It seems one must rely on oneself. When Fan returns, be sure not to mention this. We wouldn't want to upset him. Don't worry, I'm not foolish." In the morning, after having breakfast with his sister and sending her off to school, Lu Fan boarded the bus back to Ningyang, bringing only a change of clothes suitable for work on the construction site. The northern part of Ningyang City is a grand project orchestrated by the county secretary, Guo Mingxiao. It is said that the government plans to invest billions to create a new city, a new life, and new industries, the 3 New City North. A magnificent urban construction endeavor is swiftly taking shape in Ningyang, with towering cranes and construction sites everywhere. Upon his arrival, Lu Fan spotted Du Wenlong, who welcomed him with exuberance. "Ugly, I could have found my way without your help. Fan, there are at least dozens of construction sites in the north now. You can search until nightfall. Let us eat first. After all, food is paramount. Isn't food provided on the site?" "It is, but it's plain and meager. Let us grab a bowl of stewed meat and noodles before heading to work." The tasks on the construction site are straightforward, devoid of unnecessary complications. Hard work is the primary focus. Within a short time, Du Wenlong thoroughly explained the ins and outs to Lu Fan. At 2 in the afternoon, Du Wenlong took Lu Fan to the construction site to register with the foreman. Mr. Wu was very accommodating, allowing Lu Fan to commence work that afternoon, generously stating that today counted as a full day. Thus, Lu Fan embarked on his career of laboring on the construction site. As a child from the countryside, he was unafraid of hardship or exhaustion, determined to forge his future with his own hands. Every profession has its share of toil and joy. Looking around, one can see numerous construction projects, with workers present in every nook and cranny, all cheerfully engaged in their tasks. The site provides meals and lodging. While the food may not be lavish, primarily stews and steamed buns, it is sufficient to satiate hunger, significantly reducing living expenses. The living conditions are quite dire, consisting of shipping containers, temporary cabins, and in some areas, makeshift tents. In better circumstances, one might have a single bed, whereas in poorer conditions, it is a crowded dormitory. Life on the construction site is a tapestry of both hardship and joy, with its share of bitterness and sweetness. No profession is without its challenges. Yet for Lu Fan and his companions, this is one of the few viable jobs they can hold on to, and they cannot easily relinquish it. Thankfully, they have the camaraderie of Du Wenlong, Yang Mingho, Zheng Ming, and Xia Li to alleviate some of their burdens. Under the hazy moonlight, the brothers gather for a toast, dispelling some of their sorrows. Lu Jinzhu, the fifth brother, has gone off to apprentice as a truck driver, while the sixth brother, Su Xiao Yi, is still at home nursing an injury. After only a few days of work, having begun to adapt to the rigors of the construction site, Lu Yixuan called with devastating news. Xiao Fan, it has been found. Lu Fan held his breath, his hand trembling around the phone. On the back mountain, he was hanged. By the time they discovered him, he was already decomposed. Xiao Fan, are you listening? Lu Fan pounded his chest, took a deep breath to steady himself, and asked. Lu Ge, where is he now? He learned that the matter was under investigation, with a gag order issued by the Bureau, prohibiting any discussion or dissemination of information. Though he had suspected something was amiss, the reality of the tragic news struck him like a thunderclap, casting his world into darkness, his mind clouded, and his heart weighed down with an indescribable sorrow, tears streaming down his face. Lu Ge, there is nothing we can do right now. Please keep me informed of any updates. Xiao Fan, take care. Those who do evil will surely face retribution. But do evildoers truly face consequences? The reality is that instead of punishment, they thrive and grow even more powerful in their malfeasance. Though lacking concrete evidence, Lu Fan clung to the belief that those who benefit are often the masterminds behind the schemes. Lung Jiang has been appointed as the bureau chief and has become Lu Fan's second mortal enemy, a feud that will not end until one of them is no more. If the law fails to deliver justice, then perhaps a demon will emerge from the depths of hell, enacting vengeance and transforming into a harbinger of justice, ensuring that the wicked suffer painfully for their deeds. In a daze, Lu Fan sought out General Wu and requested leave to go to Yingjiang, determined to pay his respects to Uncle Yang. Arriving at the city hospital's morgue as night fell, Lu Fan was met with a scene resembling a farce. Uncle Yang had died unjustly, yet the Yang family was more preoccupied with demanding substantial compensation from the government than seeking justice for the deceased. Only Grandpa Yang wept inconsolably, unable to express his sorrow, trembling as he burned paper money for his son. There is no greater heartbreak than a parent mourning the loss of a child, especially when that child was the most exemplary and dutiful son. Lu Fan quietly approached to accompany Grandpa Yang in paying homage to Uncle Yang. Upon seeing Lu Fan, Grandpa Yang's tears flowed freely. My child, your uncle has left us. Remembering Uncle Yang's kindness, Lu Fan choked back his emotions and replied, Grandpa, Uncle Yang is gone. But I will take care of you in his stead. My poor son, he left without clarity. How could such a thing occur in this world? Grandpa, do not worry. I will fight with all my might to seek justice for Uncle Yang. Observing the current situation, it appears that Uncle Yang cannot find peace in the near future, and Lu Fan is unable to offer any assistance. After a tumultuous night, he returned home to visit his sister. The following day, laden with sorrow, Lu Fan journeyed back to Ningyang. Regardless of the hardships endured, life must persist, yet the seeds of vengeance have been sown. No amount of reasoning can lead to profound enlightenment. Only through experience, hardship, regret, and pain can one truly awaken from the slumber of ignorance. Throughout the journey, Lu Fan pondered extensively, realizing that in order to avenge his grievances, he must rise above mediocrity. However, in the relentless tide of the mundane world, merely standing firm is a formidable challenge. Aspiring for greatness seems more arduous than scaling the heavens. He found himself engulfed in confusion, uncertain of the path that lay ahead. Yet, a voice within him incessantly cried out, I refuse to live a life of insignificance, to languish in mediocrity. I shall ascend step by step, reaching the pinnacle of the mountains, seeking vengeance and justice, mastering my own destiny. When one harbors lofty ambitions, discontent with the status quo naturally arises, prompting a relentless pursuit of change. After a day of toil, Lu Fan gathered a case of beer and 2 bags of peanuts, inviting his 4 brothers to strategize for the future. As the drinks flowed, Lu Fan proclaimed, Brothers, we cannot remain laborers for a lifetime, can we? The third brother, Yang Mingho, sighed and replied, Brother Fan, we possess nothing and lack skills. What else can we do besides being laborers? The risks of stealing oil are far too great. Lu Fan countered, Even if we work, we must aspire to be craftsmen. Mastering a skill could at least double our wages. Ningyang is set to embark on extensive construction projects in the coming years, presenting us with endless opportunities. I believe that pursuing a trade in renovation is a viable path. While we are still young, we must learn a craft. Zheng Ming interjected. Brother Fan, apprentices earn less than laborers. Our families cannot support us, and even affording meals is a challenge. Furthermore, where will we find a master? There are always more solutions than problems, Lu Fan insisted. We are well aware of who possesses skill on the construction site. With a little charm and persistence, do you think they would refuse to take us on? Would a master deny a hungry apprentice a meal? Once we acquire the skills, we can collaborate as brothers and carve out our own success. Du Wenlong, who had always regarded Lu Fan as his pillar of strength, promptly declared, Brother Fan, I will learn carpentry. Uncle Erden from our village works on the site. He is a carpenter. Yang Mingho added, I shall become a scaffold worker. Zheng Ming chimed in. Then I will learn masonry. Laying tile seems appealing. Vision shapes one's destiny, and ideas dictate one's path. This was the best course of action they could conceive at that moment. Chapter 11. As an accountant, those who have never labored on a construction site cannot fathom the hardships endured there. Working under the stars and the sun, one strives to meet deadlines, rising at dawn during the sweltering summer to complete as much work as possible before the scorching heat sets in. Once on the job, there is rarely time to drink water or take restroom breaks, with almost no moments of respite. The environment of the site is noisy and fraught with danger, demanding heightened mental alertness. Workers possess substantial appetites. Even women can consume a large bowl of rice. Without adequate nourishment, one lacks the strength to maneuver those heavy carts laden with hundreds of pounds, to lift thousands of bricks, or to carry bags of cement. Without a midday rest, exhaustion sets in by afternoon. Workers often find a piece of wood to serve as a makeshift bed, and soon the air is filled with the sounds of their collective snoring. The ordinary laborer engages in tasks devoid of technical complexity, while the skilled worker possesses a certain level of expertise and craftsmanship. The remuneration for tasks such as plastering or painting is calculated transparently based on square footage. Among the construction crew, the most arduous labor falls upon the unskilled workers, who earn the meagerest wages yet undertake the most grueling tasks. Shuttling back and forth upon the site and serving several skilled workers, performing a myriad of duties. Regardless of rain or shine, they labor incessantly. For each day of work missed equates to a day's pay lost. Lu Fan swiftly acclimatized to this life, performing his duties with commendable proficiency, much to the satisfaction of the foreman. Thus commenced his arduous laboring journey, where occasionally his comrades would indulge in better meals, playing cards, and sipping beer after work, day in and day out, with a clear end in sight. August 15th marked a particularly significant day, one that would unknowingly alter Lu Fan's destiny. While laboring at the construction site, he suddenly heard a voice calling out to him. Upon raising his head, he was surprised to see his classmate from the second year. Wu Hong. Setting aside his shovel, he approached, clapping his hands and laughing. It's all dust. I want to shake your hand. What brings you here? Wu Hong, visibly delighted, exclaimed, Lu Fan, it's truly you. You've been rather inconsiderate, disappearing without a trace after leaving school. Have you been working here all this time? About 10 days. After dropping out, I drifted around Yinjing, but when that didn't work out, I returned, Lu Fan replied. Why didn't you get in touch? Have you forgotten your old classmates? Chen Liqiang has been inquiring about you daily. If I told her you were here, she'd be rushing over this afternoon. Please, no. I look so disheveled. I can't face everyone like this. Are you worried? We're classmates. We face challenges together. Remember in our first year when I got into a fight with class 6? You were the first to rush in. I didn't hold back when I laid into Wang Haibin. Lu Fan chuckled, nostalgia flooding his mind for the school days. Yet he understood that they belonged to two entirely different worlds now. When you see Wang Haibin, please convey my apologies. Wu Hong scoffed. That scoundrel? Why apologize? It would be a kindness not to pound him. If you're a true friend, just pass on my message. I trust it was an unintentional remark. We're all classmates. There's no need for deep-seated animosity. What's past is past. All right, but won't you send a message to Chen Liqiang? She has been quite devoted to you, never forgetting. Lu Fan changed the subject. Enough of this banter. What brings you here? Let us put that aside. Come with me. With that, Wu Hong pulled Lu Fan towards the foreman's office. Wu Hong, don't tell me that Wu is your father? Doesn't he resemble me? Well, I've been working for your father. You must be the little heir. Shouldn't you look after me? That's a given. I am the sole heir of the Wu family. He has to heed my words. On this site, you can do as you please. I'll always have your back. Lu Fan laughed, responding, you took that joke seriously? I'm merely a laborer. Who knows when I might leave? Wu Hong forcefully pushed open his father's office door. Wu, the father, was reclining on the bed. Upon seeing his son, he remarked, the money is in the drawer. Be frugal and avoid being a spendthrift. At the very least, Ensure that you pass the entrance exam for a third-tier university next year. Wu Hong approached and pulled his father up, insisting, "This is my brother, a brother for life. You cannot let him suffer. I need to take a nap." Wu responded. Upon recognizing Lu Fan, he added, "So you and Xiao Fan are classmates?" "Oh, I recall Wu Hong mentioning you a few times, but it never clicked. Son, the construction site demands hard labor. There is no easy way out. So you must study diligently and not end up like me." Lu Fan observed the scene with envy. This was indeed a manifestation of paternal love. After a brief conversation, Wu suddenly had a thought and said, "Xiao Fan, you're in your second year of high school, and your academic level is commendable. If you're interested in studying accounting, now is the time. Accountants in the public sector are becoming scarce and overburdened. It's a valuable skill, and opportunities are arising." Lu Fan did not wish to miss this chance and replied resolutely, "As long as Wu is confident in me, I am willing to give it a try. I only fear that I may not grasp it and thus hinder the company's affairs." Wu waved his hand dismissively. "It's merely bookkeeping. What is so difficult about it? Even those who graduated elementary school back in our day could manage it. You are diligent. And that is precisely the kind of person we need for accounting. It's settled then. This afternoon, you will learn from Lu Ting. Focus on the reports and tax filings. After a few visits to the tax bureau, you'll get the hang of it. Since I have committed, I will exert my utmost effort. Please feel free to point out any issues," Lu Fan assured. "Wu, since you are friends with Wu Hong, you may call me uncle. If you apply yourself and excel in this accounting role, I won't treat you unfairly. We'll start your salary at 1,500 per month. And once you can handle it independently, it will increase to 3,000. Uncle, I will work diligently." Wu was in search of a trustworthy accountant and was pleasantly surprised to have resolved this issue so effortlessly. His spirits lifted, he began to educate his son, prompting Wu Hong to hastily exit. Later that afternoon, Wu took Lu Fan to the finance office and entrusted him to accountant Lu Ting. Initially, Lu Fan was apprehensive about the reception he would receive, considering he was stepping into someone else's role, but Lu Ting appeared relieved and smiled. "Wu, you've finally found the right person. If this drags on any longer, I might have to give birth on your construction site. Rest assured, I will train him as quickly as possible." Wu chuckled, "Becoming a government official's wife, you might look down on my meager salary." Lu Ting laughed. "It's just a deputy position, merely a sub-level." Wu remained silent, amused. After all, he was the deputy director of the Urban Construction Bureau, a position of authority. "Xiao Ting, you've been with me for 4 years, helping Hung Jin find its footing. You are undoubtedly the greatest contributor. The bonus of 20,000 is well-deserved. If you refuse again, I'll be angry." That afternoon, Lu Ting began training Lu Fan, eager to impart all her knowledge. The mentor and mentee were both enthusiastic, and with Lu Fan's sweet demeanor, frequently addressing her as Sister Lu, their progress was remarkable. Within 3 days, Lu Fan had gained a preliminary understanding of accounting practices. And due to his diligence and meticulousness, he began to handle tasks independently, much to Wu's satisfaction as he observed from the sidelines. Mr. Wu, having risen from humble beginnings to amass a fortune in the millions, undoubtedly possesses remarkable qualities. Observing Lu Fan's swift learning and diligent work ethic, often seen with a cigarette in hand, occasionally tossing aside a few Hunan kings, his colleagues, including Du Wenlong and others, found it astonishing that their leader had taken up the role of accountant. They admired him greatly and were inspired to seek out their own mentors, exemplifying the profound impact of role models. By the end of August, Lu Ting resolutely decided to resign, believing that Lu Fan was now capable of shouldering significant responsibilities. After some hesitation, Mr. Wu acquiesced, entrusting Lu Fan with the financial reins of the company. During this period, Lu Fan obtained his driving license, mastering the company vehicle while conducting business and occasionally serving as Mr. Wu's chauffeur during social engagements. Returning to Jiang to visit his sister became significantly more convenient, and life began to unfold in an unexpected direction, a reality Lu Fan had never envisioned. Although he felt quite content, it seemed as though his ultimate goal was receding further away, leaving him with a sense of unease. However, a delightful surprise awaited Lu Fan. The homeroom teacher had sent Wu Hong to deliver his and Du Wenlong's high school diplomas. Filled with gratitude, Lu Fan and Du Wenlong tidied themselves up and made a special trip back to school to express their thanks to their selfless teacher, Zhao Peiwei. Mr. Zhao encouraged them to be discontent with mediocrity, to courageously pursue their dreams or even loftier aspirations, which made Lu Fan feel a tinge of shame for not living up to his teacher's expectations. As they bid farewell to their mentor and were about to exit the school gate, a clear voice called out from behind, "Lu Fan, you stop right there." Turning around, he was surprised to see his deskmate, Chun Li-hong. Lu Fan, you returned to school quietly and planned to leave without a word? If it weren't for the end of class, I wouldn't have caught you. Faced with the unexpected encounter, Lu Fan could only force a smile and respond. I haven't been doing well. I'm too embarrassed to face everyone. One day, when I make a fortune, I'll definitely treat everyone to a meal. Chun Li-hong gazed at him with a hint of reproach, her upturned lips revealing her dissatisfaction as she said, You must have a phone. Leave me your number. As your desk mate, I have the right to contact you anytime. Reluctantly, Lu Fan shared his mobile number. After repeating it a few times, Chun Li-hong declared, If I message you, you must reply. If my desk mate values me, he will respond. That's more like it. I have to get to class now. Just a few steps away, Chun Li-hong turned back to Lu Fan, flashing a sweet smile and encouragingly calling out, Lu Fan, keep it up. Du Wenlong felt a pang of jealousy and wanted to interject. What about me? Am I invisible? Fan Ge, that girl definitely has feelings for you. Lu Fan merely smiled faintly, reflecting that they belonged to different worlds. With a life of modest means, how could he dare to enter the realm of opulence? Unbeknownst to Lu Fan, a girl observed him intently from the classroom window, her heart awash with mixed emotions. The ebb and flow of connection, whether to embrace or to let go, encapsulates the essence of life. For Lu Fan, the immediate priority was to amass wealth. As money could resolve all his current predicaments, everything else was merely ephemeral. Chapter 12. Gift Giving at the beginning of September. The bidding for the sports park project in the northern part of the city was about to commence, and various construction companies flocked to it like cats drawn by the scent of prey, for the profit margins of such projects were substantial. Ningyang Construction Engineering Company, Limited, a prominent enterprise within the county, was eager to seize this opportunity. Mr. Wu dedicated all his energy to public relations, working tirelessly from dawn until dusk. Whether hosting lavish dinners or engaging in leisurely games of mahjong and foot massages, his financial expenditures flowed freely, teaching Lu Fan the art of investment and the principle that one must spend to reap rewards. As the workday drew to a close, Lu Fan received a call from Mr. Wu instructing him to prepare 300,000 yuan in cash to be packed in a briefcase, and to reserve a private room at the Ningyang Hotel, ensuring that the menu was set to the highest standard. Following Mr. Wu's directives, Lu Fan opened the safe and, once prepared, took a box of Moutai and a pack of cigarettes before heading straight to the Ningyang Hotel. After securing the private room, Lu Fan began to ponder the menu but found himself at a loss, realizing that selecting dishes was an art form in itself, especially without knowing the number of guests. Consequently, he called upon the manager to curate a selection suitable for 8 people, trusting in his expertise. At 6:10 p.m., Lu Fan heard Mr. Wu's voice and hurried out to greet him, simultaneously instructing the waitstaff to serve the dishes. To his surprise, the guest was Deputy County Mayor Han Shuyang. Lu Fan promptly offered a courteous greeting. Good evening, County Mayor Han. Han Shuyang appeared momentarily taken aback, sensing familiarity, and inquired, Haven't we met somewhere before? Lu Fan recalled Uncle Yang, a fleeting sadness passing over his face before he smiled, and said, I am Lu Fan. I recently worked at the Municipal Human Resources and Social Security Bureau, and I had the fortune of meeting County Mayor Han during a visit with Director Yang Yi to Ningyang. Han Shuyang's expression brightened with recognition. Ah, now I remember. Indeed. Old Yang was a good man. Such a shame. But let us not dwell on that. Let us enjoy our meal. Once seated, with only the 3 of them present, Lu Fan began to light cigarettes and pour drinks as the cold dishes were promptly served. After toasting 3 times, he excused himself from the private room, allowing Mr. Wu and County Mayor Han to discuss matters in private. Old Wu, this young man, Lu Fan, seems quite capable. I assume he returned only after Yang Yi left? Han Shuyang inquired. I am not aware of that. Lu Fan has not mentioned anything to me. He is currently working as my accountant, Mr. Wu replied. Oh, he certainly keeps his secrets well. He is a valuable asset, Han Shuyang remarked. Has Lu Ting left? Rest assured, Lu Fan is merely taking over Lu Ting's position. She has no ties to the company anymore. That is good to hear. Han Shuyang oversaw urban construction, and Lu Ting's husband had been promoted to deputy director of the Urban Construction Bureau, while Lu Ting was the accountant for Hengjin, a company supported by Han Shuyang. Many matters were not fit for public discourse. County Mayor, the bidding for the square project will commence in a few days, and Hengjin has already registered. How shall we proceed? Han Shuyang tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought for a moment before responding. There are still some issues. The 2 main leaders have yet to provide guidance, but County Mayor Lu is keen to take it on. Others are manageable, but you know Lu Chongwei. He is an executive member, and not just anyone can rival him. Even if I oversee it, the project must pass through the executive committee and the standing committee. I will speak with him tomorrow. If necessary, I might have to make some concessions. In recent days, exercise caution and avoid giving others any leverage, as some individuals can be exceedingly unscrupulous, resorting to any means to achieve their ends. Rest assured, I will handle matters diligently. Shortly, I shall instruct Lu Fan to deliver the items to your room. Indeed, Lu Fan seems to have connections with Yang Yi, and being currently without support, it is prudent to utilize available resources. Old Yang has assisted me on several occasions, proving himself to be a commendable individual. Enough of that. Let us indulge in a few drinks. Upon receiving a message from General Manager Wu, Lu Fan returned to the private room and began his duties as a server. The three of them found little amusement in drinking. After consuming a bottle, Han Shuyang proposed to disperse. Wishing to enjoy a good night's sleep after a tiring night of mahjong, he had a long-term reservation at the Ningyang Hotel. Thus, Lu Fan was not needed to book a room for him. General Manager Wu glanced at Lu Fan and gestured toward the briefcase, indicating it should be delivered to Han Shuyang's room. Lu Fan immediately understood and followed Han Shuyang outside. The private room was on the second floor, while the guest room was on the third. Lu Fan, in every profession, there are distinguished individuals. You are still young. Learn and accumulate knowledge, for it will serve you well in the future, Han Shuyang advised. Thank you for your guidance. I shall strive to improve, Lu Fan replied. I find you to be a promising young man. I too hail from a rural background. Work diligently, for the greatest fear in life is the absence of ambition. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to consult me, Han Shuyang added. Lu Fan recognized this as the leader's courteous remark and took it to heart. Upon reaching the third floor, Han Shuyang opened the door and Lu Fan entered, placing the briefcase down. Director Han, this is what General Manager Wu instructed me to deliver, he said. Noticing the bulging briefcase, Han Shuyang felt something was amiss and opened it to discover a book inside. What does this signify? He inquired. Lu Fan replied earnestly. It is the Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Government. Han Shuyang chuckled. Excellent. The Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Government is indeed a valuable read. Cultivate the habit of reading good literature. You are commendable, Lu Fan. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call me. Everyone appreciates an astute individual. Please, rest well, Director Han. I shall not intrude further. Lu Fan replied. After descending the stairs, he spotted General Manager Wu waiting in the lobby and approached him. Wu quietly asked, Have you delivered the items? Lu Fan nodded. All is in order. Let us go home then, Wu said as they departed. During their journey, Wu remarked, Lu Fan, my trust in you is not merely due to your connection with Wu Hong, but rather because I see potential in you. For now, work diligently at Uncle's company. And in the future, should opportunities arise, he will assist you. If you aspire to thrive in the construction industry, you must accumulate knowledge and experience, as this field is quite intricate. Most importantly, you need someone to support you. Han Shuyang is a good man, with a kind heart, and he holds you in favorable regard. Seize the opportunity to engage with him. He may very well be your benefactor. In the realm of Ningyang's construction industry, General Manager Wu enjoys considerable renown, having aided numerous individuals in this field. His philosophy is that having more friends opens more pathways. Indeed, a humble worker under his guidance ascended to the rank of the third largest construction company in the county. General Manager Wu took a particular interest in Lu Fan, believing this young man to be diligent, grounded, eager to learn, intelligent, and reserved, qualities that would undoubtedly lead to future success. Thus, he sought to lend a hand, a testament to his remarkable character. Little did he know that this seemingly inconsequential act of kindness would yield immeasurable benefits for him in the future. Today's events have broadened Lu Fan's horizons, revealing the profound complexities of the construction industry. The necessity of a briefcase has become apparent. He believed the matter would simply fade away, yet little did he anticipate the treacherous nature of this world, where malice lurks and competition is omnipresent. In the stillness of the night, after a carefree outing, Lu Shueji arrived at Hongyi Construction Company, nonchalantly reclining on the sofa, legs crossed. Addressing Li Hongyi, has the ghost been caught? Li Hongyi tossed a small paper bag at him, remarking, I managed to take a few photos, but old Wu is elusive. He didn't deliver in person, sending a young lad instead. All I got was a briefcase, but it appears to contain quite a sum. Lu Shueji opened the paper bag, and upon catching a glimpse of its contents, his mouth fell agape as he cursed. Why this little scoundrel? Who? Our villager, Lu Fan. He bears a grudge against me. How did he get entangled with old Wu? And he is sending money to Han Shuyang? Has this thing become sentient? Li Hongyi expressed some surprise, but shrugged it off, saying, he is just a minor player. Shueji, what does the county chief say? Do we have a chance at this project? The profits are substantial. We could extend the project and increase the budget. enough to sustain us for 2 years. Sighing, Lu Shueji replied, Han Shuyang is the deputy county chief and a standing committee member. My brother can't exert any influence unless Old Wu withdraws or something unforeseen occurs to prevent Han Shuyang from intervening. The two fell into contemplation, gazing at Lu Fan's photograph, recalling the murderous glint in his eyes. Anger surged within Lu Shueji as he clenched his teeth and said, Hongyi, find someone reliable to report to the provincial and municipal disciplinary commissions, revealing the collusion between the deputy county chief and the developers, the covert operations, the rigged contracts, and the corruption. Li Hongyi was taken aback. That would mean a life-and-death struggle, Shueji. We're all trying to make a living in Ningyang. Do we really need to escalate it? Irritated, Li Shueji retorted, if I tell you to go, just go. Why all the fuss? Anyone who dares to encroach upon my financial pathway deserves to be destroyed. If we can involve Han Shuyang, even if it doesn't lead to his downfall, it will certainly create chaos for him. Should he be ousted, my brother could ascend to the standing committee, benefiting us immensely. You're not backing down, are you? I'll find someone else if necessary. With a resigned expression, Li Hongyi agreed, fine, I'll handle it. Involving your brother could lead to greater losses. Lu Shueji smiled. Now that's what I call camaraderie. I await your good news. Remember, we must entangle Lu Fan in this. For reasons unknown. The mere thought of Lu Fan unsettled Lu Shueji. The vengeance for his father's death was unforgiving. Showing mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. Lu Fan must be made to suffer eternally. The following day, upon returning to work, Lu Fan suddenly recalled that the adult college entrance examination was imminent. With over 6,000 in his account, he realized the registration fee would suffice. This was a significant matter, and he could not afford to procrastinate. Though it seemed an unattainable dream, Lu Fan had never relinquished hope. Opportunities favor the prepared, and success is bestowed upon those who take action. Lu Fan had come to understand that correspondence education is an officially recognized qualification, applicable for civil service and public institution examinations. Lu Fan, resolute in his determination, vowed that even if it meant shedding a layer of skin or losing dozens of pounds, he would voraciously delve into his reference books and explore every avenue to enter the system, for that was the path to a promising future. Chapter 13. The initial experience with the Discipline Inspection Commission. There is an ancient saying, a single thread cannot form a line, and a solitary tree cannot create a forest. When a group shares a common heart, the earth transforms into gold. In the modest Pei County, where Liu Bang resided, he was surrounded by stalwarts such as Chao Kan, Xiao He, and Fan Kuai. Li Yuan's supporters hailed from Longxi, and Zhu Yuanzhang's followers were all from Fengyang. With a capable leader and a correct direction, a mere county can achieve great things, and these elders would have abundant opportunities for learning and advancement. Lu Fan understood well that a fence requires 3 stakes, and a hero needs 3 helpers. Thus, during lunchtime, he summoned several brothers to the finance office to discuss the matter of the adult college entrance examination. Upon hearing their leader suggest enrolling in the exam, the others felt it was a fanciful notion. Du Wenlong questioned, Brother Fan, can we even register? What purpose would that serve? Lu Fan replied, I consulted the admissions office. Those who graduated from junior high can register for the high school starting point to pursue a specialist degree. We are all over 18, so we are eligible. With a college diploma, we can sit for civil service and public institution examinations. Xia Li, incredulous, said, Brother Fan, even with a diploma, can we really pass? I've heard that the civil service exam is like 1,000 troops crossing a single log bridge. Aside from you and the second brother, none of us even graduated from high school. Isn't it a bit absurd to think we could take the civil service exam? Lu Fan encouraged. Success lies in human effort. Let's at least secure our qualifications. I've heard that the civil service exam only requires 2 books, and I will motivate you all to study. What if we find a way? Don't you aspire to enjoy the benefits of public service? Yang Mingho inquired, Brother Fan. I know you have our best interests at heart, but how much is the tuition? Can we afford it? It's roughly 3,000 to 5,000 a year. We're still young. We can manage that expense. If anyone falls short, we'll find a way to help each other out. We currently have nothing to lose. So why fear the sacrifice of a frugal lifestyle? Brothers, if you still consider me your elder brother, then trust my judgment. Du Wenlong decisively stated, Brother Fan. I will register. I have enough money. Yang Mingho pondered for a moment before adding, I'll follow Brother Fan's lead. To hell with it. Even if the money goes down the drain, having a college diploma is worthwhile. We will be educated individuals. Lu Jinshuz declared, I'll listen to Brother Fan. I'll register too. Zhang Ming chuckled, let us enroll together. Who knows, we might even meet some college girls. Seeing his brothers all agree, Lu Fan felt a surge of joy. United, they could achieve greatness. Only the injured Su Xiaoyi remained. Lu Fan personally called him, but the sixth brother firmly declined, citing only one reason: money. He didn't want to burden his brothers. A wealthy man is a noble, while a poor man is a mere shadow. On September 4th, before work commenced, Lu Fan received a call from General Wu. As soon as he answered, he heard Wu's anxious voice. Xiao Fan, there are troublemakers at play. Han Shuyang asked me to tell you that if anyone approaches you, be sure to bite down on the copy of the comprehensive mirror for aid in government that was delivered that day at the hotel. Lu Fan was taken aback and promptly acknowledged the message. Xiao Fan, steady your nerves and do not let their mere words leave you in a state of disarray. We are devising a plan. After hanging up the phone, Lu Fan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his heart racing wildly. Yet, upon reflection, he thought to himself, to hell with it. He was merely a runner, and the money in his briefcase did not belong to him. What was there to fear? At 10 in the morning, the arrival of a police car shattered the tranquility of the construction site. Zhang Xiaobin, deputy director of the County Discipline Inspection Commission, along with Wang Yujia, arrived at the site under the guidance of Officer Wang Wenkong from the Qingyuan police station. They made their way directly to the finance office. Pushing the door open, Lu Fan was engrossed in his accounts when he looked up to see the visitors, his heart tightening immediately. He feigned nonchalance and asked, "May I ask whom you are looking for?" Officer Wang Wenkong inquired, "Are you Lu Fan, the accountant from Hengjin?" Lu Fan nodded and replied, "Yes, I am Lu Fan. What seems to be the matter?" Zhang Xiaobin stepped forward, displaying his credentials, his sharp gaze scanning Lu Fan before coldly stating, "Lu Fan, at your young age, you must be aware of your actions. Come with us for an investigation." "Very well, I need to inform my boss," Lu Fan said, neither raising his voice nor questioning, as if he were addressing a trivial matter. Zhang Xiaobin interjected, "No need for that. Your boss has already been taken away." Lu Fan silently nodded, without uttering a word, and followed Director Zhang into the police car. Du Wenlong and several of his brothers rushed over, blocking the police vehicle and loudly questioning. "On what grounds are you arresting someone?" Lu Fan calmly responded, "No, I am cooperating with the investigation, not being arrested. It's fine, I will be back shortly." Once inside the vehicle, Zhang Xiaobin began to extract information. Whether the matter is substantial or trivial is not for you to decide. If one wishes to keep secrets, one must refrain from wrongdoing. "Director Zhang, I would appreciate your guidance. I am completely unaware of any wrongdoing on my part. Isn't the commission supposed to apprehend corrupt officials? I am merely an accountant for a private enterprise." Wang Yujia retorted, "Do you dare to argue? Would we seek you out without cause? You may not be able to accept bribes, but could you not have engaged in bribery?" Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the presence of such youthful and striking officials from the commission. She resembled a doll, exuding an exotic charm, seemingly around his age. Regaining his composure, he questioned, "Esteemed leaders, I truly do not understand why you are looking for me. 6 months ago, I was still a student, and I have only been at this construction site for 2 to 3 months. Wang Yujia started to respond, but was silenced by a glance from Zhang Xiaobin. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle arrived at the detention center, where the commission had an office. It would be a lie to say he was not nervous, especially upon entering the detention center. Lu Fan felt a bead of sweat form in his palm, continually encouraging himself to remain calm and composed, believing that County Head Han would surely have a solution. Once in the interrogation room, Lu Fan sat in a chair, facing Director Zhang and the beautiful official with an air of tranquility, feeling somewhat less anxious. Zhang Xiaobin took the initiative, handing Lu Fan several photographs and asking, "Did you accompany Vice County Head Han Shuyang into the room?" Lu Fan nodded and replied, "The boss invited County Head Han to dinner, and after a few drinks, I was asked to escort him. You entered with a briefcase, yet it was missing upon your exit. Indeed, it was intended for Director Han. I could hardly take it back. What lies within? The comprehensive mirror for aid in government." Wang Yujia could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Are you joking? A copy of the comprehensive mirror for aid in government as a gift?" Lu Fan retorted, "Then what do you suppose is inside? When pursuing a project, one naturally offers money." He added, "Dear sister, one must provide evidence when making such grave accusations. I cannot bear such a heavy charge. Besides, what project am I involved in? I am merely a laborer." Wang Yujia replied angrily, "Even if you are not the mastermind, you are still an accomplice. The law applies equally to all. It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Are you not aware that confessing will lead to leniency, while resisting will incur severity? I advise you to come clean." Lu Fan resolutely stated, "All I know is that the briefcase contains the comprehensive mirror for aid in government. I merely ran an errand. How could I disregard my boss's words? I have never opened the briefcase. That is the minimum standard of professional ethics." Beyond that, I know nothing. From that moment on, regardless of the questions posed by the two, Lu Fan had but one answer: I do not know. At noon, the disciplinary committee provided a working meal: 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, 4 dishes in total with soup. Lu Fan was completely at ease, savoring his meal. Wang Yujia could not help but inquire, where does such an appetite come from? Lu Fan smiled gently and replied, the food is truly delightful. After lunch, the interrogation resumed. But Lu Fan could hardly keep his eyes open and soon succumbed to sleep, a habit formed on the construction site. Such a carefree spirit? Wang Yujia approached and gave him a firm push. Lu Fan, still groggy, murmured, I simply cannot hold on any longer. Please allow me a moment's rest. Dream on. Cooperate with the investigation. I have shared everything I know. I am merely a messenger. Please do not make this difficult for me. I need to return to work to earn a living. My sister and I depend on it. Zhang Xiaobin suddenly remembered that Lu Fan's parents were both deceased, and he felt a rare pang of sympathy for the interrogated individual, saying, Lu Fan, you need not shield or protect anyone. As long as you truthfully address the questions at hand, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. Wang Yujia was nearly speechless, astonished that the usually cold-faced director had changed his tone. When had he ever uttered such words? He was known for his ruthless demeanor towards adversaries, like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves. In this case, Xiaobin was merely following procedure and had no intention of being overly harsh. For he understood that Hong Tao held a deep respect for Director Han, a respect that was genuine. Lu Fan could only maintain his singular narrative regarding the comprehensive mirror for aid in government, denying all else. The entire afternoon was spent in a futile back and forth, and Lu Fan was relieved that his fears of extrajudicial punishment did not materialize. He felt a sense of reassurance, knowing it was merely a test of endurance. Lu Fan constantly reminded himself that the more arduous the trial, the more he must not succumb to despair. If he could endure, he would prevail. If he could not, he might find himself out of the game, possibly even life itself. There is no hardship that cannot be overcome, no difficulty that cannot be resolved. As long as one has the courage to endure, the capacity to withstand, and the willingness to persevere, rewards shall surely follow. And he would earn Han Shuyang's trust. This was the only lifeline Lu Fan could conceive at that moment. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Director Zhang Xiaobin and Wang Yujia departed, replaced by the disciplinary committee officer, Sun Xiaojia. The interrogation continued until 2 in the morning, finally coming to an end. Lu Fan had never felt so utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Upon returning to his quarters, Lu Fan collapsed into a deep slumber. Yet scarcely had he drifted into the realm of dreams when he was jolted awake by Sun Xiaojia, who insisted on verifying a matter of importance. Thus, he found himself once again in the interrogation room. This was the most taxing hour for a person, and in his drowsy state, it was all too easy to let down his guard. Lu Fan summoned every ounce of mental fortitude to avoid uttering any missteps. After enduring a nondescript interrogation that lasted over an hour, he finally returned to his room. Barely having slept for half an hour, he was roused again by Sun Xiaojia, this time to inform him that breakfast was served. Lu Fan was on the verge of despair, finally understanding the profound joy of a restful night as sleep. During the interrogation, Director Zhang Xiaobin and Wang Yujia came to relieve each other, and Lu Fan felt as if his senses were slipping away. Chapter 14. Re-emergence into the light. On the morning of September 6th, Han Shuyang emerged from the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Commission, his face etched with fatigue. His thoughts immediately turned to the young man, grateful that Lu Fan had withstood the pressure and had the foresight to bring along the comprehensive mirror for aid in government. Otherwise, even with connections, it would have been a challenge to navigate through, especially given the nature of the anonymous report. With the key figure unharmed, Lu Fan was naturally released, stepping out of the detention center and into the sunlight, as if reborn. At that moment, Lu Fan felt as though his spirit and body had become disassociated. The 3-day ordeal had left him haunted, instilling within him a fear of the disciplinary committee, where physical harm paled in comparison to the psychological torment endured. As he wandered through the drizzle, a wave of melancholy swept over him, and he felt a surge of sorrow rise within his heart. No one had come to collect him, and with no bus in sight, he faced a 30-minute walk to the street, reflecting on the ravages of life, the injustices of fate, his family's struggles, and the uncertain future ahead. Lu Fan's inner voice cried out, "One day, I shall confront the vast expanse of the universe and trample all suffering, injustice, and hatred beneath my feet. Without destruction, there can be no creation. Before one can awaken, they must endure the shedding of their very skin, stripped of desires and emotions, left destitute, yet resilient in spirit." indifferent to life and death, reborn anew through profound transformation. In this world, apart from the inevitabilities of poverty and aging, all that one desires must be pursued with relentless effort. Lu Fan began to strategize on how to turn this crisis into an opportunity, refusing to have suffered in vain while those in power remained indifferent. Life is as fragile as an ant, yet one must aspire to soar like a swan. Existence is as thin as paper, thus one should cultivate an indomitable spirit. A man of stature, born between heaven and earth, should not languish in the shadows for long. Lu Fan was determined to enter the system, for only by infiltrating it could he hope to create waves and unlock boundless possibilities for the future. As he walked through the rain, a car came to a halt beside him. Xiaobin rolled down the window and said, "Get in." "Thank you, but it's not necessary." Xiaobin insisted, "It's raining. Get in. I'll give you a ride and take you back." Wang Yujie chimed in. "A grown man hesitating like this? Don't mistake kindness for weakness." Lu Fan replied with dignified composure, "Director Zhang, you are busy. I wish to walk for a while." A man must possess integrity and dignity. Besides, Lu Fan had developed a certain apprehension towards those from the disciplinary committee, making the prospect of getting into the car quite uncomfortable. "Very well, we shall proceed. Lu Fan, let me offer you a piece of advice. Abide by the rules and steer clear of the crooked paths. The righteous way of humanity is fraught with trials." "Thank you, Director Zhang, I will." As the car pulled away, Wang Yujie curiously inquired, "Director Zhang, I sense that this Lu Fan is quite extraordinary." Xiao Bin remarked, "The poor fellow. With no parents, dropped out of school this year, and still has to care for his sister. Oh, how tragic." Wang Yujie felt a surge of sympathy, regretting her earlier mockery of Lu Fan. After more than half an hour, upon returning to the construction site, Du Wenlong, who was engrossed in a game of cards, suddenly stood up, and soon several brothers rushed over, their concern palpable. Lu Fan smiled and reassured them, "Brothers, I'm fine truly. I was well fed and cared for these past 3 days." Du Wenlong replied, "Glad to hear that. Brother Fan, I think we should steer clear of that accountant. We can't get the lamb, and it only brings us trouble." "Oh, that's irrelevant. Life is unpredictable and full of uncertainties. We possess nothing, and without perseverance, where will our path lead? Rest assured, I am well now. Perhaps within the misfortune lies a silver lining. Let us observe how things unfold." "Has the boss returned?" "Yes, we all saw him. You all continue with your fun. I shall go greet the boss." Before Lu Fan reached the manager's office, General Manager Wu was already waiting at the door, having seen Lu Fan's return. "Xiao Fan, come in quickly." Once inside, Wu inquired anxiously, "Are you all right?" Lu Fan displayed a look of lingering fear, trembling as he responded, "It was terrifying. I could hardly sleep, and I almost couldn't endure it. Whenever I felt on the brink of despair, I remembered your kindness, General Manager Wu. One must have a conscience and grit through it. Thankfully, I made it out today. That place is no place for humans, and after a prolonged stay, who can guarantee their resilience?" Wu empathized and praised, "Xiao Fan, I truly did not misjudge you. You are a man of strength. Rest assured, we are not rootless trees nor water without a source. This matter ends here. Take this," he said, pulling out 20,000 yuan from his drawer and handing it to Lu Fan. Lu Fan quickly declined, stating, "General Manager Wu, I am merely fulfilling my duties. I cannot accept this money. I understand your financial constraints and the need to care for your sister. Money is the courage of heroes. Gold is the backbone of men. Trust me, take it. This amount is nothing. There will be more in the future. County Head Han just called me to inquire about your situation. He is very pleased with your performance and extends his gratitude. Note down his number and give him a call later. Xiao Fan, when opportunities arise, seize them. What is dignity compared to success? General Manager Wu, I will heed your wise words. However, a gentleman values wealth acquired through rightful means. I truly cannot accept this money, as it is my principle." Seeing Lu Fan's resolute stance, Wu sighed, "You are quite stubborn. Very well, if you want to take it, then don't. Xiao Fan, our building is nearing completion. Please find someone to handle the exterior work, and I will ensure timely payment." Although it remained a form of support, at least it signified collaboration. Lu Fan did not refuse and replied, "Thank you for your consideration, General Manager Wu. Rest assured, I will complete this task with utmost clarity." They had certainly shared hardships together, and after conversing for over half an hour, their relationship had visibly deepened. This incident enlightened Lu Fan to a profound truth. To be of use to others, one must first be useful oneself. Respect is not granted by others. It is earned through one's own merits. Han Shuyang sat in his office, awaiting Lu Fan's call, but as the afternoon drew to a close without any response, he felt puzzled. He had clearly instructed old Wu to ensure that Lu Fan returned his call. After work, Han Shuyang dialed General Manager Wu's number and inquired, "Has Lu Fan returned?" "He has indeed. He resumed work normally this afternoon." "Then why hasn't he called me back?" "Ah, he is probably overthinking it. I offered him 20,000, but he adamantly refused, perhaps fearing you might do the same. This boy is poor yet ambitious." With a nod of satisfaction, Han Shuyang remarked, "Old Wu, please send me Lu Fan's phone number. One must not neglect to reward merit. Failing to appreciate kindness is a disservice to one's conscience." At 8 in the evening, Lu Fan was drinking with his brothers, trying to alleviate his worries when his phone rang. Noticing an unfamiliar number, he answered out of courtesy, only to be taken aback by the first words spoken. "Xiao Fan, this is Han Shuyang. I have been waiting for your call all afternoon." Lu Fan quickly rose, saying, "Please hold on, it's quite noisy here. I'll find a quieter place." Once he reached a secluded spot, he anxiously asked, "Director Han, is there a chance someone may be monitoring our conversation?" "Caution is indeed the mother of safety. You are wise to be vigilant." Han Shuyang chuckled. "This matter is now resolved and will not cause any further ripples. You need not worry. That is a relief. Are you well?" "Haha, if I were unwell, would you be here?" "Xiao Fan, you performed admirably this time, and I must express my gratitude." Lu Fan felt reluctant to accept such kindness, yet found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. To mention repayment would seem presumptuous, and he wished to avoid being underestimated. Regretfully, he said, "You and General Manager Wu are both individuals I respect. What I did was merely my duty. I wish for the safety and health of everyone around me." Han Shuyang sensed Lu Fan's sincerity and, through old Wu, had learned of Lu Fan's challenging family circumstances, evoking his sympathy for this resilient youth. "You are still young. As long as you are willing to strive, the future holds infinite possibilities. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me." With the conversation reaching this emotional crescendo, the opportunity was fleeting, and Lu Fan could no longer suppress his ambitious heart. Setting aside all pride, he mustered the courage to say, "Director Han, my greatest aspiration in life is to enter the system. If you could assist me, I would dedicate my life to repaying your kindness." A profound silence enveloped both ends of the call, and Lu Fan felt an inexplicable tension, his hands trembling. This was the first time he had ever sought help. After a long pause, Han Shuyang replied, "Come to my office. We shall discuss this matter in detail." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's heart raced as he hung up and rushed towards Ningyang Hotel. One must never doubt oneself or the significance of hard work. Talent is not as abundant as one might think. Everyone faces their own mountains to climb. Looking back after a long time, one will realize that there are no shortcuts to success. Only through perseverance can one hope to achieve victory. The light you diligently strive for will eventually illuminate your path. As long as you persistently pursue that light, your life will undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Just as the mountains have their travelers and the rivers have their ferrymen, destiny will not completely obstruct your journey. With dreams as your steed, do not squander your youth. The universe remains uncertain, and we are all dark horses in this race. The gathering continues, and as the drinks flow, the protagonist suddenly disappears. Du Wenlong and the others wait anxiously for a long time, beginning to worry about their leader. Upon dialing the phone, they inquire, "Fan Ge, where are you?" Lu Fan, breathless, responds, "You all continue drinking. There is an urgent matter I must attend to." Du Wenlong is the first to rise, declaring, "Fan Ge, I will accompany you. I would not flinch even if we were to commit heinous acts." "What are you thinking?" "I am off to do serious business while you revel. I will update you later." Chapter 15. The emergence of opportunity upon reaching room 306. Lu Fan takes a deep breath, adjusts his attire, and knocks on the door. Han Shuyang opens the door with a smile, saying, "You arrived in the blink of an eye. Come in and speak." Once inside, Lu Fan sits respectfully on the sofa. Han Shuyang pours him a glass of water and asks, "Tell me, why do you wish to enter the system? If you were to develop in the construction industry, your pockets might be even fuller." Lu Fan candidly replies, "Most people believe that individuals are ranked in hierarchies. Those who can hold official positions are deemed superior, enjoying a relatively prominent social status, fully indulging in the reverence of power, even behaving as they please. The greatest happiness in life lies in becoming an official, securing a family, and bringing glory to one's ancestors." "And what about you? Is this your primary motivation for entering the system?" Lu Fan lays bare his thoughts, lamenting, "Good families are torn apart, while the wicked roam free, ascending in status. Where is the justice in this? To not avenge a great grievance is to forsake one's duty as a child. Since the law cannot uphold justice, I must personally administer punishment to the wicked." This is my lifelong conviction and the essence of my existence. Han Shuyang sighs and responds, you are still young, and your journey ahead is long. If you allow hatred to cloud your judgment and carry the heavy shackles of vengeance, you will live a life of fatigue and sorrow. You are without kin, proud. And if you enter the system with such intentions, your actions may become reckless and merciless, potentially bringing disaster upon yourself. It is a path fraught with peril, and I do not have faith in it. Lu Fan, consumed with urgency, hastily declares, Director Han, I am from the countryside and understand the struggles of the common people. I assure you that regardless of whether my wishes are ultimately fulfilled, I will dedicate myself to doing good within my capabilities. At this moment, the only one who can assist me is you. If I can enter the system, I am willing to pay any price, and I will forever be grateful for your kindness. Determined to seize this singular lifeline, Lu Fan resolves that he will not relent until his goals are achieved tonight. Han Shuyang falls into contemplation, and after a long pause, he says, Xiao Fan, if you only harbor hatred, life will be filled with suffering. What then is its significance? Reflect more on the beautiful things and consider your sister's well-being. Enough, I will assist you with this. I hope you do not make me regret it in the future. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan nearly leaps with excitement, gazing at Han Shuyang with immense anticipation, tears glistening in his eyes, his hands and feet trembling slightly. Do not rejoice too early. Entering the system is not as simple as it may seem. Han Shuyang initially poured cold water on the notion and then remarked, opportunities will arise soon. The county plans to recruit a number of personnel for public institutions by the end of the year. However, does your age and educational background meet the requirements? Regarding this matter, Lu Fan felt he had a certain degree of authority. He reported, Mayor Han, I have already turned 18 and have obtained my high school diploma. I am aware of the county's recruitment. This was the last task completed by Uncle Yang before his passing. He explicitly informed me that he had reached a verbal agreement with Secretary Gua and Mayor Li to facilitate my qualification for the examination, or to arrange a position for me through alternative means. Unfortunately, Uncle Yang met with an untimely accident, and the matter fell into obscurity. Han Shuyang felt somewhat awkward. He was aware of the situation but did not realize that the primary individual involved was Lu Fan. Nevertheless, this could serve as an opportunity. The two principal leaders had indeed made promises, and if he were to bring it up again, they would likely find it difficult to renege, though it might provoke some annoyance. Very well, he thought, considering he owed this young man a significant favor, he would play the villain this one time. For some reason, Han Shuyang had a feeling that fate had predetermined this. The young man before him was destined for greatness, and he wanted to lend a hand to see if he could indeed transform into a formidable figure. Xiao Fan, I will keep this matter in mind, but we must not rush. Timing, location, and human relations are crucial. You must understand that county matters require the Secretary's approval. The mayor can only lend a nod of agreement. As subordinates, we must navigate according to the Secretary's disposition, and we need to find an appropriate opportunity to bring it up, otherwise it may backfire. Lu Fan replied, Mayor Han, I am not well versed in the intricacies of this matter, but I do understand that relationships are essential in getting things done. I came here in haste today, but I will prepare tomorrow. I am willing to invest whatever amount is necessary. Han Shuyang earnestly responded, Xiao Fan, sometimes money is not the most significant factor, especially in your case. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the secretary and the mayor are unlikely to facilitate such matters. Even if I were to muster the courage to advocate for you, I cannot guarantee success. Youthful concern clouded Lu Fan's expression. To help others, one must see it through. To deliver a Buddha to the West, one must accompany him to the end, Han Shuyang said with a smile. In significant matters, maintain your composure. Tranquility leads to stability. Stability to contemplation, and contemplation to achievement. One must not display emotions overtly or express anger visibly to cultivate influence. Rest assured, there are many paths leading to Rome. Even if this route proves impassable, other avenues exist. The county-owned enterprises are relatively easier to enter, and there are opportunities for transitions. Persistence is key. Lu Fan found the situation rather convoluted, lamenting the depths of the complexities involved. Those who hold the power of discourse possess the authority to interpret and manipulate the rules at will, which further solidified his resolve to ascend. Noticing the time was getting late, Han Shuyang cautioned, keep your lips sealed. Even if this matter succeeds, do not disclose it to anyone. Few in this world are worthy of your utmost sincerity. Return home and rest well. Forget the experiences of these past 2 days, and always look forward. Upon returning to the construction site, Lu Fan was enveloped in a myriad of thoughts. He found refuge in a secluded corner. crouching quietly as he lamented the injustices of fate and the hardships of life. Yet, amidst this turmoil, he felt a flicker of joy for seizing an opportunity to alter his destiny. His emotions were a tumultuous blend, and soon tears streamed down his face. Reminiscent of the lyrics, "The invisible pressure weighs heavily upon me. Gradually I begin to lower my defenses, tears flow slowly. Even the strongest among us have the right to feel weary. If behind the smile only heartache remains, why must one endure so wretchedly?" The following day, Lu Fan delved into the intricacies of plastering the exterior walls of the affordable housing project, determined not to squander Mr. Wu's goodwill. If he was to undertake this task, it must be done well. While others meticulously calculated profits item by item, Lu Fan merely needed to examine the financial statements to grasp the particulars. Mr. Wu typically assigned smaller tasks to internal personnel, but the plastering job was contracted at 25 yuan per square meter. Although the profit margin was not particularly high, it was assuredly profitable. Lu Fan had a thorough understanding of the site. Labor costs hovered around 12 yuan, with material expenses approximately 7 yuan, culminating in a profit of 6 yuan per square meter, albeit with around 3 yuan allocated for taxes. If he were to manage it independently, the overall profit could reach around 200,000 yuan, but his brothers, being mere laborers with little experience in this area, necessitated collaboration. Additionally, they would have to procure materials on credit and defer wages, as they currently lack capital. After clarifying the intricacies, Lu Fan summoned several of his brothers to the finance room after lunch to discuss their strategy for success. Upon learning that the elder brother had secured the entire exterior plastering contract, the group was filled with exuberance, brainstorming ideas animatedly. Having never witnessed a pig run, they were all novice workers who had served many plasterers. Thus, they understood the general direction, with careful attention to detail being paramount. Xiaoli proposed that they undertake the work themselves to earn the money, but Lu Fan promptly dismissed this notion, insisting on partnering with professionals to ensure the quality of the work, advocating for a long-term vision. Consequently, they began to deliberate on potential partners and the sharing of profits. After an afternoon of discussions, they agreed to allocate the project profits in a 4-4-2 ratio. Lu Fan would retain 40, his brothers would receive 40, while the remaining 20 would be negotiated. Presently, Lu Fan had more pressing matters to attend to, as he intended to dedicate himself to preparing for the county's civil service examination, thus entrusting the plastering project to his brothers while maintaining oversight of the overall direction. With consensus achieved, the brothers eagerly set out to find plasterers and prepare for the project. After work, Lu Fan visited a bookstore in the city to purchase reference materials for his studies. Inquiring with the owner, he learned that everyone was buying public basic knowledge, and he picked up a copy to peruse. Suddenly, a tap on his back startled him, and turning around, he found it was his classmate, Chen Liqiao. Lu Fan smiled and exclaimed, "What a coincidence, beautiful. Lu Fan, are you buying books too? Let me see what you're getting," she inquired, seemingly bored and casually browsing. "Oh, you bought this book? What is its purpose?" Lu Fan chuckled, "You know me too well. My reading tastes are quite eclectic." Chen Liqiao smiled sweetly and remarked, "Now that you are earning money, aren't you going to treat me, your former desk mate who shared in our hardships, to a meal? I fear the beautiful lady may not have the time or inclination." With an hour remaining before evening study session, she suggested, "Let us enjoy a bowl of noodles nearby." As the two emerged from the bookstore, they were spotted by the physical education teacher, Li Xuezhi, who was on duty at the school gate. He swiftly crossed the road and approached Chen Liqiao, clad in her school uniform, demanding, "Which class are you from? Why are you not focusing on your studies and associating with people from the outside world?" Chen Liqiao defended herself, "He is my classmate." Li Xuezhi scoffed, "What good can come from someone like him? Get back to school immediately. Lu Fan, I warn you, do not pursue our female students, or I will beat you to a pulp." A wave of humiliating anger surged within Lu Fan as he clenched his fists, glaring at Li Xuezhi. The disdainful gaze of Li Xuezhi seemed to mock Lu Fan's audacity. It was clear that he could not hope to win a fight. This scoundrel was a graduate of a sports academy, specializing in combat sports, and students were well aware of his ruthless reputation and influence outside of school, often steering clear of him. Lu Fan chose not to act impulsively, recognizing that such bravado would only lead to further humiliation. A wise man avoids unnecessary conflict. Without power, silence is prudent, and once empowered, words become unnecessary. The path to strength is the only way forward. Chapter 16. The appearance of Wang Hongtao the next day. Han Shuyang knocked on the office door of County Chief Li Guoquan, greeting him with a smile. "County Chief, I have come to report on the employment recruitment plan for your review." Li Guoquan took the proposal, perusing it as he spoke. The birthplace of recent graduates must be Ningyang County, and those from previous years must have relocated their residence prior to June 1st. This recruitment aims to address the employment issues faced by Ningyang residents, ensuring that outsiders do not exploit opportunities meant for our local youth. Understood, I will add that in. Han Xiang replied. After reviewing the proposal, Li Guoquan continued, Xiang, I discussed this with the secretary, and we have decided to schedule the recruitment for November. However, there is something I must specifically address with you. Please, County Chief, proceed, Han Xiang urged. Li Guoquan explained. This recruitment has been approved for 400 positions. You know that in order to facilitate the process, certain special circumstances must be accommodated. I have prepared a list of 11 individuals who require direct hiring. Therefore, the recruitment announcement will reflect 389 positions, but we must ensure that all procedures are meticulously followed. Han Xiang nodded, acknowledging, understood, I will find a way to implement this. Such situations are commonplace. With such a large-scale recruitment, it is inevitable that higher-ups will have their preferences, and it is only natural to consider the offspring of former leaders. Once the work discussion concluded, Han Xiang presented his prepared remarks, saying, County Chief, there is a special circumstance regarding this recruitment that I must report. Go ahead, old Han. Li Guoquan encouraged. Yesterday, Director Yang Ye's spouse called me, expressing concerns regarding her nephew's employment situation. Some of her remarks left me utterly speechless, such as references to burning bridges and the coldness of departed acquaintances. I found myself at a loss for words, resorting to excuses to delay the conversation, as I sensed her emotional state was quite unstable. It is likely that she will seek an audience with the county mayor in the coming days. What a predicament. To speak candidly, the success of our recruitment quotas owes a significant debt to Director Yang's decisive influence. He is a good man. It is truly unfortunate. We are all aware of the situation. I am not one to sever ties once crossed, yet without the secretary's affirmation. It would be inappropriate for me to raise the matter, given its sensitivity. Lao Han, it is imperative that you maintain composure with Director Yang's spouse and provide her with the necessary explanations, should this escalate to the county government. It could have detrimental repercussions, and we would be left without responses. I recommend reporting this matter to the secretary and seeking his determination. Han Xiang deliberately remarked, Very well. You two primary leaders should confer first, and I shall await the county mayor's directive. Li Guoquan immediately interjected. Lao Han, you oversee the recruitment efforts. You are most familiar with the issues at hand. I believe it would be best if you reported to the secretary. Han Xiang did not decline, but countered, that is agreeable, as it falls within my responsibilities. However, as you are the director of the editorial committee, should the secretary inquire about the county government's stance? How should I respond? Li Guoquan pondered for a moment before saying, I have no strong feelings either way. It primarily depends on the secretary's opinion. Nonetheless, we do owe them a debt of consideration. Let us proceed this way. If the secretary consents, I shall acquiesce. If he does not, we shall contemplate alternative solutions. In any case, it is crucial to handle such matters delicately to avoid any public uproar. Very well, I shall visit the county committee to ascertain the secretary's instructions. Han Xiang is indeed quite attentive to Lu Fan's work. Upon exiting the county mayor's office, he made his way directly to the county committee. Several directors were queued outside Secretary Guo Mingxiong's office, greeting Han Xiang warmly upon his arrival, while Secretary Gao Zhiguo promptly entered the secretary's office to report. Shortly thereafter, the director of the Agricultural Bureau emerged, yielding his place to Han Xiang in accordance with the priority system for standing committee members. Once inside, after Gao Zhiguo prepared tea, Han Xiang smiled and said, Secretary, I have a delicate matter to report. Guo Mingxiong reclined in his chair, turning his head slightly, and remarked, Xiang, what new challenges does the old revolutionary face? His demeanor was casual, for they were classmates from middle school. Secretary, Director Yang's wife has approached the county government. Oh, what precisely is the issue? Well, we had promised to facilitate employment for her nephew, and with the county's recruitment efforts about to commence, she has come to inquire whether we are indeed the type to abandon our commitments. Has Lao Yang informed his wife of this situation? What a mess. Xiang, what are your thoughts? Han Xiang, with a nonchalant attitude, replied, I have no particular thoughts. I am resolutely committed to implementing the county committee's directives. However, should this matter be mishandled, I anticipate that Director Yang's wife will surely seek you out, and in her desperation to secure employment, she may resort to drastic measures. Guo Mingxiong sighed. This is indeed a challenging situation. What is Guochuan's opinion? I have reported to County Mayor Li, who indicated that we must honor our commitments and handle this as appropriately as possible, but ultimately, it hinges on the county committee's perspective. He is indeed adept at manipulation. The county chief is the director of the editorial committee and the true orchestrator. This matter is quite complicated. Do you possess any information regarding that individual? Han Shuyang promptly handed over Lu Fan's dossier. While his age is suitable, his educational background only reaches high school. This poses a challenge. Shuyang, if we are to proceed, what strategies might we employ? Secretary, there are only two paths. First, we could covertly manipulate the examination process, granting a special quota to ensure he is admitted alongside those 11 individuals, considering the boy is an orphan, with his father being an official at the Forestry Bureau. Such circumstances could be justified with a supplementary meeting record. The second option involves obtaining a file from another county and then transferring it back. Such maneuvers are not uncommon in Ningyang. Alas, regardless of the method, it remains a troublesome affair, and I truly wish to steer clear of it. Should I provide an explanation to Yang Ye's wife? To distance ourselves completely from this matter? After all, the deceased's affairs are in disarray. She possesses no evidence, and it would merely result in a few curses and disturbances. I will keep a close watch, striving to prevent her from causing a ruckus at your end. If this escalates, our reputation will be tarnished. That old Yang, too, he divulges everything to his wife. Secretary, the recruitment plan will be finalized shortly. We must act swiftly, as the county chief insists that the recruitment cannot be postponed until next year. Guo Mingxiong nodded in agreement. This is imperative. The recruitment approval was granted in 2007, and if it extends into the next year, we must adhere to protocols, avoiding any complications. Shuyang, let me ponder this. This avenue is not easily navigable. Han Shuyang rose and stated, Very well, I shall await your directives. Indeed, we must ensure that Yang Ye's wife remains under control. Devise a solution on your own. I shall do my utmost. Upon exiting the secretary's office, Han Shuyang encountered Wang Hongtao approaching him, suddenly struck by inspiration. He realized that this man is the secretary's most trusted confidant. If he were to lend his support, the likelihood of success would increase significantly. Han Shuyang sensed Wang Hongtao's respect towards him and, for reasons unknown, felt a strong affinity towards Wang, akin to a friendship that transcends age. Wang Hongtao warmly approached, extending his hand in greeting. Hello, County Chief Han. Han Shuyang smiled. Here to report to the secretary? Indeed, seeking funds and policies. Your robust support for Zhou Chuan's endeavors is essential. There is no doubt. I shall certainly back your initiatives. Hongtao, may we converse privately for a moment? I am all ears. After descending the stairs, the two walked side by side in the courtyard of the county committee. Han Shuyang remarked, Hongtao, have you heard about the matter concerning Director Yang Yi from the Municipal Human Resources and Social Security Bureau? Yes, it is common knowledge. The deceased has passed. May he rest in peace. I had a good relationship with old Yang. He contributed significantly to our county's recruitment, and at the time, the county verbally promised to arrange a position for someone. Wang Hongtao nodded. I am aware of this matter. Indeed, a trusted ally. Hongtao, the family has approached us. If we fail to uphold our word, I would feel remorse towards old Yang and his widow. The report you just provided pertains to this issue, correct? What is the secretary's stance? I believe there is a 60% likelihood of proceeding. Currently, however, he is indecisive. What of County Chief Li? He defers to the secretary. County Chief Han, is it absolutely necessary to proceed? I certainly owe old Yang that much. I do not wish to be untrustworthy to the deceased. Certainly, however, I can only offer a gentle encouragement to the secretary, unsure of how significant an impact it may have. While human endeavors are subject to the will of heaven, Hongtao, my gratitude is boundless. Wang Hongtao, smiling, replied, Director Han, there is no need for formality. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall endeavor to fulfill what is feasible, and for that which is not, I shall find a way. As he watched the departing figure, Wang Hongtao's mind was awash with thoughts, for unbeknownst to all, it was Han Shuyang who had aided him in his previous life as a deputy division chief. Upon entering the secretary's office, Wang Hongtao found Guo Mingxiong deep in contemplation at his desk. With a smile, he inquired, Secretary, what troubles you? Ah, Hongtao, you've arrived. Indeed, there is a rather challenging matter requiring your analytical prowess. It concerns this individual. I had promised Yang Yi of the Municipal Human Resources Bureau that I would assist, but now his family has resurfaced with past grievances. Wang Hongtao glanced at the documents, finding the name strikingly familiar, and upon closer inspection, realized it was a former student of his. This matter, both personally and professionally, could not be overlooked. There is an adage that states, without trust, one cannot stand. Without credibility, a business cannot thrive, and a nation without integrity will surely decline. In our small locale, should Yang Ye's spouse cause a commotion, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Yang Ye's situation is already highly scrutinized and sensitive, so I believe it prudent to maintain our distance and avoid any appearance of impropriety. As the county is currently hiring, it may be best to fulfill our commitment through this means, as the process is managed by the county government. If the government consents while the county committee opposes, it could lead to dire consequences for you. Guoming Xiong nodded in agreement. That makes sense. I shall heed your counsel and proceed. This Lu Fan, being orphaned, is indeed quite pitiable. Let us consider this an act of kindness. Wang Hongtao smiled. The secretary's benevolence shall surely alter his fate. Good deeds will be rewarded. For Wang Hongtao, today's endeavor was merely a matter of seizing the moment, a simple act. Yet for Lu Fan, it represented an extraordinary stroke of fortune, granting him a foothold within the system and opening doors to limitless possibilities. Chapter 17. Despondency. Life has taught Lu Fan that existence is seldom a smooth journey. When misfortune strikes, evasion is futile. Only one can rescue oneself, for the ups and downs of life are the essence of the human experience. Perseverance is the key to transformation. As long as one does not surrender, there remains a chance for redemption. Lacking resources, connections, and the luxury of trial and error, he must seize the opportunity presented by the county's recruitment drive. If he were to miss this chance due to insufficient preparation, he would harbor resentment toward himself for a lifetime. Thus, he cast aside all selfish thoughts and devoted every moment to studying public foundational knowledge, enduring solitude and embracing the vastness of his aspirations, for only then could he aspire to poetry and distant horizons. The affordable housing project commenced, and Wuzhongdi, recognizing Lu Fan's potential, remarkably advanced 50,000 yuan as startup capital. Truly a generous soul. Du Wenlong and his associates identified a partner named Go Xiong and Lu Fan. Taking time to meet him, found him pragmatic and knowledgeable, leading to a decision to collaborate. His comrades were well aware that Brother Fan was engaged in significant undertakings. Thus they refrained from disturbing him. Lu Fan, oblivious to the affairs outside, secluded himself in the finance office, dedicating his time solely to work and study, inspiring all on the construction site who observed his diligence, proclaiming that this young man was destined for greatness. As time passed day by day, Lu Fan gradually found his footing, mastering the first 2 sections of public basic knowledge with remarkable fluency. On October 3rd, Lu Fan gathered a few brothers and headed to the examination office to register for the adult college entrance examination. The registration was overseen by an official named Wang Fei, who, intrigued by the young aspirants, most of whom were public servants seeking to elevate their academic qualifications, patiently addressed Lu Fan's inquiries and kindly suggested they consider enrolling in the Open University, which offered a more accessible path to graduation. Lu Fan, receptive to advice, and his companions all opted for the Open University. After paying the registration fee and submitting their photographs, and noticing the area was devoid of onlookers, Lu Fan mustered the courage to approach Wang Fei with a request. Sir, could you perhaps guide us? We are quite apprehensive about our chances of success. Wang Fei smiled slightly and replied, Consultant W. It's not difficult. There are professionals who handle such matters. Indeed, we feel lost, Lu Fan quickly responded. Navigating this on our own would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, and even if we find someone, they may very well be a fraud. Could you recommend a trustworthy individual? Sensing the earnestness of the group, Wang Fei provided Lu Fan with a contact number for him to reach out. In any profession, there exist hidden intricacies and unspoken rules. Lu Fan felt reassured by a recommendation from someone within the system, knowing that one could not easily deceive a seasoned insider. Furthermore, Wang Fei imparted a valuable piece of information. This year's examination would take place in Ningyang. This was indeed good news, as the financial burden was ever present. Taking the exam in Ningyang would only require a day off work, potentially saving them over 1,000 yuan. Upon leaving the examination office, Du Wenlong exclaimed with excitement, Brothers, can we truly become university students? Lu Fan chuckled, Let us wait until we pass. Xiaoli, you are the sharpest among us. You take charge of contacting this person. I've heard they have ways to facilitate substitute testing. It's best to ascertain the market rate to avoid being taken advantage of. Rest assured, Brother Fan, I will handle it meticulously. Haha, soon enough, I, Xia, will be a highly educated individual. Regardless of its future utility, it sounds impressive. The group returned to the construction site in high spirits, and Lu Fan resumed his studies. As small bosses involved in external plastering work, they naturally dedicated themselves to their tasks. Lu Fan had emphasized several times the importance of learning management, details, and the nuances of the trade, ensuring they could handle future plastering jobs independently. On October 4th, the Ningyang County government convened a regular executive meeting, during which they approved the 2007 Ningyang County Public Recruitment Plan for institutional staff, with the written examination subject being public basic knowledge. The number of positions available was reduced from 400 to 388, a fact that all committee members understood without dissent. On October 6th, the County Committee's Standing Committee met to review the recruitment plan submitted by the county government. During the meeting, County Party Secretary Guan Mingxiong instructed that the recruitment process be supervised entirely by the County Discipline Inspection Commission and the Supervision Bureau. He mandated that all personnel involved in the public recruitment adhere strictly to discipline, uphold principles, follow procedures rigorously, and resolutely prevent any form of malpractice or favoritism. Any individual or matter found to be in violation of laws, engaging in fraudulent activities, or leaking confidential information shall be held accountable in accordance with the law once verified. It is imperative to ensure that the public recruitment process is conducted with fairness, justice, and orderly progression. Thus, the recruitment initiative for public institutions in Ningyang has officially commenced, with Han Shuyang serving as the deputy leader of the task force, responsible for specific affairs. On October 10th, the county government issued the announcement for the 2007 public recruitment of staff for Ningyang's institutions, instantly becoming a hot topic of discussion throughout the county. The residents of Ningyang sprang into action. According to rumors, all the funds in the banks were withdrawn, as parents were willing to sacrifice everything for their children's future. Especially considering this was the only recruitment opportunity in recent years. Upon hearing the news, Lu Fan hurried to the county government to scrutinize the announcement, spending half an hour examining the recruitment scope and conditions. However, no matter how he looked at it, the recruitment seemed irrelevant to him. The stipulation of requiring a diploma left Lu Fan despondent. He longed to call Han Shuyang to inquire about the situation, yet he could not bring himself to dial the number. After all, if someone chooses to assist you, it is a matter of goodwill. If they do not, it is their prerogative. Furthermore, this situation was a breach of principles, making it inherently challenging, and Lu Fan did not wish to create an uncomfortable scene. Han Shuyang had been exceptionally busy lately, so much so that he had forgotten to keep Lu Fan informed or share any good news. Even if he were not busy, Director Han would not voluntarily disclose such information. Seasoned veterans understand the importance of discretion in handling matters to avoid unnecessary complications, with the outcome being paramount. Overwhelmed by disappointment and despair, Lu Fan returned to the finance office like a soulless being, lying in bed for the entire morning, suffering yet another significant setback. The myriad flavors of life cannot be distilled into a single essence, and the trials of existence cannot be fully tasted. As the seasons cycle through, must fate be so fraught with tribulation? By the afternoon, Lu Fan received a call from his sister bearing good news. She had secured third place in the school's midterm exams. His sister's call rekindled Lu Fan's confidence. He resolutely vowed not to concede defeat or submit to fate, as surrender would only lead to stagnation. What has been done cannot be undone, and the past is behind him. If this opportunity eludes him, there will be others. In 2 years, once he obtains his diploma, he will reassess his chances, and he shall use this time to thoroughly master the subject of public basic knowledge. The term growth bears no radicals, for one must rely solely on oneself. Lu Fan reminded himself that aside from life and death, everything else is trivial. The greatest fear is losing one's spirit. During times of adversity, one must remain steadfast. Hard work is rewarded by the heavens. Focus on your efforts, and leave the rest to fate. Life can be brutally harsh, and destiny can be relentlessly challenging. Endure. For beyond the trials of unfortunate days lies a reservoir of good fortune. With renewed vigor, Lu Fan picked up his reference books, beginning his preparations for the future. On October 21st, Ningyang was abuzz with activity, as all hotels and restaurants were filled to capacity, thanks to Secretary Guan Mingxiong's direct coordination with the Municipal Committee, Government, and Education Bureau, securing examination centers for this year's adult college entrance examination. As the exams commenced, Lu Fan and his companions anxiously awaited at the construction site, hoping that no substitute test taker would be caught, as that would spell disaster, resulting in wasted resources and the inability to take the exam again in the near future. On the morning of October 22nd, I completed my last English examination. Fortunately, it was a smooth endeavor, and I successfully passed the adult college entrance examination. Now awaiting the results in November to see if I will be admitted to the Open University. On November 1st, the recruitment examination for public institutions in Ningyang County took place at the local high school. As I observed the candidates entering the examination hall one after another, the weight of destiny pressed upon me. leaving me in a state of melancholy. Returning to the construction site, I toiled alongside Du Wenlong for an entire day, seeking solace from the burdens of my heart. Noticing my unusual demeanor, my friends insisted on taking me to a restaurant in the city for some drinks. With the prospect of lucrative earnings on the horizon, Du Wenlong chose a well-regarded barbecue establishment. Though alcohol could not resolve our troubles, it offered a temporary escape, allowing us to momentarily forget our worries. However, the pursuit of inebriation often deepens sorrow. As the evening progressed and the drinks flowed, the younger crowd began to speak more freely, letting their emotions spill forth. After all, whose life is devoid of chaos? We oscillated between despair and self-healing, particularly Du Wenlong, whose inner turmoil only I could comprehend. Just as we were engrossed in our revelry, an unexpected group entered the barbecue restaurant. Several of them were tattooed, exuding a thuggish demeanor, and immediately demanded a private room, insisting that the barbecue be served alongside 5 crates of beer. The ringleader, upon spotting me in the hall, swaggered over and mockingly declared, "What are you kids doing drinking with your meager earnings? Aren't you afraid of drinking yourselves to death? Should I treat you?" Lu Xueji, having already indulged in another round, seized the opportunity to provoke me with scornful words. Yang Mingho, barely containing his fury, retorted, "Lu Xueji, are we feasting off you? Or drinking your liquor? We all hail from the same village. Mind your language." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Xueji's underlings charged towards him, hurling insults and preparing for a brawl. Unable to hold back any longer, I felt the urge to explode, gripping a beer bottle tightly. My companions, undeterred, shared the fire of anger in their eyes. The proprietress, witnessing the escalating tension, hurried over to mediate, urging Lu Xueji to behave and signaling for us to leave. Outnumbered 6 to 10, it was evident that the opposing party were reckless individuals, and I realized the futility of confrontation. I consoled myself with the thought that a wise man avoids unnecessary conflict, stepping back from trouble when necessary, for life is long. Silently, I led my friends out of the barbecue joint. Lu Xueji, intoxicated and emboldened, shouted after us, "You little brats, don't be defiant. Rubbish will always be rubbish. And I will make sure you regret it." Upon stepping outside, I was suddenly jolted back to reality, recalling my previous encounter with the disciplinary committee. Concluding that Lu Xueji was indeed involved, fate had a way of entangling us with our adversaries. Though a fierce desire to confront him surged within me, reason prevailed over impulse. Gritting my teeth, I vowed, "I swear, may my body be the medium, my blood the curse, my soul the oath. Should I fail to bring ruin upon the Lu family, may the heavens unleash their wrath upon me. If there be reincarnation, I shall not return as a human. Count me in, brother. I'm with you, boss." Chapter 18. The intertwined nature of fortune and adversity. The recruitment examination for public institutions had just concluded, and once the test papers were collected, they were dispatched to a commercial vehicle parked on campus. Han Xiang, accompanied by the director of the Human Resources Bureau and the deputy secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, along with 3 others, drove away from Ningyang, destination unknown. The offices of county leaders were overflowing with Ningyang's elite, all eager to secure backdoor opportunities for their children, while the common folk found it impossible to gain entry. Even with offerings in hand, the examination had captured the attention of the entire county. Guo Mingxiong issued a resolute directive during the standing committee meeting. No one was permitted to intervene or seek favors. Any violations would be met with legal consequences. It was imperative that the recruitment process unfolded transparently. Days later, Han Xiang appeared at the county government, where the results of the examination were publicly posted at the entrance. Guo Mingxiong's instruction was clear: to resolve matters swiftly, for the longer the process dragged on, the more complications would arise. Crowds gathered around the announcement boards, eagerly seeking to discover if their children had achieved success. Soon, exclamations of surprise filled the air. "My son has been accepted. Truly a blessing from above. And I spent not a single penny. Ah, my nephew has also succeeded. What tremendous fortune." This examination was remarkably fair. Some candidates began to speculate. Why didn't Li Fei pass? His father is a bureau chief. Amidst the murmurs, Lu Fan squeezed through the throng, repeatedly scanning the list of 388 names, only to be met with disappointment time and again. There were scarcely any surnames matching his own, and certainly not his full name. The last vestige of hope was extinguished. Returning to the construction site, Lu Fan picked up his books, placing all his aspirations on the future, 2 years hence. On November 10th, the county hospital buzzed with activity as the accepted candidates began their physical examinations and political reviews. By November 15th, the county government convened an executive meeting. The final agenda item being the Human Resources Bureau's report on the distribution plan for the 388 newly appointed public sector employees. When Vice County Head Lu Shui's eyes fell upon Lu Fan's name, disbelief washed over him. He read it several times, and the image of the resentful child from the village sprang to mind. He had long heard whispers of a child orphaned by circumstance being granted special consideration, but he never anticipated that it would be him. Lu Shui's composure faltered. A phrase echoed in his thoughts. Wildfires cannot be extinguished. They shall spring back with the spring breeze. He surmised that if this Lu Fan were to rise to prominence one day, he would undoubtedly pose the greatest threat to the Lu family, potentially becoming a calamity. To preemptively thwart any potential danger, it was essential to crush this threat in its infancy. Clearly, this young man had leveraged some connections to receive special treatment. The higher-ups must have been aware, perhaps even the secretary or the county head themselves. With the die cast, Lu Shui had no intention of overturning the decision, but he resolutely believed that this youth must not be permitted to enter the county government office. After the Human Resources Bureau chief concluded his report, each leader expressed their agreement, having privately resolved individual concerns beforehand. However, an unexpected turn arose at County Head Lee's turn to speak. "County Head, comrades," he began. "I have no objections to the others, but I find the allocation concerning Lu Fan to be rather inappropriate. To be candid, I share the same village with Lu Fan, whose parents have both passed away. His father was an employee at the forestry station during his lifetime. In private discussions, this reflects the organizational care and embodies the compassion and humanitarian spirit of the county committee and government. However, I believe such benevolent acts should not be publicly proclaimed, nor should he be placed in a department with high visibility like the government office, to avoid igniting public discourse that could cast a negative light on the government, ultimately transforming goodwill into misfortune." County Head Li Guoquan found this reasoning sound. Initially, this matter bore little relevance to him, and he inquired, "Shui, since you are familiar with Lu Fan, what is your opinion on where he should be assigned?" Lu Shui promptly replied, "Baishu 1 Forestry Station." Han Shuyong, somewhat irritated, knew that this recruitment for public institutions was primarily organized within county departments, with only a handful assigned to the traffic police and local precincts. This individual not only dismissed his own proposal, but also suggested sending Lu Fan to the most remote township and the least desirable position. Truly intolerable. Just as he was about to erupt, the county head interrupted him, directly expressing his agreement. Clearly, one cannot contradict the principal leader in public. Han Shuyong had no choice but to relent, though he felt deeply aggrieved. He had overseen the allocation of work positions, with the leader's nod facilitating adjustments for no fewer than 100 individuals, yet the one he most wished to support was overlooked. What an absurd situation. After the meeting, Han Shuyong deliberately lingered to wait for Lu Shui, jesting, "Old Lu, do you have a grudge against that Lu Fan?" Lu Shui feigned nonchalance, replying, "Not at all. I am considering the bigger picture. Do you think my reasoning is flawed?" He chuckled darkly. "What one does is observed by the heavens. There are deities watching within 3 feet. The cycle of karma is just. The heavens will spare no one." "Old Han, what do you mean by that? Is it necessary to elevate such trivial matters?" "Apologies, I was merely inspired. Sowing discord does not guarantee one a bountiful harvest. Subterfuge behind the scenes lacks the grace to thrive in the light." County Head Lo, your brother is quite impressive. County Head Han, if there are any misunderstandings, please clarify. Never mind. Some matters are best left unsaid to avoid attracting undue attention. With that, he turned and departed. Lu Shui left the conference room last. His face darkened as he muttered under his breath. Upon returning to his office, Han Shuyong dialed Lu Fan's number. Lu Fan was busy with accounts when the phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he was startled to see it was County Head Han. His heart raced, and he struggled to contain his excitement. With trembling hands, he answered, "Hello, County Head Han. Xiao Fan, come to my office, County Government Building, room 306. "All right, I'll be there immediately." After hanging up, Lu Fan dashed to the street, hailed a taxi to the county government, and sat in the car, brimming with renewed hope. Entering the government building, he observed the bustling offices, the leaders and officials appearing engrossed in their work, and he felt a pang of envy. His current dream was to become one of them. Upon locating room 306, Lu Fan cautiously knocked on the door, and a familiar voice beckoned from within, "Please, come in." Lu Fan gently pushed open the office door, finding Han Shuyong diligently scribbling at his desk. He softly greeted, "Hello, County Chief Han." Han Shuyong looked up and replied, "Please, take a seat and pour yourself some water while I finish reviewing these documents." Lu Fan obediently settled onto the sofa, observing the proper etiquette, maintaining a composed demeanor. Before long, Han Shuyang set down his pen, smiling as he announced, Xiao Fan, the government executive meeting and the standing committee meeting have concluded. You are to retrieve your records from the school and submit them to the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau by November 28th. Report to your assigned unit on December 1st. The news felt like celestial music to Lu Fan, causing him to tremble with excitement as he struggled to contain his elation. He fervently expressed, County Chief Han, your kindness is beyond words. I cannot adequately convey my gratitude. Such grace deserves no thanks. In the future, should you require anything, I shall not hesitate. Observing Lu Fan's evident joy, Han Shuyang took the opportunity to impart wisdom, saying, do not become overly excited. Remember, regardless of the circumstances or challenges you face, you must remain composed. Let not your emotions betray you, nor your preferences surface. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to achieve greatness. Lu Fan nodded earnestly, saying, I shall heed your teachings. Xiao Fan, are you acquainted with County Chief Lishui? Lu Fan replied with indignation, I am indeed familiar. Years ago, his two brothers severely injured my father, leading to his untimely death. This enmity is irreconcilable. Han Xiang, realizing the situation, remarked, no wonder he seeks to obstruct your path. I had intended to keep you in the government office for your benefit. But Lu Xue has meddled and disrupted those plans. You will be assigned to the forestry station in Baishu Wan Township. Though Lu Fan was unfamiliar with the intricacies of the bureaucratic system, he understood the disparity between working in the government office near the county seat and being stationed in a remote township. The distinction was glaringly obvious, and resentment surged within him. Han Shuyang reassured, at least you have secured a position. Going to Baishu Wan is now a certainty. The scenery there is pristine. As he spoke, Han Shuyang faltered, redirecting his words. Focus on your new job for now. Opportunities to transfer back may arise in the future. The isolated place you're going lacks even suitable companionship. Surprisingly, Lu Fan remained unfazed. His father had once been an employee at the forestry station, so he felt no aversion to the assignment. He was unaware of the differences in prestige and value among positions within the system, but once he comprehended the implications, his resentment towards Lu Xue would only deepen. Subsequently, Han Shuyang shared various insights and tips regarding the workplace, which greatly benefited Lu Fan and moved him deeply. No one had ever offered him such guidance before, and he resolved to cherish this kindness in his heart for future repayment. Every individual has their spring, a season where joy and laughter abound, and one can indulge in the pleasures of life. As Lu Fan exited the county government, a sense of elation washed over him. Spring had finally arrived, and it was time to cast aside his worries. He embraced the opportunity to lighten his burdens and prepare for the bright future that awaited him. Spring symbolizes the yearning for life and hope for humanity. It is a season brimming with vitality, where all things are possible, different fates for similar souls. The same umbrella, yet differing handles. Perhaps your journey through life is a solitary and protracted one, fraught with thorns. The heavens are ever vigorous, and a gentleman must strive unceasingly. After enduring hardship, sweetness shall eventually arrive. With a resolute gaze towards the future, the path you traverse beneath the stars shall, in due time, blossom abundantly. Chapter 19. Preparations for farewell. The moment to spread one's wings and soar is imminent. Lu Fan's first visit is to General Manager Wu, for one must always express gratitude and see endeavors through to their conclusion. Without Wu's pivotal connections, he would never have crossed paths with County Head Han, nor would such fortuitous circumstances have arisen. Thus, he is the first to whom gratitude is owed. Additionally, as Lu Fan embarks on his new professional journey, the financial handover must proceed smoothly to ensure the company's operations remain unaffected, otherwise he would be troubled in conscience. Entering the manager's office, Wu is reclining as usual. Upon noticing Lu Fan, he lifts his head and remarks, there are cigarettes on the table, help yourself. Lu Fan lights a cigarette and takes a deep drag, declaring, Uncle Wu, I must resign. What? Wu sits up, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Did you say you're resigning? Little Fan, have I not treated you well? Lu Fan hastily clarifies, Uncle Wu, I've been assigned to the Baishu Bay Forestry Station with a civil service position. What? Wu is taken aback, quickly inquiring about the circumstances. Lu Fan recounts the assistance he received from Yang Yi and County Head Han, and Wu's expression shifts to understanding. Little Fan, this is your fortune. I certainly won't hinder your future. When do you start? December 1st. Wu ponders for a moment and says, we need to promptly find an accountant. You should be able to train them before December 1st. Who should we consider? Lu Fan suggests, Uncle Wu. Perhaps you could find someone among your relatives? I promise to teach them swiftly. Oh, my hometown is in Yinzhou. I came to Ningyang to work at 17. I have no relatives here. Those back home have become distant, just like outsiders. Let me think for a while. Little fan. Securing a job is a monumental event for us rural folk. I am truly delighted for you, and I must show my appreciation. With that, Wu retrieves a red envelope from his drawer and, without further ado, hands it to Lu Fan, saying, "Let us not draw attention. This is just a small token from your uncle." Wu always keeps red envelopes ready to deal with various situations. Lu Fan feels the envelope, estimating it contains 2,000, and decides to accept it, with plans to return the favor when Wu Hong takes the college entrance exam next year. Little Fan, why were you assigned to the desolate Baishu Bay? County Head Han should have been able to assist. Lu Fan smiles and replies, "County Head Han has already been a great help. I cannot impose further. We must find a way to transfer you back. There's little development in Baishu Bay. Even becoming the station head would hold little significance. You have great potential. Do not waste it in such a place. Uncle, there's no rush. Let us first focus on starting the job." Right. Take it step by step. Little Fan, although I have never held a job, I have encountered countless individuals who have. To speak candidly, you possess keen insight, boldness, sharp intellect, and composure. As long as you learn to be resilient, strategic, and steadfast, success will be inevitable. In terms of wealth acquisition, it is often observed that honest and kind-hearted individuals seldom amass great fortunes. Those who prosper are typically the reckless, the scoundrels, the unscrupulous, and the rogues. Your invaluable advice, dear Uncle Wu, shall be etched in my heart. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance during my most challenging times, which has indeed bestowed upon me a tremendous fortune. Your kindness shall not go unacknowledged. In the future, I shall heed your words with utmost sincerity whenever I am able. Xiao Fan, similar opportunities present themselves to many. Some seize them, while others merely watch them slip away. Ultimately, it boils down to one's capabilities. If you apply yourself diligently, I am confident you will achieve remarkable success. Uncle will not misjudge your potential. After further discussion, Mr. Wu, in his benevolence, decided to ensure that his goodwill extended to its fullest, stating, "Xiao Fan, the exterior finishing work is due in just a few days. I have assessed the quality, and it is flawless. Since you have just started working and require funds, wouldn't it be prudent to show some appreciation to County Head Han? We must not sever our connections. Let us arrange for your project payment to be expedited." Indeed, Lu Fan found himself in need of this monetary assistance and did not hesitate to express his gratitude once more. Mr. Wu is truly a benefactor, and one must repay even the smallest kindness with great gratitude, for there is ample time ahead. That evening, Lu Fan invited several brothers to a nearby eatery, ordering an abundance of dishes. Du Wenlong, with a smile, remarked, "Brother Fan must have joyous news today, otherwise he wouldn't be so extravagant." Lu Fan raised a glass and, standing, proclaimed, "To brotherhood, a bond for life. I am grateful to each of you for standing by me during my darkest days. You are my greatest treasure. In this life, we shall weather storms together, share in hardships, enjoy feasts, drink to our heart's content, and celebrate our fortunes as one. As the saying goes, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. After countless efforts to rise above, one day we shall stand atop the highest peak, beholding all others as mere hills. I raise my glass to everyone. United in brotherhood, our strength is unbreakable." Du Wenlong and the others stood in unison, lifting their glasses as 6 brothers downed their drinks in sheer exhilaration. Lu Fan filled his second glass, smiling as he announced, "Today, I bring you monumental news. My work has been arranged. On December 1st, I shall commence my duties at the Baishu Wan forest farm." Du Wenlong was the first to exclaim, "Brother Fan, is this true?" Lu Fan replied with a grin, "Absolutely true. Today is a special day for me, and your presence amplifies my joy. Brother Fan, congratulations. Tonight, we must celebrate until we can celebrate no more. Brother Fan, you have finally emerged victorious." The brothers enthusiastically conveyed their blessings, genuinely delighted for their leader, and the atmosphere reached a crescendo. Lu Fan raised his third glass and added, "There is yet another piece of good news to share. Within the next few days, we shall receive the payment for the exterior finishing work. I calculated our profits to be around 200,000, which means each of you will receive 160,000. Hooray! A sum of 160,000 is no trifling amount. It marks the first earnings for everyone, carrying significant meaning, and each face blossomed with joy. However, to receive this money, you must agree to one condition. Lu Fan's statement left everyone puzzled, and Xiaoli curiously inquired, "Brother Fan, what do you wish for us to do?" "Learn. In the realm of public knowledge, One must master the contents of this book with unwavering dedication. Really, Fangu? My friends are not cut out for this. Yet, Du Wenlong resolutely asserted, Fangu, I am willing to learn. After all, it is merely a book. I shall comprehend it thoroughly. The shining examples of good friends laid before him deeply resonated with Du Wenlong, illustrating the boundless power of role models. As young men full of ambition and competitiveness, the remaining few, unwilling to be outdone, expressed their determination to study, proclaiming, We fear not the labor of bricklaying. Why should we fear memorizing a book? With the serious matters addressed, the 6 brothers indulged in a hearty celebration, consuming an entire 5 cases of beer before supporting each other back to the construction site. The following day, Lu Fan awoke in a daze, only to find that his brothers had long departed for work, leaving him, the accountant, with nothing to do. Mr. Wu, wearing a furrowed brow, entered the finance office and lamented to Lu Fan, I've searched all day without finding a suitable accountant. It's driving me to despair. With the notion of nurturing talent from within, Lu Fan suggested, Uncle Wu, what are your thoughts on Xiaoli? I can vouch for his character. Though his academic credentials may be lacking, this young man has been at the construction site for 2 years, proving himself to be dependable and loyal. Why not give Xiaoli a chance? He learns quickly, is quite astute, and possesses a charming demeanor, making him well suited for dealings with government entities. Let us give it a try. If it doesn't work out, we can always make a change. At least we'll have liberated you for now. I'll speak with Xiaoli first. Uncle Wu, are you free tonight? I'd like to visit Ningyang to see my sister. Go ahead, take the car. It'll be more convenient. Mr. Wu was quite generous, adept at winning people over. After all, how else could a man of his humble beginnings achieve such success? Lu Fan had learned much from Mr. Wu, embodying the philosophy that in a trio, one must always have a teacher. In the afternoon, after completing his tasks, Lu Fan took a moment to visit the school and retrieve his records, as he was to report to the Human Resources Bureau in a couple of days. After work, driving the stylish Passat belonging to his boss, Lu Fan set off for Ningyang to see his sister. Baishui Bay lay over 80 kilometers from Ningyang, and with reports of poor road conditions, a return trip to the county would take more than 3 hours. It was imperative to leave ample funds for future visits. As he reached the highway entrance, Lu Fan was spotted by the sharp-eyed Wang Yujia, who waved him down. Lowering his window, he greeted, Director Wang. What a coincidence. Curiously, Wang Yujia inquired, You've got a car now? Are you involved in something illicit? Let us not make baseless accusations. This is my boss's car. I'm returning to Ningyang to see my sister and will be back tonight. Oh, I'm heading back to the provincial city. Could you give me a ride to Ningyang? Surely you don't hold a grudge against me? Lu Fan chuckled. Those with a clear conscience remain untainted, while the corrupt reveal their true nature. I'm not that petty. Hop in. The young girl, devoid of any ulterior motives, chattered incessantly once in the car, quickly sharing details about herself. It turned out Wang Yujia worked for the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, having come to Ningyang for practical training to gain grassroots experience. Indeed, having connections within the government can facilitate one's ascent, and at such a young age, she had already attained the rank of deputy section chief, leaving Lu Fan filled with envy. Discipline inspectors, having been exposed to much darkness, have long since abandoned any prejudice toward the suspect, Lu Fan. Particularly after learning about his background, Wang Yujia felt a surge of sympathy for him, leading to a pleasant conversation between the two. Upon their arrival in Ningyang, Lu Fan made a point to escort Wang Yujia to the train station. On his way home, Lu Fan deliberately purchased some pork ribs, which he stewed while tidying up the house in anticipation of his sister returning from evening classes. Since his sister began her studies in Ningyang, Lu Fan ensured she did not face economic hardship. Yet he found it challenging to provide comprehensive care, as he was occupied with his own struggles for survival. The children of the poor mature swiftly. Lu Yao was exceptionally sensible and resilient, never causing her brother any worry. At such a tender age, she swallowed her grievances in silence, only sharing good news with her brother. After her evening class, Lu Yao made her solitary way home. Upon reaching the ground floor and seeing the lights on in their home, her face brightened with joy, and she hurried inside. Upon finding her brother organizing the room and the enticing aroma of the pork ribs wafting through the air, her eyes welled with tears, and she clung to his arm, unwilling to let go. Chapter 20. Reporting in the unbreakable bond of sibling affection, intertwined by blood, saw the two relying on each other throughout their lengthy journey of life. Sharing the delectable pork ribs with her brother by her side was the greatest happiness for Lu Yao. Yao, I have secured a job, a formal position with a proper establishment, right here in Ningyang. Lu Yao exclaimed with delight, Really? Brother, I am so happy for you. You are finally earning a salary from the government. Her heartfelt concern for her brother was evident. Lu Fan produced a red envelope from General Wu and handed it to his sister, saying, "The place where I work is quite far. Take this money and don't be frugal with your expenses. I've secured a project that will earn several tens of thousands, enough for your university tuition." Lu Yao accepted it without hesitation, tucking the envelope into her pocket with a grin. "I'll save it for you to use when you marry. Rest assured, I will ensure you have enough money. You are in a growth phase. You must eat well. With me away, you must rely on yourself. Don't grow up too small, or you might not find a husband." "Brother, do you still keep in touch with sister-in-law?" "Sister-in-law? Which sister-in-law?" "Jie Tianwei. Let us not dwell on what is best left unsaid. I've been rejected, and we must maintain our dignity." The rejection came from her father, not from her. "Can't you find something else to talk about? Eat up, and after you finish, go to bed early. I need to return to Ningyang." Lu Yao responded with a hint of grievance. "Do you have to go back so late?" "Yao Yao. I work as an accountant for a construction company and must soon head to the forest farm. I need to take the new accountant with me, or I can't leave." "The new accountant is your brother, Xiaoli, and he is still waiting for me in the office." Then hurry back. You can't delay your official work." "Brother, don't worry about me. I've grown up and can take care of myself." In Lu Yao's heart, her brother's future was of utmost importance. At midnight, Lu Fan returned to the construction site, embarking on a hands-on teaching session with Xiaoli, particularly focusing on the aggregation of costs, the taxes involved in the project, inventory and asset management, the prepayment of value-added tax, and the deductions for labor costs. Although Xiaoli felt overwhelmed by a mountain of reports, he understood that Brother Fan genuinely had his best interests at heart, and thus he engaged himself wholeheartedly in learning the intricacies of the trade. On November 28th, Lu Fan, armed with 2 boxes of cigarettes and his documents, made his way to the Human Resources Bureau. It was the first day of registration, and the bureau was teeming with people. Fortunately, Lu Fan arrived before 8 o'clock, securing the second position in line. When the personnel officer saw Lu Fan's file, he immediately stood up and said, "Please follow me." Upon entering the adjacent office, the officer smiled and remarked, "Your file has been specifically noted by the leadership. Given the crowded conditions here, let's proceed with the registration in this room. Please fill out these forms." Lu Fan took the forms and courteously inquired, "May I ask how to address you?" "Oh, my name is Feng Hui," came the reply. Lu Fan promptly produced an unopened box of cigarettes and placed it before Feng Hui, saying, "Greetings, Brother Feng. Please enjoy a cigarette, and I hope you will look out for me in the future." Feng Hui did not acknowledge the gesture, but became noticeably more amiable, attentively guiding Lu Fan on how to fill out the forms properly. Once the procedure was completed, Lu Fan smiled and said, "I owe you a debt of gratitude today. Brother Feng, we must share a meal together." As you can see, I have to gather the files for 400 people within 3 days. I can hardly step away." Feng Hui replied, "Perhaps you could leave me your phone number? Once things settle down, I will reach out to you." Feng Hui chuckled, "Sure. We can get together when we have the time." Although it was mere polite banter, Feng Hui held a favorable impression of Lu Fan. As the person handling the affairs, he certainly recognized that Lu Fan was a unique candidate in this recruitment process and was open to forging a connection. The county government was adjacent to the county center, and today happened to be Saturday. As Lu Fan exited the main gate, he unexpectedly encountered Zhou Tianhui, which made him feel quite awkward. He genuinely wished to avoid her and pretended not to see her, lowering his head like an ostrich. Zhou Tianhui had already spotted Lu Fan leaving the county government and deliberately slowed her pace. Just as they were about to pass each other, she mustered her courage and, gritting her teeth, said, "Brother Fan, do you truly dislike me this much? Not even a greeting?" "Oh, Tianhui, are you not going home for the weekend?" The innocence of their childhood friendship had faded, and this reunion felt more alien than familiar. "My family has come to the county, and we are conducting household registration today." An air of awkwardness enveloped them, as being jilted is a humiliation for any man. "Tianhui, I have matters to attend to. I must be on my way," Lu Fan replied. Zhou Tianhui bit her lip and said, "Brother Fan, it's my father. I didn't mean anything by it. Please don't be angry." Lu Fan sighed. "Focus on your studies and strive to get into university. A severed rope is difficult to tie back together. Once a rift forms between individuals, it becomes unclear where the change occurred, yet the distance remains unbridgeable. In this world, reconciliation exists, but the past cannot be restored. Perhaps you perceive me as petty, yet it is easy to judge when you have not borne the burden of unspoken grievances." As she gazed at the receding figure, Zhou Tianhui felt an overwhelming sense of loss. "The greatest distance in the world is not between life and death, but rather when I stand before you. Yet you remain oblivious to my feelings. Longing, akin to the wind, can reach any corner, and I yearn for the breeze to rise. While it seems you prefer it to cease, even if fate has seemingly decreed that there will be no resolution. Zhou Tianhui steadfastly believes she has always been the daughter-in-law of the Liu family since her birth. In his youth, Liu Fan was aware of having a wife, and as he matured, he instinctively took care of his future bride. However, life dealt him a harsh blow, subjecting him to profound humiliation. As fate draws near and then pulls away, we are but acquaintances in this transient existence. With no regrets for the past, and no debts to speak of, let us part ways, never to meet again. May the rest of our lives be free of encounters, obligations, and lingering thoughts. Liu Fan cherishes this hard-won job immensely, vowing to carve out a life of significance. Regardless of the adversities life presents, I shall accept them all. Even if fate hands me a heap of mud, I will rise from despair. My destiny is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. When others throw mud at me, I will cultivate lotus flowers from it, harvesting their roots to sell, bringing prosperity to my family. Cold rivers, we shall see. One day, I will rise above you all. Upon returning to the construction site, Mr. Wu proved to be quite adept at socializing, personally instructing the finance department to settle the outstanding payment for the exterior plastering work. This is what one might call timely assistance. As Liu Fan received the substantial sum of 80,000 yuan, his hands trembled with anticipation. In a world where people anxiously scramble for mere fragments of silver, this small fortune has the power to alleviate worldly sorrows. While it may not suffice to purchase a car or a house, it will at least ensure that my sister and I are free from want. After securing the funds, Liu Fan's first course of action was to allocate 50,000 yuan and head straight to the county government. To repay a kindness, one must express gratitude. Such a significant favor from County Head Han deserves acknowledgement. Just as he was about to knock on the door, Liu Fan was spotted by County Head Han's secretary, who hurriedly approached him, asking, "What brings you to see County Head Han?" "Hello, my name is Liu Fan, and I need to speak with County Head Han." The secretary, realizing the situation, smiled and said, "You're in luck. No one is inside. Please, go ahead. I am Li Qinggui, secretary to County Head Han." In the county, those who serve the leaders are commonly referred to as secretaries, often holding deputy section chief positions, with some even being chief section heads. Naturally, Liu Fan sought to make a favorable impression on someone close to County Head Han, promptly offering a cigarette and engaging in light conversation. Upon entering, Han Xiong looked up and remarked, "I'm just about to head to work. Are you all set? Thanks to your support, the Human Resources Bureau has already reported, and I will be going to Baishu Bay in 2 days." With earnestness, Han Xiong advised, "Liu Fan, as you prepare to begin your job, be aware that conditions at Baishu Bay are modest. However, it will serve to temper your character. Life is long, and one must endure solitude, resist temptation, and remain steadfast in poverty. Baishu Bay may be the most remote township, yet where there are people, there is a community. Once you arrive, observe more and speak less. The most challenging to discern is the human heart, and the most difficult to understand is human nature. You must think long-term and not be overly concerned with immediate gains or losses. A pot has myriad forms, and people exhibit countless dispositions. The essence of humanity is not a problem. As long as one remains untainted, it suffices. Utilizing individuals is not inherently wrong. One must simply refrain from betraying them. Whether one is affluent or destitute is inconsequential. Gratitude is what matters. Everything may be forsaken, but one's conscience must remain intact. One may endure losses, yet one's integrity must not be compromised. The opinions of others are trivial. What truly matters is that one remains guiltless in their own heart. The profound concern and deep affection from the conversation left Liu Fan both grateful and moved, for since his father's passing, no one had offered him such guidance. After a while, Liu Fan placed his briefcase in the cabinet and said, "Director Han, I am aware that you have extended many favors on my behalf. I can never repay this kindness, but please accept this small token of my appreciation. Otherwise, my conscience will be troubled." Han Xiong's expression darkened as he replied, "Xiao Fan, if it were to elicit your gratitude, I would not have intervened on your behalf. Take it back, or I shall be displeased. And you need not return to my office again." Liu Fan quickly responded, "Please do not be angry. This is not for you. At the very least, I must treat someone to a meal, right? Thanks to General Manager Wu's assistance, I have a bit of work that allows me to show my appreciation. Old Wu is a decent person. Earning money is not easy, especially with a sister to support. I do not need this small sum. You need not concern yourself with obligations. I shall manage that. Focus on your work and strive for future success. You must accept it. I cannot leave without giving." Liu Fan insisted resolutely. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to leave the money behind. Though he was young, Lu Fan understood a fundamental truth. One should not fear incurring favors, as long as one is willing to reciprocate. A relationship flourishes through mutual exchange. Without reciprocity, it becomes estranged. Human nature is not inherently cold. If one party continually gives while the other takes advantage, can such a friendship endure? Once disillusionment sets in, disappointment follows, leading to a parting without a glance back. Not seeking to exploit does not equate to avoiding inconvenience for others. It emphasizes the importance of reciprocity in giving and receiving. I treat you sincerely, and you respond with authenticity. This mutual exchange brings hearts closer, enveloping one another in warmth. Chapter 21. Cypress Bay Xiao Fan. Go to Cypress Bay and focus on your work. I will find a way to see if I can transfer you to the government office. It will be an invaluable experience. Upon exiting Han Shuyang's office, Lu Fan felt his visit was worthwhile. His spirits lifted as he grasped the true meaning of the phrase give and take. To give is to gain. Without sacrifice, there can be no reward. The principle of small sacrifices yielding small gains, and large sacrifices yielding large gains, became clear. Without that 50,000 yuan, it is unlikely that Director Han would have promised to assist in Lu Fan's job transfer. Thus, truly understanding the mechanics and dimensions of sacrifice and gain equates to possessing the key to life and the opportunity for success. A century of existence is merely a repetition of giving and receiving. That evening, a partner named Xiong treated everyone to dinner. This marked Lu Fan's second encounter with Xiong, who struck him as generous and reliable, a person worthy of friendship. Everyone celebrated with joy over their earnings, indulging in merriment until inebriation ensued. In the remaining days, Lu Fan and Xia Li were inseparable, beginning the handover of the company's finances as he prepared to depart from Fudi Hongjin Construction Engineering Company, Limited. Thus, adversity serves as a clarion call, a whip that strikes to awaken one's senses. Tribulations can fortify one's resolve. Without enduring the tempest, how can one behold the rainbow? On December 1st, Lu Fan, in pursuit of his dreams, packed his belongings and set forth. As he sat on the bus bound for Baitree Bay, a tide of emotions surged within him, brimming with boundless aspirations for the future. Indeed, the heavens do not forsake the striving. For a solitary, uneducated villager to aspire for a formal job seemed like a fanciful dream. Yet, a miracle had unfolded in his life, and all he could do was cherish and express gratitude. The route from Ningyang to Baitree Bay offers only 2 buses daily, and the vehicle was packed to the brim with passengers, the aisle also teeming with people. Fortunately, Lu Fan boarded early and secured a seat. Beside him sat a passenger of similar age. Though neatly attired, Lu Fan could unequivocally sense the unmistakable odor of oil emanating from him, a scent far too familiar to be washed away by mere bathing. The journey of over 80 kilometers would take more than 3 hours, a testament to the poor road conditions. The path was riddled with potholes, and the relentless jostling caused several passengers to retch into plastic bags, releasing a pungent aroma that nearly made Lu Fan lose his composure. Yet, the young man beside him appeared unfazed and, feeling bored, initiated a conversation. "Brother, with all your bags, what brings you to Baitree Bay?" A sense of camaraderie arose in Lu Fan toward this fellow traveler, prompting him to smile and reply. "I'm off to work. You seem around my age. Have you started working already? At the township government?" "At the Baitree Bay Forest Farm," the young man responded, his eyes gleaming with envy. "You're impressive. I hear your forest manager, Li Yongji, owns 2 houses in the county." Lu Fan, neither confirming nor denying, inquired, "Are you from Baitree Bay? What is your name?" "I'm Chao Tianma, a native of Baitree Bay." After stating this, he awaited Lu Fan's reaction, which was predictably astonished. "Impressive," Lu Fan exclaimed, nearly choking on his amusement. "My ancestors include Chao Chao, the great warlord." Lu Fan raised his thumb in admiration. "Remarkable. I've never encountered that surname before. Your name carries profound significance." "I am Lu Fan. Where do you seek fortune?" Chao Tianma responded mysteriously. "I shall call you Brother Fan. My father is a carpenter in Baitree Bay, renowned for crafting coffins. None can rival his skill within a 10-mile radius. You must show mercy in the future," he continued. "As for me, I've been mingling around the New River area. I just reported to my workplace today. I lack the capacity to care for anyone. Besides, your father's coffin making must afford him a decent rapport with the forest farm, right?" Lu Fan remarked. Chao Tianma retorted indignantly, "A decent rapport? Li Yongji only recognizes money, not people. Every piece of timber requires a cut. Otherwise, they'll forcibly take it away. Quite corrupt." While hearsay may hold some truth, Lu Fan noted this information, yet remained keen on witnessing the reality for himself. As their conversation progressed, the two gradually warmed to each other, and Lu Fan felt an unexpected affinity with this stranger, Chao Tianma. As noon approached, the bus finally arrived, swaying its way into Baishu Bay Township. Upon disembarking, Tao Taima insisted on treating Lu Fan to a meal, gallantly leading him to the finest lamb restaurant in the area. Unable to decline such heartfelt hospitality, Lu Fan acquiesced, thereby establishing a preliminary bond with this chance acquaintance. After their meal, the two parted ways, with Lu Fan heading towards the forestry station at the end of the street. As he passed by, he caught sight of the Baishu Bay Township government, bustling with activity. Undoubtedly the most frequented location on the entire street. Yet, devoid of the clamor of pedestrians and the vibrancy of urban life, Lu Fan observed only a handful of eateries. A grain and oil shop and several small convenience stores, many storefronts shuttered. The township, despite its stature, exuded an air of tranquility and desolation, which validated the disparaging remarks made by County Head Han and General Wu, rendering it indeed a place where even birds would not deign to defecate. A sense of disappointment and discouragement welled within him, fueling his fervent desire for County Head Han to expedite his return. Upon entering the Baishu Bay Forestry Station, he was greeted by a row of stone kills, flanked by 6 modest bungalows on either side. Aside from a few offices, the rest appeared to be storage facilities, with piles of lumber towering on either side of the courtyard, presumably the collected materials. As he searched from one building to another, he spotted the nameplate of the station head on one of the stone kills and proceeded to knock on the door. "Who is it?" came a languid voice from within. "Hello, head of the station. I am Lu Fan, here to report for duty." "Wait a moment." Shortly after, Lu Fan heard the sounds of someone getting out of bed and putting on shoes, followed by the door opening to reveal a bleary-eyed, bald man. "Are you the newly assigned Lu Fan?" "Yes, head. Here is a cigarette for you." Li Yongji accepted the cigarette with a smile, saying, "Come in. From now on, we shall stir the pot together. Do not be shy. It has been years since anyone new has joined us, and finally, we have a fresh face." Short and stout, with a robust appearance, he bore a reddish complexion, an extraordinarily wide forehead, and unruly black hair. A deep indentation on his left chin rendered his face peculiarly asymmetrical. Judging by appearances, Lu Fan's initial impression was that this man did not seem trustworthy, though he would not dare to express this sentiment openly. "Head, I have just started, and I am unfamiliar with the procedures. What am I required to do?" Lu Fan inquired. Li Yongji waved his hand dismissively. "You need not worry about a thing. Let Accountant Wang Lu bring the roster to assign you your position, adjust your salary, and handle your health insurance. Just focus on settling into your work. I will briefly outline our unit's circumstances. With your addition, we number 7 in total, though 3 are currently on sick leave. Our supervising body is the Forestry Bureau. Our primary responsibilities include: first, ensuring the ecological safety of forest resources, with forest fire prevention being paramount. Second, management of forest land resources. Third, seedling cultivation. And fourth, specialized forestry law enforcement. The remaining duties involve various tasks such as party building and integrity construction. The Bureau will soon conduct a year-end assessment, so you must adapt swiftly." Lu Fan could only respond, "Understood, head. I will familiarize myself with the work as quickly as possible, and I welcome your critiques and guidance on any shortcomings. You young folks learn quickly. You will be just fine. You can handle typing, right?" The assessment materials are rather similar to those of previous years. A few casual modifications should suffice to fulfill the duties. Given the current atmosphere, it seems the director is not inclined to grant any respite and intends to enlist everyone for work without hesitation. After exchanging a few more words, the director stood and said, "Xiao Fan, I shall escort you to the office. It has been tidied up for a few days now, with all the necessary equipment and even a bed provided. No need to trouble yourself. I can manage on my own," replied Xiao Fan. The director picked up the keys and stated, "Come along, let me show you around." Before long, they arrived at a modest building on the right. Li Yongji opened the second room, and an unpleasant odor wafted out, revealing a chaotic yet adequately furnished space. "Xiao Fan, these items were moved in just a couple of days ago. Please tidy them up. After work this afternoon, we shall gather for a meal to welcome you." "All right, director. Please carry on with your tasks," Xiao Fan replied. Once the director departed, Lu Fan began to organize his new little abode. Although slightly damp, this was undeniably the first office that truly belonged to him, holding immense value and significance. While he was cleaning the desk, a cheerful face appeared at the door. "Young man, you must be the new Lu Fan, correct?" Lu Fan quickly inquired. "And you are?" "I am Wang Lu, the accountant for our unit. I was the one who arranged for these items to be moved in a few days ago. I must apologize for the trouble, Brother Wang. No need for formalities. We shall be colleagues from now on. If you find anything lacking, just voice it, and I will have the store deliver it. Thank you, Brother Wang. I look forward to your guidance in the future. After a while, laughter and joviality emanated from the director's office. Wang Lu remarked, the county has finally made some personnel changes, assigning us a new cadre. This makes things easier. Director, I shall not be handling those miscellaneous tasks anymore. Li Yongji chuckled. Young people should be given opportunities. By assigning them more responsibilities, their potential can be unleashed and their capabilities honed, which is beneficial for their growth. However, one must strike a balance. We cannot allow them to interfere with law enforcement matters. Rest assured, I will maintain discretion. He's just a young lad, after all. What does he know? After spending the entire afternoon organizing his office, Lu Fan sat back in his chair, stretching contentedly, and gazed upon his neatly arranged bed. A surge of pride swelling within him. This is the place where I shall fight and live. Today marks my official entry into the system, and I shall strive diligently for a brighter tomorrow. As the end of the workday approached, Li Yongji and Wang Lu took Lu Fan to the largest restaurant in the village. Upon entering the private room, a middle-aged man reeking of alcohol stumbled in. Li Yongji, displeased, remarked, Old Ho, you've started drinking before the workday has ended? Today we are here to welcome our new colleague, and it took 3 calls to reach you. To his surprise, Old Ho retorted, you feast on meat while I can barely sip broth. How can one work under such conditions? How can I be expected to refrain from drinking? He then turned to Lu Fan, saying, you are the new recruit? I am Ho Chisen. You can call me Old Ho. I am Lu Fan. I appreciate your guidance. What guidance can I provide? If you wish to drink, seek me out. But as for anything else, you'll have to see if the director will part with even a morsel. Li Yongji possessed an extraordinary temperament, despite the circumstances. He remained composed and advised, Old Ho, we have new colleagues. Let us not embarrass ourselves. Can we not enjoy a proper meal? Ho Chisen chuckled in response. All right. Since the leader has spoken, we soldiers must comply. Let us drink well tonight with Xiao Fan. Indeed, wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. However, Lu Fan had no intention of entangling himself in their trivial affairs, as he merely planned to pass his days and prepare for a transfer. Chapter 22. The plight of Linfield workers. On December 2nd, Lu Fan officially commenced his duties. Wang Lu made several trips back and forth, handing over a mountain of assorted documents, towering high as a person. The director, Li Yongji, personally outlined a dozen tasks, primarily reports and summaries, aimed at satisfying the Forestry Bureau's year-end assessments, all while claiming that completing these tasks would ensure Lu Fan became thoroughly familiar with the operations. Consequently, the director and the accountant spent their days playing chess and sipping tea, while in the evenings they went out to enforce regulations for extra income. Only Lu Fan toiled day and night, revising documents and filling out reports. Fortunately, with only a handful of employees at the forest farm and meals provided, Lu Fan found this to be the most comfortable period of his life. As the days passed, Lu Fan completed his tasks and began to find himself idle. The core operations of the unit were entirely beyond his reach, and he spent most of his time alone in the vast establishment, feeling akin to a wandering spirit. Isolated in the remote Baishu Bay, Lu Fan felt cut off from the outside world. News from the county was relayed through the local shopkeeper, making him wonder if this was truly what working life entailed. Where was his future? What lay ahead? Should he simply drift along, waiting for death? The greatest disadvantage for an ordinary family is not the disparity in ancestral wealth, but the absence of guidance along the path of growth. How one navigates their journey is left to their own exploration, accumulating experience in a world of unfamiliar and intricate social norms, where a single misstep can lead to a cascade of errors. Each night, Lu Fan was the sole light illuminating the forest farm, his solitude alleviated only by the bottle, filling the void of loneliness with alcohol, letting his desolation seep into the very essence of the place. He yearned constantly, Director Han, please transfer me back to Ningyang. Yet, the very Director Han, whom Lu Fan longed for, was entangled in his own troubles, leaving him little time to assist with Lu Fan's transfer. Vice Mayor Lu Shuaran had recently ascended to the position of Executive Vice Mayor, a person of significant standing in Yingjiang, basking in success and wielding influence. Naturally, Lu Xue, as the younger brother, harbored even greater political aspirations, disdainful of roles in propaganda, political affairs, and United Front work. And unable to access the organization department due to being a local, he set his sights on the position of standing committee vice-county head, currently occupied by the unappealing Han Shuyang. Faced with an obstacle, he resolved to remove it. Lu Xue approached his elder brother's office, refusing to leave until he secured a position on the standing committee. As the elder brother had always been like a father, Le Chuan, who had cared for his siblings since childhood, ultimately agreed to find a way to adjust Han Shuyang's position amidst his younger brother's persistent entreaties. Recently, the city is poised to adjust a number of leadership positions within municipal departments. Lu Shuirun, as the deputy leader of the Municipal Grain Bureau, has specifically requested talents from the Municipal Party Secretary Lin Xiangyang and the Mayor Shui Ronghua, naming Han Shuyang, the deputy county head of Ningyang, to preside over the Earthquake Bureau. As a prominent executive vice mayor, whose influence ranks among the top 5, and a local with deep-rooted connections, even the two top officials must show him respect. In early January 2008, the Standing Committee of the Yingjiang Municipal Party convened, and within the Personnel Adjustment Plan, Han Shuyang was listed, promoted to the director of the Municipal Earthquake Bureau. While some may argue that his rank was elevated, Han Shuyang's political career was on an upward trajectory, yet he was assigned to a less desirable unit, making future advancement challenging. Upon receiving the news, Han Shuyang felt profoundly disheartened and hurried to the city to negotiate, with Secretary Guo Mingxiong also lending a hand. However, the information revealed that the nomination by the executive vice mayor had been unanimously approved by both the secretary and the mayor, leaving no room for maneuvering unless pressured by the provincial committee. Lacking such connections, Han Shuyang resigned himself to his fate and took up his post at the Earthquake Bureau with a heavy heart. His transfer came without warning, catching him off guard and leaving numerous matters unresolved, including Lu Fan's job transition. Given the circumstances and his gloomy disposition, he failed to inform Lu Fan. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, secluded in the idyllic Baishu Bay forestry, remained blissfully unaware, still dreaming of a return to the city. Lu Shui successfully secured the position of deputy county head and took over the responsibilities previously held by Han Shuyang. He promptly began gathering incriminating evidence of Han Shuyang's illegal activities, fully aware of the adage that one must eliminate a snake thoroughly to avoid future troubles. In the realm of politics, secrets are scarce. Having become adversaries, Lu Shui's intention was to subdue Han Shuyang completely, lest he rise again and pose an endless threat. Simultaneously, Han Shuyang was not idle. He initiated the collection of compromising materials against Lu Shui, unwilling to be bullied without a fight. Over the years in Ningyang, the two had engaged in a subtle yet fierce rivalry over engineering projects, each viewing the other as a thorn in their side, leading to an inevitable confrontation. On January 3rd, the Baishu Bay Forestry welcomed its annual year-end assessment, and Lu Fan finally met the three colleagues who had never before shown their faces, creating an unprecedented bustle at the forestry. Deputy Director of the Forestry Bureau, Chen Shui, led the team, and upon arrival, he went directly to the director's office, leaving several officials in Lu Fan's office to review materials. To Lu Fan's surprise, the materials he had painstakingly prepared over the course of a month were casually glanced at and discarded, while the others flocked to the director's office to engage in idle chatter, smoking, and drinking tea. By noon, Director Chen even took the group into the mountains to hunt wild chickens, leaving Lu Fan astonished. Was this not willfully ignoring protocol? In the afternoon, the director hosted a lavish reception for the assessment team in the unit's kitchen, attended by all staff members, where Lu Fan had the honor of toasting Director Chun and other senior leaders, barely managing to make a familiar impression. In the evening, the venue manager and the accountant accompanied Director Chun to play mahjong, while Lu Fan was tasked with keeping some staff company for a game of poker, with the manager providing a capital of 1,000 yuan. At the bar and casino, relationships are easily forged by the late hours. Lu Fan had become acquainted with several individuals, engaging in conversation as they played. Li Yifeng broached a topic, with County Head Lu managing transportation and the Urban Construction Department having departed. It was uncertain which deputy county head would be appointed to oversee our department or if someone external would be brought in. Wang Bingquan chuckled. What's this? Are you contemplating advancement? I heard they plan to promote a deputy county head from within Ningyang, but the specifics of the division of responsibilities remain unclear. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan felt a jolt of surprise. Didn't T County Head Han manage transportation? Was he being reassigned? So, he inquired nonchalantly, Gentlemen, the news from Baishu Bay is rather scarce. Has County Head Han ceased to manage transportation? Wang Yulong laughed. Xiao Fan, your information is terribly outdated. Old Han has long been reassigned to the Municipal Earthquake Bureau, and he was covertly maneuvered out. Wang Bingquan cautioned, Yulong, watch your words. Disaster can arise from careless speech. Lu Fan was taken aback, feeling as though the sky had fallen. Now, his solitary hope seemed extinguished. He yearned to inquire who had orchestrated County Head Han's covert removal. Yet as it was their first meeting, he hesitated to broach such a delicate subject. Lost in thought, Lu Fan soon lost the 1,000 yuan he had, entirely devoid of enthusiasm for the game. By 2 in the morning, the card game concluded. After ensuring the comfort of his companions, Lu Fan lay in bed, speechless for a long while, overwhelmed with a sense of despair. The future appeared bleak and directionless, leaving him to ponder whether he was destined to languish in this desolate place, merely waiting for death. And what of County Head Han, who was the scoundrel that had orchestrated his downfall? He longed to call County Head Han to extend his regards, yet felt insignificant and powerless to offer any assistance. Deciding it best not to complicate matters further. With external support now lost, it was clear that he could not continue to drift aimlessly within the organization. After a month of observation, Lu Fan realized that the venue manager and accountant monopolized the core operations, with law enforcement and seedling cultivation being entirely out of reach for anyone else, relegating him to mere menial tasks. Such was the reality. How could he possibly rise within this organization? Lu Fan pondered deeply, tossing and turning until dawn, feeling utterly at a loss, lamenting the uncertainty of his future. After breakfast, the evaluation team returned to the county town. As they departed, their trunk was packed to the brim with 5 sheep and various local specialties, and the manager had discreetly presented each member with a red envelope. Just as the evaluation team left, 3 long-absent cadre from the forestry station also departed, with Old Home mentioning that 2 of them were engaged in business elsewhere, having placated the manager. The last one was the wife of a county director, who was preparing meals for their child in the provincial capital, while the manager dared not utter a word. In recent days, Lu Fan has broadened his horizons and realized that the grassroots units, including the township government, are filled with absurdities. There are countless individuals drawing salaries without actually working. The entire township lacks any enterprises, resulting in an atmosphere of desolation. Once the workday concludes, the officials either engage in mahjong or indulge in spirits, or they loiter in hair salons, where the proprietress, recently divorced and quite alluring, attracts attention from all the local officials, including the teachers. Prolonged exposure to such an environment inevitably dulls one's spirit and passion, leading to a lack of ambition and an inability to cope with challenges, ultimately sapping them of the courage to instigate change. Lu Fan harbors aspirations and dreams, yearning for the day when he can showcase his talents. He is resolutely unwilling to resign himself to mediocrity. Yet, at this moment, he feels utterly powerless regarding the future, uncertain of where the turning point lies. With days spent in idleness, Lu Fan downloaded a game called Legend onto the office computer, gradually succumbing to its allure as a means to escape the stifling emptiness and loneliness. Chapter 23. The scandal of Baishu Bay. Having been in Baishu Bay for over a month, Lu Fan has grown quite familiar with the area. In the afternoons, he plays basketball at the school and has made acquaintances among some teachers and township officials, discovering that Baishu Bay is rife with scandalous affairs. From the township party secretary to the township head, down to ordinary officials, and including school principals and teachers, there are countless secrets, becoming the favored topic of discussion during casual gatherings. Once one person broaches the subject, everyone speaks animatedly, vividly bringing the stories to life, creating an immersive experience. From the gossip circulating, Lu Fan perceives that there is not a single respectable woman left in Baishu Bay. This is somewhat understandable, as the impoverished locale sees men leave to work elsewhere, often failing to send back any substantial earnings. Some heartless men neglect their families, leaving the elderly and women to suffer at home, making them vulnerable to the advances of officials. With the officials idly passing time, they keenly observe the attractive wives in the community, pursuing them relentlessly. As the saying goes, a good woman fears a persistent suitor, and the inevitable conclusion is that they all succumb. With the new year approaching and the local men returning from work, the seductive melodies floating over Baishu Bay could compose a captivating symphony, as those transient couples hastily engage in their clandestine affairs. Baishu Bay is situated in a forested region, where the position of forest farm director is a lucrative one. Thus, the diminutive yet charismatic Li Yongji has become a notorious figure due to his wealth. Lu Fan has witnessed various women enter and exit Li Yongji's office during late-night restroom visits, gradually becoming desensitized to the sight. However, this has left the vigorous young man restless through sleepless nights, feeling as though ants are crawling in his heart, repeatedly cursing the shameless Li Yongji for seeking pleasure in the forest farm. This is a workplace. The saying, immorality reigns supreme, succinctly encapsulates the essence of human nature's good and evil. This wretched man is destined to meet his demise at the hands of a woman. Perhaps Lu Fan's mounting grievances have drawn the attention of the heavens, and the ever-cunning Li Yongji has finally stumbled. On the 5th day of the 12th lunar month, Lu Fan heard soft footsteps outside and leaned against the window to take a look. It was once again the young woman from the supply store, where the office supplies of his workplace were procured. Lu Fan was well aware of how quickly the office consumables were depleted. The storeroom was overflowing, and they would not be used up by the end of the following year. After she entered, the lights in Li Yongji's office went out. Lu Fan could vividly imagine the scene inside, feeling a parched sensation in his throat. He gulped down a glass of cool water and attempted to distract himself by playing a game, yet a persistent voice in his mind urged him to find a partner, with Zhou Tianhui being the first to surface in his thoughts. Just as Lu Fan was lost in his musings, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps. He rushed to the window again, only to see a man wielding an axe heading towards the office of the field manager. Alarm bells rang in Lu Fan's mind. This was a matter of life and death. Without a thought for his own safety, he dashed outside and shouted, "Who are you? What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" The man paid no heed, reaching the office of the field manager, where he forcefully kicked the door open. A piercing scream erupted from within, followed by the agonizing cries of the manager. Lu Fan hesitated, unwilling to rush in. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to flee, adhering to the principle that a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. He could not risk becoming a victim of this madman. As soon as he exited through the door, he immediately dialed 110 to report the incident. Still shaken, he nervously spoke into the phone. "Emergency. At Baishu Bay logging yard. Someone is attacking with an axe. Please hurry." Given that there was no police station in Baishu Bay, it would likely take an hour for the police to arrive. Feeling a sense of duty to assist, yet too frightened to confront the situation himself, Lu Fan thought of seeking help from the township government and hurried there. Upon entering the gate, disregarding the late hour, Lu Fan's terrified voice echoed through the quiet night. "Help! Someone is attacking during an affair." His cry reverberated like thunder, shocking the township government into action. Instantly, every light flickered on, and soon 5 or 6 women, disheveled and in a state of panic, rushed out from various offices. Seeing Lu Fan at the entrance and fleeing in terror, after a moment, the leaders and officials of the township emerged. Lu Fan quickly shouted, "Hurry to the logging yard. The field manager has been attacked with an axe." Secretary Li Daqiang approached briskly and inquired, "Are you the young man from the logging yard? Has your manager been attacked?" "Why?" At this point, Lu Fan could think of nothing else and replied succinctly, "It seems to be related to an affair. I heard the commotion and came to call for help." With a decisive wave of his hand, Secretary Li commanded, "All officials, grab your gear and head to the logging yard." Li's charisma was compelling, and perhaps they were driven by a morbid curiosity. The officials excitedly sprinted towards the logging yard. Upon bursting into Li Yongji's office, they were met with a shocking sight. Li Yongji lay unconscious in a pool of blood, his head and shoulders gruesomely mutilated, while the woman lay naked on the bed, barely clinging to life, and the assailant had fled the scene. Secretary Li Daqiang pushed his way in and sighed. "What are you all standing there for? Make a call and have the health center dispatch an ambulance immediately. Quickly transport the injured directly to the county hospital for emergency treatment." The deputy township head in charge of education and health, Wang Xiaohua, promptly dialed the phone of the health center director. Once connected, he commanded, "Lao Lu, bring the ambulance to the forest farm right away. Someone has been severely injured. It is urgent." Li Daqiang turned to Lu Fan and inquired, "What is your name again? Go open the gate." "Secretary Li, my name is Lu Fan. I will do it right away." He hurried back to the office to retrieve the keys. "Damn it, what is happening?" he muttered. "Our Baishu Bay is in the limelight again." Before the ambulance arrived, the streetlights illuminated the area, and crowds gathered at the forest farm as if drawn by a marketplace. Whenever there was excitement to behold, no one would hesitate for a moment. No one could hinder the inquisitive hearts of the people of Baishu Bay. Observing some officials peering inside, Li Daqiang scolded, "Have you no shame? Get out of here and close the gate. Do you have any common sense? No one is allowed to tamper with the scene." It is often said that township officials are forged through trials and tribulations, and indeed, this reputation holds true. Secretary Li's temper was formidable, his voice booming like thunder, yet one could understand. How could a soft-spoken individual manage this band of local officials? Much of the work in the township requires confrontation with the farmers. In the past decade, when implementing family planning and collecting agricultural taxes, it often involved breaking windows and confronting stubborn cattle. Without a bit of tenacity, one could hardly achieve results. Li Daqiang was precisely the type of cadre molded in that era, exuding an undeniable fierceness. Before long, the ambulance roared onto the scene. As the director ran towards them, he inquired, "What is the situation?" Li Daqiang replied. It seems he is still breathing. Hurry and take him to the county hospital. Professional matters must be handled by professionals. Shortly thereafter, 2 stretchers carried the injured onto the ambulance, which sped away with sirens blaring towards the county town. With the excitement dissipated, the onlookers and officials were shooed away by Secretary Li Daqiang, leaving only a few leaders and 2 officials to secure the scene. Approximately half an hour later, a police car finally arrived. The police station chief, Miao Guohui, personally led the team, greeting Secretary Li before proceeding to assess the scene, seemingly without any equipment, relying solely on experience to handle the case. After a few minutes, Chief Miao emerged to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that it was Lu Fan, an employee of the forest farm, who had reported the incident, he proceeded to Lu Fan's office for a private interrogation, accompanied by a police officer to take notes. The matter was straightforward. Lu Fan succinctly clarified the details. However, regarding the assailant, he had only seen the figure from behind and could not provide specific clues. This predicament left Chief Miao at a loss, as there were hardly any surveillance cameras in Baishu Bay, making it nearly impossible to identify the suspect. The perpetrator could easily escape, and relying solely on the police station's resources to secure the entire township was futile. Now, they could only hope that Li Yongji and his companion would survive. The nature of the case would change significantly with their survival. Before long, a police officer entered and informed Chief Miao, the female victim operates a shop across from the township government. I just contacted her husband, who is currently working in Wujing, and has colleagues who can vouch for him. He should not be involved. Director Miao scratched his head and cursed. Damn it, I suspect it was that wild man. Considering her usual provocative demeanor, initiate an immediate investigation to ascertain how many lovers she has at Cypress Bay. Not a single one shall escape scrutiny. After questioning, Director Miao went to report the situation to Secretary Li Daqiang. The 2 stood in the courtyard, murmuring to each other. After a brief conversation, they departed in a vehicle, leaving 2 officers to secure the scene. Lu Fan lay in bed, shaken by the unexpected turn of events. He truly found it terrifying. Fortunately, he had fled swiftly. Otherwise, that scoundrel, driven mad with rage, might have resorted to murder to silence him. Before Lu Fan could succumb to sleepiness, a knock sounded at the door. Accountant Wang Lu called out, Xiao Fan, open the door quickly. Oh, it's Brother Wang. Upon opening the door, Wang Lu anxiously inquired, how is the factory director? Brother Wang, I'm not entirely sure. When the ambulance took him away, he was unconscious. His head was horrifically mutilated, and there were wounds all over his arms and chest. I fear the worst. Wang Lu visibly breathed a sigh of relief, saying, regardless, the factory director will surely no longer be able to remain at Cypress Bay. Xiao Fan, how has brother treated you? No complaints. Ever since I started working, Brother Wang has taken great care of me. Given the severity of the situation with the factory director, we will certainly need to appoint a new one. I hope to secure the position, and I need your support. Rest assured, should I attain the role, you will not be neglected. Perhaps someone from the bureau will arrive by tomorrow. Brother Wang, you need not worry. Aside from you, no one else is suitable. A true brother, I knew I had not misjudged you. As the curtain falls and the crowd disperses, who still cares for the factory director, Li Yongji, lying in a hospital bed? Chapter 24. The wrath of Guomingxiong. Wang Lu had underestimated the situation. He assumed the forestry bureau chief would personally attend to the aftermath at Cypress Bay. However, before 8 o'clock, the township party secretary, Li Daqiang, hurriedly arrived at the forest farm, accompanied by several officials to assist in cleaning up. He urged the staff to spring into action to prepare for an impending inspection by higher authorities. It became evident to all that a significant leader was en route. Lu Fan and Wang Lu busied themselves, and soon, Old Ho joined them, displaying a modicum of political awareness. Lu Fan even made a point to call 3 employees who were off duty, informing them of the grave incident at the forest farm and the impending inspection. The 3 panicked and rushed back, pleading with Lu Fan for protection. At 8:30 in the morning, 4 sedans entered Cypress Bay Forest Farm. Upon seeing County Party Secretary Guomingxiong disembark from an Audi, Secretary Li Daqiang hurried over and immediately admitted fault. Secretary, Cypress Bay has brought shame to the county. Guomingxiong snorted disdainfully. Your work has been abysmal, constantly embroiled in such trivial matters. The conduct of Cypress Bay's officials and the social atmosphere have plummeted to the lowest depths. You might as well return home and cradle your child. Li Daqiang, his face filled with shame, could only repeatedly confess his errors. County Governor Li Guoquan approached to mediate, stating, Secretary, despite the gravity of this incident, Cypress Bay acted swiftly, promptly transporting the victim to the hospital and effectively managing the situation. At least there was no dereliction of duty. Li Daqiang looked at Li Guoquan gratefully and hurriedly expressed his greetings. Guo Mingxiong continued, stating, "The lack of proper management will inevitably lead to incidents. Li Daqiang, I warn you, if things continue this way at Basher Bay, the entire leadership team will be reshuffled. And what about the organization department and the forestry bureau? Who placed such morally corrupt individuals in leadership positions? Are you blind? Immediate dismissal is warranted." The organization minister, Li Jiaming, promptly expressed, "Secretary, the organization department will take swift action." He then leaned in and whispered to the forestry bureau chief beside him, "Where are your eyes? Look at the individuals you recommended to me." Guo Tongyu sighed, "To know a person's appearance, but not their heart." "Minister, let's discuss this later." Guo Mingxiong then inquired, "Is the employee who reported to the police yesterday present?" Li Daqiang quickly called over Lu Fan, introducing him, "Secretary, this is Lu Fan. He was the one who reported the incident last night. He came to the township government seeking assistance, allowing us to address the violent event promptly." To everyone's surprise, Guo Mingxiong regarded Lu Fan with a meaningful glance and remarked, "So you are Lu Fan. How did you end up assigned to Basher Bay Forestry Farm? Quite clever. Did the assailant not see you clearly?" Lu Fan replied, "Secretary Guo, when I heard the commotion, I went outside and shouted at him, but he didn't look back. He just kicked down the door and went into attack. I was scared and ran to the township government for help, and also called the police." Guo Mingxiong nodded. "You handled the situation well, avoiding unnecessary casualties, which is commendable. Lu Fan, as a newcomer, maintain a calm heart, but also possess a sense of ambition. As long as you are willing to work, you can shine in any position." What might have been a mere formal statement resonated deeply in the atmosphere, prompting many observant individuals to regard Lu Fan with renewed interest. Unexpectedly, County Mayor Li Guoquan interjected, "Lu Fan, indeed, you possess both courage and strategy. In such situations, one must assess the circumstances and prioritize self-protection. Thankfully, you did not act recklessly. A desperate assailant will not care who you are." As leaders, Lu Fan found himself at a loss for how to respond, merely stating, "Thank you for your concern, leaders." Guo Mingxiong suddenly questioned, "Where are the others from your forestry farm?" Accountant Wang Lu quickly stepped forward, reporting, "Secretary Guo, there are 7 people at Basher Bay Forestry Farm, and only 3 have reported for duty today. What about the others?" Wang Lu hesitated, appearing flustered and unsure of how to respond. Guo Mingxiong, a perceptive figure, swiftly grasped the underlying issues. Angrily, he exclaimed, "Comrade, do not think of covering up. You must uphold the principles of the party. The organization and disciplinary inspection will investigate, and those who are drawing salaries without working will be dealt with." The leaders visited Basher Bay to demonstrate their stance and emphasize the importance of addressing the violent incident. After making their presence felt, they departed in their vehicles within half an hour, leaving the organization minister and forestry bureau chief to manage the aftermath. In Li Daqiang's office, organization minister Li Jiaming and forestry bureau chief Guo Tongyu whispered to one another, "Tongyu, what do we know about this Lu Fan? Minister like you. This is the first time I have heard of this name. I didn't expect there to be hidden talent within the forestry system. This young man, the secretary, and the county mayor are aware of him. It seems clear that someone has given him a heads up. He was just assigned this year. I'll contact the Human Resources Department to inquire further." After concluding the conversation, Minister Li Jiaming dialed the phone number of Human Resources Bureau Director Lu Shuping, swiftly clarifying the issue at hand. Upon hanging up, he sighed. Indeed, there are complications. Special channels were utilized for arrangements, and with only a high school diploma. It is no wonder that both the secretary and the county mayor altered their demeanor upon hearing the name. "Tongyu, as the director of the forest farm, what are your thoughts?" Guo Tongyu pondered for a moment before replying, "We could either appoint someone from the bureau or promote from within the forest farm." Li Jiaming countered, "Promote whom? That accountant? The secretary certainly does not regard him favorably, nor does old Ho seem like a diligent worker. The remaining individuals are merely drawing salaries without contributing and must be dealt with. The secretary has already made his stance clear. Then we are left with Lu Fan. Shall we appoint him from the bureau?" "Ah, Tongyu, why are you so obtuse? Why can't we consider Lu Fan?" "What? He has been working for less than 2 months. He cannot be promoted." Li Jiaming replied nonchalantly, "Is there ever a definitive rule? One cannot merely plow ahead without looking up to see the path. Is the secretary and county mayor's intent not evident? Do you still believe Lu Fan is so simple? Utilizing personnel is not solely about promotion. He can be assigned to oversee operations." "Minister, isn't that a bit excessive? Assigning someone fresh to manage an entire unit seems unconventional, does it not? After all, it is a forest farm. It feels rather frivolous." Would the secretary and county mayor agree? What does convention matter? Baishuan is a desolate place. Even if we break the norm, who would pay attention. The choice of personnel is secondary. What is crucial is that the secretary and county mayor are aware of who is being appointed. If there are issues, the leadership will naturally address them. And what if they don't? The secretary seldom praises anyone. Thus, it is preferable to err by taking action than to do nothing at all. Do you understand my point? Guotongyu suddenly grasped the implication, saying, "The minister indeed possesses profound insight. Listening to you, it seems you may be right. You are correct. Overseeing operations does not equate to promotion, and if problems arise, we can rectify them." Just then, Li Daqiang returned, smiling. "Gentlemen, I personally instructed the kitchen. For lunch, we will have lamb, wild chicken, spare ribs, a hearty mixed dish, and fish soup, a standard 4 dishes and a soup. Should we arrange for some mineral water as well?" Guotongyu chuckled. "Oldly, you are quite bold. The secretary has just criticized you, and you still think of indulging? One lives once. If I perish, I shall face the heavens. In any case, we have passed this time. Bai Shuwan is in such a sorry state that even the mightiest could not remedy it. We shall endure day by day. Haven't I endured my share of criticism? Minister, could you allow me to return to the county to indulge in my aspirations of being a director?" Oldly. Let me be clear, do not expect to return for at least 2 years. Despite the secretary's reprimands, he actually has confidence in you. Replacing you would likely yield worse results. Li Daqiang sighed. The work is challenging. Who else would be willing to come? Minister, the organization should take heed of us in Bai Shuwan. It has been 3 years without any cadre adjustments. Without some motivation, the morale of the team dwindles, making it difficult to lead. You must have caught wind of the rumors, right? Indeed, there will be a small-scale adjustment of cadres if you report to the secretary. Perhaps you will secure 1 or 2 positions for your team. You, as the esteemed minister, prepare the meals, but if the dishes are not served, how can the leadership partake? This time, a position must be secured for me, as I have diligently served as the documentarian for the township government for 8 years, and the Japanese invaders have been driven away. Once the documentarian is promoted, I intend to transfer Lu Fan here. Director Guo, I'm giving you a heads up. Li Jiaming and Guotongyu turned their gazes simultaneously towards Li Daqiang, both pondering how crafty this old fellow is. Guotongyu decisively responded, "Oldly, you must be dreaming. You think you can poach someone from my side? Not a chance. To be candid, I plan to have Lu Fan lead the work at Baishu Bay Forest Farm. How could he still come to the township government to assist you?" Li Daqiang retorted angrily, "Nonsense. A mere rookie just starting his career, where do you get the audacity? Leave it to me. I'll nurture him at the township government. Dream on." In an instant, the previously overlooked Lu Fan became a coveted asset, merely due to a few flattering words from Guo Mingxiong and Li Guoquan, which were treated like imperial edicts. Meanwhile, Wang Lu was pacing restlessly in Lu Fan's office, sensing that the leaders were deciding the fate of the forest farm. "Xiao Fan, did I perform poorly today? Did Secretary Guo find me unsatisfactory? I hope not. That is not how I feel." Alas, the situation unfolded so abruptly, with no room for maneuvering. Could they bring someone in from outside? "Brother Wang, I have just begun working and know nothing. I'm unable to offer you any counsel. However, as long as you take the lead, I will follow your directives. Let fate take its course. I feel the prospects are dim. Circumstances often embody chance and drama. When one endures hardship, yet retains hope for life, it seems as if the universe heeds a command and rallies to assist and uplift you. Thus, a benefactor emerges, and opportunities sprout in the most unlikely of places. Extremes often lead to reversals. After enduring suffering, one may finally taste sweetness. Chapter 25. A coveted asset. Lu Fan in the afternoon. The other 2 employees of the forest farm, Li Yifeng and Wang Yulong, rushed back to the unit, vehemently berating Wang Lu for betraying his comrades and shamelessly informing the county party secretary. Wang Lu found himself at a loss for words, feeling a deep sense of grievance. As the 3 engaged in heated debate, tensions escalated, and it seemed a physical altercation was imminent when suddenly, the organization minister, accompanied by the township party secretary and the forestry bureau director, entered the room, plunging it into silence. Li Jiaming admonished, "What kind of decorum is this? Does this resemble a proper unit? The image of our cadre team is tarnished by your actions. Director Guo, is this how you lead your team? We must implement reforms, ensuring that strong party spirit, rigorous conduct, and professional competence are upheld among our cadres." Lu Fan, having just started his job and possessing only a rudimentary understanding of the business, felt that these words had little relevance to him. However, Director Guo's remarks left him astonished. Guotongyu declared with righteous fervor, the Forestry Bureau must faithfully implement the County Committee's directives, deeply reflect on the painful lessons learned from Baishu Bay Forest Farm, and immediately initiate a concentrated rectification of discipline and conduct. Thoroughly identifying issues and diligently pursuing reforms to foster strict discipline, improve conduct, and a positive image among forestry system cadres. I now announce, following discussions by the Bureau's Party Committee, Comrade Lu Fan is appointed to temporarily lead all operations at Baishu Bay Forest Farm. I hope you will rise to the occasion, courageously bear the weight of responsibility, and diligently fulfill your duties to completely transform the cadre team's conduct and image at Baishu Bay. The pressing priority is to effectively reorganize the unit and promptly submit the handling opinions to the Bureau's Party Committee. I need to provide a special report to the County Committee and County Government, as instructed specifically by Secretary Gua of the County Committee. The office fell into a profound silence, and the employees of Baishu Bay Forestry Farm were stunned, their minds overwhelmed by the unexpected news, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had yet to grasp the situation, mistakenly thinking the discussion pertained to someone else. Director Gua Tongyu, seemingly indifferent, felt there was no need to coddle their feelings and urged, "Comrade Lu Fan, express your stance." What? Lu Fan was at a loss for words. Uncertain of what to say, only recalling a phrase about assuming leadership responsibilities. What was expected of him? What should he say or do? With everyone's gaze upon him, Lu Fan mustered his courage and declared, "I will obey the organizational arrangements. I just fear I may not be capable." Minister of Organization Li Jiaming remarked, "No one is born with all the skills. As long as you maintain a serious attitude toward learning, you can accomplish your tasks well. Party members and cadres must bravely confront challenges, remain unafraid in the face of adversity, and embody both resilience and tenacity to progress far and well." Lu Fan wished to interject, "Esteemed leaders, I am not a party member." After announcing the decision, the leaders swiftly departed the forestry farm to avoid any bad luck. As they left, the Township Party Secretary, Li Daqiang, patted Lu Fan on the shoulder in encouragement and invited him to his office that afternoon. A higher position signifies an elevation in social standing and influence, and for the 18-year-old farm director, the atmosphere in the office felt as though it had solidified, leaving everyone speechless. The first to recover was Li Yifeng, whose ambitions lay beyond the unit. Thus, he was indifferent to who held leadership. He quickly flashed a smile and exclaimed, "Heroes emerge in youth." Little Fan, "Oh, no, Director, congratulations." Wang Yulong and Li Yifeng shared similar thoughts. Although they found it difficult to voice their sentiments, they forced smiles and said, "Director Lu, congratulations. Rest assured, we will fully support your work." Both were preoccupied with how to navigate this challenge and their plans to take leave for business ventures. Wang Lu felt the most awkward. He had expressed his desire to become the director in Lu Fan's presence more than once. Now, with a sudden twist of fate, Lu Fan had taken the very position he coveted, leaving him feeling utterly crushed. "Congratulations." With that, Wang Lu turned and walked away. Observing his cowardly demeanor, Lu Fan noted, "Director, I, Old Ho, pledge my support. The principles of party loyalty stand firm. Assign me any tasks you require. However, in leadership, one must act justly and openly. Unlike Old Li, who operates clandestinely, we should all share the workload and the rewards." Lu Fan discerned the underlying implications in his words, yet still found himself in a daze, unsure of what to do next. "How can I possibly be the director? The bureau chief merely asked me to temporarily preside over matters. It feels as though I am being thrust into the role unprepared. Oh dear, what should I do? Perhaps I should call the bureau chief and suggest one of you take the position instead?" The three men suddenly felt a surge of bitterness wash over them. Was this even a reasonable proposal? The subtle pretentiousness was the most hurtful. If one could be the director, who in their right mind would pursue business? Although merely a forestry farm director, in terms of tangible benefits, few in Baishu Bay Township could rival this position, aside from the secretary and township head, a truly lucrative opportunity. In the office, a few individuals previously behaved without restraint, their postures unrefined. However, upon Lu Fan's transformation into the role of director, they became notably more disciplined in the presence of this 18-year-old leader. It is a testament to the deeply ingrained bureaucratic mentality that, regardless of personal dissatisfaction, one must acknowledge the authority bestowed by the organization to oversee matters. Once everyone departed, Lu Fan remained seated in his office chair, grappling with disbelief at his new position. How had this come to pass? Had County Chief Han perhaps mentioned something before his departure? The role of director is indeed a prestigious one. Once perceived as lofty and unattainable, Lu Fan had never dared to envision himself in such a role, for it seemed a mere fantasy. Yet today, he finds himself as the acting director, an experience more surreal than any dream. leaving him to ponder the whimsical nature of the system and the madness of the world around him. Throughout the afternoon, Lu Fan lingered in the office, reminiscing. His initial joy quickly dissipated, replaced by an unsettling anxiety. He was uncertain of his duties and without counsel, engulfed by a sense of helplessness. By mid-afternoon, he decided to rise, as Secretary Li Daqiang had requested his presence. Well, since I am here, I shall make the best of it, he thought, reminding himself that humility and caution are never misplaced. Perhaps fate has its own design, and he could only hope for the best. Upon entering the township government, he was greeted by a multitude of familiar faces, many of whom seemed to transform into old friends, all addressing him as Director Lu. This attention left him feeling somewhat elated, prompting him to straighten his posture. Upon reaching Secretary Li's office, he found the secretary just finishing with a petitioning citizen. With a smile, Li remarked, "These trivial matters seem endless. As long as I remain here, I could handle them from dawn till dusk." "Xiao Fan, how does it feel to be the director?" Lu Fan candidly replied, "I feel a mix of trepidation and exhilaration, akin to a tiger soaring through the sky." Completely at a loss. "I would greatly appreciate your guidance, Secretary Li," Li understood, for it was natural to feel disoriented when thrust into significant responsibilities at the onset of one's career. "Let me offer you some advice," he began. "First and foremost, you must draft a rectification plan for the forest farm, particularly concerning those who are unjustly compensated without work. This needs to be reported to the Forestry Bureau promptly. Secretary Gua has issued directives that require thorough responses and accountability for every matter. Secondly, focus on cultivating a strong work ethic among your staff. With old Li's recent troubles, you have 5 subordinates at your disposal. Capitalize on this opportunity to bring them back to work. You cannot operate as a solitary commander. Thirdly, take charge of your core responsibilities, such as law enforcement and seedling cultivation. Ensure you are well versed in these areas and do not misplace your energies on trivial pursuits. Fourthly, remember that your position serves as a platform. Foster good relationships with superior departments and strive to transform professional ties into personal ones. Lastly, work in collaboration with the township government on initiatives such as forest conservation, land restoration, and forestry regulation amendments. These are the fundamental points, Xiao Fan. A word of wisdom. The most perplexing and challenging aspect to comprehend is the human heart. Mastering the art of winning over your colleagues, ensuring they are willing and eager to contribute, will ultimately reveal your true capabilities." Li Daqiang's words were like a guiding beacon, illuminating Lu Fan's path and bestowing upon him a sense of enlightenment, allowing him to discern his current course of action. "Secretary Li, I shall surely remember your invaluable advice. May I approach you for guidance whenever I find myself in doubt?" Li Daqiang smiled and replied, "You are always welcome. Do you think the Forestry Bureau solely oversees the forest farms? The local government still holds jurisdiction, and you must regularly report your work to me." Lu Fan dared not express any dissent. Regardless of the accuracy of Secretary Li's assertions, he felt compelled to agree wholeheartedly. After a brief conversation, Li Daqiang suddenly inquired in a hushed tone, "Xiao Fan, have you joined the party?" Just then, Lu Fan found himself grappling with the same concern and replied quickly, "Secretary Li, I am wholeheartedly devoted to the party, but I have yet to be accepted by the organization. Join quickly. Don't wait until an opportunity for promotion arises and you become an outsider. The path becomes constricted for those outside the party. Individuals at the deputy section level and above face considerable challenges in gaining admission. Here's what you should do. Go find Deputy Secretary Meng Qingqi, obtain a party application. Complete your intent to join, and date it a year back. The party committee will review it and grant you provisional membership. Let Secretary Meng guide you through the specifics." Is it truly possible to proceed in such a manner? Lu Fan was astounded, expressing his gratitude to Secretary Li. An ancient saying states, "Align with the right timing and assess the advantageous terrain, and thus exert less effort yet achieve greater success." The essence of this principle permeated the minutiae of life. Suddenly, Lu Fan felt as though his spring had fully arrived. Everything seemed to fall into place. But why was that? He remained perplexed. After more than half an hour of conversation, Lu Fan rose to take his leave. Secretary Li suddenly reminded him, "Xiao Fan, a friend of mine will require 2 pieces of material next week. Please arrange for that." Having never encountered such a situation, Lu Fan promptly agreed without hesitation. Turning right upon exiting, Lu Fan located the deputy secretary's office, knocked on the door, and entered. Meng Qingqi looked up and asked, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Lu Fan quickly offered a cigarette, smiling as he said, "Hello, Secretary Meng. I am Lu Fan from the forest farm. Secretary Li sent me to discuss my desire to join the party." Meng Qingqi's eyes brightened as he stood up and smiled. We haven't had the pleasure of meeting before. Congratulations, Director Liu. You are now quite the prominent figure in Baishu Bay. Oh, Secretary Meng, you flatter me. I am currently overwhelmed and struggling to find my way. If it weren't for Secretary Li's reminder, I would still be unaware of the process of joining the party. I kindly request your assistance. Do you think I can become a member? Why would that be an issue? The doors of the party are always open to you. Do you wish to follow the formal process, or would you prefer to expedite your admission? Lu Fan chuckled and replied, the sooner, the better. I would greatly appreciate your guidance, Secretary Meng. Absolutely. Joining the party is a significant milestone in one's life. It deserves a celebration. I am a red star aimed at the party. My intentions are sincere. You set the time and place. Chapter 26. Leveraging strengths. Accountant Wang Lu confined himself within his office, engaged in a fierce internal struggle regarding his future. Should he surrender and align himself with Lu Fan, or steadfastly pursue a path of resistance? Alternatively, could he devise a strategy to undermine Lu Fan and usurp his position? After much contemplation, Wang Lu remained uncertain. However, today's events reveal that even if one were to topple Lu Fan, there is no guarantee of ascending to a higher position. It seems the county has never considered me. Without Lu Fan, there remain Wang Fan and Li Fan. Regardless, the organization will perpetually overlook you. If connections were truly influential, would I have spent a decade in the most remote village of the county? Glancing up, Lu Fan has returned, an impetuous youth of 18. Despite the profound resentment, he has become the decision-maker in the forestry station. Wang Lu suddenly realized that resistance leads nowhere. Sometimes, it is wiser to yield. Upon returning to the forestry station, Lu Fan inexplicably felt a strong sense of belonging. In just one day, everything had changed, the landscape was transformed, and life's ups and downs had proven to be exceedingly exhilarating. Back in the office, Lu Fan finally savored the moment, feeling a sense of fulfillment. Within 2 minutes, Accountant Wang Lu arrived, entering with the declaration, Director, I am here to report on the financial work. His demeanor had undergone a complete turnaround, while not entirely reverent. He certainly adopted a more humble posture. In truth, Lu Fan paid little heed to these trivialities, still accustomed to Wang Li's former rebellious nature. Now rendered uncertain on how to respond. How should he address Wang Lu? Calling him Brother Wang felt inappropriate. Directly using his name seemed too drastic a shift. Ultimately, he decided against any form of address, stating, I am also thrust into this role without prior knowledge, so I can only learn as I go. You will still be responsible for the financial matters moving forward. Wang Lu felt a surge of joy and began his report. Director, our forestry station's projected revenue is 21 million yuan, with salary and welfare expenditures around 400,000 yuan, and routine public and special expenses amounting to approximately 350,000 yuan. Currently, we have a surplus of 52 million yuan, which, as per convention, must be fully spent by the end of the year. Lu Fan grasped the implication that if one cannot expend the allocated funds, it reflects inadequacy, prompting the finance department to reclaim it for future balancing. Thus, to request such funds again would necessitate extensive persuasion. Furthermore, with the new year approaching, certain relationships must be nurtured, and utilizing public funds to maintain connections seems prudent. Lu Fan inquired, based on previous years, whom should we visit during the new year? How much should we prepare? Wang Lu hesitated briefly before responding. The director requires 5,000 yuan. Each of the 3 deputy directors needs 2,000 yuan. And since Li Chong has some good relations in the bureau, we should provide a portion of lamb, which will cost around 3,000 to 5,000 yuan. Additionally, for the village government leaders, last year we spent 30,000 yuan just on Secretary Li Daqiang. Lu Fan questioned, how will these funds be accounted for? Wang Lu explained, vehicle rental, office expenses, hospitality costs, staff canteen, and temporary worker wages. We have 3 cleaners, 1 chef, and 2 kitchen assistants on our payroll. Each year, we also need to hire individuals for tree planting and afforestation, which can justify some of the expenses. Lu Fan suddenly understood. He had only encountered one of the cleaners and knew of just 1 kitchen master, yet there were 4 extra individuals drawing salaries. Would this not lead to problems? Could it withstand scrutiny? A sense of trepidation washed over Lu Fan. He could not jeopardize himself over such matters. For this position was hard won. Lu Fan decisively instructed Wang Lu, cease all payments to those idling without work. That is Li Yongji's affair and has nothing to do with me. The matters concerning car rental fees and entertainment expenses are manageable. Please promptly report the funds required for this year, adhering to the usual protocols. However, It is imperative to engage trustworthy individuals and procure legitimate invoices. Very well. I shall attend to it right away. Director, there is another issue. With the new year approaching, how should we distribute employee benefits? How was it handled last year? We provided rice, flour, and oil, along with 2 boxes of fruit, sourced from the grain and oil store across the street. Lu Fan pondered for a moment and suggested, let us follow last year's precedent. This Friday, I will report to the Bureau and, while in the county, I will locate a grain and oil store. This year, we shall issue grain and oil vouchers to avoid inconvenience for the staff who have to carry them back and forth. All right, I will prepare accordingly and ensure the funds are reported before Friday. Director, shall we continue using the previous vehicle? No, I will seek another option. Lu Fan was aware that Li Yongji consistently utilized the Santana 2000. After Wang Lu departed, Lu Fan felt a surge of excitement. No wonder everyone aspired to leadership. Having the authority to arbitrarily decide expenditures in the thousands or tens of thousands was exhilarating. Before long, Li Yifeng entered, closed the door, and without preamble, produced a black plastic bag from his pocket and placed it into Lu Fan's cabinet, smiling as he said, with the new year approaching, I wanted to pay a visit to the leader and congratulate you on your promotion. This startled Lu Fan, who immediately stood to return the items, leading to a brief scuffle between the two. Director, it's merely 2 packs of cigarettes. If you refuse, it seems as though you look down on me. That is certainly unacceptable, Yifeng. Do not put me in a difficult position. However, Li Yifeng remained resolute, unwilling to relent until his goal was achieved. Lu Fan ultimately had no choice but to allow the items to remain temporarily. After a brief exchange, Li Yifeng began to articulate his demands. Director, won't you be reporting the handling opinions to the Bureau this Friday? Yes, at that time, Secretary Guo from the County Committee was present, personally issuing the order. And both the Minister of Organization and the Bureau Chief provided direct instructions. You witnessed it yourself, my hands are tied. I understand, it is impossible not to report. But it largely depends on how it is reported. You are aware of my situation. If I report truthfully, I risk losing my job. We both hail from rural backgrounds, and securing employment is not easy. Therefore, I implore you to exercise leniency. Lu Fan began to feign ignorance, stating, the leaders instructed a thorough investigation. How could I possibly mislead? I can only report the facts. Should there be any falsification discovered by the leadership, my position as an interim would likely be terminated. It is not that I do not comprehend. Rather, it is unnecessary for you. Observing Lu Fan's innocent demeanor, Li Yifeng felt as though he were a tiger unable to descend from the heavens. Such matters could only be implied, not articulated. Did the director truly not understand? Director, there is a time limit concerning the issue of receiving a salary without work. For short-term cases, a warning suffices, and one might have to return a small amount of money. However, for long-term cases, the situation becomes grave, potentially leading to disciplinary action, and in severe cases, it could jeopardize one's career. Should the higher authorities take notice and treat it as a case study, dismissal could ensue. Oh, I am not well versed in this matter either. The leadership has repeatedly instructed me to conduct a truthful investigation. I cannot deceive the organization, can I? Alternatively, I could plead your case when I report to the Bureau, if that might prove beneficial. However, I dare not engage in any deceit. Li Yifeng's face darkened, contorted in distress akin to that of constipation. Director, please lend me your assistance. I cannot afford to lose my job. Just a small gesture on your part, and this matter will pass. I can accept 2 months of unpaid leave. How does that sound? Lu Fan pondered for a moment. 2 months would suffice to fulfill the requirements. He sensed that the leaders were all bark and no bite, merely engaging in superficial rhetoric. In truth, no one would jeopardize another's livelihood, as that would foster enmity. Ah, what a predicament you've placed me in. You are aware that I have just assumed the role of acting director. Your case of unpaid leave is quite straightforward to investigate. Should the leadership inquire discreetly, I might find myself accused of complicity, jeopardizing my own position. Here is what we shall do. You will first approach the accounting department to settle the fines. I will draft 2 recommendations. One will reflect the 2-month penalty, and if that fails to pass muster, we shall have no choice but to report it as 2 years of unpaid leave. Brotherly, might you leverage some connections within the organization and the Bureau? Li Yifeng's face flushed with embarrassment. Director, if I had connections, I would have long since returned to the city. I must trouble you with this matter. I assure you I will arrive at work punctually from now on and will not cause any further inconvenience. I will follow your lead. Lu Fan eagerly awaited this affirmation. After all, who would fulfill the duties if not him? Brotherly, I have only just taken on this acting role and lack any foundation within the Bureau. My words carry little weight. but I promise to exert my utmost effort. I implore you to understand." Li Yifeng exhaled in relief, recognizing the significance of the leader's perspective. "Director, I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude. Rest assured, I will handle my responsibilities competently. You carry on with your duties. I will tidy the office." Lu Fan smiled contentedly, believing that one must diligently fulfill their role each day. With one issue resolved, two remained, so he awaited the arrival of Wang Yulong. As anticipated, moments later, Wang Yulong entered, similarly clutching a plastic bag. Lu Fan feigned ignorance, adopting a demeanor of navet, all while subtly suggesting one must prioritize their own interests. In desperation, Wang Yulong proposed to cover 3 months of unpaid leave, likewise assuring a commitment to diligent work in the future. Lu Fan seized the opportunity, agreeing to extend his assistance to the fullest extent. Only Lu Jing remained, yet she had not uttered a word. Lu Fan resolved to report the facts as they stood. Upon investigation, it was revealed that she had departed the workplace in 2002, purportedly to accompany her studies in Chang'an. However, her husband held the position of deputy director at the Human Resources Bureau, which complicated matters. Nevertheless, one must respect others to receive respect in return. Indifference begets disdain. By afternoon, the office phone rang. Upon answering, Lu Fan heard, "Hello, may I speak with Director Lu? This is Lu Fan, though I am not the director. I am temporarily overseeing operations." The caller chuckled. "An acting director is still a director. I am Su Zheng, a family member of Lu Jing, employed at the Human Resources Bureau." "Good day, Director Su. I had hoped not to trouble you, but a grave incident has occurred at the forest farm. Secretary Guo from the county committee is here for an inspection, and several individuals who have long been absent from work have found themselves in a precarious situation. When Director Li from the organization and Director Guo came for inspection, your spouse had not yet arrived. Dear Director Lu, I sincerely apologize. I was at the village today, where there is no mobile signal. I just received a call from my wife, who is hurrying back from Chang'an. I hope you can be understanding. Director Su, it is not that I am unwilling to assist. You may not be aware that Secretary Guo was quite upset and instructed the Discipline Inspection Committee to initiate an investigation. Having just stepped in as the acting director, I wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. Given your extensive connections, I believe it would be wise to seek a solution from the county level. Director Lu, my wife and I will arrive at Basha Bay in half an hour. Let us discuss this matter in detail upon meeting. Welcome, Director Su. I will have the kitchen prepare a meal for you." Lu Fan, lacking any foundational support, must seize this opportunity to leverage external forces and act in accordance with the prevailing circumstances. He shares no camaraderie with them, and the notion of receiving unearned wages is utterly fanciful. Chapter 27. Returning to the county upon arriving at the office. Su Zheng and Lu Jing were greeted warmly by Lu Fan, yet he maintained a steadfast refusal regarding the issue of unearned wages, unwilling to engage in any deceit. This placed Su Zheng in a difficult position. While he was acquainted with Secretary Guo, the latter did not know him, and even the organization minister, Li Jiaming, had scarcely exchanged a word with him. Furthermore, seeking the favor of leaders on behalf of family members was akin to ensnaring oneself, deepening the leader's impressions of him and proving detrimental to his future prospects. He understood that this matter would have to be resolved by Lu Fan. That which is easily obtained is often taken for granted, and may even be perceived as a given. Lu Fan welcomed him with a smile, but remained resolute, repeatedly expressing his timidity and reluctance, leaving Su Zheng feeling helpless. In matters of dependence, one must lower oneself. Even though one may hold the title of deputy director in the county, the authority of a current manager outweighs that. The two continued to linger in this stalemate until 11 o'clock that night, when Lu Fan finally relented, agreeing to mediate on Lu Jing's behalf. Though he could not guarantee the outcome and insisted that Lu Jing must report for work. Naturally, Su Zheng readily acquiesced. In such a precarious situation, the proverbial first bird is the one shot, and the matter of 3 months' wages was insignificant. The deputy director of the Human Resources Bureau would not concern himself with such trifles. Both parties expressed mutual satisfaction, appearing to share an intimate rapport. The following day, Lu Fan surveyed the offices of several colleagues, finding them in a state of disrepair after years of neglect. Acting on employee suggestions, he called Du Wenlong, requesting him to find a carpenter and painter to repair the offices at Bashu Bay, particularly the one belonging to Li Yongji, which still bore traces of blood. He also requested the preparation of 2 guest rooms for unforeseen circumstances. A new year heralds new beginnings. While others may regard this as a trivial role, for Lu Fan, it represented a pathway to greater heights. With his ancestral spirits seemingly favoring him, he must proceed with utmost caution and dedication. aspiring to ascend to a loftier position to fulfill his ambitions. Suddenly recalling the materials requested by Secretary Li Daqiang, Lu Fan recognized the necessity of addressing this matter promptly, but was uncertain of how to proceed. Thus, he enlisted the help of accountant Wang Lu, who excelled in such matters. After hearing Lu Fan's instructions, Wang Lu smiled and replied, "Director, this is as simple for us as drinking cool water. There are at least a dozen sets of materials in the yard. If we do not address this soon, they will spoil and only serve as firewood. We can simply select a good set to send to Secretary Li." Lu Fan inquired, "Is there no need for any formalities? Those unable to afford the fines would not proceed with the formalities. And what about those who can pay the fines? That depends on how much the director intends to levy. As long as the fine is paid, the materials can be utilized. Please find the forestry laws and enforcement documents. We must act within the bounds of the law and not entrap ourselves." "Understood, Director. I will retrieve them immediately." In the entirety of Ningyang City, earth burials are the norm, rendering coffins an essential item for every household. The people of Ningyang place great emphasis on the quality and craftsmanship of coffins, with a tendency towards comparison, particularly among the affluent and powerful. Failing to provide two exquisite coffins for one's parents would bring shame. Although Cypress Bay is a remote and impoverished area, it is renowned for its exceptional cypress trees. The reason Li Yongji possesses several properties and extensive connections lies fundamentally in the forest farm, where resources are abundant, a fact Lu Fan is well aware of. That afternoon, Lu Fan called Secretary Li Daqiang, requesting him to arrange for materials to be collected at around 2 or 3 in the morning. Secretary Li chuckled heartily. "Xiao Fan, you are straightforward, unlike old Li, who is always so indecisive. Let us go tonight, and I'll bring you 2 packs of cigarettes." Lu Fan hurriedly replied, "Secretary Li, if you bring me anything, I won't even open the door. Xiao Fan, I will remember this favor. There will be plenty of time in the future." That evening, a tricycle entered the forest farm, taking away several robust trees placed in the center of the yard, while the farm workers remained oblivious. The following day, Du Wenlong arrived at Cypress Bay Forest Farm with craftsmen, accompanied by all 5 brothers, including a fully recovered Su Xiaoyi, who came specifically to visit his elder brother. After the craftsmen inspected the office and listened to Lu Fan's requests, they returned to the county to gather materials, while several brothers stayed behind. When they observed the farm workers approaching one by one to report and seek guidance, the brothers were utterly bewildered. What was happening here? Once they were alone, Du Wenlong could no longer contain his curiosity, urgently asking, "Brother Fan, what is going on? You seem to be in charge." Lu Fan smiled. "Our director had them cut the trees. The county has appointed me to oversee operations." Gasps of astonishment filled the office, as the news was nothing short of shocking. Third brother Yang Mingho's eyes nearly bulged out as he exclaimed, "Brother has become the director? Goodness." Fourth brother Zheng Ming, with an incredulous expression, asked, "Brother Fan, is this true? You just started working. Can you be promoted so quickly? I'm astounded." Fifth brother Lu Jianzhou chimed in, "We've struck it rich. Brother Fan is amazing." Lu Fan quickly urged, "Keep your voices down. Be mindful of the situation. We must not become overconfident." Sixth brother Su Xiaoyi, with a look of envy, stated, "Brother Fan, you are the youngest leader in our Langcha village. We take pride in you." Only Du Wenlong remained silent, yet he smiled brighter than anyone else, secretly resolving to heed Brother Fan's guidance and diligently study the book on public knowledge upon returning. Dinner that evening was of the highest standard in Cypress Bay, featuring large bowls of lamb, chicken, fish, and ribs, alongside 6 meat dishes for the brothers. There would be no vegetarian dishes, and the wine and meat flowed freely. That evening, Lao Ho, Wang Lu, Li Yifeng, and Wang Yulong entertained guests, reveling in spirited drinking, laughter, and merriment. The following day, as the sun climbed high in the sky, Lu Fan groggily arose, washing his face to shake off the remnants of slumber before joining his brothers for a meal at the inn. At this moment, Lu Fan was a distinguished guest in any restaurant in Baishu Bay, a source of pride for his companions, while simultaneously harboring envy for those in positions of authority, yearning for a place within the system. After their meal, Lu Fan instructed Wang Lu to find a taxi, while Li Yifeng drove, and the group returned to the county town. During the journey, Lu Fan closed his eyes, contemplating how to report to Director Gore regarding the handling of the absentees. And he also needed to visit several deputy directors. Anxious thoughts swirled in his mind, fearing he might misspeak or mismanage the situation. He wished for guidance during this uncertain time. In an era where exchanges of cigarettes and drinks are commonplace, a sense of security must be self-generated. Everything one desires must be fiercely pursued. Rather than wait for someone else to provide shelter, it is far wiser to learn to construct one's own eaves. For life is fraught with challenges, and only one's own resilience can navigate the tumult. Upon arriving in the county town, Lu Fan asked his brothers to wait and proceeded directly to the forestry bureau. At the entrance, the gatekeeper did not permit the vehicle to enter. Lu Fan chose not to argue and instructed the driver to find a parking spot. Once inside, he cheerfully offered the gatekeeper a cigarette and introduced himself briefly. The gatekeeper was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, "You are Lu Fan from Baishu Bay?" "Oh, no, I mean Director Lu, right?" "Oh, it seems the flood has blocked your vehicle. Perhaps you should have your driver return?" "No need for that. This is my first visit to the bureau. Could you kindly inform me which floor Director Guo is on?" 206. "I saw him head to his office, since there's no one around at the moment. You should hurry up there. It will be crowded in the afternoon." "Thank you, sir. Let us exchange contact information. I may need your assistance in the future." "Of course. Feel free to reach out." Upon reaching room 206, Lu Fan knocked lightly on the door. A voice from within beckoned him to enter. Pushing the door open, Lu Fan entered with a broad smile, saying, "Director, I've come to extend my New Year greetings." Guo Tongyu responded with a faint smile, "Please, sit down. Before we proceed with the New Year's wishes, let us discuss the report on the handling of the matter." Seated across from the director, Lu Fan took a deep breath, steadying himself before reporting, "Director, after several days of investigation, it has come to light that 3 officials at Baishu Bay Forest Farm were indeed absent without leave, yet this was permitted by Director Li Yongji, who provided their leave requests and medical documentation. They have acknowledged their mistakes and have earnestly resumed their duties, voluntarily returning 3 months' salary, which I have brought for processing." With that, Lu Fan placed 3 envelopes beside the director's documents. Guo Tongyu regarded Lu Fan thoughtfully and inquired, "Are you attempting to exonerate them?" Lu Fan instantly felt a surge of apprehension but feigned composure, responding, "Director, my perspective is that no one is infallible. It is not the transgression that is alarming, but rather the failure to recognize and amend one's errors. The organization adheres to the principle of learning from past mistakes and providing remedial assistance, allowing for timely support and encouragement to rectify errors. This fosters a sense of organizational care, enabling individuals to release their burdensome thoughts. By strengthening oversight, it is certain that repeated mistakes will be avoided, leading to a rejuvenation of vigor and initiative. Conversely, should one resort to harsh measures that extinguish any hope for redemption, it may yield unintended consequences, potentially driving individuals to despair and causing trouble for leadership. Furthermore, given the remote and impoverished nature of Baishu Bay, where few are inclined to work, if all personnel are dismissed, only 3 individuals would remain at the forest farm, rendering operations untenable. I implore the director to consider this judiciously and grant them another opportunity, while I will enhance oversight to ensure similar missteps do not recur." Glancing at the 3 envelopes, Guo Tongyu remarked, "You, young man, certainly possess a thoughtful disposition. Are you so eager to take on responsibilities? How shall I explain this to the leadership? You are aware that Secretary Guo issued directives in person, and I must report to the county committee shortly." Lu Fan was at a loss for words, regretting his attempt to exonerate them, feeling rather overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. To his astonishment, Guo Tongyu continued, "Never mind. Just exercise more prudence in your future endeavors. Inform them that disciplinary actions are already determined, as I cannot provide a report to the county committee otherwise. Should there be a recurrence, the penalties will be severe." Noticing a glimmer of hope, Lu Fan quickly assured, "Rest assured, Director, should a similar situation arise, you need only consult with me." Guo Tongyu responded, "To be frank, your temporary stewardship is merely a stopgap measure. You must take charge of the forest farm's operations. Otherwise, your position as an acting director could be swiftly revoked. Moreover, securing a permanent role will not be an easy feat if you have connections. I suggest you leverage them. You do know Secretary Guo, do you not?" Lu Fan felt a pang of anxiety, responding ambiguously, "I appreciate your guidance, Director, and I will strive to attain that goal, but I will undoubtedly require your support and assistance." With the new year approaching, he presented a modest token of appreciation. Observing the envelope tucked beneath the documents, Guo Tongyu said, "We are all comrades here. There is no need for that." Lu Fan promptly rose, stating, "You still have to report to the county committee this afternoon, so I shall not intrude any further. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call upon me. I am always at your service." He swiftly exited the director's office, his heart racing and palms damp with sweat. His first experience of gifting had been nerve-wracking, but he was relieved to have completed it. Every beginning is challenging, yet a good start is half the battle won. As for this young man, Guotongyu had intended to discuss the work of the Baishu Bay Forest Farm for the year and the results of the year-end evaluations, but decided to postpone it for another occasion. He touched the envelope, acknowledging its sincerity, such a thoughtful individual. Subsequently, Lu Fan visited Deputy Directors Gao Jiaxing, Zhang Xian, and Chun Hunkuan, carefully presenting his token of appreciation after introducing himself. To Lu Fan's surprise, they all modestly declined before placing the red envelopes directly into their drawers, as though they had anticipated such an occurrence, executing the action with practiced ease. With the red envelopes facilitating pleasant conversation, everyone encouraged Lu Fan to work diligently and strive for early confirmation of his position, expressing a desire for continued interaction in the future. Upon exiting Deputy Director Chen Hunkuan's office, Lu Fan seemed to adapt to the art of gifting, his demeanor notably calm. After meeting with the leader, the weight on my heart has finally been lifted, leaving me with a sense of lightness, allowing me to welcome the new year with peace of mind. Now, I can seek out a grocery store to arrange for employee benefits. In Ningyang, various units typically provide rice, flour, and oil as welfare. Affluent establishments even distribute laptops, which makes comparison quite daunting. I found an old store and, after careful consideration, introduced myself as the representative of the Baishuan Forest Farm, ordering 10 portions of rice, flour, and oil. The owner seemed skeptical, doubting my youthfulness as the farm's head, but I offered no explanation and paid in cash, requesting a receipt. Instantly, the owner's demeanor shifted, becoming exceedingly cordial. Chapter 28. Upholding the spirit. Having settled all matters, I placed 3 portions of rice, flour, and oil in the trunk and, under the cover of darkness, stealthily returned to Langcha village. After being taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission last time, I suspected that Le Xuezhi was behind it. One must always be cautious. It would be best to avoid that scoundrel and his pack of miscreants to prevent unnecessary complications. When the time is ripe, I shall deal with them all at once. Upon entering with the supplies, my uncle and aunt were taken aback, chiding me for not giving prior notice of my return. They inquired after my well-being and insisted that my siblings and I celebrate the new year together, assuring me that everything was prepared at home. Setting down the provisions, I relished the warmth of family, smiling as I said, "Uncle, Aunt, this year I can't return home. I must stay at the unit. I plan to bring Yao Yao to the unit for the new year." My uncle sighed. During the new year, everyone goes up the mountain to burn paper money. You must be cautious of fire. He expressed concern about my job, insisting that my aunt prepare more festive food for us. Unexpectedly, the driver chimed in, "Don't worry. Brother, Director Lu is sure to have food." "What, director?" my uncle exclaimed in astonishment. "Xiao Fan, you just started working and have already risen to director? That seems rather far-fetched." I hurriedly clarified, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Our director was attacked, and due to the lack of personnel at the unit, the leadership asked me to temporarily oversee operations. It's merely a matter of a few days. Please don't take it seriously. Uncle, Aunt, please do not spread this in the village. The Lu family is secretly plotting mischief, and I narrowly escaped their trap." My uncle cursed, "Those scoundrels. Not a single decent person among them." Xiao Fan is right. We must remain vigilant and not let anyone know you are doing well. My aunt retorted, "You should manage your own affairs. Your mouth is as loose as your pants. Speak without thinking, and I'll make sure to silence you." I chuckled and added, "Uncle, there's one more portion of rice, flour, and oil. Please help me take it to Grandpa Yang tomorrow. With Uncle Yang gone, I wish to pay my respects." "Oh, the heavens are blind. You needn't worry. I will also send some meat to old Yang." After finishing my drink, I left with the driver, discreetly placing 1,000 yuan beneath my pillow. Once in the car, I instructed the driver to keep his mouth shut. The highway from Ningyang to Yingjiang was now open, and in less than half an hour, we arrived in Yingjiang. Upon reaching his doorstep, the lights still aglow. Lu Fan instructed the driver to find a suitable place to rest before joyfully returning home. As he ascended the staircase, concerned that a knock at midnight might startle his sister, he made a timely phone call. Hearing that her brother had returned, Lu Yao rushed to open the door, scarcely pausing to put on her shoes, her delight palpable. Once inside, Lu Fan affectionately ruffled his sister's hair and said, "Yao Yao, come to the office with me tomorrow." "Of course, wherever you go, I shall follow," she replied eagerly. "Yao Yao, do you feel lonely on your own?" "Not at all. I just miss you, brother." "Oh, but your duty is to study. Experimental high school is the finest in the city, and we've worked hard to gain admission. We cannot abandon our efforts easily. Before we know it, you'll be in high school, and we must strive for our parents' pride. Don't worry, brother, I will definitely get into Yingjiang High School. Is anyone bullying you at school?" "No, I am very well behaved, focusing solely on my studies." You must also socialize with your classmates. It's important to integrate into the community. I'm not worried about expenses. I can earn money. You can buy whatever clothes you fancy, no matter the cost. I will support you. Lu Yao laughed. When did you become so wealthy? Rest assured, I will spend wisely. I won't waste your hard-earned money. They conversed until past midnight, and it was only then that Lu Yao, her eyelids growing heavy, drifted into slumber, still clutching her brother's hand tightly. The following day, after breakfast, the driver arrived to pick them up. Lu Yao was taken aback, but remained composed. Her mind swirling with a myriad of questions. Does brother now have a dedicated car? Their first stop was at Uncle Yang Yi's home, a route Lu Fan was familiar with. Upon knocking, as Lu Fan entered with bags of rice, flour, and oil, Aunt Xiaoying was moved to tears, lamenting how poverty goes unnoticed in bustling marketplaces while wealth draws distant relatives from the mountains. Since Yang Yi's departure, Little Fan was the first visitor. Lu Fan offered words of comfort, and as he departed, he resolutely declared, Aunt, rest assured, I vow to avenge Uncle Yang. With the intention of paying a New Year's visit to County Chief Han, Lu Fan obtained the address from Uncle Wu, purchasing 2 bottles of liquor and 2 packs of cigarettes. However, upon knocking on the door, the scene that unfolded left Lu Fan utterly despondent. Seeing someone bearing gifts, County Chief Han's wife unleashed a torrent of abuse. You wretched scoundrel. Old Han has been taken by the disciplinary committee, and you dare show your face here? Do you wish for his demise? After her tirade, she slammed the door shut with great force. Dazed, Lu Fan returned to the car, his heart heavy with despair, confirming that something dreadful had befallen County Chief Han. He longed to spread the word but lamented his own insignificance, lacking connections, and feeling utterly powerless. As if calling upon the heavens yielded no response. Without power, one's words are as inconsequential as mere flatulence. At that moment, an intense desire to ascend in life welled within Lu Fan. Without authority, one finds it arduous to navigate, helplessly witnessing the suffering of those they respect. This sensation was profoundly infuriating. On the return journey, Lu Fan was engulfed in a profound melancholy, striving to conceal his distress from his sister, forcing a smile. Upon reaching Ningyang, Du Wenlong and Su Xiaoyi joined him in the vehicle, intending to accompany Lu Fan to Baishu Bay, while the other brothers returned home to celebrate the new year. Lu Fan earnestly instructed them not to boast about his accomplishments upon returning to the village, emphasizing the importance of maintaining a low profile. After a bumpy journey, they finally arrived at Baishu Bay in the afternoon. As the vehicle entered the forest farm, the duty officer, Li Yifeng, hurried out to greet them, anxiously concerned about the county's stance on their alleged misuse of funds. Lu Fan quietly informed him, I have done my utmost, but I must bear the consequences. Li Yifeng sighed in relief, replying, I do not seek advancement, as long as I can retain my position. The repercussions are manageable. Thank you, Director. Lu Fan added, the preliminary opinion is as such. I suggest you personally visit Director Guai's office. With the new year approaching, it would be a good excuse to avoid unnecessary complications. Nodding in agreement, Li Yifeng said, I will heed your advice and return to Ningyang immediately. Very well, go ahead. You need not concern yourself with the unit's affairs, Lu Fan reassured him. After returning his sister's luggage to the office, the chef entered to inquire about dinner. Lu Fan casually replied, there are 4 of us. See who else is here and prepare a few dishes. Once the chef departed, noticing Lu Yao's astonished expression, Du Wenlong remarked, your brother is now the chief of the forest farm. His word is law here. What? That familiar expression again. No one could fathom how a fresh recruit, having just begun his duties 2 months prior, could attain such a position. It seemed utterly absurd. Yet, Lu Yao accepted it proudly, declaring, my brother is truly remarkable. He excels wherever he goes. At the forest farm, Lu Yao flitted about like a joyful little swallow, reveling in her brother's domain, fully embracing it as her home. With his sister and comrades by his side, Lu Fan's spirits gradually lifted. Life was already challenging enough. Becoming entangled in unattainable pursuits would only lead to greater fatigue. Oftentimes, a touch of nonchalance is not a detriment. On Sunday evening, all employees of the forest farm returned, including Lu Jing, awaiting the verdict. On Monday, Lu Fan convened his first meeting with all staff at Baishu Bay Forest Farm, diligently reviewing various regulations, particularly the leave and attendance policy, reiterating the strict prohibition against any form of misuse of funds. Following the meeting, he privately spoke with Wang Yulong and Lu Jing, informing them of the Bureau's preliminary stance on the issue of financial misconduct and subtly suggesting they take appropriate actions, especially with the director, while granting them a day's leave. Sincerity is the most potent weapon, Lu Fan's guiding principle was to always consider the perspectives of his superiors. The immediate priority was to ingratiate himself with Director Guotongyu, as this individual held the power to shape his destiny. With the new year fast approaching, Lu Fan summoned Wang Lu to discuss the duty roster, planning to have 2 individuals on duty each day after the 20th of the 12th lunar month, allowing the rest to return home for the festivities. With nowhere else to go, Lu Fan decided to embrace his leadership role, telling Wang Lu, "I will take full responsibility for the duty assignments. Each of you 5 will serve 4 days. Please gather everyone's opinions and accommodate their schedules as best as you can. It is just the 6 of us, and I hope we can unite, work harmoniously, and assist one another. Let us not allow trivial matters to disrupt our workplace and create chaos." The most daunting aspect of human interaction is comparison. During Li Yongji's tenure as director, he never once worked during the holidays. Although Lu Fan only served as acting director for a few days, the palpable transformation he brought was evident to all. Lu Fan is driven by a sense of justice, upholding fairness, conducting himself with integrity, adhering to rules, and maintaining a pristine reputation in his official capacity. He treats his colleagues with equality and possesses no malevolent intentions, making work under such leadership feel effortless. Lu Fan understands profoundly that an organization devoid of fairness cannot be deemed a good one, and a leader who disregards justice cannot be considered an admirable leader. In the face of vested interests, clarity of thought is paramount. A reduction in selfish motives coupled with an increase in fairness can effectively govern an organization. As for the improper reimbursement of certain expenses, Lu Fan remains unfazed, acknowledging that such practices are commonplace within the system. It is of little consequence if one indulges in meals or beverages, as long as they do not pocket the funds personally. Regarding procurement, slightly inflated prices pose no significant issue if questioned by the disciplinary committee. One can merely assert that quality corresponds with price. If truly pressed, one might admit to a lack of negotiation skills. Chapter 29. Encountering Chao Tianma. Again, Lu Fan's concerns are not without merit. In Langsha village, the gathering of the Lu family, 5 brothers and 2 sisters, creates a lively atmosphere, as they are the true prominent family of the village. Amid their banter, a remark from the second brother, Lu Shui, prompted reflection. The Lu family lad has managed to infiltrate the system. Had I not intervened, he would have been assigned to the government office. Now, he has been dispatched to Baishu Bay. After a moment, the 4th brother, Lu Shueji, vented his frustration. That wretched fellow looked at me as though he wanted to devour me whole. Thankfully, second brother is wise. Such a person is undoubtedly a disaster. Noticing the eldest brother, who serves as deputy mayor, remained silent, the elder patriarch spoke up, cautioning, "You brothers must take heed. Wildfires may not consume everything, but spring winds will always bring new life. Mercy towards adversaries equates to cruelty towards oneself. We must eradicate evil without hesitation and ensure he never rises again. However, we live in a society governed by law. We must adhere to regulations and avoid causing fatalities." The eldest brother, Li Shuaren, responded, "It will be challenging to achieve anything in Baishu Bay. We should keep a watchful eye without making a fuss. We must act with caution, leaving no room for incrimination, lest we attract undue attention. By the way, why was Han Shuyong apprehended?" "Well, he was caught embezzling. It's quite ordinary," came the reply. "I warn you, if you wish to go far, you must act with transparency, rely on open strategies, and refrain from underhanded tactics. Han Shuyong has already been sent to the Earthquake Bureau, and he poses no further threat. There's no need to drag him back into this. Your reckless actions could lead to disgrace. In the realm of politics, competition is commonplace, yet it is essential to leave room for future encounters. One should not burn bridges entirely, as often, mere suspicion suffices without the need for concrete evidence. One cannot expect to be shielded from scrutiny at all times. What then, brother? Should I withdraw? Fool. Once the arrow is loosed, it cannot be recalled. If you choose to act, do so with precision, ensuring he never has the chance to rise again. Remember, failing to eliminate a threat may lead to greater harm. You must relinquish control over this matter. I shall handle it. Han Shuyong must be imprisoned. Though he has a brother serving as deputy director in a peripheral department at the provincial level, it poses no significant threat." Old Master Lu exclaimed, "Truly, the eldest is remarkably meticulous. You should all take note." Little did he know that the 5th, Lu Shuoyang, stood up and remarked, "Lu Fan has dropped out." With that, he turned and left. As the 12th lunar month approached, families prepared to pay their respects at the graves, necessitating increased patrols in the forest area. The workforce of employees and forest rangers was woefully insufficient, leading to the annual need for temporary hires. Thus, Lu Fan took it upon himself to employ Du Wenlong and Su Xiaoyi, allowing them to earn some pocket money. That evening, Lu Fan, accompanied by Du Wenlong and Su Xiaoyi, set out for patrol, having rented a vehicle from Li Yifeng. Observing Li Yifeng navigate the roads with ease, effortlessly finding every nook and cranny, Lu Fan chuckled. Yifeng, I had no idea you were so familiar with the terrain. The director, he replied, we were once exemplary youths, passionate about our work. However, old Li is too self-serving, always wary of others. Yulong and I decided to quit and pursue small businesses at home, which, coincidentally, suits old Li's intentions. Otherwise, would he grant us a holiday? After traversing a small hill, the vehicle entered the forest area. Li Yifeng suggested, Director, ahead lies a crucial path leading out of the forest. We could wait there for opportunities. This marked Lu Fan's inaugural mountain patrol, and he readily accepted the advice of the seasoned employee. After parking the vehicle by the roadside, they turned off the lights and engine, stepping out for a smoke. Lu Fan inquired, Yifeng, how much profit is typically made from a set of timber? Li Yifeng pondered briefly before responding, it depends on the quality. A good set can fetch around 20,000, while the cheapest might yield 8,000. The cost for crafting a coffin is roughly 10,000. Our folks prefer to prepare their coffins in advance, as it brings peace of mind. Du Wenlong interjected, Brother Fan, old Lu from our village just had 2 coffins made, reportedly spending 40,000, supposedly sourced from your lot. Li Yifeng asserted, it must have been old Li who arranged that. He has a habit of checking the materials late at night to save himself the trouble of cutting. Or perhaps he was consorting with women. It was only a matter of time before he faced consequences. Some people just burn money recklessly. Lu Fan chuckled, while he is still recuperating in the hospital. Let us refrain from gossiping behind his back. I heard he received over 20 stitches, but managed to survive. Su Xiaoyi remarked. I heard that the assailant has turned himself in. Was he a teacher? Li Yifeng laughed. It seems so. He was entangled with someone else's wife and, driven by jealousy, resorted to violence. I must say, I'm utterly astounded. As they engaged in their gossip, a sudden commotion from a tricycle caught their attention, and soon thereafter, a faint light appeared in the distance. Lu Fan commanded, prepare for action. Immediately, the 3 retrieved their equipment, with only Li Yifeng feeling a sense of thrill. As the sound of the approaching vehicle grew louder, they spotted headlights illuminating the path ahead. Chao Tianma, in a state of panic, urged his father, should we flee? Running won't help. What will we do? Abandon the tricycle? We can at least collect the materials and pay a fine. No one will die from it. I heard that Li Yongji, that old donkey, was attacked, but the forest department is unaware of the assailant's identity. Upon hearing his father's words, Chao Tianma's mind immediately conjured up the image of Lu Fan. As the forest personnel drew closer, he suddenly recognized the leading figure as indeed Lu Fan. Turning to his father to say, I think I know him. Father, typically, how much would suffice to settle this matter? If it's Li Yongji, at least 5,000 is needed. That scoundrel has ill intentions. Did you bring the money? How could I not? Hurry and give it to me. After receiving the money from his father, Chao Tianma leaped off the tricycle and hastily approached Lu Fan, whispering, Brother Fan, it's me, Chao Tianma. Lu Fan recalled that this was the same brother who had treated him to lamb on his first day in Baishu Bay. He then pulled Chao Tianma aside and inquired, what audacity to steal at such an hour? I had no choice. My father is a coffin maker. Brother Fan, could you show some leniency? With that, he shoved 5,000 yuan into Lu Fan's hands. Lu Fan quickly pushed it away, murmuring, Brother, you must leave at once. Consider this a one-time exception. Chao Tianma was taken aback by Lu Fan's unexpected leniency. Is it really that easy to leave? Why are you still dawdling? Go. And the goods? I saw nothing. Brother Fan, your kindness is appreciated. I will seek you out tomorrow. Observing Lu Fan taking 3 others aside to smoke, Chao Tianma hurried back to the tricycle and urged his father to drive off swiftly from this crucial location. Tianma, did you receive the money? Not at all. That's my brother Fan who let us off the hook. Not a single cent. Wait, did you say his name is Lu Fan? Yes, my brother Fan. I heard the new station chief is named Lu Fan, a young lad. You, rascal, know such a significant figure? Father, do not underestimate him. Brother Fan and I are thick as thieves. Otherwise, would he have let us go without demanding a dime? Tianma, we cannot skimp on this money. This is our livelihood. We must spend where necessary. Tomorrow, you should visit the forestry station. Even if you have to pay a bit more, this connection must be maintained. Father, I will assist you this once, but after the new year, I will be dealing in oil. That is where the real fortune lies. Are you defying me? Does my word hold no weight? It does. I will go to the forestry station tomorrow. It's a good chance to chat with Brother Fan. Throughout this exchange, Li Yifeng remained silent, as if the tricycle had never existed. Such matters were for the leaders to decide. Su Xiaoyi whispered, I think I've seen that lad before. He is an oil dealer, now driving the second-hand truck to sell oil. Since they had ventured out, it was unwise to return empty-handed. They had surveilled until midnight, ultimately apprehending 2 groups of material traffickers and seizing 5 sets of goods. Both groups were from Baishu Bay, and they offered no resistance, obediently transporting the goods back to the forestry station, intending to seek connections at dawn. After a long night's work, Lu Fan slept until 10, not yet having risen. Chao Tianma had arrived early, but was not permitted by the forestry staff to disturb the station chief's rest. So he waited patiently in the courtyard. Once Lu Fan had awoken and washed up, he opened the door and immediately spotted Chao Tianma. Brother Fan, I'll fetch some water for you. No need, it's just a short distance. I always wash my face with cold water. Back in the office, Chao Tianma produced an envelope once more, causing Lu Fan's expression to darken. Take it back, otherwise, do not come to me again. Chao Tianma looked distressed. Brother Fan, I understand you're helping your brother, but there are others to consider. Lu Fan pondered for a moment before saying, then purchase 3 packs of cigarettes and deliver them. I shall forego my share. Once the business was concluded, the two began reminiscing, and Chao Tianma commenced to boast, claiming he was a prominent figure in the oil district, asserting that after the new year, he would surely expand his influence. Lu Fan casually inquired, have you heard of Lishueji? Those engaged in oil trading were certainly familiar with him. He was remarkably formidable, paving the way with a fleet of oil tankers behind him, brazenly conducting oil trade, unimpeded even by the local police, who he could easily handle without consequence. It was said he was establishing a waste oil treatment company, which would allow him to conduct his business overtly. This exemplified a tangible disparity. During this period, Lu Fan had gleaned the superficialities of the Lu family, and the more he learned, the more disheartened he became, realizing that attempting to challenge them was akin to an ant shaking a tree, an exercise in futility. Currently, the forest farm stood as Lu Fan's sole resource and advantage. He had no intention of profiting from it directly, but he could leverage it to its fullest potential to cultivate connections. Thus, merely trading materials was far from sufficient. It would be more prudent to act benevolently, delivering the goods with utmost care, transforming the materials into exquisite coffins. This would enhance the goodwill extended and mitigate the risks involved. Tianma, I recall you mentioning that your father possesses commendable coffin-making skills. Brother Fan, I'm not bragging. Within a radius of several dozen miles, my father would claim second place, and no one would dare contend for the first. If you don't believe me, feel free to inquire. I have a bit of work. Ask your father if he is willing to take it on. At 1 TB for free, he will receive fair compensation. If it can earn money, what would there be to refuse? I'll confirm with the old man. You check with him first. If he agrees, have him come to see me. That afternoon, Chao Tianma's father arrived at Lu Fan's office, astonished at the youth of the new director, who appeared to be of similar age to his son. Is it truly possible for someone so young to hold such a position? Lu Fan courteously poured a glass of water and inquired, Uncle Chao, how long does it take you to craft a coffin? What would be the cost? Well, as the director, I certainly cannot accept payment. As for the time, the coffins I make are designed with grooves and adorned with carvings and paint. If I expedite the process, it would take at least 2 weeks. If intricate designs like dragons and phoenixes are required, it would take no less than 3 weeks to see a finished product. Uncle Chao, it's not for me. I am assisting a friend. You rely on this for your livelihood, so you should charge what is fair. If I must be bold, for a standard coffin, I charge 3,000. For specific requests, it's 5,000. Director, it's not that I seek to inflate my prices, but my craftsmanship speaks for itself. In Beichuan, no one dares to debate my expertise in this trade. The work of other craftsmen simply does not measure up. Lu Fan chuckled. The most notable trait of this father-son duo was their confidence. However, one could only boast such assertions if they possessed genuine skill. Uncle Chao, I desire the finest craftsmanship, with dragon and phoenix carvings, so let us proceed with the 5,000 standard. Initially, I need 4 pairs. As for the materials, you need not concern yourself. I will deliver them directly to your home. If such words had come from another, they might have been dismissed as mere bravado. But from the lips of the forest farm director, old Chao felt a profound sense of reassurance, stating that work would commence as soon as the materials arrived. After Lao Chao departed, Lu Fan ventured into the yard, meticulously selecting materials sufficient for 2 sets of coffins. That evening, accompanied by Du Wenlong, Su Xiaoyi, and Wang Lu, he gathered the necessary tools and ventured into the forest area to procure 4 additional sets of materials, which, along with the 4 sets stored at the logging station, were promptly delivered to Chao Tianma's residence. This spectacle left Lao Chao utterly astonished. exclaiming in admiration that it was indeed the director's grand endeavor. Regarding this act of self-theft, Lu Fan harbored no moral qualms, for the entire Ningyang and even the Ningyang forestry system operated in a similar fashion. Otherwise, how could the hundreds of thousands of coffins come to fruition? The people of Ningyang look down upon those sold in coffin shops. Only those who have not wept in the long night are unqualified to speak of life. It is absurd to discuss rules and morality with those who continue to run amidst tears. Only the fearless possess a path forward. These 8 coffins hold significant utility, and Lu Fan understood that they must serve as a stepping stone for integration into Ningyang. He recognized that his greatest shortcoming lay in his lack of connections. Any disturbance within Ningyang would leave him oblivious. Lu Fan gradually comprehended that relationships between individuals are fundamentally based on a cycle of utilization and being utilized. If one lacks utilitarian value, friends will be few and far between. If one cannot bring value to others, it is best not to trouble them. However, in a community of shared interests, mutual inconvenience is welcomed. There is no need to resent others for their pragmatic nature. Becoming formidable oneself is the ultimate source of confidence. Regardless of the nature of any relationship, the bonds forged through mutual benefit are invariably more robust than those rooted in emotion. The adage "the poor are unnoticed in bustling markets, while the rich have distant relatives in the mountains" remains eternally relevant. One must strive to become valuable, for opportunity invariably favors the prepared. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, Lu Fan journeyed to Ningyang to participate in the year-end summary meeting of the forestry system. An additional crucial task awaited him: to procure an official document from Director Gua, without which the legal representative of the Baishu Yuan logging station could not be replaced, rendering all accounts unreportable. The meeting reviewed the forestry system's accomplishments in 2007 and outlined specific tasks for 2008. Lu Fan diligently recorded that the Baishu Yuan logging station was to complete land change surveys, cultivate 5,000 acres of forest, ensure effective forest fire prevention, and undertake the protection of wildlife as well as pest and disease management. These were all essential duties for the logging station. The meeting announced the assessment results for 12 secondary units within the forestry system, with Baishu Yuan logging station ranking 6th, which greatly pleased Lu Fan. This year, as long as they were not at the bottom, it sufficed. After the meeting, Lu Fan visited Director Gua Tongyu's office and hesitantly broached the topic of obtaining a document affirming his leadership role and legal representation. Unexpectedly, Director Gua directly retrieved a document from his folder and tossed it to Lu Fan, stating, "I had intended to prepare this for you last time, but you were too swift. Xiao Fan, I have heard from Secretary Li Daqiang that your logging station has been exhibiting commendable conduct lately, which is worthy of praise. I hope you will continue your efforts. Director, I assure you I will not disappoint your expectations. Here is a task for you. Please, feel free to command." The most renowned delicacy of Baishu Bay is undoubtedly lamb. With the new year approaching, some leaders from the province and city have developed a fondness for our lamb. Please find a skilled chef to prepare 20 portions of lamb, ensuring that we select only the finest cuts and utilize the water and spices from Baishu Bay. Otherwise, the flavor will not be authentic. Once prepared, it should be placed in a pressure cooker to ensure it remains hot. Additionally, arrange for a vehicle so that you can accompany me to Chang'an and Ningyang for delivery. Director, please set a time, and I assure you that I will execute this task splendidly. Lu Fan readily agreed without hesitation. Gua Tongyu nodded in satisfaction, aware that 20 portions of lamb would incur a significant expense, along with the pressure cooker, which could not be returned. Yet this young man accepted without a second thought, not even inquiring about the costs. Impressive. This is no trivial sum. It would be inappropriate not to compensate him. Thus, Gua Tongyu stated, each pot of lamb should consist of 6 to 8 pounds of premium meat, avoiding fatty cuts. The pressure cooker must be of good quality, ensuring it can be used in the future. Here is the plan. The Bureau will allocate 50,000 yuan for this endeavor, granting you 1 day for preparation. And we shall depart on the 22nd of the 12th lunar month. Just as he finished speaking, Gua Tongyu's phone rang. Upon answering, he enthusiastically said, "Hello, County Chief Bien. How may I assist you?" The deep voice of Deputy County Chief Bien Jide echoed from the other end. "Tongyu, my father has passed away despite efforts to save him." "What? How could this happen? Please accept my condolences. How may I help you?" "My father had a strong aversion to preparing a coffin while he was alive. And as his children, we dared not go against his wishes, leaving us unprepared. I now need your assistance in procuring 2 high-quality coffins." Gua Tongyu found himself in a difficult position and candidly replied, "County Chief Bien, had you arranged this in advance, I could have ensured a splendid outcome. However, In this urgent situation, even if we attempt to make them on short notice, it may not suffice. We have a tradition in Ningyang of preparing coffins for the elderly ahead of time. Perhaps we could inquire at someone's home for a purchase? That simply won't do. This is something that must be prepared properly, regardless of who it belongs to. My father worked hard all his life. I cannot allow him to suffer indignity in this matter. Tongyu, is there no other way? Can we work overtime to expedite the process? County Chief, please do not worry. I will find a solution immediately. I understand this places you in a difficult position, but as a son, filial piety must take precedence. This matter must be entrusted to you, regardless of the cost. After saying this, Deputy County Chief Bien hung up the phone, effectively issuing a command. Guotongyu scratched his head, exclaiming in distress, "What shall we do? We must bring the body back today, and the coffin and burial garments must be ready by then. In 3 to 4 days, the paint won't even dry." Lu Fan, having grasped the situation, sensed an opportunity and said, "Director, do you need a coffin? I have 2 that are about to be completed." Guotongyu's eyes lit up, immediately inquiring, "For whom are they being made? What is their current status? What materials are being used? Who is crafting them?" His rapid-fire questions revealed his urgency. For there were whispers that County Chief Bien might be promoted to Minister of the Organization Department. He could not allow a fortuitous opportunity to devolve into misfortune. Lu Fan replied, "They are being crafted by the carpenter from Baishu Bay, and the paint should be drying quickly today. We are using the finest materials." In the frigid days of the 12th lunar month, the elderly found it particularly arduous, with an increase in funerals. Concerned about the urgency of the director's needs, I proactively prepared 2 sets of materials, ensuring impeccable craftsmanship. I personally inspected them. Both sides of the coffin were grand and elegant, with intricately hand-carved designs. The front and rear ends were robust, and the base comprised 3 layers, remarkably exquisite. Guotongyu was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Xiao Fan, you have truly resolved a significant issue for me. Once we return from Chang'an, the materials should be thoroughly ready. You shall accompany me to deliver them to County Director Bien." "Certainly, Director. I will instruct Lao Chao to transport the materials to the kiln to expedite the drying process. And if necessary, we can utilize a blower to hasten it further. Lao Chao's craftsmanship is beyond reproach, and your thoughtfulness has made this endeavor splendid. Well done." The acknowledgement from a superior is the utmost validation. Personal matters handled satisfactorily are tenfold more significant than mere professional achievements. There is a saying that doing 10 good deeds for a leader does not compare to committing 1 transgression. They only truly enter a leader's inner circle through matters of confidentiality. Upon exiting the Forestry Bureau, Lu Fan headed directly to the largest home appliance store in the county, selecting a high-pressure cooker priced at 580 yuan, negotiating to purchase 25 units at 420 yuan each. The proprietor promptly called for delivery to Ningyang City. Simultaneously, he contacted Wang Lu, instructing him to personally visit the farmers' homes, selecting sheep from the pens, ensuring they were local grass-fed sheep, and procuring 200 jin of the finest meat, discarding any fatty cuts, all to be chopped and returned to the unit. Upon receiving the directive, Wang Lu promptly set to work. After bringing the high-pressure cookers back to Baishu Wan, it was already 9 in the evening. Lu Fan had yet to eat, so he visited Lao Tianma's home to personally assess the progress on the coffins, instructing Lao Chao to ensure one was transported within 3 days. Lao Chao laughed, saying, "If you want it moved today, it can be done. Tomorrow, I will refine the details to ensure everyone who sees it will praise it." Lu Fan felt reassured, appreciating the confidence exuded by the Chao family. Time had tempered youthful bravado, allowing the 18-year-old Lu Fan to discern the nuances of life's warmth and chill. The current circumstances appeared promising, igniting boundless hope within him. Though the journey is long, progress is inevitable. Despite the challenges, success is attainable. The universe remains uncertain, and we are all dark horses in this race. Chapter 31. Journey to Chang'an. On the very next day, as work commenced, Lu Fan approached Secretary Li Daqiang at the township government to request assistance. The chef at the township kitchen was renowned throughout the county for his lamb dishes, attracting many leaders to Baishu Wan for a taste. Secretary Li, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Xiao Fan, old Chun is ill and has undergone surgery. He certainly cannot assist you." "What? This is a disaster. The lamb must be sent to the province." Li's secretary chuckled. Although old Chun is incapacitated, young Chun is still available and has inherited his mentor's skills. "I have tasted his cooking, and it is virtually indistinguishable. Will you borrow him?" "Yes, of course," Lu Fan replied eagerly. He brought the chef back to the forestry station, providing him with 2 packs of Furong Wang cigarettes before they commenced. Chun Tianhao graciously accepted the cigarettes and assured, "Rest easy, Director. If this meat does not turn out well, you can have my share. Lu Fan smiled. I have faith in your skills. Tianhao, your father should be returning to work after the new year, right? Will you be his assistant again? I think you would fare better as the chef here. Taking the lead, Chun Tianhao's eyes brightened as he responded. Director, your recognition is an honor. I shall certainly embrace this opportunity. I shall return to inform the elder. And once he commences his work, I will pay a visit. This cigarette, I cannot accept. Take it, and if you truly wish to express your gratitude, showcase your culinary prowess by preparing the lamb. Just watch and see. There is no rush. The preparations can begin during the day and in the evening. The meat shall be stewed. Tomorrow morning, it must be placed in the pressure cooker, ensuring that it is piping hot when I take it away. I shall guarantee the successful completion of this task. Lu Fan will oversee the process personally, treating these two matters as political assignments in order to infiltrate the director's circle. Character determines fate, quality shapes life, details dictate success or failure, and attitude governs all. In the afternoon, Uncle Wu sent a business vehicle. As 20 pots of lamb take up considerable space, and a regular sedan simply would not suffice. By evening, Lu Fan consulted Director Guo Tongyu regarding the departure time for the following day. Director Guo stated, we shall set off at 8 o'clock, first heading to Ningyang. It is estimated to take 1 or 2 hours to complete that task. Then we will proceed to Chang'an, striving to finish everything in a single day, allowing us to return and enjoy a peaceful new year. Are all preparations in place? Rest assured, Director. Everything is ready. I will arrive punctually to escort you tomorrow morning. Immediately, Chun Tianhao began his work, with over 200 pounds of premium lamb being placed into the pot. Du Wenlong and Su Xiaoyi assisted, while Lu Fan closely observed, intending to glean the technique for this clear soup lamb dish. The fragrant aroma wafted throughout the forest farm. At 5 in the morning, the forest farm buzzed with activity. Chun Tianhao commenced packing the warm, fragrant lamb into the pressure cooker, while Du Wenlong, Su Xiaoyi, and Wang Lu meticulously cleaned each pot before placing them into packaging boxes. At 6 o'clock sharp, 23 pots of lamb were loaded onto the vehicle, and Lu Fan set off with Du Wenlong. By 7:50, the business vehicle pulled up to the family quarters of the Forestry Bureau, where Guo Tongyu awaited at the entrance, smoking a cigarette. Upon entering the vehicle, Lu Fan presented Director Guo with a box of cigarettes and had thoughtfully prepared a thermos filled with brewed Tiguanyin tea, attending to the director's needs with utmost care. Director, this is my brother, Du Wenlong, who will be your aide. Greetings, sir. Du, you have worked hard. No need for such formalities. It is my honor to serve you. Guo Tongyu grew increasingly pleased with Lu Fan, as all tasks assigned were executed flawlessly. He appreciated Lu Fan's foresight and initiative, contemplating a transfer back to the bureau for him. Half an hour later, as they exited the expressway, Guo Tongyu remarked, continue straight to the family quarters of the City Forestry Bureau, as the leaders reside there. It simplifies matters. Xiao Fan, do you have a partner? Lu Fan shyly smiled and replied, Director Guo, my family circumstances are challenging, and I am grateful for your support in securing this position. My sole focus is on work. I cannot afford to bring shame upon you. Moreover, in Baishuwan, there are few young women, and the local atmosphere is less than favorable. If you understand what I mean. Guo Tongyu chuckled. Indeed, the moral fabric there is problematic. Even good people turn bad. However, you are young and vigorous. You must find a girlfriend. Allow me to help you find one in the county seat. Director, would someone like that even consider me? I possess nothing and must support my younger sister who is not yet in her teens. Furthermore, I am still under 19, several years away from the legal marriage age. Who would be willing to engage in a long-term relationship with me? Do not underestimate yourself. After all, you are a rising star within our forestry system. Strive diligently to secure that deputy section chief position, and who would dare to look down upon you? However, age does pose a challenge. As many colleagues are a few years your senior, perhaps waiting another 2 years would be prudent. Upon arriving at the family quarters of the Municipal Forestry Bureau, Guo Tongyu peeked out to greet the security guard in a familiar manner, and the vehicle was granted passage without delay. The car halted beneath the second unit, and Guo Tongyu produced a list, handing it to Lu Fan, saying, I will visit the director's home, which may take a while. You are to deliver to 5 section chiefs. I have already given them a heads up. Do not enter their homes. Just deliver and depart. Then bring a pot to 402 to await me. Lu Fan nodded, assuring him, rest assured, I will accomplish the task. Guo Tongyu personally carried a pot, clutching his briefcase as he departed, while Lu Fan and Du Wenlong each took a pot to the 3rd unit. The first stop was at the office of Director Huopailan. After knocking, Lu Fan greeted him with a broad smile. Director Hua, I am Lu Fan, the director of Baishuan Forest Farm. Director Guo has arranged for me to bring some specialties. Huapailan responded with a smile. Your director Gua is far too courteous. We just met a couple of days ago. You must be Lu Fan, a promising young talent. Let us exchange contact information. Lu Fan quickly provided his phone number, adding, Director Hua, if you have any requests, do not hesitate to ask. You are always welcome to visit Baishuan for fishing or a barbecue. The scenery there is truly splendid. Hua replied, I will certainly visit. Come in for a glass of water. Lu Fan politely responded, We do not wish to intrude upon your family gathering. We shall take our leave. Hua agreed. Very well, let us keep in touch. In less than 20 minutes, Lu Fan and Du Wenlong completed their tasks, bringing a pot of meat to Unit 402, with Du Wenlong remaining on standby in the vehicle. After a few minutes, Gua Tongyu arrived and knocked on the door. A burly man opened it, grinning. Tongyu, we have everything at home. Your visit is too gracious. Come in and sit. Gua replied, Director Wang. We in Ningyang have these fine delicacies. It is only right that your family enjoys them. We shall not intrude further during the festive season. By the way, allow me to introduce Lu Fan, the director of Baishuan. The man exclaimed, Ah, a promising young man. Follow your director closely, and you will surely achieve great success. Lu Fan promptly wished Director Wang a happy new year, good health, and success in his work, placing the pressure cooker on the shoe rack. As the rounds continued, Lu Fan met several prominent figures, including Deputy Director Wang Zhong, Tian Lei, and Sheng Zhang, becoming somewhat familiar with them. It is often said, relationships are built through emotional connections, business thrives on movement, and success comes from action. Lu Fan believes that persistence will yield results and that nurturing these connections will prove invaluable in the future. Having secured the leaders of the municipal bureau, the trio set off for the provincial capital. Once on the highway, Gua Tongyu remarked, Xiao Fan, you did an excellent job preparing the lamb. Your attention to detail is commendable. Lu Fan responded, This is a significant matter for the bureau. I dare not be negligent. Without the support of superiors, our work would be challenging, and that is simply unavoidable. I am sure you feel the same. Gua sighed. Indeed, the cake is limited. It can be shared with anyone. But why should others allocate more to you? With an open mouth and empty teeth, how can we expect special funds to be approved? Our bureau is indeed a significant spender. Some individuals may voice their petty grievances without understanding the situation. They fail to recognize the substantial special funds that the Forestry Bureau secures each year. Director, such remarks stem solely from blatant jealousy, which you need not take to heart. You are a person of action, while those with shallow knowledge merely chatter incessantly. Our bureau has been recognized as excellent at the provincial level for 3 consecutive years. I believe the position of Deputy County Chief is not far from your grasp. Alas, it is a challenging endeavor. We are like a widow in slumber, lacking support from above. Xiao Fan, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. In the political arena, one cannot advance far without a strong backing. Given your current standing in the county, you have reached the pinnacle. You are still young. If you have ambitions, you must find a powerful ally by any means necessary. After driving for over 2 hours on the expressway, the mountains gradually diminished in size, and the horizon stretched infinitely before us. Is this the famed Guangzhong Plain? This marked Lu Fan's first departure from Ningyang City and his initial venture beyond the Lust Plateau, akin to a child who has never seen the world, finding everything novel and fascinating, especially the lush, boundless fields of the plain. It is indeed fertile land. I have heard that the wheat here yields 2 harvests a year. But what significance does that hold? Those adorned in fine garments are not the ones who cultivate silkworms. Relying solely on agriculture will not lead to wealth. Much like the affluent in the village, none have prospered through farming alone. Although Lu Fan's time at work has been brief, he has come to understand that diligence alone does not lead to riches. It merely addresses basic needs. True prosperity is derived from intellect, vision, strategy, and opportunity. Wealth is a reward for one's understanding, not an accolade for hard work. Without extraordinary means, how can one amass great fortune? By the time agriculture becomes a lucrative venture, those capable of farming will surely not be mere peasants. The land will inevitably be transferred and monopolized by capital. After another hour's journey, we finally beheld Chang'an. The first sight that greeted us was the clear demarcation of the Jing and Wei rivers. With the clear waters of the Jing flowing alongside the murky currents of the Wei, the boundaries unmistakably drawn. Observing Lu Fan's curiosity as he glanced from side to side, Gua Tongyu chuckled. Xiao Fan, is this your first visit to Chang'an? Lu Fan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I only visited Ningyang last year and have never ventured beyond the city. One must indeed broaden their horizons to truly appreciate the wonders of the world. Chang'an, the imperial capital for a millennium, is steeped in rich historical and cultural heritage. exuding an unmistakable cultural ambience that is truly worth experiencing. Chapter 32. Impressions of Chang'an. The forestry department is located in the Lianhu district, and most of its leaders reside in nearby communities. Under Guai Tongyu's guidance, Lu Fan drove cautiously, deeply awestruck, for this is the legendary Chang'an of prosperity. Towering skyscrapers stand as testament to a millennium of Chinese history, with familiar marvels of the nation visible at every turn. Indeed, this is the land of the three Qin and the city of Chang'an. Reflecting on the past and present, the charm of Chang'an is dreamlike, a landscape that feels enchanting. Truly, one day in Chang'an is worth 1,000 years of imperial grace. Starting from 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Guo Tongyu's plan to deliver meat commenced in earnest. The first stop was to visit Deputy Director Wang Wentian, who warmly welcomed Guo Tongyu and Lu Fan, even insisting they stay for dinner. Guo Tongyu promptly declined, setting down the pressure cooker and enjoying a cup of tea before taking his leave. Once downstairs, Lu Fan inquired, "Director, is Director Wang one of us?" "Indeed. He offers exceptional care to Ningyang, being just in his early 40s. It is imperative to maintain this connection. I must visit his office tomorrow. For mere local specialties will not suffice." The second individual is Vice Director Zhang Shangjin. Although he is not from Ningyang, he hails from Ningyang, which is why Guo Tongyu can establish a connection. Upon entering, Director Zhang greeted with a smile. "Tongyu, it's quite the journey you make every year. Your efforts are commendable." Guo Tongyu replied, "The absence of hometown flavors during the new year is my shortcoming. Director, I shall not take up your time today, but I would like to report on my work in your office tomorrow, if it is convenient." "Certainly. I shan't keep you. We shall converse tomorrow." The third individual is Duan Zhao, the chief engineer of the forestry department, who speaks in the dialect of Guangzhou, most of which Lu Fan cannot comprehend. However, he recognizes that this gift-giving occasion presents a valuable opportunity for learning, allowing him to keenly observe and absorb the art of rhetoric practiced by the leaders and the interpersonal strategies employed by Director Guo. With the 3 departmental leaders secured, the next step involves the office director, Li Haolin, and the head of the Development Planning and Financial Management Department, Chen Jiang. These 2 are pivotal figures in this gifting endeavor, particularly Chen Jiang, who wields significant authority over the allocation of special funds. Once these 5 key individuals were successfully engaged, Guo Tongyu breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Fan, somewhat perplexed, inquired why they did not visit the director's residence. Guo Tongyu chuckled. "His rank is too high. It would be inappropriate to visit unannounced or to contact him by phone. Tomorrow, I plan to visit his office. Whether I can meet him remains to be seen." Checking the time, Guo Tongyu announced, "Let us head to Datai building. I have reserved a private room for a gathering with several department heads. It simplifies matters. And after we enjoy our meal, they can take the lamb back with them. Xiaofan, be sharp when the time comes. The master leads you to the door. But the journey of cultivation is yours alone." Typically, a restaurant is but a fleeting stop, a mere haze in the life of a traveler, who arrives hastily and departs silently. Yet, as days turn into years, some establishments endure the tests of time, leaving behind indelible marks of history. After weathering the sands of time, their golden signs stand resolute, shining ever brighter. Around 5:30, Lu Fan accompanied Guo Tongyu to Datai building. Due to the weekend, the venue was bustling with patrons. Fortunately, Guo Tongyu had reserved a private room in advance. "Xiaofan, this place specializes in Qin cuisine, and the flavors are authentic. Their signature dish is the gourd chicken, with crispy skin and tender meat, rich yet not greasy, along with stuffed green beans." Without glancing at the menu, Guo Tongyu directly instructed the waiter, 1 gourd chicken, spicy garlic lamb's blood, sauced dragon bones, millet sweet rice, oil cakes with vegetables, and steamed base. Before long, the first guest arrived. Qian Haifeng, the director of human resources, entered with a smile, exclaiming, "Tongyu, as agreed, today is on me." "Director Qian, that would be a bit presumptuous, wouldn't it? I came specifically to extend New Year wishes to everyone, so it must be my treat." Guo Tongyu introduced. "Allow me to present my subordinate, the field manager, Lu Fan." "Greetings, Director Qian. I look forward to your guidance. You may call me Xiaofan. A strong general does not have weak soldiers. Let us foster good relations." Guo Tongyu added, "Xiaofan, please head to the bar and place an order for another box of drinks." Lu Fan approached the bar, presenting his bank card to the cashier, stating, "For box 6. The bill is to be settled solely by me." "Understood, sir." After procuring a case of Matai, Lu Fan personally carried it back to the private room and timidly inquired, 5,000 yuan. With 40 to 50,000 in my account, that should suffice." In less than 10 minutes, several esteemed leaders arrived. Gao Hao, director of the Policy and Regulations Department, Liu Yishang, Director of the Afforestation and Greening Department; Wang Peng, Director of the Science and Education Foreign Affairs Department; Zhao Jiqian, Director of the Forest Management Department; and Xiao Wenba, Director of the Reform and Development Department. Guo Tongyu, eager to support Lu Fan, introduced him to the distinguished guests. Everyone was quite gracious, praising the young Lu Fan, who, despite not yet holding a deputy section chief position, exhibited remarkable promise. As the banquet commenced, Guo Tongyu displayed his generosity, proposing a toast for a prosperous new year, wishing everyone smooth sailing. Lu Fan, serving as a dedicated attendant, refrained from drinking, focusing instead on ensuring the safe return of each leader and the pressure cooker. Guo Tongyu adeptly fostered a lively atmosphere, attending to each leader's needs, resulting in a harmonious and spirited gathering. Lu Fan remained largely standing, continuously refilling glasses and pouring water, thereby earning the goodwill of the attendees. 2 hours later, the case of liquor was gradually consumed by the 6 individuals. The leaders, being mere mortals, let their true selves emerge after indulging, engaging in boastful banter and lewd jokes. Lu Fan bore witness to their revelry, realizing the primal nature of humanity. Vice and debauchery reign supreme, and those who judge solely by actions often overlook the heart. In truth, there are few virtuous souls in this world. Lu Fan ventured to the bar to settle the bill, the sum of 668 yuan, a fortuitous yet painful figure, consuming nearly 3 months' wages in a single meal. Shortly thereafter, the leaders staggered out and Lu Fan assisted each of them into their vehicles, ensuring they returned home safely, each with 2 pressure cookers in tow. After finishing this task, Lu Fan, drenched in sweat, felt more exhausted than after a morning spent tilling the fields. Upon returning to the hotel, Lu Fan parked the vehicle and helped Guo Tongyu to his room for rest, where Du Wenlong had already prepared the accommodations. However, a tipsy Director Guo, upon exiting the car, spotted the golden sign of Wudong Leisure across the street and unsteadily made his way towards it. The desires of leaders serve as ultimate directives, and Lu Fan had often heard that performing 10 good deeds for them pales in comparison to engaging in a single misdeed together. Men, after a few drinks, tend to become restless, seeking relaxation, and such indulgences are commonplace. Supporting Guo Tongyu into Wudong Leisure, the staff arranged a private room for the leaders to recline and recuperate, while Lu Fan stepped outside to inspect the offerings. Holding the price list, he inquired of the manager, "What does the 888 package entail?" The manager replied, "Sir, this is our highest standard, encompassing full-body massage, gastrointestinal care, spinal maintenance, lymphatic detox, aromatherapy, kidney care, gua sha detox, essential oil massage, among 16 additional services, truly a value beyond measure. You will understand once you experience it." Understanding Guo Tongyu's intentions, Lu Fan directly asked, "Is there a possibility for something more?" The manager responded, "Sir, we are a legitimate massage establishment. Should you desire additional services, there will be an extra charge." Not wishing to quibble, and eager to ensure Guo Tongyu's satisfaction, Lu Fan pressed, "You comprehend my request, correct? How much more?" "Rest assured, your satisfaction is guaranteed. The price for special services is 888. Lu Fan thought to himself, "Goodness, that is exorbitant. Yet, the expenditure must be made." He consented, "Very well, but please ensure it is a young, beautiful, and well-proportioned individual. Rest assured, we have over 30 skilled technicians for you to choose from." Lu Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he reluctantly selected a charming young woman for Director Guo, who appeared quite alluring in figure. The manager inquired, "Boss, would you not like to select one for yourself?" Blushing, Lu Fan replied, "No need, just see to it that the one inside serves the boss well." After ushering the technician into the room, Lu Fan was taken aback to find Director Guo already changed and reclining on the bed in feigned slumber. Once arrangements were made, Lu Fan settled in the lobby for a smoke, his mind consumed by the number 888, his heart aflame with unexpressed desires. Yet, he possessed neither the audacity nor the resolve to act upon them. The very notion of 888 was daunting. Reflecting on the past few days felt surreal, utterly reshaping Lu Fan's understanding. He had encountered numerous officials of various ranks, section heads, bureau chiefs, and department leaders, who, while courteous, treated him with a distinct formality that starkly contrasted their demeanor toward Director Guo. This revelation enlightened Lu Fan to the notion that connections without power were merely acquaintances, whereas those forged with strength bore genuine significance. Regardless, Lu Fan was experiencing a profoundly different chapter in his life. Gazing upward, he beheld the brilliant stars illuminating the night sky. Lowering his gaze, He noted the thorny path he had traversed, yet progress was evident in the right direction. As for the actions he was currently undertaking, the focus lay solely on their outcomes, devoid of moral judgment. In moments of adversity, discussions of vision and sentiment seemed futile. Survival was paramount. He entrusted his actions to the present and left the results to time. Lu Fan firmly believed that one would either erupt in silence or perish within it. All that mattered was relentless effort. As long as he pursued the light, his life would surely shine brilliantly. 2 hours later, Guotongyu emerged from the private room, visibly content, prompting Lu Fan to rise and greet him. "Oh, now that you're relaxed, let us head back and rest. Your responsibilities are significant, and you must take care of your health." "Xiao Fan, this outing must have incurred quite the expense," Guotongyu inquired. "You allocated 50,000, which should suffice," Lu Fan responded. Guotongyu chuckled. "The logging team is a small unit. Excessive spending is unsustainable. By year-end, the county's balancing funds will be released. Submit a report for 50,000, and it will be approved upon your return. The leaders provide for you, and you must accept. It's a matter of keeping peace. Refusing would be rather unbecoming." Lu Fan replied with a smile. "Thank you for your guidance, Director. Xiao Fan, remember that in our work, there are many unavoidable circumstances. Always be adaptable in dealing with matters. Act with steadiness, speak sweetly, and be firm. Rest assured, I will adhere to this. I will not utter what should remain unsaid, nor will I engage in actions that are inappropriate. Work diligently. I will support you at the Bureau. Let us aim to solidify your position as the head of the logging team in 2 years." Chapter 33. Xiao Es wish. Upon returning to the room, Lu Fan found Du Wenlong lying flat on the bed, his eyes bright with anticipation. "Still awake?" he asked. Du Wenlong sprang up, exclaiming, "Brother Fan, are we not good friends?" "Of course. Then shouldn't we share blessings and face challenges together?" "Absolutely. Why is it that during good times, you seem to forget me completely? Coming back so late surely indicates you've been enjoying yourself." Lu Fan was amused and inquired, "Cho, what are you thinking about?" "Brother Fan, I desire women. You wish, and so do I. Yet, the women here are not for us. 888s, do you want them? Return to Ningyang and find yourself a girlfriend, so you can think of her every day." "Damn, are we gilded now?" Cho, wildflowers by the roadside are indeed fragrant. But I advise you to think twice. How many have ultimately lost both fortune and family, ending in ruin? This is a perilous path. Do not succumb to temptation." Du Wenlong lamented, "Brother Fan, is there even time to indulge? I haven't even touched the edges of it yet. How about we go out for a stroll? I just heard of a golden-winged bird that can dance to the dark tune. Let us go broaden our horizons." Both were visiting Chang'an for the first time, and amid the dazzling lights and intoxicating allure of the bustling metropolis, losing one's way was inevitable. Lu Fan felt a stir of excitement, but recalled his responsibilities for the next day and suggested, Cho, let us pass on this for now. Tomorrow we have serious matters to attend to. We must rest to avoid being sluggish. When we have leisure time, once we've earned some money, we'll come back and indulge freely." Du Wenlong danced with excitement, as if a bright tomorrow was within reach. However, his enthusiasm quickly waned as he sighed. Money is hard to earn, and hardship is difficult to endure. Perhaps we must wait until the next life to be reborn into fortune. Cho, we all start from the womb. What is there to fear? This society only recognizes money, so we must find ways to earn it. Once we are wealthy, not only women but all rules will bend to our service. Brother Fan, education is still the better path. Navigating society is too challenging. It's exhausting to constantly bow and scrape, fearing to offend anyone. Alas, we are powerless and without support. We can only rely on ourselves. First, we put on our socks, then our shoes. First, we humble ourselves, then we will rise. One day, we will stand tall. Brother Fan, I believe in you. Whatever you ask me to do, I shall do. The following day, Lu Fan woke at 7 to rouse Guotongyu and shared breakfast with him. At 7:40, Director Guo went to the forestry office building without Lu Fan, primarily to deliver important materials to key figures, as some leaders could not be addressed with mere pressure. Lu Fan and Cho lingered in their room, idly conversing, while Cho's gaze remained fixed on the nearby Wutong rest, his expression betraying a longing desire. Lu Fan approached from behind and whispered, "Do you wish to go?" "I do." Realizing the awkwardness of his response, Du Wenlong quickly added, "I mainly want to broaden my horizons, so I can boast to Xiao Yi when I return." Lu Fan directly produced 900 yuan and handed it to Cho, saying, "Go and enjoy yourself." This. Brother Fan, I was joking. I am not jesting. Cho, go experience it for yourself and see how they provide services. Perhaps we can replicate it in Ningyang. Brother Fan, Do you wish to open a massage parlor in Ningyang? If you don't go now, I might change my mind. Let us go immediately. For the sake of Brother Fan's grand endeavor, we must go. With that, he seized the money and dashed off towards Wutong Rest. Lu Fan pondered over this matter throughout the night. The themes of romance and the ephemeral pleasures of life remain a perennial topic of discussion among men. Establishments that cater to such indulgences will never cease to exist. As long as the service is impeccable and the practitioners are exceptional, it is a foolproof business model. Moreover, when employed judiciously, it can serve as a significant tool for social interactions and gathering intelligence. One cannot merely dismiss the concerns of leadership regarding potential negative influences. Such apprehensions are reserved for those at the upper echelons. Lu Fan had heard that it had become quite the trend for mid-level officials to frequent foot massage establishments in Ningyang, with some individuals visiting multiple times a day, their feet nearly worn raw, yet they remained undeterred in their enjoyment. If there is profit to be made, why not pursue it? Life offers few opportunities for bold endeavors. If not now, when? As for the initial capital, one can always devise a means to gather it. Solutions often outnumber obstacles. 90 minutes later, Du Wenlong returned. Looking rejuvenated and content, Lu Fan smiled and inquired, "Are you satisfied? How was it?" "Brother Fan," Du replied, "I have made up my mind. I will strive to earn money. Big cities are indeed wonderful, beyond words, and life seems blissful." Lu Fan feigned anger, saying, "I tasked you with serious matters. Yet you only indulged in pleasure. My dear brother, what can you truly learn from just one visit? Different fields require different expertise. We, as novices, cannot hope to succeed. Think about it. Do we know anyone with the requisite skills in this area? Rather than relying on others, it is better to rely on oneself. If we lack knowledge, we must learn. To earn money, one must understand the trade, and I believe it is not insurmountable. If you work there for a year, you will grasp everything. Then, we can recruit a few practitioners from the establishment and have them recommend some acquaintances. Wouldn't that suffice for our staffing needs? I will figure out the financial aspects." Lu Fan expected Du Wenlong to enthusiastically agree. Who wouldn't yearn for the glamorous and intoxicating lifestyle that contrasts with Ningyang? To his surprise, Du Wenlong replied, "Brother Fan, could we perhaps have Xiaoyi go instead?" "Why?" Lu Fan asked. "I aspire to be like you and secure a formal job. I have reviewed the public foundation knowledge material. Didn't you mention that once I obtain my diploma, I can take the civil service exam? I want to dedicate these next 2 years to focused study." Lu Fan was taken aback, not anticipating such ambition from his usually reticent brother. What more was there to discuss? He resolved to support him wholeheartedly. "Cho, I won't say much more. After the new year, don't leave. Stay at the Baishu Wan Forest Farm as a forest ranger or some temporary position. Just focus on your efforts, and I'll support you for 2 years. Brother Fan," Du exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude, feeling the depth of their brotherly bond. As noon approached, Guotongyu returned with a beaming smile, indicating that everything had gone smoothly. The trio enjoyed a delicious bowl of palma downstairs before setting off back to Ningyang. Along the way, Guotongyu remarked, "The year-end is always difficult. But now we can finally celebrate the new year with peace of mind. Oh, and one more thing. Xiao Fan, is the coffin ready?" "Director, rest assured. The 2 coffins can be transported at any time." "Excellent. You've handled this beautifully. Tomorrow, accompany me to Gansu County to deliver materials to County Chief Bien." "Xiao Fan, I will speak on your behalf then, hoping to secure a favor from County Chief Bien. He is young and promising, with a bright future ahead." "Director, how could I dare to take credit for your achievements? Everything is done according to your guidance. No need for such formality with me. The personal connections of the county head are of little use to me. As long as I do not offend anyone, it suffices. If I wish to progress, I must have the secretary's approval and seek external support from the province or city. However, your situation is quite different. Your current objective is to wholeheartedly resolve the issues concerning the deputy positions. Director, I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. No need for formality among acquaintances. Xiao Fan, we shall depart at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning to arrive in Ganshui County by 6. "No problem. I will be there on time." Lu Fan pondered. This time, a small truck would be necessary, which would require troubling General Manager Wu. Nevertheless, one can endure a few inconveniences, and I shall remember these favors, hoping that one day I may be in a position to assist Uncle Wu or even Wu Hong. By the time I returned to Ningyang, it was already 6. After escorting Director Gua home, Lu Fan and Du Wenlong went to General Manager Wu's residence to return the vehicle and extend New Year's greetings, bringing along 2 extra pressure cookers as gifts. Wu Hong was particularly delighted to see Lu Fan and insisted on sharing a few drinks. General Manager Wu chided Lu Fan for being overly considerate. questioning the need for gifts. With important matters to attend to the next day, Lu Fan had to decline his friend's kind offer, stating he needed to borrow a truck to transport 2 coffins. Without hesitation, General Manager Wu agreed, ensuring that the driver would arrive at Baishu Forest Farm by 2 o'clock. General Manager Wu took great pride in his discernment. This young man, having just started working, was already capable of managing a forest farm, certainly not an ordinary individual destined for greatness. Naturally, he was inclined to fulfill Lu Fan's modest requests. While ordinary people strategize for their endeavors, the wise consider timing, and the adept seek leverage. Although General Manager Wu lacks formal education, it does not imply a lack of insight. If he were unaware of the importance of timing and leverage, how could he have built such a vast enterprise in a small county, with his business thriving? The key lies in his understanding that to achieve wealth, one must first lay the groundwork. Upon returning to Baishu, it was already past 9. After finishing a call with Lao Chao, Lu Fan collapsed into bed. But sleep eluded him. Soon after, Su Xiaoi and Du Wenlong excitedly knocked on the door, bursting in with enthusiasm to contribute to Fan Ji's grand plans for success. He expressed a desire to study in Chang'an, dreaming of opening a massage parlor filled with skilled therapists. Lu Fan chuckled, saying, "You can go, but we must establish 3 rules." Su Xiaoi, eager, replied, "Forget the 3 rules. I'm open to 10. First, no emotional entanglements with the therapists. Second, do not engage in vices, gambling, drugs, or promiscuity. The allure of a big city can be intoxicating, and one must remain clear-headed and mindful of their finances in Chang'an. Third, know your purpose for going to Chang'an, to acquire valuable skills, thoroughly understand the industry, and cultivate a network of therapists. Rest assured, I will steer clear of vices and fulfill my mission." Lu Fan laughed. "You, with your crafty ways, must ensure you remain healthy. Do not let anything compromise your well-being, or it will backfire on you. Don't worry, Fangu, I won't cause any trouble. I'll learn the skills and return to assist you. Let's wait until after the new year. In the meantime, join me in patrolling the mountains to earn some money." Chapter 34. Acknowledgements from the county head. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the vehicle sent by General Manager Wu arrived at Baishu Forest Farm. Lu Fan, groggy and uncomfortable, awoke, feeling the exhaustion from the past few days weighing heavily upon him. Accompanied by Du Wenlong, Su Xiaoi, and Wang Lu, the group arrived at Old Chao's residence. With a collective effort, they barely managed to lift 2 coffins onto the vehicle, the weight of these genuine coffins proving to be quite substantial. Lu Fan insisted on giving Old Chao 10,000 yuan, yet Old Chao resolutely returned 2,000, claiming that this was the customary price for acquaintances. Reluctantly, Lu Fan accepted the adjustment. Although Du Wenlong and the others wished to assist further, Lu Fan dissuaded them, reasoning that the county mayor, being familiar with such affairs, would certainly have ample help at hand. At 1:30, the vehicle departed from Baishu Bay, heading towards Ningyang. The road was uneven and bumpy. Lu Fan cautioned the driver to proceed slowly. Under the influence of a Huadiao wine, the driver naturally complied, having risen from humble beginnings. Lu Fan understood that even minor gestures of kindness were both practical and respectful to those who toil, thus ensuring their utmost dedication to the task at hand. By 3:30, the vehicle halted at the entrance of the Forestry Bureau's family quarters. Noticing that Director Guo's residence was already illuminated, Lu Fan made a brief phone call to report their arrival before disembarking and leaving the front passenger seat for the leadership. 10 minutes later, Guo Tongyu, appearing weary, entered the vehicle and remarked, "Xiao Fan, you've worked hard. I presume you didn't sleep well? Once today's tasks are complete, I can finally rest for the year." "Director Guo, I can endure. If you feel fatigued, please rest a bit. I will wake you upon our arrival in Ganxue County." "Very well. I shall take a short nap. After several consecutive days of travel, I find it increasingly difficult to keep my eyes open." Lu Fan mused about the lingering effects of 2 rounds of 888 from the previous day. As the saying goes, wine is a poison that flows through the veins, and love is a blade that cuts deep. Even the mightiest of heroes may bow before the allure of beauty, but it is only the overworked ox that breaks the field. Shortly after 5, the driver announced their entry into Ganxue County. Upon hearing this, Guo Tongyu began to give directions, indicating that the county mayor's residence was situated in a nearby village. The driver confirmed that he could find it based on the name provided. Upon reaching the village, the driver scanned the surroundings for the location of the wake, quickly identifying it by the prominently displayed age paper at the entrance. Guo Tongyu called the county mayor, and shortly thereafter, a throng of 20 to 30 individuals emerged to assist in carrying the coffins. As the vehicle's doors opened, the 2 coffins came into view, immediately eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. An experienced feng shui master marveled, exclaiming, "What exquisite craftsmanship! The artistry is unparalleled. The carvings are entirely handcrafted. The front and back are remarkably grand, and the three-layer base is a rarity. The materials are substantial, weighing at least 400 to 500 yuan. This is undoubtedly the work of a seasoned artisan. The intricacies of the carvings are significant. Many may not realize that carpentry is closely linked with feng shui. The ruler and the chalk line are tools of the trade. A true carpenter's crafted coffin will surely benefit future generations. It has been many years since I have encountered such a meticulously crafted coffin." After such an explanation, the county mayor felt particularly gratified. Providing a perfect resting place for the elder could be considered the final act of filial piety, and it also brought him considerable prestige. Especially the notion of benefiting future descendants pleased him greatly. Guo Tongyu then introduced Lu Fan to the county mayor, saying, "Mayor Bien, this young man is Lu Fan, the acting director of the Baishu Bay Forestry Farm. To be candid, these two coffins owe their existence to him. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to craft such fine coffins on such short notice. Oh, Director Lu, I am truly grateful to you. You have alleviated my pressing dilemma. Furthermore, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, Tongyu. You are too kind, Director Bien. When you called me, Lu Fan happened to be by my side. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss, resorting to mere pretense." Lu Fan, being considerate, sought out two exquisite materials, not wishing to squander them. He entrusted the skilled craftsman to meticulously create a pair of coffins. Little did we expect that upon completion, you would be in need. Which seems to be a serendipitous twist of fate, truly a blessing for the elder. Oh, what a coincidence. Lu Fan, I am immensely grateful to you. I express my thanks on behalf of the old gentleman. Lu Fan hurriedly replied, "You are far too gracious. It was merely a whimsical thought of mine. Perhaps it was destiny that these two coffins found their purpose. Thankfully, they are worthy of admiration, and I am relieved not to have failed in my duty. I shall call you Xiao Fan. The coffins are perfect, and their worth is precisely as it should be." Lu Fan promptly declined, rushing off to assist with the lifting of the coffin, subsequently heading to the kitchen to lend a hand. He was well versed in this work. In the village, everyone, young and old, contributed to such solemn occasions. Director Bien pulled Guo Tongyu aside, stating, "This is a significant matter. It would be inappropriate not to offer compensation, especially for the elder. The county head, Lu Fan, is quite stubborn, unwavering in his stance. I suspect you will find it challenging to persuade him to accept payment. How can that be? Please provide a figure. How much is it?" "Director, you are putting me in a difficult position. I only know that these two pieces are exceptionally rare materials, and the labor cost will undoubtedly exceed the material cost, though I have not inquired about the specifics. Oh, I shall consult the master of yin and yang. In our rural customs, we emphasize a peaceful resting place. This is a considerable obligation that cannot be overlooked." When the master extended 6 fingers, stating that this was the minimum amount, Bien Jida was somewhat taken aback. Recognizing the gravity of this generous gift, he felt compelled to accept it. He approached Lu Fan, who was busy at the stove, and pulled him aside, saying, "Xiao Fan, I must insist on providing payment." Lu Fan replied, "Leader, this is a directive from Director Guo. I absolutely cannot accept it. Moreover, I fear your disapproval. The cost for these coffins was minimal, merely labor charges. If I were to accept payment, what would that make me? I would surely be scorned by our Ningyang people. Oh, let us set aside this discussion for now. How about we exchange contact information and address it later? You can reach out to me anytime." "Thank you, Director. If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask. I have strength to spare." "Good lad. Let us keep in touch. You are a guest. Do not overexert yourself. It's no trouble. Having grown up in the countryside, I am quite familiar with such tasks. I have done them often in the past. Funerals demand considerable effort, and I cannot remain idle. Please, continue with your duties." With that, Lu Fan joined the ranks of those washing dishes. During their first encounter, Lu Fan left a remarkably positive impression on Bien Jida. He demonstrated a keen understanding of the bigger picture, a strong work ethic, and a willingness to endure hardship. During Bien Jida's vulnerable moments, such an enthusiastic and proactive individual naturally garnered the county head's favor. After a busy morning that culminated in breakfast, Guo Tongyu and Lu Fan paid their respects to the elder and exchanged pleasantries with Bien Jida, intending to return to Ningyang. As they were about to leave, Lu Fan repeatedly assured Bien Jida that should he need anything, a phone call would summon him without delay. Once in the vehicle, Guo Tongyu informed Lu Fan, "Director Bien holds himself in high regard. Ordinary people rarely catch his eye. Given the circumstances, it seems you have made a favorable impression. If you can establish a connection with him, it will undoubtedly prove beneficial in the future. Lu Fan was naturally grateful to the leadership for the opportunity. Upon returning to Basha Bay in the afternoon, he finally felt he could celebrate the new year in peace. As soon as he entered the unit, he was greeted by an enticing aroma. The kitchen was bustling with activity, where chefs were preparing festive dishes such as crispy chicken, meatballs, roasted pork, stewed meat, fried fish, and oil cakes. His sister, Lu Yao, and Su Xiaoyi were lending a hand in the kitchen, occasionally sneaking a piece of meat to satisfy their cravings. Meanwhile, Du Wenlong was engrossed in his studies in the guest room, clearly determined to excel. Today, it was Wang Li's turn to be on duty, and upon seeing the director return, he quickly approached to report on the work, primarily concerning the accounts. Lu Fan took the stack of accounting documents and meticulously reviewed each one, not out of suspicion towards the accountant's integrity, but rather to gain a deeper understanding of the unit's operations and expenditures. Has the legal person been changed? He inquired. If not, I cannot sign off. Director, it was taken care of a few days ago. The registration certificate has been updated, and the seals are all ready. Wang Lu replied. Lu Fan nodded and began to sign his name in the designated area for responsible parties. This was Lu Fan's first official signature. A moment of great significance. As he earnestly inscribed his name, a wave of pride surged within him, a feeling akin to the vast ocean allowing fish to leap and the sky permitting birds to soar. Everything felt within his grasp. An exhilarating sensation. After dinner, Lu Fan, Du Wenlong, Su Xiaoyi, and Wang Lu gathered to play cards, filling the office with laughter and joy. Lu Yao sat nearby, engrossed in her computer, feeling a profound sense of security from her brother's smile. Ever since they arrived at the forest farm, she had come to regard it as home, as it was her brother's domain where everyone treated one another with kindness and care, creating a warm atmosphere. The phone rang, prompting Lu Fan to ask everyone to lower their voices. It was Secretary Li Daqiang calling. Upon answering, he greeted warmly, Secretary Li, wishing you an early new year. What can I do for you? Xiao Fan, if you're free tomorrow, come to my house. I host colleagues at home every year, starting at noon, replied Li. Of course. I'll be there on time. Lu Fan assured. Great, let us make it a memorable occasion. After hanging up, Lu Fan pondered for a moment, deciding to bring a pressure cooker along, as he had already prepared one for Secretary Li, and thought to include 2 packs of cigarettes as well. The social obligations had become Lu Fan's most significant expense, an overwhelming burden that was difficult to overcome, yet he knew he had to persist. Everyone understood that relationships were nurtured through reciprocity and interaction. Mutual support served as the bond that strengthened connections and enriched relationships. The culture of social exchanges in China can be described as a lifelong concern for individuals, from the moment of birth, through academic achievements, wedding celebrations, and even to the final farewell. The significance of social connections persists throughout life. In Ningyang, this traditional mindset is even more pronounced, with some joking that one is either attending a banquet or on their way to one daily. With the elevation of his position and status, Lu Fan anticipated an increase in social obligations. To speak frankly, his salary was insufficient to cover even the simplest gifts, let alone afford a car, a house, or support his family's expenses and children's education. It can be said that if one is overly meticulous, possessing even 2 houses could hardly be deemed a product of legitimate income. One might not even afford a single dwelling. How can one then speak of combating corruption? It is a mere act of self-deception, akin to burying one's head in the sand. Chapter 35. Li Daqiang's family banquet, as the saying goes. It is easy to slip from frugality to extravagance, but quite difficult to descend from opulence to moderation. Once accustomed to riding in a private vehicle, it becomes a challenge to revert to public transport, though renting a car remains permissible under current regulations. The following day, as Lu Fan ventured to Ningyang once more, he found himself needing to rent a vehicle, which inevitably led to considerations regarding expenses. A single trip would cost 300, although the expenditure was covered by the state. It nonetheless pained him, for everyone understands that the current workplace belongs to the leadership, and should there be any surplus in funds, there are always ways to extract it. Thus, management must operate with the same frugality as one would in their own household. Upon arriving in Ningyang, Lu Fan located the Grain Bureau's residential building according to the address provided by Secretary Li Daqiang, nestled in the heart of the county. The building had been completed merely a few years prior, but had already appreciated 3 or 4 times from its original value of 100,000. Envy welled up within Lu Fan as he salivated at the thought of purchasing a unit there when he became affluent. After knocking on the door, Deputy Secretary Meng Qingqi greeted him with a smile, saying, Xiao Fan, we have all come empty-handed to partake in this feast, and yet you bring gifts. Meng Secretary, You are all seasoned acquaintances, while I am a newcomer. It would be inappropriate for me to arrive empty-handed for my first visit next year. I shall assuredly come with nothing but my appetite. Li Daqiang emerged from the kitchen, chiding, "Did I not tell you yesterday? You need not bring anything." Lu Fan promptly placed the pressure cooker in the kitchen, stating, "Secretary, there is no need to prepare lamb. This is ready-made. And I brought 2 packs of cigarettes for everyone to enjoy. Are you suggesting my home is devoid of cigarettes?" "Secretary, I brought them along, and I certainly cannot take them back." "Very well, let this be the last time. Go out and join them for a game of cards. They are all vice leaders of the township, and you will need to interact with them frequently. I specifically summoned you for this." Stepping outside, Lu Fan found himself surrounded by the township head, the chairman of the People's Congress, and several vice township heads, truly a gathering of leaders. With himself as the sole representative of the forestry sector, it was evident that Secretary Li had extended special consideration towards him. As Lu Fan approached, the township head, Shi Qiansheng, called out, "Director Lu, join us for a game of Jia Jinhua, will you?" Everyone knows that one might find themselves needing the forest farm one day. Hence they regard Lu Fan with a newfound respect. The mayor's directive was clear. Could he dare to refuse? Yet he felt his skills were lacking, and he feared the laughter of the leaders. Chairman of the People's Congress, Cui Mingyang, chuckled, "I prefer those who are drowsy and intoxicated. Only they can win with their eyes closed. Come, sit with me." Lu Fan settled in and inquired, "I am unfamiliar with the rules. What are the stakes?" Deputy Secretary Meng Qingqi elucidated, "The standard play involves a base of 10, capped at 200. In Jia Jinhua, a flush beats a straight, and a bomb requires a hard 235. All else adheres to customary regulations." Lu Fan produced several hundred yuan bills along with some smaller denominations to enter the game. In Ningyang, it was likely that no one was unaware of such a pastime. Lu Fan was keenly aware that as long as he remained discreet and composed, he could afford to lose a few hundred without it affecting his well-being. However, this was the most effective means of integrating into the leadership of the township government, and he could not let Secretary Li's kindness go unappreciated. As the card game commenced, Lu Fan exhibited a cautious demeanor, typically opting to follow along for a round before assessing the cards. When dealt lesser hands, he would promptly fold, ensuring he did not disrupt the fervor of the leader's spirited play. Conversely, when holding stronger hands, he would engage more actively, making it difficult for others to bluff. After half an hour of play, I miraculously won over 300. Encouraged, I decided to wager that amount again, determined to prove my courage. However, it wasn't long before I lost the winnings. Indeed, impulse can be a treacherous spirit. Thus, I resolved to tread cautiously, steadily building my gains. I planned to intensify my efforts once I amassed a bit more, engaging in this cycle of exhilaration without ever losing my head. When Secretary Li and his wife called everyone to dinner, I had fortuitously won 2 to 300, perfectly covering today's car rental expenses without drawing attention. What a delightful stroke of luck. With the new year approaching, the feast was naturally abundant with festive delicacies, a table laden with sumptuous dishes. Hungry, I indulged heartily, preparing for the forthcoming drinking session, as drinking on an empty stomach is detrimental to health and can lead to intoxication. Since my arrival, Chairman Cui Mingyang had been exceptionally attentive, ensuring I was well-fed and engaged, helping me assimilate into this collective. Indeed, a gesture of courtesy often comes with expectations. Just before the drinking commenced, Cui Mingyang leaned in and whispered, "Xiao Fan, I wish to procure 2 sets of material for my parents." Without hesitation, I replied, "You set the time, and I will ensure it is done meticulously." Chui's face lit up with joy as he gave me a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Decisive. I've been in touch with old Li for half a year now without any progress. Xiao Fan, in the future at the township government, you can count on me without a second thought." Once the drinking began, as the youngest participant, I proactively served tea and poured drinks, adopting a humble demeanor. After everyone had toasted in rounds, I raised my glass last, clinking with each leader in turn. I refrained from instigating conversations but welcomed anyone who approached me for a toast, and thus, I consumed 7 or 8 liang of Maotai, exceeding my limit. Yet, the seasoned veterans seemed unfazed, appearing capable of enduring another 300 rounds. Indeed, township officials are warriors tested by alcohol. I felt a sense of inferiority and chose to retire to the guest room at the secretary's home for a brief respite. Drinking without hesitation is a matter of attitude. Thus, even if one becomes inebriated, it is not a disgrace, but rather a reflection on one's capacity. Upon awakening, I felt the effects of the alcohol had diminished significantly. Glancing at the clock, I realized I had slept for nearly 2 hours. When I ventured into the living room in search of water, I was astonished to find the drinking session still in full swing. I couldn't help but reflect on the vast differences among people. My tolerance was yet to mature, and I recognized that I still had much to learn. Li Daqiang encouraged me to continue drinking, and I could not refuse, having already played the role of a deserter for 2 hours. In truth, this gathering of leaders was nearing their limits, relying solely on willpower to sustain themselves. Before I could complete another round of toasts, some began to sway unsteadily, mumbling incoherently. Observing this, Li Daqiang and Township Head Shi Qiansheng proposed to disperse, personally calling for their families to come and collect them, a customary practice each year. I left alongside the township head, and upon descending the stairs, he unexpectedly remarked, "Xiao Fan, you don't have a girlfriend yet, do you? I have a niece who graduated from college and, like you, began working last year at the labor union." The implication was clear, but at that moment, my mind was far from the matters of romance. He jested, "At present, I possess neither a room nor a plot of land, my future appears bleak. And I must still support my sister's education. In such dire poverty, how could I dare to enter into the realm of affluence? With empty sleeves, how could I dare to pursue a beautiful woman? Are you not concerned that your niece might suffer alongside me?" Unexpectedly, Shi Qiansheng responded nonchalantly, "When we marry, who would concern themselves with houses or cars? A man, as long as he possesses ambition, will eventually acquire such possessions." He continued, "My niece has a gentle disposition. She is not one to disdain the poor for the rich, nor is she short-sighted. Find a time for you two to meet. If the chemistry is right, then you may proceed." With the conversation reaching this point, to refuse would be to display a lack of gratitude. After all, he is the village chief, and one must show some respect. Lu Fan chuckled, "Village chief, as long as you do not mind my poverty, I shall not be a burden. Little Fan, let me assure you, my niece is gentle, virtuous, and possesses beauty. She is truly a worthy match. Her name is He Hai Hai, and she works at the county trade union. I will arrange for you two to meet." "All right, I shall heed your arrangements." Having completed his tasks, Lu Fan took the bus back to Baishu Bay, feeling quite uncomfortable during the bumpy ride and realizing he needed to acquire a vehicle soon. In Ningyang, after the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, the atmosphere of the new year officially begins, and people become increasingly busy, with the festive spirit permeating the Luz Plateau. The 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, commonly known as the Little New Year, is a day when people welcome the kitchen god. The logging site is no exception. They place an image of the kitchen god on the stove and prepare offerings for worship. On the 24th day, they dust and clean their homes. That morning, everyone at the logging site engaged in cleaning, wiping windows, and washing bedding, ensuring everything was immaculate. Today, Lu Jing was on duty, accompanied by her husband, Su Zhong, who drove her to work. The couple appeared very affectionate. Su Zhong entered Lu Fan's office carrying 2 bottles of liquor and 2 packs of cigarettes, cheerfully saying, "Let's wish the leader a happy new year." Lu Fan hurriedly stood up to make tea, declining, "Director Su, you are chastising me. I am merely filling in temporarily. Who knows, the new site director may arrive any day now, and I absolutely cannot accept such gifts." Without further ado, he returned the gifts to Su Zhang's car. "Director Lu, look at this. It is just a small token of appreciation. Director Su, please call me Little Fan. I truly cannot accept this. How shall we get along in the future?" "Very well, as I am a few years your senior, let us refer to each other as brothers." "Oh, I have just completed my own tasks. Otherwise, I would have come to see you sooner." "Director Su, you are quite busy, I understand. Whenever you have the time, please come by, and we can share a few drinks." "I am exhausted. The tasks assigned by the leadership are overwhelming." Previously, the director of the city bureau was from Ningyang, and everything was easier to coordinate. Now that it has shifted to Lengjiang, it feels as though they are targeting us. In a couple of years, the children of the county leaders, including the director's child, will all graduate at once, and there will surely be a concentrated examination. I have met with the city bureau director a few times, but Director Lung leaves no room for negotiation, insisting that we submit our job needs only for a unified recruitment by the city. What operational leeway do we have left? How can we resolve the employment issues for the people of Ningyang? Lu Fan's interest was piqued, and he inquired of Su Zhong, "Brother Su, approximately which year are you referring to?" "The son of our director graduated in 2010, as did the children of over a dozen other leaders. One must look out for oneself, for if not, one might face dire consequences. It is imperative to reclaim our autonomy. If the city manages the recruitment, candidates from every county will apply, thereby monopolizing the quota designated for us in Ningyang, using our financial resources to sustain individuals from outside counties. It would be better not to hire at all, as Ningyang is certainly not lacking in talent. Is that not the truth? Thus, I am currently making every effort to cultivate a relationship with the head of the planning department. You shouting, Brother Su? Can this matter really be resolved through a department head? Su Zheng smiled ambiguously. Little brother, you may not be aware, but while a typical department head may not suffice, this particular one is quite special. She possesses the ability to whisper sweet nothings. A tempest of emotions surged within Lu Fan. This you shouting is not the romantic interest of Uncle Yang, is she? Has she quickly become involved with Lingyang? Or has something been awry all along? Is there a deeper intrigue at play? Chapter 36. The affirmation of County Chief Yang. That evening, Lu Fan requested the chef to prepare a few dishes to accompany drinks, leading to a state of inebriation shared with Su Zheng. Alcohol is a marvelous catalyst, capable of swiftly bridging the gap between two individuals. By the late hours, they were calling each other brothers. Lu Fan gestured grandly, assuring Su that he could return home to enjoy the new year in peace, as he would remain at the office, and his sister-in-law need not be on duty. Seizing the opportunity, Su Zheng expressed concern about his child studying in Chang'an and the difficulties of managing the situation with the elderly. Lu Fan clung to the last vestiges of his rationality, refraining from making promises, stating that he would assess the situation each year. Currently, the Bureau was monitoring the forest farm, and he could not act against regulations. From the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, only the chef remained at the forest farm, which had thus become Lu Fan's domain. Together with his sister and Du Wenlong, as well as Su Xiaoyi, they lived freely and delightfully. Finally, the long-awaited New Year's Eve arrived. A sumptuous feast awaited, as the four gathered around the table, savoring delicious dumplings while watching the Spring Festival Gala and listening to the intermittent crackle of firecrackers outside, enjoying a peaceful spring festival. During the holiday, the theft and illegal logging of trees were rampant. However, under Lu Fan's stewardship, not a single tree was lost. He, along with Du Wenlong and Su Xiaoyi, collaborated with the forest rangers to uncover 21 cases of illegal logging, all confiscated for public benefit. As for those involved, they were dealt with gently. After all, who would engage in unlawful activities unless compelled by necessity? Moreover, these were all local folks, and it was unwise to make enemies. It was essential to carry out the work while maintaining a sense of decorum. Lu Fan's objective was to prevent the loss of trees at Baishu Bay Forest Farm, thereby monopolizing high-quality resources. Anyone wishing to procure materials from here would need to provide justification, at the very least owing him a favor. While personal connections may not always facilitate grand endeavors, they can certainly ease matters during critical moments. After the Lantern Festival, the Spring Festival came to an end. Liu Yao returned to school in Ningyang, and the employees resumed their duties as the new year commenced. By the end of February, Lu Fan attended a county-wide forestry system meeting, where the primary focus was the tree planting tasks for the year. Baishu Bay was to undertake the planting of approximately 380 acres of new forest and to complete the nurturing, replanting, and restoration of 500 acres. Upon the issuance of the task, the Baishu 1 forestry farm sprang into action, employing 120 local farmers. Lu Fan shared their meals and labor, overseeing every step of the process, from the transportation of saplings to digging holes, mixing slurry, and planting, ensuring the utmost quality of the saplings to fulfill the annual objectives. Accountant Wang Lu discreetly informed Lu Fan that the county's targets need not be strictly adhered to. It was a tacit understanding among various townships to underreport, with Baishu 1 historically consuming at least 100 acres of quota, an oversight that could easily be glossed over even if inspected. However, Lu Fan remained undeterred, insisting on high standards and stringent requirements, determined to fulfill the afforestation task without compromise. While he may not grasp the grand principles, he understood that cutting down trees was a last resort. For every tree felled, 3, 5, or even 10 must be replanted to compensate for nature's loss. For integrity must guide one's actions. Hard work is rewarded, and those who act with conscience often find unexpected success. This year, the creation of a national forest city was a focal point for the county committee and government, receiving significant attention from the municipal authorities. Secretary Guo Mingxiong and County Mayor Li Guoquan repeatedly stressed the necessity of fully committing to this initiative, prioritizing funding and warning that any lapses would cost individuals their positions. Deputy County Mayor Yang Chuanbei took this task as a political mandate, with afforestation being of paramount importance, thus attracting even more scrutiny than in previous years. Accompanied by Forestry Bureau Director Guo Tongyu, Deputy Mayor Yang meticulously inspected the afforestation efforts across various townships, from Nanchuan to Zhongchuan and finally to Beichuan. Yang's expression grew increasingly grim as he perceived the blatant disregard for the overarching objectives, with individuals continuing to engage in deceitful practices for personal gain. In the past, he might have turned a blind eye, but now, at such a critical juncture, such audacity was intolerable. Upon arriving at Baishuwan, Yang's frustration reached its zenith. Prepared to unleash his fury, and issued a strict order to Guotongyu for an unannounced inspection, clearly intent on uncovering any misconduct. Guotongyu worried for Lu Fan. Fearing he might face severe repercussions, yet bound by duty, he refrained from giving any warning, hoping Baishuwan would pass the inspection or that he could later intercede on Lu Fan's behalf. However, as the vehicle entered Baishuwan, the inspection team was utterly astonished. Each hill was abuzz with activity, with numerous farmers enthusiastically wielding shovels and other tools, collaborating in pairs or small groups. After a flurry of diligent effort, rows of newly planted saplings stood tall and orderly. Yang Chuanbei, perplexed, turned to Guotongyu. "You didn't tip them off, did you? County Mayor, do you still doubt me? I assure you, I provided no heads up, not even a hint." "Then this is indeed curious. Who is the head of the forestry farm?" "It's Lu Fan, the one temporarily in charge." "Ah, I remember now. Li Yongji is still languishing in the hospital." "Isn't he? This Lu Fan is commendable. I can guarantee that if Li Yongji were in charge, Baishuwan would undoubtedly mirror the lackluster performance of the other townships." Observing the situation, I need not conduct an inspection. It is assured that Baishu Bay has fulfilled its mission. Let us contact the township government and forestry station and proceed to the site for inspection. I believe we can designate Baishu Bay as the acceptance point. 20 minutes later, the inspection team arrived at the reforestation site in Baishu Bay, where the township party secretary, Li Daqiang, and the township head also made their way over. On the hillside, over 50 workers were diligently collaborating, digging trenches, marking lines, wielding shovels to turn the soil, constructing earthen embankments, and transporting water for irrigation. The scene was abuzz with fervor. The newly planted saplings stood tall against the wind, exuding vitality, adding a fresh green hue to the arid lush plateau of spring. Baishu Bay Forestry Station was wholeheartedly engaged in the construction of a verdant and beautiful ecological environment. Yang Chuanbei curiously inquired, "Tongyu, have you been giving Baishu Bay extra support? Their investment is evidently much higher." "County Head Yang," was the reply, "you are well aware of the special funds. Baishu Bay is allocated 480,000 yuan. Neither a penny more nor less. This is quite intriguing." While engaged in conversation, Lu Fan hurried over, breathless, exclaiming, "Greetings, County Head Yang and Director Guo. Welcome to Baishu Bay for inspection and guidance." "So you are Lu Fan? Your efforts are commendable. It seems quite lively here." Lu Fan promptly reported, "County Head Yang, esteemed leaders, to ensure the success of afforestation, Baishu Bay Forestry Station, under the guidance of the Township Government and Forestry Bureau, has enhanced promotional efforts. We have employed 120 local farmers to participate in the reforestation activities. To date, we have completed 480 acres of afforestation and 520 acres of nurturing and replanting. Additionally, we have strengthened the management of the saplings, rigorously enforcing responsibility for their care, and taking stern measures against illegal activities such as unauthorized logging and the misuse of forest land, treating the management work as a vital task in our afforestation efforts. We strive for synchrony in planting and management to ensure that every sapling is planted, survives, and beautifies the area, effectively consolidating the achievements of our greening efforts." "Well done, young man. You articulate well and take action effectively. However, I have a question. With so many hired hands, have you not broadly mobilized the community to raise awareness and encourage the townsfolk to actively engage in voluntary tree planting?" Lu Fan pondered for a moment before responding. "County Head, we plan to call upon officials and students to engage in voluntary tree planting on Arbor Day, and we have already arranged suitable locations, albeit limited in scope. In other areas, I intend to hire workers under a contracting system, ensuring not only that the trees are planted, but also that their survival rate is guaranteed for them to receive their wages." Yang Chuanbei chuckled. "It seems you lack confidence in the officials, the community, and the students. Nevertheless, this approach does ensure a higher survival rate, particularly by entrusting the farmers with the responsibility. I have participated in afforestation for many years, and the survival rate of trees planted by officials and students often leaves much to be desired. However, the significance of their involvement surpasses mere effectiveness. It is essential to engage them to enhance the collective awareness of environmental protection. While your method is valid, it is crucial to emphasize the concept of community participation during promotions and acknowledgements, as it reflects our political stance. With this guidance from the county head, I have come to understand fully. My approach has indeed been somewhat lopsided, and I shall rectify this moving forward." Please do not misconstrue my words. I am not criticizing you. There is another question. You have hired so many people, and the tasks at Cypress Bay have already exceeded expectations, yet you continue working. Where does the funding come from? Lu Fan cannot merely state that the allocated funds are sufficient. Such a claim would be foolish and would inevitably position him as an adversary within the forestry system. With a clever turn of thought, Lu Fan reported, afforestation can protect our essential environment, beautify our homes, expand forest areas, prevent soil erosion, safeguard farmland, and regulate climate. It is a magnificent endeavor that benefits the present and future generations. I thought that doing a bit more would be advantageous, but inadvertently, I exceeded the limits and now find myself troubled about funding, preparing to seek assistance from the Bureau and the township government. Yang Chuanbei chuckled, turning to Guitongyu and Li Daqiang, and said, "Here lies the dilemma. You must devise a solution and express your commitment. Let me remind you that Cypress Bay is a key observation point for establishing a national forest city, and funding must be prioritized." Li Daqiang, feeling the pressure, lamented, "The township government is struggling, yet County Mayor Yang has declared that even if I must tighten my belt, I will support this endeavor. I will contribute 50,000. The Forestry Bureau is a well-funded entity, and during this period, Lu Fan has endeared himself to Guitongyu, who readily offered 100,000. However, Yang Chuanbei was not satisfied, remarking, "That's rather petty. Never mind, I won't press you further. 150,000 will likely only cover our debts. Lu Fan, please devise a meticulous plan in accordance with the national standards for demonstration points. Do not hesitate to spend. Time is of the essence. Within a week, present the proposal, and I will report it to the secretary and the county mayor. I will resolve the financial concerns." Yang Chuanbei was pleasantly surprised by the prospect of Cypress Bay as an observation point, especially given its lush vegetation and solid foundation, coupled with Lu Fan's exceptional work. It naturally caught the attention of County Mayor Yang. Chapter 37. High importance. After concluding the research, County Mayor Yang returned to Ningyang, while Guitongyu and Li Daqiang visited the forestry station to ensure the tasks assigned by the leadership were diligently executed, as they pertained to Ningyang's forestry creation efforts. Upon arriving at Lu Fan's office, Guitongyu praised, "This place resembles an actual institution now. Tidying up has made it significantly more appealing. Little Fan, the observation point is your brainchild. This situation has its advantages and disadvantages. Should it fail, you will bear the consequences. But if it succeeds and passes the evaluation for forestry creation, you may be rewarded, and your deputy section chief position could be secured. Thus, you must plan meticulously, adhering to County Mayor Yang's high standards and specifications." Li Daqiang added, "Cypress Bay has never had an observation point. It's both exciting and worrisome. Once established, observation research and inspections will undoubtedly follow, and the work must be executed flawlessly, both splendidly and pragmatically. It requires a delicate balance of form and substance, which will test our capabilities. Little Fan, you have taken on a significant responsibility." At this moment, Lu Fan realized the gravity of the situation, anxiety creeping into his heart. He addressed the two leaders. "I am merely a soldier. I will do as you instruct." Guitongyu chuckled. "Are you not so ambitious now? Do not fret. It is merely an observation point. Can the sky really fall? You can handle the financial aspects. Reflect, observe, learn, and execute. It is an opportunity to broaden your horizons. And if creativity eludes you, simply replicate an existing observation point with a touch of thoughtfulness. The Bureau possesses relevant materials that you may find useful," Li Daqiang advised. "The crux lies in the report. Merely executing tasks is insufficient. One must articulate splendidly, weaving words into a tapestry of eloquence. Prepare a comprehensive report. Consult the county committee and government offices scribes for their insights, and perhaps seek the approval of County Head Yang, for oftentimes, the ability to articulate is more critical than the ability to act." Fully embracing the wisdom shared by the two, Lu Fan felt a twinge of anxiety, akin to a tiger confronting the vast sky with no means to descend, even harboring some self-reproach for disrupting his previously stable life, unwittingly courting trouble. Guitongyu reiterated that establishing the observation point is the foremost task for the forestry station at present, urging him to concentrate all his energy on its successful completion. Once the observation point takes shape, the secretary and county head are sure to visit. Thus, one must cultivate a solid mental fortitude, being intimately familiar with one's work, ready to respond to any inquiries with ease. Should any issues or challenges arise, feel free to report them to me at any time. Cautiously, Lu Fan inquired, "Esteemed leaders, will you provide the promised 150,000? Li Daqiang replied with a smile, A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. I made this pledge in the presence of leadership and shall not retract it. Once the second quarter's funds are allocated, I will promptly transfer the amount to the forestry station. If you have concerns, feel free to submit an application, and I will approve it in advance. Guotongyu added. 100,000. Can I possibly deceive you? After all, you have brought honor to our forestry system. Go ahead and draft your report. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan remarked. Director, the most pressing issue for the forestry station is the inconvenience of transportation. A trip to the county costs 300 to 500, and for inspections and logistics, we must rent vehicles, which constitutes the station's largest expenditure. Guotongyu pondered briefly and stated, I have already reported to the county government and city bureau regarding inspection and transport vehicles. A unified solution will be provided. Office vehicles are more complicated, but if Baishu 1 is confirmed as the observation point, you will indeed require frequent transportation, necessitating numerous trips to the county. Therefore, the bureau has a cheetah vehicle that has run 160,000 kilometers, which will be temporarily at your disposal. Lu Fan was overjoyed, never having anticipated such robust support from the director. Although he had little grasp of what 160,000 kilometers truly entailed, the mere possession of a dedicated vehicle was something he had never dared to dream of before. In truth, Guotongyu had his own calculations. Providing a vehicle to support the establishment of the observation point would be justifiable, as he was concurrently seeking funds from the county head to procure a new vehicle. After bidding farewell to the 2 leaders, Lu Fan isolated himself in his office to diligently craft the proposal for the observation point's establishment. Initially at a loss for direction, he was fortunate that the bureau's office promptly sent over the relevant materials, providing a much-needed reference. With the conditions of Baishu 1 forestry station firmly in his mind, and in conjunction with the exemplary reporting materials and other city and county creation documents provided by the bureau, he swiftly compiled a preliminary draft. However, after reviewing it repeatedly, he found himself unsatisfied. Preparing materials was indeed a formidable challenge. On March 5th, armed with the necessary documents and materials, Lu Fan journeyed to Ningyang. His first order of business was to acquire the vehicle, an exhilarating prospect. What man does not desire to own a car, especially a government vehicle, which stands as a symbol of status? After presenting the creation plan to Director Gua, he furrowed his brow and sighed, saying, Xiao Fan, you must significantly enhance your skills in document preparation. You need to familiarize yourself with the provincial and municipal documents, as well as various reports. Mastering the art of writing is a gradual process, but with diligence, you can refine your abilities. I will have the secretary revise this for you. Otherwise, you will face criticism during the report. Lu Fan felt particularly embarrassed and ashamed, vowing to devote himself to improving his writing skills. Director, my capabilities are limited, and our forestry station lacks a secretary. We will need assistance from the bureau to finalize this proposal. Just proceed with it for now. Moreover, County Head Yang has made it clear that after all your efforts, you have only managed to secure a budget of 600,000. What a joke. You've squandered the opportunity. It should at least be in the range of 2 to 3 million. Lu Fan was at a loss for words. It seemed his aspirations were still too modest. He decided to let it go. He would follow the leader's directives. Upon exiting the director's office, Lu Fan felt his face flush, grappling with a sense of discomfort and even a hint of inferiority. There were aspects he had not yet mastered, and his understanding was insufficient. Indeed, his skills were lacking. However, as he received the keys to the cheetah vehicle from the office, he immediately cast aside his embarrassment, exhilaration replacing it. The allure of cars and women is an eternal topic for men. Starting the engine, he drove the cheetah out of the Forestry Bureau's gates. The vehicle was impressively large, far surpassing the Santana 2000 in stature, and the fuel tank was full. Xiaoi had already gone to Chang'an for further studies. Before leaving, Lu Fan had given him 5,000 yuan, 3,000 of which was for temporary worker wages. Seeing his excitement, Lu Fan doubted whether he would truly absorb any knowledge. The other 5 brothers awaited at Director Wu's construction site, ready to head to Ningyang for registration. All had passed the adult college entrance examination and been accepted by the Open University. Suddenly, a tall, imposing, and stylish cheetah pulled up before them. Upon seeing Lu Fan's proud expression, the brothers were astonished and quickly climbed into the vehicle, eagerly exploring every inch. They had seen cars before, but never one belonging to their own brother. Du Wenlong exclaimed, Brother Fan, I want to learn to drive. I'll be your chauffeur. Yang Mingho added enviously, I want one too, it's magnificent. Xia Li, now an accountant and more knowledgeable, chuckled, This is a cheetah. It consumes a lot of fuel, but it packs a punch. Brother Fan, impressive. Is this the unit's vehicle? Lu Fan nodded. The bureau just provided it. I have temporary control over it. Zheng Ming inquired. How much does this car cost? The question stumped everyone, including Lu Fan, who had no idea of the cheetah's price. Lu Jinshuz laughed. Who cares about the price? It's powerful. What matters is it belongs to Brother Fan. Let us go. Time to chase some girls. The 6 of them set off for Ningyang. The 4 in the back seat were not cramped, and everyone was buzzing with excitement about becoming college students. A diploma, even an associate degree, is still a degree. Following good people to learn goodness, following tigers to learn ferocity, following foxes to learn cunning, and following the old woman to pretend to be a deity. Under Lu Fan's guidance and influence, the brothers were developing positively, filled with new aspirations and pursuits in life. This is the role of a guiding light. After registering, paying fees, and attending classes to receive their textbooks, 6 young individuals who had previously dropped out officially stepped into the threshold of higher education. The correspondence program only required attendance during holidays for classes and examinations. To commemorate this significant milestone in their lives, everyone decided to celebrate at Ningyang with a sumptuous feast, opting for the renowned yuan sauerkraut noodles, where one could freely indulge to their heart's content. Lu Fan, feeling particularly exuberant, ordered an extravagant 120 skewers of barbecue, fulfilling a long-held dream from his time working at the Municipal Human Resources Bureau. As they prepared to leave, Lu Fan earnestly reminded everyone to complete the assignments given by the school, especially the homework, insisting that he would check each one upon their next meeting. No matter how challenging life became, one must strive forward. Despite the numerous obstacles, facing them head-on was imperative. Lu Fan firmly believed that persistence would eventually lead to improvement in all aspects of life. One can only rely on oneself to live with confidence. Emerging from the depths of adversity will reveal brighter days ahead. Just as Lu Fan was about to return to Baishu Wan, he received a call from Director Guotongyu, requesting him to come to his office urgently. Upon arriving at Director Guo's office, Lu Fan noticed 2 individuals sitting inside, a young woman and a girl. Director Guo introduced them, saying, Xiao Fan, I have a surprise for you. This is my wife, and this is her colleague, Wang Yue, who, like you, was assigned last year to work at the Disabled Persons Federation. You two should get acquainted. Lu Fan quickly responded, Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, beautiful. Director Guo's wife smiled and said, You must be Lu Fan. Hearing you call me sister-in-law makes me feel younger. Yue is the child of my classmate. I've watched her grow up. And she's a wonderful girl. I thought it would be nice to introduce you two. This felt like an unexpected matchmaking attempt. Lu Fan's face turned beet red as he wished he could disappear into the floor, feeling so awkward that he could have dug a hole with his embarrassed toes. Wang Yue similarly blushed and lowered her gaze in silence. This was an unfamiliar situation for Lu Fan, leaving him at a loss for words. Director Guo, perceiving the awkwardness between the 2 young adults, commanded, Xiao Fan, take her out for a walk and have lunch together this afternoon. That's an order. The 2 silently exited the office, heading downstairs, unsure of what to say to each other. Chapter 38. Blind date. After Lu Fan and Wang Yue left, the director and his wife engaged in hushed conversation. Old Guo, I think Xiao Fan is quite a remarkable young man, tall, strong, and seemingly honest. He possesses great insight, and I believe he has a promising future. Otherwise, would I have agreed to introduce him to Xiao Wei? True. But working at the grassroots level could pose challenges in the future. Having long hair but short sight, I tell you. Evaluating a man should be done with a long-term perspective. So what if he's at the grassroots? Who knows, in 2 years, he might be a deputy section chief. And a forestry director could be no more than an ordinary county official. I've worked in a forestry department before, and look where I am now. That's a point. But I heard that his family situation is difficult. Both parents are gone, and he has a sister in school. This must be viewed dialectically. There are pros and cons. At least we won't have to worry about mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships. Ultimately, it's about a man's future. Let them get acquainted first. Marriage depends on fate. And perhaps if they do not see eye to eye, it may all come to naught. Very well, let nature take its course. After Lu Fan and Wang Yue descended the stairs, they meandered aimlessly along the riverbank, unsure of how to initiate conversation and wary of being overheard. Lu Fan appeared quite cautious, which elicited a faint amusement from Wang Yue. Lu Fan, do you have a girlfriend? She inquired. Huh, no, I don't, he replied. Thus, the 2 novices found themselves at a loss for words, the awkwardness palpable between them. What a blockhead. Wang Yue, unable to endure the silence any longer, took the initiative to speak. Lu Fan, did you know that you are quite well known among the group assigned to us last year? Well known? I don't seem to recognize a single person, and I was allocated to the farthest corner. Indeed. It is precisely because you ventured into the countryside that everyone has been talking about you, and I came to know your name. It was unexpected when you suddenly took charge of the Baishu Bay forestry farm. For many, it seemed utterly implausible, which only heightened your notoriety. Numerous classmates have been discussing you. Once the floodgates of conversation opened, the initial awkwardness began to dissipate. In truth, I was thrust into this role unprepared. I am utterly inexperienced in navigating this endeavor cautiously, fearful of making mistakes. Just this morning, Director Guo reprimanded me. I heard from Auntie that County Head Yang praised you and intends to make your forestry farm a model for the entire county. Oh, and why do you refer to Annie as sister? You are taking advantage of me. Lu Fan chuckled and replied, to each their own. I cannot possibly call her old. Today, I truly feel out of place. I am uncertain why Director Guo summoned me. Lu Fan, have you ever been in a relationship? How should I put it? I once hide it from you. I had an engagement since childhood, but it was called off last year due to my family's poor circumstances. Curious, Wang Yue asked. You had an engagement? What is she doing now? Do you still keep in touch? She is in her 3rd year of high school. And since the engagement was called off, what is there to discuss? I still have my pride. Then it seems there is no lingering connection. Lu Fan, how old are you? I was born in the lunar April of 1989. What about you? I was born in September 1988. I started school quite early. You are younger than I. My situation is unique. I dropped out in my 2nd year of high school. I envy those who attend university. It seems I am destined to be devoid of that experience. Actually, it is not as glamorous as it appears. Most individuals merely sleep, play video games, skip classes, binge-watch shows, and engage in romantic relationships, quite a descent into frivolity. Those at the 985 and 211 universities are likely quite different from us. Lu Fan, I have never been in a relationship. Oh, Wang Yue, let us go for a meal. This is a task assigned by Director Guo. Wang Yue playfully pouted. If Uncle Guo does not issue a command, you are reluctant to dine with me? Am I so unappealing? Lu Fan quickly responded, that is not my intention. It was merely an offhand remark. However, since we have met, I believe we should be forthright with one another. As I mentioned earlier, my family situation is dire. I possess virtually nothing. My parents have passed, and I am responsible for my younger sister, who is in her 2nd year of junior high. The burden is heavy, and I do not wish to hinder anyone else. Much of what you have shared has already been conveyed to me by Andy. Lu Fan, reality is undeniably harsh. Yet your resilience is commendable. I hold you in high regard. I believe that the ability for 2 individuals to come together is independent of external factors. It solely hinges on their willingness. As an ordinary girl, my desires are simple, warmth, a kindred spirit, peace, and health. You are a good person. Might we forge a friendship? This is the fabled good person card, and surprisingly, Lu Fan felt a sense of relief. The 2 exchanged contact information graciously and shared a modest meal. Upon returning to Cypress Bay, Lu Fan resumed his commitment to reforestation, while Du Wenlong, aside from his studies, passionately practiced driving. He was a temporary worker at the forest farm, yet he aspired to become Lu Fan's driver. Meanwhile, Li Yongji, recuperating at home, called to request an extended leave. Following the dismissal of the forest director and the embarrassing incidents that unfolded, he felt too ashamed to return to work. Lu Fan offered comforting words, encouraging him to rest, and promptly approved his leave, with the condition that he submit his medical records and leave request to the office. Life is unpredictable, and the vicissitudes of existence are beyond our control. Thus, we must cherish each moment. On March 6th, the Ningyang County government convened an executive meeting, where Deputy County Mayor Yang Chuanbei delivered a report on the progress of the afforestation initiative, outlining the findings from a recent inspection and expressing dissatisfaction with the forestry system's performance. However, he uniquely commended Lu Fan, suggesting that Cypress Bay Forest Farm be developed into a model site for afforestation throughout the county. Lu Shuei was taken aback, marveling at how this young man seemed invincible, making waves even in the most desolate places. Furthermore, when had he taken charge of the forest farm? This was utterly astonishing. It was imperative to intervene, otherwise, what would follow? After Yang Chuanbei concluded his report, Lu Shuei spoke up. I have no objections to establishing a model site. But I recall that Lu Fan started working only last year. How has he come to oversee operations? Does this align with organizational protocols? Moreover, can a young individual with merely a few months of experience bear such a responsibility? Is there truly no one else within the forestry system? This seems rather frivolous. I propose that a more suitable leader be appointed to Cypress Bay Forest Farm to undertake this task. Yang Chuanbei was visibly displeased, even somewhat irate. It is an unspoken rule that those responsible for a domain must oversee it. The county mayor had not expressed dissent, So why was he questioning it? If today one dares to intrude upon my territory, might they tomorrow extend their reach further? Patience has its limits. Thus, Yang Chuanbei retorted sharply, without the authority to investigate. There is no right to comment. Deputy Mayor Lo, you may be unaware that I have traversed the entire county, and only the work at Cypress Bay Forest Farm has met my satisfaction, and that was during a covert inspection. What issue is there with a newcomer? I believe in employing talent regardless of their background. The capable should ascend, while the mediocre should descend, selecting individuals based on ability and merit, thus transcending identity and seniority. We cannot treat equal contributions as if they were unequal. Furthermore, Lu Fan is merely overseeing operations, which organizational principle has been violated here. Upon hearing Lu Fan's name, Deputy Mayor Bian Jide perked up, and, once Yang Chuanbei finished his critique, he interjected. Forestry falls under Chuanbei's jurisdiction, and he is more familiar with the afforestation initiative. I shall refrain from interjecting. This afforestation project is the county committee and government's top priority this year, and I will extend my full support wherever cooperation is required. As the conversation drew to a close, Yang Chuanbei cast a benevolent glance, and the two shared a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding passing between them. In truth, Lu Shui was equally bewildered. His actions had incited considerable discontent among the vice-county heads, each of whom held their own territory. The efficacy of matters lay within the purview of the secretary and the county head, and it was not appropriate for outsiders to interject. While constructive criticism is certainly welcome, to dismiss others outright crosses a line, and who could be expected to tolerate such behavior? The seasoned executive vice-county head, Lu Chongwei, remarked with gravity, in October, the state will conduct an initial review. We must not delay. Let us not become entangled in trivialities. Let those who are capable execute the work. But I defer to the county head's decision. Though seemingly ambiguous, his words unmistakably conveyed a stance. The direction was clear. County head Li Guoquan firmly established the tone. It is both necessary and vital to develop a demonstration point. Since we have selected the site, we must proceed with its establishment, with financial support prioritized by the Treasury. The specific tasks will be the responsibility of Chuanbei. Furthermore, I must emphasize that progress on the afforestation initiative should be reported to me weekly, and any issues must be resolved promptly. No individual or department may hinder our progress. Meeting adjourned. After the meeting, Yang Chuanbei and Bian Jide exited in good spirits, while Lu Shui returned to his office with a grim expression, instructing his secretary to thoroughly investigate the situation at Baishu Bay Forestry Farm. Unbeknownst to Lu Fan, even his modest position as acting director was under scrutiny. With an arrow drawn, it could not be unloosed. Yang Chuanbei promptly summoned Guotongyu to personally oversee the development plan, issuing a stern directive that the demonstration point at Baishu Bay Forestry Farm must be executed impeccably. On International Women's Day, Lu Fan received a call from Guotongyu, urging him to come to Ningyang immediately, as County Head Yang wished to personally arrange the establishment of the demonstration point. Now equipped with a vehicle, Lu Fan swiftly drove his chieftain SUV toward the county seat, appreciating the advantages of the off-road vehicle over a sedan, unfazed by small potholes, though lamenting the fuel consumption. Having filled the tank with 2 barrels of gas. Throughout the journey, Lu Fan contemplated how to navigate his relationship with County Head Yang, deliberating on the appropriate words to say and those to avoid. Gaining the favor of the supervising vice-county head could undoubtedly yield significant benefits. In the realm of officialdom, without support, one is bound to struggle. Lu Fan understood that to ascend to the rank of deputy section chief, one must have the endorsement of county leadership. While the director holds the power of recommendation, the opinions of supervising leaders are equally crucial. Although they may not be able to promote you, they can certainly impede your advancement. With favorable circumstances aligned, he could not forgive himself if he failed to secure the position of director. The opportunity had been presented. If he could not make himself useful, who could be blamed? Chapter 39. The 10,000 Project County Head Yang's office was located at 304, adjacent to the former office of Vice County Head Han Shuyang, a stark reminder of the passage of time. Lu Fan felt a pang of concern for Han Shuyang, yet felt utterly powerless to assist. Upon knocking and entering, he found County Head Yang in discussion with Director Guo regarding the proposal. With a gesture to sit, Yang addressed him. To ensure you oversee the establishment of the demonstration point, I have spoken highly of you in the executive meeting. You must not let me down. Rest assured, County Head, even if it costs me dearly, I will fulfill the task you have entrusted to me without compromise, Lu Fan replied. After discussions with Tongyu, we have tentatively established a plan. Upon entering Baishu Bay Township, we aim to emphasize highlights along the 20-kilometer route in our greening efforts. We shall plant 350 acres of scenic forest at observation points and add 885 acres of new forest area, which includes 300 acres of National Reserve forest, 100 acres of premium fruit trees, 135 acres of seedlings and flowers, and develop an understory economy over 200 acres, along with nurturing young forests covering 150 acres. We shall actively innovate in areas such as the greening land mechanism, the cultivation mechanism for tree planting entities, and the investment and financing mechanism for afforestation, igniting a new wave of reforestation efforts and providing robust support for our afforestation initiatives. Lu Fan found himself bewildered. The words of County Chief Yang surpassed his understanding, leaving him utterly at a loss regarding how to proceed. Yang Chuanbei continued. Furthermore, we must widely organize the staff and community to engage in the cultivation of economic crops, skillfully leverage policies to mobilize social forces and inject investments into the forestry economy, promote rural collaboration, adjust planting structures, and resolve land use challenges. Boldly attract social capital to support large-scale tree planting. We aim to foster an atmosphere where everyone supports afforestation and every household participates in tree planting. Lu Fan was completely lost, feeling anxious. The lofty ideals expressed by County Chief Yang were overwhelming, and he struggled to even remember the terms, let alone grasp the essence. The planned observational content included the layout of forest networks along primary and secondary roads, digging holes, planting trees, whitewashing trunks, the status of forest patches, construction of volunteer planting sites, and fixed publicity slogans for afforestation. Fortunately, Director Gua shared some comprehensible insights. Feigning understanding would only lead to humiliation. Lu Fan remarked, County Chief Yang, Director Gua, I will diligently study the creation plan and promptly comprehend the intentions of our leaders. Please feel free to criticize and correct me where I falter. Yang Chuanbei said, Tongyu, you must frequently guide efforts in Baishu Bay. I will also make time to visit. Lu Fan, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to call me. Approach this with the vigor of youth. Take bold action. I have initially applied for $5 million in startup funds from the county, and the provincial and municipal forestry departments also have special funds. Tongyu, I will accompany you in pursuing these funds. Additionally, I suggest considering a partnership with Ningyang County, which has extensive experience in this area. However, regardless of who undertakes this task, you must ensure accountability and maintain high standards and stringent quality in the planting and creation work. I have a meeting shortly. You may proceed with your tasks. Lu Fan pondered whether the last statement held the crux of the matter. Who exactly was Ningyang County? The words of the leaders indeed required careful consideration. One must grasp the underlying meaning, for a lack of sincerity might lead to exclusion. Exiting the office with Guitongyu, Lu Fan continued to reflect on the words of County Chief Yang, feeling that he had yet to fully comprehend their significance. Xiao Fan, come to my office, called Director Gua. Certainly, Director, I need your guidance. Otherwise, I truly do not know how to proceed. This is an opportunity for you, a chance for advancement. The afforestation work is set to conclude in 2009, and undoubtedly, some will benefit from it. The deputy section chief position is a hurdle. Many remain as ordinary cadres their entire lives. To aspire to be a deputy section chief, you must first excel yourself, then make others believe in your capabilities, and finally, ensure that those who believe in you are themselves capable. On this journey, if you wish to go far, one must learn to adapt. The observation point serves as an excellent reason. It provides an opportunity for you to frequently report your work to Mayor Yang. Remember, do not arrive empty-handed. Gifts need not be extravagant, for it is said that kindness is never unwelcome. However, during festive occasions, one must pay particular attention. If you aspire to achieve significant endeavors, you must bring something impactful. Only then will it wield influence. Director, you are my guiding light. Without you, I would be utterly lost. Whatever you suggest for the observation point, I shall follow your lead. Let us discuss work later. First, I must inquire. Have you been in contact with Wang Youai? Who? Lu Fan suddenly recalled the gentle and serene girl, saying, Director, I only met her that one time. We have not been in touch since. She mentioned wanting to be friends, but I must be self-aware. I told you, you are truly dense. Her willingness to be friends implies she is open to a relationship with you. I have inquired on your behalf, and she holds a favorable impression of you. Yet, after your meeting, you said nothing. Young ladies are often shy. Should you not take the initiative as a man? Happiness must be pursued actively. Invite her for a stroll, a meal, or a film. Surely, companionship will follow. Must I teach you how to court? Secure her affection first. Old Wang has but this one daughter, and they value character far more than conditions. Lu Fan, a novice, felt his face flush. pondering how the esteemed director could impart such lessons when his mind was consumed with work. After discussing work, you should seek out Xiao Wei for a meal together. Did you hear me? Director, must I go? I truly am not adept at such matters. You, a penniless fellow, do not get cocky. No. It is imperative that you attend. This is a political obligation. Very well, but you must first instruct me on how to perform my duties. Otherwise, how could I focus? Mayor Yang's earlier directives left me utterly directionless. Upon reaching the office, Lu Fan prepared tea for the leaders, while Guo Tongyu took out paper and pen to jot down notes. After 10 minutes, Guo handed the completed notes to Lu Fan, stating, "The contact information for Ningyang Company is included. You will likely connect with them soon. We must act on the director's instructions. You can assign them the infrastructure tasks. The fixed promotion for Chuangson, the display boards, and the 350-acre landscape forest project. The remaining work we shall undertake ourselves. 100 acres of fruit trees, 135 acres of seedlings and flowers, 200 acres of economic forest, and 150 acres of nurturing young forests. I will find someone for this, as the Bureau has professional partners. You will need to recruit someone for the 300 acres of National Reserve Forest. All projects and procurements must go through Baishu One Forest Farm. And you must ensure financial matters are meticulously managed. I will assign an accountant from the Bureau to assist you. Additionally, you must oversee the construction, progress, and quality of these projects, particularly with Ningyang Company. Remember, the first priority in work is to safeguard yourself before considering anything else." Lu Fan resolutely replied, "Understood, Director. I will strictly adhere to your instructions. However, with such extensive responsibilities, I possess no experience whatsoever. I implore you to guide me generously. Rest assured, I will reach out to the Forestry Bureau of Gansu County, and you shall learn from their experiences. Gansu passed national inspection last year, and their observation point is remarkably commendable. You should draw ample inspiration from it, and innovation would be even more splendid. In the latter half of the year, it is entirely possible that the county will organize an observation event at Cypress Bay. Whether it proves to be a mule or a horse will only be determined when it is put to the test. If you excel in your endeavors and present something distinctive that captivates the audience, it will surely leave a favorable impression on the leaders, greatly benefiting your prospects for promotion." Thanks to the guidance of Guo Tongyu, Lu Fan has finally formed a nascent concept of establishing an observation point in his mind and has grasped the necessary steps to undertake this task. Ultimately, it boils down to interests, and he never anticipated that he would have a stake in it. The 300 acres of National Reserve Forest will require 19 million cypress seedlings. Currently, the market price is around 3 yuan for a 50-centimeter seedling and approximately 7 yuan for a 2-meter one, with room for negotiation on bulk purchases. Lu Fan is well aware of the purchase prices set by the Forestry Bureau this year, which presents a substantial profit margin. The director has offered a generous opportunity, and if he were to handle it all himself, he could potentially afford a house. What should he do? Should he proceed or refrain? Can he let such a lucrative prospect slip away? Are there risks involved? Lu Fan oscillates between excitement and trepidation, his heart filled with uncertainty. Anyone encountering such circumstances for the first time would find it difficult to remain composed. The assistance of benefactors can help one overcome challenges. The guidance of the wise can illuminate the path forward. Lu Fan truly wishes to seek counsel, yet none among his acquaintances can offer assistance. Life resembles a chess game. A single misstep can lead to a cascade of errors, ultimately resulting in a complete loss. Lu Fan cannot afford to err even once. As he lacks the capital to correct mistakes, he must tread carefully toward a better future. Just as he prepares to return to Cypress Bay, he suddenly recalls the directive from Director Guo, compelling him to muster the courage to call Wang Yewei. Within moments, the call connects, and a sweet voice greets him. "Lu Fan, are you free today? I thought you hadn't saved my number." Lu Fan, feeling embarrassed, replies, "I sincerely apologize. I've been exceptionally busy lately. I happened to be at the bureau today to take care of some matters. Are you available?" "Absolutely. What do you have in mind? Would you care to join me for a meal? Could we skip the meal? I don't usually eat dinner. How about watching a movie instead?" Stephen Chow's CJ7 has recently been released. Ningyang lacks a cinema, so viewing options necessitate a trip to Ningyang, which is quite a hassle. "All right, then let us go to Ningyang to watch it. I've been wanting to see it as well." "Thank you. I will wait for you at the government entrance, if that is all right." "Sure. I'll arrive in 5 minutes." With expenses for movie tickets, fuel, tolls, and perhaps some popcorn, it will easily amount to 300 to 500 yuan. Dating certainly does not come cheap. While girls often claim they haven't spent much of the boys' money during courtship, why is it that boys seem to grow poorer after entering a relationship? This is because they have not accounted for the details. When one considers each expense, food, drinks, and other necessities. Cumulatively, it is no surprise that one finds themselves financially strained, especially when income remains unchanged. Chapter 40. Planning for 2 years hence. Wang Yewei was waiting at the county government entrance when a rugged vehicle pulled up beside her, and to her surprise, the driver was Lu Fan. Once she got in, Wang Yewei smiled and said, "Has your unit provided you with a vehicle?" "Not at all. This was temporarily assigned by Director Gua, who noticed my recent busyness and the frequent need to report to Ningyang, showing concern for his subordinates. It is quite pleasant. Having a car is indeed convenient. I thought I would have to take a bus to Ningyang." With a single-handed turn of the wheel, we set off. The sunlight filtered through the windshield, casting a perfect outline of Lu Fan's resolute profile when I glanced back. As we waited for the red light, Lu Fan quietly gazed ahead, swiftly reacting when the green light illuminated. Though he did not dash forward like a cheetah towards its prey, he did not waste a single second. The man behind the wheel was entirely focused. A serious man possesses the most charm. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wang Yewei couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, her eyes occasionally darting towards him. "Lu Fan, do you misunderstand my intentions?" Misunderstand what? Then why have you never contacted me?" "Well, I've been rather busy with work lately." "Busy is merely an excuse. The true reason is indifference. I refuse to believe that you can be so occupied that you lack the time to send a text or make a call." Lu Fan couldn't help but retort, "You've already given me the good person card." Wang Yewei laughed heartily, her amusement bubbling over. "I genuinely meant it when I said you were a good person. You are so self-reliant and ambitious. Is that not correct? We've already agreed to be friends. You certainly overthink things. Can't you take it at face value?" "Oh." Lu Fan continued to concentrate on driving. "Lu Fan, what grade is your sister in?" "Second year of junior high." "How is she doing academically?" "Top 10 in her grade." "That's impressive." "Well, it's all right." As their conversation flowed, they soon arrived at Ningyang. Wang Yewei felt a strong urge to exclaim, "Are you a robot? Are we in a romantic relationship?" In truth, Lu Fan was quite nervous. His palms were sweaty, and he dared not glance sideways. She was the daughter of an official and so beautiful, making him feel as though they belonged to entirely different worlds. Ultimately, it was his own insecurity that held him back. Upon reaching the cinema, Wang Yewei exited the car first while Lu Fan went to park. By the time he arrived at the ticket counter, Wang Yewei had already purchased the tickets and was holding 2 drinks and a bucket of popcorn. "How can I let you spend money?" "Allow me to pay." Wang Yewei's expression shifted slightly, her tone lightly chastising. "I also receive a salary. Don't be so patriarchal." Lu Fan fell silent again, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he merely wished to uphold a shred of his pride. Once the movie began, Lu Fan became deeply engrossed in the plot of CJ7, watching with utmost seriousness. It was his first time watching a film. He was so absorbed that he barely noticed when Wang Yewei offered him a drink. The beautiful girl could only silently reprimand Lu Fan for being such an unromantic dullard and continued to watch the movie. The film was particularly moving, resonating with Lu Fan on many levels. The character Xiaodi harbored a strong thirst for knowledge and beautiful fantasies about life, yet faced numerous embarrassments at school due to his poverty, leading to his perceived filthiness. Wang Yewei noticed tears glistening in the corners of Lu Fan's eyes and felt an urge to reach for his hand, but out of a girl's modesty, she restrained herself. She was curious about what this boy had experienced, unaware that curiosity can often lead one down a treacherous path, marking the beginning of one's descent. After more than an hour, the movie concluded, and Lu Fan remained lost in its world. "Lu Fan, did you enjoy the movie?" "The film is captivating, and Stephen Chow's performance is commendable." CJ7 illustrates the societal pressures stemming from education and the myriad flaws within the school system, meriting our contemplation. May each day be adorned with the brilliance of the sun, inspiring us to partake in endeavors that are within our capacity and beneficial to society. Wang Yewei is left pondering, are we indeed watching the same film? Am I being too superficial? A pang of hunger strikes Wang Yewei. Yet she hesitates to voice her desire for sustenance. Meanwhile, Lu Fan recalls her assertion of not dining later that evening and refrains from inquiring further. The two return to Ningyang, engaging in casual conversation along the way, ultimately leaving the lady to return home with an empty stomach. There were no lingering glances, no hand-holding, nothing at all, akin to 2 ordinary friends who merely watched a film together. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Wang Yewei feels a tinge of disappointment, perhaps a sense of loss. Does she lack charm? Nevertheless, she finds solace in Lu Fan's character. Women are paradoxical beings. An advance is deemed flirtation, while a lack of action is labeled as insensitivity. That evening, Lu Fan spent the night at the construction site with his comrades, planning to meet 2 individuals the following day. He meticulously reviewed their assignments, which were commendably completed. A single thread cannot form a line, and a solitary tree cannot create a forest. Lu Fan understands that fulfilling his aspirations necessitates assistance. Solitary efforts bear little fruit. These 6 brothers have grown up together, their virtues and flaws well known to him. If they can find their way onto the right path, they will undoubtedly be of immense support in the future. The pressing task at hand is to devise a strategy to help them enter the system. Although the challenge is formidable, one must not relinquish hope, even if but a glimmer remains. 4th brother, unable to suppress his grievances, lamented, "Fan Gu, your ability to arrange work for us is mere chance. Even if brothers attain their associate degrees, they will struggle to pass the exams. I dreaded studying during school, and now you want me to learn? I am simply not cut out for this. I can't bear it." Lu Fan, unperturbed and devoid of disappointment, comprehends their sentiments and patiently counsels, "You must endure. We must all endure. This world is not easy for anyone. Why should we be the ones to falter? We are all children of the countryside. We cannot rely on our fathers, only on our relentless efforts. To be candid, there is a significant probability that the county will hold examinations in 2 years. I have been devising ways to prepare. Brothers, this is a rare opportunity. We must persevere, burn our boats, and fight with utmost determination for just 2 short years. We shall strive with all our might, fighting without regret. As brothers, heed my words." Yang Mingho interjected fiercely, "4th brother, muster some courage. As long as there is even a sliver of opportunity, we cannot surrender. Does Fan Gu wish us harm? Do you think it's easy to work in government? All right. I might as well study. I was merely venting my frustrations. If one day I secure a formal job, I shall trample all those who have looked down upon me." The following day, as work commenced, Lu Fan visited the Human Resources Bureau and knocked on the door of Deputy Director Su Zheng. "Ah, Xiao Fan, what brings you here today? Please, have a seat. I shall prepare you a cup of fine tea, authentic Pre-Ming Longjing." Lu Fan responded with a smile. "Pre-Rain is of superior quality, while Pre-Ming is a treasure. I am indeed fortunate. This was a gift from a friend. I have another jar unopened for you to take with you later. Then I shall gratefully accept. So please do not hold back. Despite the circumstances, I am more than willing to accommodate you. Do you have matters to attend to in Ningyang today?" Alas, it seems that Baishu Bay has caught the attention of County Chief Yang, who intends to transform it into a demonstration point for afforestation efforts. "I anticipate that I shall be making frequent trips back and forth, as I am scheduled to report to County Chief Yang shortly. My dear brother, this is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Others would seek after it in vain. I have heard that during the executive meeting, County Chief Lu expressed his disapproval of your involvement. Yet County Chief Yang countered his objections. Henceforth, it is prudent to remain closely aligned with County Chief Yang." Lu Fan felt a pang of anxiety. The Lu family's specter lingers ominously. It is essential to remain vigilant against those unscrupulous individuals. Connections are of paramount importance, and I find myself in dire need of them, for they pertain directly to my future prospects. I am truly grateful for your reminder, Brother Su. In that desolate area of Baishu Bay, the flow of information is severely restricted, and I kindly request that we keep each other informed henceforth. There is no need for formality. Feel free to reach out to me at any time." After a moment of idle chatter, Lu Fan revealed the purpose of his visit. "Brother Su, as you are aware, Baishu Bay has been designated as a demonstration point, and we are required to procure a batch of cypress saplings. The leadership has allocated a certain quota, but as a newcomer, I lack the necessary connections. Given your extensive network, could you assist me in ordering 20,000 cypress saplings?" Su Zheng fell silent upon hearing this. He was acutely aware that such a request was laden with implications. It is customary that one who offers a favor expects something in return. With his wife working under Su's supervision, it was only natural for him to seek to curry favor, yet the dynamics had shifted, and it was imperative to discern the underlying motives. "Xiao Fan, should there be anything within my capabilities, do not hesitate to ask. As your elder brother, I shall certainly oblige." Lu Fan replied earnestly. "As a newcomer, my concerns are modest. I merely seek to cultivate a rapport with you, Brother Su. And there are matters on which I wish to seek your guidance. Regarding the saplings, I am at a loss as to how to proceed. My parents passed away early, and among my relatives, there is not a single one who is employed. I find myself without anyone to consult during challenging times." Compassion stirred within Su Zheng, who relaxed his vigilance and remarked, "Xiao Fan, being a few years your senior and having encountered a greater breadth of experiences, I may be able to offer some insights into your quandaries. Rest assured, I shall remain discreet. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. What is the situation with the saplings?" "Sincerity is a formidable weapon, and trust forges connections," Lu Fan stated. "Concerning that demonstration point, The leadership has granted a portion, yet I am uncertain how to navigate this. Su Zheng pondered briefly before responding. Xiao Fan, allow me to analyze this for you. Given that you are responsible for the hands-on work at the demonstration point, it is likely that the leadership has merely extended a token gesture. From my experience, such allowances should not be monopolized. The leadership's generosity is a courtesy, while their withholding is merely their obligation. You still have responsibilities to fulfill, do you not? I suggest that you allocate half of what you receive to the director and the supervising leaders. After all, this is an unexpected windfall. Do not be reluctant to share. Lu Fan experienced a moment of enlightenment and expressed his gratitude. Your words are more enlightening than a decade of study. Brother Su, I shall rely on your guidance often. However, as a man of honor, I must insist that you assist me with those 20,000 cypress saplings. Su Zheng chuckled. I am not one to shy away from monetary matters. If you dare to offer, I shall gladly accept. Xiao Fan, this form of investment is essentially devoid of risk. One can simply establish a company to engage in procurement. The market is ever-changing, and there are always justifications for one's actions. Today's events have imparted to Lu Fan a profound understanding of the essence of sacrifice and gain. One must relinquish in order to acquire, to forsake before one can attain. Chapter 41. In full swing through this incident, Lu Fan and Su Zheng solidified the foundation of their budding friendship, confident that, with the passage of time, they would be able to collaborate on matters in 2 years' time. After bidding farewell to Su Zheng, Lu Fan retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes from his car and returned to the Human Resources Bureau, this time to the office of Feng Hui, who oversees personnel. Upon seeing Lu Fan, Feng Hui momentarily appeared taken aback, but quickly broke into a smile, exclaiming, Lu Fan, it's been merely 3 days, and one must indeed see you in a new light. I heard you've made quite the leap. Brother Feng, you jest, it's merely a temporary position, a proxy. Who dares to treat a proxy as a leader? Please, have a seat. I shall brew you some tea. Brother Feng, there's no need for such trouble. I just came from your office and have matters to attend to later. I specifically came to greet you and to keep my promise of treating you to a meal. Don't consider me a man of empty words. With that, Lu Fan produced a file bag from his coat and placed it directly into the cabinet behind Feng Hui. Feng Hui hastily declined. Brother, what are you doing? This is unnecessary, just a trivial matter. Lu Fan pressed him back into his chair, saying, in a world filled with chatter, Brother Feng, do not refuse this small token of appreciation. As you know, I am currently acting as the director, and 2 packs of cigarettes are well within my means. Oh, what can I say? You must come to my place for lunch. I've longed to converse with you, but I do have pressing matters today. Once I report to Mayor Yang, I must return to Baishu Bay. Feng Hui chuckled. I've heard that the creation of forest cities has been designated in your favor. Priorities come first. When the time allows, do call me. The intricacies of human relationships are governed by reciprocity. Most individuals serve as mirrors to one another. How you treat me is how I shall respond. Mutual exchange fosters a broader path. Additionally, one must judiciously exhibit their strengths and capabilities. If you possess no value for others, what reason do they have to associate with you? Ultimately, relationships among individuals are often transactional. Even allowing himself a 2-year time frame, Lu Fan estimated that he would likely not manage to engage with high-ranking officials. To achieve his goals, he could only reach out to key individuals in pivotal positions. Su Zheng, as the deputy director overseeing operations, and Feng Hui, the personnel manager, are acutely aware of any gaps or opportunities. Perhaps a serendipitous moment would allow for matters to be resolved. It is often the seemingly insignificant individuals who can achieve great things, which is why Lu Fan laid the groundwork in advance. Once connections were established, Lu Fan hurried back to Baishu Bay and promptly convened a meeting for all staff to discuss matters related to the establishment of observation points across the county. During the meeting, Lu Fan articulated the significance and urgency of the initiative, urging everyone to elevate their political awareness. The foremost task for the forestry station over the next 2 years would be the creation of these observation points, and he delineated the responsibilities of each employee, assigning specific areas of focus, ensuring accountability. The township government also took action, advancing the greening of roads, water systems, and the construction of agricultural forest networks in alignment with the objectives for creating forest cities, thus igniting the campaign for the establishment of forest cities in Baishu Bay. The county's financial allocation of special funds provides a subsidy of 1,000 yuan per mu for land transfers, continuing for 3 years. After discussions between Lu Fan and Li Daqiang, the local populace involved in land transfer was directly transformed into tree planters, thereby enhancing both the greening of the village and the income of farmers. The spring breeze caressed the flowers and leaves, coaxing forth new greens and blushing reds. Clad in camouflage, Lu Fan and the forestry workers were actively engaged in the afforestation efforts, upholding stringent standards as they guided villagers in meticulously planting each sapling. Technicians dispatched by the Forestry Bureau provided comprehensive guidance to ensure a high survival rate for the seedlings. Deputy County Mayor Yang Chuanbei made an unannounced visit to Baishuan, seeking to observe the tangible results of Lu Fan's efforts. Accompanied by a man in his 30s, dressed in a suit, Yang Chuanbei witnessed the vibrant scene at the planting site, where the party flag fluttered in the wind as everyone eagerly wielded shovels, digging holes, supporting seedlings, and filling soil with enthusiasm and vigor. Under the scorching sun, Lu Fan worked alongside the laborers, diligently transplanting the saplings and ensuring each step was executed with precision. The atmosphere was one of industrious fervor, and Yang Chuanbei felt a deep sense of satisfaction with the young man's dedication. Observing Yang Chuanbei laboring up the slope, Lu Fan set down his shovel, grabbed 2 bottles of water, and rushed to greet him. Upon meeting, he promptly offered the water, exclaiming, "Welcome, County Mayor Yang, to inspect and guide our work." Yang Chuanbei chuckled, "I need to strengthen my physical fitness. Back in the day, I could hoe for an entire morning without feeling fatigued." "This is impressive, Lu Fan. You're doing well. To achieve results, one must be grounded." Acknowledging his limited experience, Lu Fan expressed his concern about not wanting to betray the trust placed in him, emphasizing the importance of direct oversight. Everyone starts from scratch. Lack of experience is no hindrance as long as you are willing to exert effort. Attitude is everything. He then introduced a professional. This is Yushan, the owner of Yuching Company, who has been engaged in landscaping for several years. Understanding the underlying intent of his superior, Lu Fan recognized the expectations placed upon him. After a brief tour, Yang Chuanbei departed, seemingly having come solely to make introductions. Upon returning to the office, Yushan retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes and a box of tea from his vehicle, as well as an envelope he insisted on placing in the cabinet. Lu Fan firmly declined the offer. However, Yushan was persistent. Having navigated the intricacies of engineering for many years, he understood the nuances of human relationships. As the person responsible for the project, Lu Fan would inevitably have to engage with Yushan in the future. After some back and forth, unable to resist Yushan's enthusiasm, Lu Fan reluctantly accepted the modest gifts, just cigarettes and tea, amounting to no more than 5,000 yuan. The envelope, however, was a non-negotiable matter. It is only natural to be cautious during a first meeting, and Yushan did not press further, recognizing that there would be ample time for collaboration ahead. "Director Lu, I will undoubtedly trouble you in the future. You're too kind, Mr. Yu. Let us support and understand one another. I must express my thoughts candidly. Within the Baishu Bay Forest Farm, all engineering projects under my purview shall not entertain any form of opportunism, substandard practices, or deceitful conduct. I bear the responsibility for my actions. Rest assured, Director Lu, I have been engaged in engineering for nearly a decade and have garnered a commendable reputation within the industry. I shall not compromise the integrity of our company by engaging in actions detrimental to its esteem. Over time, true intentions become evident. Let us prove ourselves through our endeavors. General Yu, regarding the establishment of the observation point, we have delineated our efforts into 3 distinct segments: the 350-acre scenic forest, the foundational infrastructure, and the fixed promotional materials for the creation of a forest. Due to the urgency of our tasks, with the consent of the county committee, county government, and relevant authorities, we shall proceed with direct contracting, selecting a contractor for one-on-one negotiations to reach an agreement on mutual rights and responsibilities, culminating in the signing of a project contract. Should your esteemed company express interest, I kindly request the prompt submission of qualifications and relevant materials. Thank you, Director Lu. Within 2 days, I shall deliver all necessary documents without any oversight. Having navigated this industry for years, I understand the protocols well, while it may differ elsewhere. I assure you that what is requisite will not be lacking here." Director Lu remarked, "General Yu, you are overly concerned. As long as the work is executed well, that is the greatest support for me." The Baishu Bay Forest Farm became thoroughly engaged due to the observation point initiative. Lu Fan, having started from the ground up, is acutely aware of the sentiments of his colleagues. The sudden influx of work after a period of idleness inevitably breeds discontent. If not managed adeptly, tensions will accumulate, inevitably leading to complications. One cannot expect a horse to gallop without providing it with fodder, and such unrealistic expectations are folly. Moreover, leading a group of adults at a young age, it is fair to say that respect for authority is often born out of necessity, rather than genuine admiration. Lu Fan recognizes the wisdom of humility. He respects his superiors and remains unpretentious towards his subordinates. If he could score a perfect 10, he would settle for a modest 6. He is also aware that winning hearts through empty promises is futile. Genuine sentiments cannot be retained through mere words, as only material wealth can sway the human heart. Thus, he instructed accountant Wang Lu to prepare a disbursement schedule. As long as public funds are not pocketed, there should be minimal concern regarding their expenditure. There are countless justifications for distributing funds to employees at any time. When employees were notified by the accountant to collect their payments, they were bewildered. What occasion warranted such disbursement? Yet, upon receiving the unexpected sum of 3,000 yuan, joy erupted among them, and with Wang Li's enigmatic explanations, any lingering grievances evaporated into thin air, with praises for the generosity of their employer echoing throughout. Lu Fan continuously contemplated the affairs of the organization. To achieve substantial accomplishments, one must diligently consider the art of personnel management. The accountability of officials does not solely rest on their shoulders, but is inherently linked to leadership. To align the officials with his vision, two approaches are essential: benevolence and deterrence. A balanced application of both, with clear rewards and penalties, is paramount. Distributing bonuses serves as an act of kindness, fostering gratitude and anticipation among the officials. Conversely, deterrence entails strict adherence to regulations. The regulations on cadre management must be enforced rigorously, instilling a habitual respect for rules while keeping a watchful eye over their conduct. Lu Fan naturally leads by example, embodying the principle that a righteous demeanor inspires adherence without the need for orders, while a flawed character invites disobedience despite directives. Engrossed in his work, Lu Fan's relentless dedication has not gone unnoticed by Wang Yue, who, while stationed in Ningyang, has expressed her exasperation towards him on numerous occasions. This obstinate man, after watching a film, has failed to make a single phone call or send a message. Is this how one pursues someone? A girl should not be the one to chase after someone, after all. Chapter 42. Joining the party for 3 consecutive months, Lu Fan has exemplified diligence and commitment, working tirelessly from dawn until dusk, wholly devoted to the development of the observation point. His steadfast work ethic has garnered high praise from County Mayor Yang Chuanbei, Director Guo Tongyu, and Secretary Li Daqiang, earning the respect and trust of the staff, who have firmly established their footing. During these months, the operations at Baishu Bay Forest Farm have expanded comprehensively, with 3 projects successfully completing procurement and entering full-scale construction. Lu Fan oversaw the acquisition of saplings for a 300-acre reserve forest, procuring 150,000 seedlings of both 2 meters and 50 centimeters in height, allocating 20,000 to the Deputy Director of the Human Resources Department. The remaining saplings were handled by Du Wenlong, who collaborated with the Bear's nursery business, yielding a profit of 300,000 yuan. This bear is quite a capable individual. Not only does he run a construction company, but also a nursery, and he is reportedly now venturing into cold storage, expanding his operations. Yet, his integrity is unquestionable, making him an excellent partner. Upon receiving the 320,000 yuan, Du Wenlong felt an exhilarating rush, as if he were ablaze. He had never imagined earning such a sum in one fell swoop, and the ease with which the money came only intensified his fervent desire to enter the system. Excitedly, he rushed to Lu Fan's office, locked the door, and exclaimed, "Brother Fan, I've received the money. All 320,000 yuan is in my account." Unexpectedly, Lu Fan furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation, pondering whether this money was too hot to handle. Should he accept it? Could it pose future risks? If his sole aim were a life of comfort, he would have no qualms about taking the money. However, deep within, Lu Fan harbors lofty aspirations. To dismantle the Lu family's influence, he must continuously ascend the ranks. It is often said that one leaves traces in the snow and marks in iron. Whatever actions one undertakes will ultimately be uncovered, as no secret can remain hidden indefinitely. If someone were to trip him up at a crucial moment, would he be able to withstand it? Unless he possesses sufficient strength to shield himself, rendering others too fearful to investigate. With Du Wenlong providing cover, one would typically trust a brother in such matters. But what if? What if a blunder were to expose him? Could Du remain tight-lipped and not implicate himself? This is an insurmountable conundrum. Nevertheless, Lu Fan realizes that navigating the grassroots requires financial resources. Otherwise, progress becomes nearly impossible. His meager salary barely suffices for 2 meals. What of his living expenses? What about his family? How would he acquire a car or a house? Looking across all of Ningyang, Is there a leader above the departmental level who is utterly untainted? To speak plainly, salaries barely cover the costs of attending weddings and other celebrations. To take or not to take, Lu Fan has never felt such profound inner turmoil. Moreover, Su Zheng once remarked that one cannot monopolize wealth. It is imperative to offer a portion to the leadership, for only then can one traverse a broader path. But how much should be presented? If one day they find themselves in trouble, will this money be accounted for? Will it implicate oneself? Without any backing, one cannot afford to falter. Every step must be taken with caution. A single misstep could lead to irretrievable ruin. And the Lu family would undoubtedly come charging like rabid dogs, casting one into the depths of despair. A vendetta unavenged would haunt one to the grave. And what of Uncle Yang Yi? Can we allow him to perish unjustly? The choice of whether to take or not to take is indeed a dilemma. Who can blame one for having nothing? To desire fish, yet fear the smell. To crave pastries, yet dread greasy fingers. Let us be blunt. Is it possible to wish to be both a courtesan and maintain a respectable facade? A true man stands tall between heaven and earth, nurturing the noble spirit of the cosmos, engaging in acts of integrity. Many can utter grandiose words, yet how many can truly embody them? Who does not bow to the allure of mere sustenance? The essence should be that a noble man, born amidst the universe, cannot languish indefinitely beneath others. He must wield a sword of valor to achieve remarkable feats. Hence, one must act decisively, unencumbered by trivialities, adaptable and wise, seizing the money as one's own. Just as this resolve was forged, General Yu from Yuqing Company arrived to test the cadre. There were many tasks at Yuqing Company, with project completion pending and Lu Fan's signature required. General Yu, ever charming, was naturally paving the way for future endeavors. After personally delivering 2 large trucks of saplings, Yushan entered Lu Fan's office with a briefcase in hand. After a brief exchange, Yushan locked the door and retrieved several envelopes from his bag. Before he could speak, Lu Fan's expression darkened, and he sternly said, "General Yu, if you consider me a friend, then take these back." Reading the atmosphere, Yushan refrained from pushing the matter and explained, "Director Lu, I have been in the nursery business for nearly a decade. I understand the rules. You are concerned about County Chief Yang, aren't you? Please trust my character. If I were the type to present one facade in public and another in private, I could never have brought the company to this level. This is merely a gesture of goodwill, as I genuinely wish to befriend you." Lu Fan responded with unwavering conviction. "If General Yu holds me in esteem, I will accept this friendship. We must not engage in such exchanges among friends. I ask for your understanding, as I have my principles." Yushan, adept at reading people, recognized that Lu Fan was not merely being polite and understood that this money would not be relinquished today. He decided to put the envelopes away and pulled out a file folder, smiling. "If I don't receive my sustenance now, it would truly be a sign of your disdain for me." 200 yuan was inconsequential, yet Lu Fan had a figure of 5,000 in his mind, a red line. Accepting the file folder, both men parted in high spirits. By the end of June, the party committee of Baishu Bay held a meeting, one agenda item being the recruitment of new party members, with Lu Fan's name on the list. After the meeting, Lu Fan received a call from Deputy Secretary Meng Qingqi and hurried to the township government. Upon entering, Meng Qingqi beamed, "Welcome to the great party organization. The meeting has just concluded, and your membership has been approved. From today, you are officially a probationary member." Lu Fan was filled with joy, having secured an entry ticket that would allow him to soar freely like fish in vast oceans and birds in high skies. It had been previously advised that one must join the party before being considered for a deputy position. Otherwise, one would be categorized as an outsider and subsequently barred from holding any party committee roles. What was the point of continuing in such a circumstance? "Secretary Meng, I owe you my heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for your guidance, I would have had to endure a year as an active member before qualifying for probationary status. Today, I insist on treating you. You must graciously accept my invitation. This meal is primarily to celebrate your success." In reality, becoming a probationary member signifies formal entry into the party organization, with studies, party fees, and organizational life commencing, leading to full membership after a year. "Secretary Meng, I have another request to make. Go ahead. As long as it's within my capacity, it will not be a problem. Our unit has hired someone who also wishes to join the party. I wonder if you could allocate a quota for him." Meng Qingqi pondered for a moment, finding it somewhat challenging. "Xiao Fan, let us defer this until the end of the year, when next year's quotas are released. Even then, I will have to find a way to squeeze one out for you. The aging demographic of party members in our Baishu villages is particularly severe. Some teams consist entirely of older members in their 50s or 60s, with only the village secretary being a relatively young party member. Secretary Li has issued a firm directive to strengthen the reserve forces of party members in each village, so we cannot simply rotate the same candidates. Lu Fan replied, as long as I can secure a spot under your name, it doesn't matter if it's this year or next. You go ahead and be busy. I will return to the unit to make arrangements, preparing several hearty dishes. In the evening, let's have a lively gathering at my place. Feel free to invite anyone you think should join. All right, your place is quiet and convenient. Upon returning to the office, another test for officials awaited him. It was the work team of Director Guotongyu, responsible for managing 100 acres of high-quality fruit orchards, 135 acres of nursery flowers, 200 acres of economic forest, and 150 acres of young forest, rivaling the projects overseen by County Mayor Yang. Director Liu, I've just come down from the fields, making a special trip to visit you. Manager Ma, thank you for your hard work. Your team is commendable. The workers exhibit a remarkable sense of organization. Rest assured, I have been in this field for over a decade and never caused trouble for leaders. I work with integrity, and should you identify any issues, I will rectify them immediately. Manager Ma, you speak too highly. The 135 acres of flowers are a significant focus for your company. County Mayor Yang has personally inspected the site 3 times, and there remains a large area yet to be planted. We must expedite this, as the county may hold a demonstration meeting next month. Well, Director Liu, let us speak plainly. I intend to change the purpose of that area and plant other varieties. I believe it is inconsequential. Would you be able to accommodate this? Lu Fan shook his head and replied, do you think that is feasible? The contract is explicitly clear. No changes are permissible. Should a discerning leader identify this issue on the spot, we would all face dire consequences. You are a businessman, and for you, it's merely a matter of redoing the work. What about me? I kindly ask for your understanding, Manager Ma. Director Liu, there are some matters we all understand implicitly. Many operate this way. I assure you, Director Guo will not raise any objections. Please excuse me for this. With that, several envelopes mysteriously appeared in Manager Ma's hands. Lu Fan's expression darkened, and he unreservedly stated, take them back. Manager Ma, do not implicate me. Just a small gesture, Director Liu, rest assured. I shall not put you in a difficult position. Let us adhere to the terms of the contract. My primary intent is to forge a friendship with you. Mr. Ma, while money is indeed a valuable asset, a gentleman acquires wealth through righteous means. Friends remain friends, and I truly cannot accept this. I hope you understand my principles. Should you insist on pressing it upon me, we would be unable to maintain our friendship. As for work matters, you need not worry. I shall do my utmost to provide assistance where I can. Mr. Ma, still somewhat reluctant, found himself powerless against Lu Fan's unwavering stance and was compelled to retract his offer. Lu Fan swiftly altered his demeanor, as if the previous incident had never occurred, speaking amiably and smiling as usual. After work, a group from the township government arrived, here to enjoy a lavish meal, most of whom held positions of authority. Lu Fan welcomed them with a beaming smile, leaving no one unacknowledged. It merely involved preparing a few extra dishes and serving a few more bottles of wine, with the entertaining expenses easily reimbursable. Last year, Li Yongji had claimed over 100,000 in entertainment expenses, and this year had yet to reach 20,000. Rumor has it that the township government's entertainment budget exceeded $1 million, with some officials even billing for escort services during business trips. Chapter 43, Class Reunion on July 5th. Lu Fan received a notification from the Forestry Bureau. The county committee and government were organizing the first observational inspection of the afforestation and tree planting initiatives across various townships, towns, streets, and management committees, with Cypress Bay being of utmost importance. Director Guotongyu personally called to emphasize the need for heightened attention, adherence to standards, reinforcement of measures, and acceleration of the progress at the observational sites. Concurrently, the township government was diligently preparing. Secretary Li Daqiang was meticulously guiding Lu Fan through the checklist, eager to make a noteworthy appearance. Secretary Li, not content to remain in the shadows, aspired for advancement. He had heard rumors of personnel adjustments within the city and aimed to contend for the position of deputy county head, or at the very least, to be transferred to a significant department within the county or a large town. Ningyang County had experienced rapid development in recent years, particularly in Zhouchuan Town, which, under the leadership of Secretary Wang Hongtao, had achieved remarkable accolades, radiating an extraordinary brilliance, marked by a commitment to party membership that had gained national recognition. Lu Fan had often heard of his teacher's illustrious accomplishments, silently wishing him well while feeling a twinge of envy, having long regarded his teacher as a guiding beacon. Due to issues of seniority, Secretary Wang was temporarily unable to be promoted, yet others benefited immensely, with whispers of several county leaders poised for elevation or reappointment. There were even rumors that County Party Secretary Guomingxiong would be promoted to a position on the Municipal Standing Committee. However, none of this pertained to Lu Fan, who felt he was far from that level of influence. The following morning, Lu Fan visited Nyozhuang, a hub for economic forests, flowers, and landscape trees, making it a focal point for observation. Workers were busy setting up display boards and establishing fixed promotional slogans for afforestation. Just then, his phone rang, and to his surprise, it was his high school classmate, Wu Heng, calling. Upon answering, he cheerfully remarked, "Old classmate, what brings you to call me today? Shouldn't you be focusing on your studies?" Wu Heng retorted, "Come on, my dear Fan Go, the college entrance examination is over. What more is there to learn? You're not concerned about your brother at all." Lu Fan slapped his forehead and said, "My apologies. I completely forgot. The results should be out by now, right? How did you fare? Did you make the honor roll?" Wu Heng, with a quiver in his voice, replied, "Fan Go, I'm just an academic underachiever. I can only attend a vocational college. Forget it. I have no intention of attending that mediocre school any longer. I shall return home to inherit the family business and learn the art of commerce from my father. Who knows, in a few years, I might just become the wealthiest individual in Ningyang. Those university students will be bowing at my feet, seeking employment from me. What ambition! However, I firmly believe that pursuing education is still a worthwhile endeavor. Whether or not one acquires knowledge is secondary, at the very least. It allows one to broaden their horizons. If your father is willing to invest in your education in a grand city, it hardly matters if you obtain a diploma, as your destiny is to return and manage the family legacy. Isn't it true that you yearn to indulge in the vibrant world outside? Fan Go, I am eager to embark on my business ventures. My father has already been persuaded by my arguments. After all, isn't attending university simply a means to become a university student? With money in hand, one can live life to the fullest, regardless of whether they attend college. Do take care, my friend. If that is your mindset, I wholeheartedly support your decision to forego university, lest you inadvertently lead innocent young women astray. Oh, I nearly forgot the matter at hand. Fan Go, are you free today? The brothers wish to gather, and aside from me, they have all been accepted into university. Lu Fan hesitated before responding. If there are too many people, I am not particularly inclined to join. While you all revel in joy, I, a dropout, do not wish to intrude upon that celebration. I knew you would say that. Fear not. It will be just the few of us who truly connect. Zhu Jianglin, Wang Mingyan, Huang Xiaoyu, and Deng Junqi. That rascal Wang Haiban wanted to join, but I sent him on his way. Very well, what time and where? I shall treat today, at Ningyang Hotel 888. How splendid does that sound? Wu Heng, you are all students. I am at least employed now. Perhaps I should treat you to celebrate your achievements. Fan Go, no one shall steal my thunder. I am, after all, a legitimate second-generation wealthy individual. All right. No one is contesting your glory. Then it is settled for 5 o'clock this afternoon. Let us not miss each other. After a busy morning, Lu Fan took a shower in the guest room, donned his finest attire, and made himself presentable, inviting Du Wenlong to accompany him to Ningyang. Determined to meet his classmates in style and showcase his success. After departing from Basha Bay, the two switched seats, with Du Wenlong taking the wheel. His driving skills had notably improved recently, having also enrolled for a driving license, which he obtained for a fee of 2,300 yuan. During the journey, Cho inquired, "Fan Go, what are your plans for that money? Are you considering purchasing a home? What would I need a house for? It is of no immediate use. I shall not buy. We are not yet in a position to enjoy such luxuries. A portion of that money is needed. In a few days, I will withdraw 100,000 yuan in cash, which I find essential. Your salary may be modest. Although you live at the logging site, there are still expenses to incur. Take 20,000 yuan for yourself. The remainder shall be saved for when Xiao Yi returns to open a massage parlor. It is imperative that we make our money work for us. To achieve great things, we must pave the way with financial resources." Du Wenlong accepted without hesitation, yet this bond of friendship resonated deeply within him. Indeed, I have come to realize that in this society, wealth opens all doors, while poverty confines one to stagnation. Fan Go, a massage parlor sounds splendid. I will wholeheartedly support you. I see you are more interested in the company than the drink. Cho. Those who aspire to greatness do not indulge excessively in romance. We are solitary and unsupported, and every step we take is fraught with difficulty. We must remain steadfast. A single misstep leaves us without aid. Fan Go, I understand. I'll limit myself to one outing a month. Quickly, find yourself a girlfriend. It seems you are becoming quite addicted. Ugly, I must warn you. Refrain from frequenting the barber shop. That woman is the beloved of all the officials in the village, entangled with nearly everyone. And playing with you is as effortless as savoring a dish. Du Wenlong, with a serious demeanor, drove as if he had not heard Lu Fan's words. Yet his youthful face was as crimson as an apple. Upon arriving at the Ningyang Hotel and parking the car, just as they were about to ascend, they encountered two classmates, Chun Lijiong and Wang Haiban. Chun Lijiong immediately spotted Lu Fan and exclaimed, "Classmate Lu Fan." Lu Fan turned with a smile and replied, "What a coincidence." Chun Lijiong joyfully continued, "I knew about your gathering today, yet you didn't call me. Fortunately, I cleverly extracted that information from them." Wang Haiban, feeling somewhat awkward, managed to smile and greeted, "Hello, Lu Fan, Du Wenlong." Ugly feigned indifference, but Lu Fan graciously responded, "Haiban, you are here too. Let us go upstairs together." Lu Fan, back then, I was thoughtless and said some foolish things that led to your expulsion. I have felt guilty ever since and wanted to apologize in person, Wang Haiban confessed. "Haiban, we are classmates, let bygones be bygones. You also faced your share of consequences. So we are even now. We only got to know each other through those encounters. Come, let us ascend. Everyone must be waiting." "Never mind. I merely wished to see you. Those others I cannot relate to. Perhaps another time, enjoy your gathering." With that, Wang Haiban turned to leave. Chun Lijiong explained, "We just happened to meet on the street, and I inadvertently let it slip. He insisted on following me. I have no connection with him. Oh, let us go upstairs." They opened the door to room 888, where several classmates were engaged in lively conversation. Upon seeing Lu Fan, they erupted in cheers. "The big shot has arrived." Huang Xiaoyu boisterously declared, "Fango, you've been working and holding a position without even a word to your brothers. That's quite ungrateful. Today, you must drink until you're inebriated." Lu Fan chuckled, "Let me clarify. I am not an official. I am merely temporarily overseeing the Baishu Bay Forest Farm. The farm director is only at the deputy section level, hardly a position of authority. And as for drinking, who is afraid? But first, let us discuss how everyone fared on the exams." Zhu Jianglin remarked, "Fango, allow me to congratulate you. After enduring hardships, you have finally reaped the rewards. I achieved a top score and applied to Chang'an University of Science and Technology. Wang Mingyan and Deng Junqi scored at the second tier. Both applied to Chang'an University of Finance. Huang Xiaoyu is headed to Northwest University of Political Science and Law. Chun Lijiong's score was impressive. I wonder where she applied. As for Wu Hong, no need to mention him. He is a wealthy heir destined to inherit billions." Chun Lijiong naturally took a seat beside Lu Fan, smiling. "I applied to the normal university. I aspire to become a teacher. What do you think, Lu Fan?" Lu Fan responded, "What do you think? Brothers, after 10 years of hard study, you have finally achieved your dreams. Congratulations on your acceptance to university. The future will undoubtedly be bright. I am genuinely happy for you." Filled with admiration and a touch of envy, Huang Xiaoyu earnestly stated, "Fango, I will definitely become a police officer in the future." Lu Fan understood the underlying meaning in his words, chose not to respond directly, but offered a reassuring glance, conveying unspoken understanding. As 4 cold dishes were served, Wu Hong opened 2 bottles of matai, exclaiming, "Let us drink, brothers. Don't hold back, let us celebrate. Today, we must finish this case. No one is leaving until we do." Throughout one's lifetime, one encounters a multitude of individuals. It is often said that the friendship of a gentleman is as tranquil as water. Time serves as the finest instrument, unveiling the true nature of certain people and fostering deeper connections with others. Some relationships fade away as paths diverge, while others grow closer with each step taken together. Many friends may go years without meeting, residing in the same city, yet existing as if in a long-distance relationship. The phrase "next time, I shall treat you to a meal" often serves merely as a polite formality, likely to be followed by another lengthy period of absence. Who is right and who is wrong is revealed by the outcomes. Who stays and who leaves is disclosed by time. Therefore, do not burden yourself excessively. Why seek to appease others when your own happiness suffices? Lu Fan and Du Wenlong have navigated the world for over a year. Their drinking prowess has notably matured, leaving them unperturbed by these fledgling newcomers. As the drinking session commenced, the two began to revel, with only Wu Hong possessing a modicum of competitive spirit. The atmosphere was lively, rekindling in Lu Fan a sense of pure, cherished friendship. Leaning close, Wu Hong whispered into Lu Fan's ear, "I was the one who revealed the information to her. Opportunities are rare, and one must seize the moment. What are you two whispering about?" Chun Liqiong sensed their conversation was anything but innocent, likely revolving around her. Wu Hong, with a grand gesture, declared, "Class beauty, let us make a pact. Wishing you success in university, or rather, to be the school beauty. Surely, you won't look down upon us for not attending university? Let us drink, who fears whom?" Wu Hong mischievously signaled to Lu Fan, indicating, "I'll lead the charge. You handle the aftermath." Chapter 44. The Grand Observation and Evaluation Event. On the morning of July 15th, Lu Fan awaited at Niuzhuang Village, where Secretary Li Daqiang, Township Head Shi Qianqing, and other leaders from the township government had already arrived to welcome the observation team. Today, the county committee and government organized a Grand Observation and Evaluation Event for forestation and greening efforts. Led by Secretary Guo Mingxiong and County Mayor Li Guoquan, over 40 participants, including township secretaries and heads of relevant units, were present to assess the county's afforestation progress. The observation focused on the annual afforestation goals, employing methods of on-site inspections, report assessments, and scoring evaluations. Key aspects included the scale of afforestation, seedling specifications, planting quality, and overall effectiveness, with on-site inspections of reserve forests, specialty economic forests, ecological afforestation, corridor greening, volunteer tree planting, and forest villages. After 2 days of observations, Guo Mingxiong felt a profound disappointment. While coordinating with the national inspection team was vital, foundational work must also meet expectations. However, the current situation was far from satisfactory. Guo Mingxiong solemnly remarked, "Chuanbei, the task of afforestation is both substantial and enduring. As the responsible leader, you must exert more effort. Throughout my observations, I have not seen any township stand out. When the national inspection team arrives, what shall we showcase? We cannot simply burn paper offerings to appease spirits." The secretary's critique left young Chuanbei feeling deeply ashamed. Whispers in the city hinted that Secretary Guo would likely be promoted to a member of the Municipal Standing Committee, overseeing the promotion of city officials. If he were to undervalue himself now, how would he advance in the future? This was an exceedingly grave concern. "Secretary, I will certainly strengthen our efforts. After the observation concluded, I will address the existing issues one by one, firmly establishing the primary responsibility and enhancing oversight. I shall ensure that the afforestation efforts are not hindered. However, the site at Baishuan is particularly noteworthy, as it is a focal point of my development efforts." Guo Mingxiong remained non-committal, for seeing is believing. Li Guoquan remarked, "Secretary, several projects have been implemented at Baishuan. I visited once in May, but I am uncertain of its current state." As the coach entered the territory of Baishuan, the observation group experienced a distinct ambience. Along the way, they occasionally spotted individuals planting trees, watering, and tending to the soil on the hillside. Coupled with Baishuan's already impressive forest vegetation, this left Guo Mingxiong pleasantly surprised, as he felt this location could be showcased to the national inspection team. Upon arriving at the observation point in Niuzhuang Village, Guo Mingxiong smiled upon disembarking, as the scene before him was precisely what he wished to see, and he immediately resolved that the national inspection team must visit this site. As Guo Mingxiong walked and observed, Lu Fan, the project leader, reported on site. Although he had memorized his speech thoroughly, he still felt a hint of nervousness. "Secretary Guo, County Mayor Li, esteemed leaders, the Baishuan Forest Farm, following the arrangements of the county committee and government, under the focused attention of Mayor Yang, and with the specific guidance of the County Forestry Bureau and the Township Party Committee, has organized local villagers and professional forestry labor teams since March to engage in afforestation activities. We have mobilized over 30,000 participants, implementing a 350-acre landscape forest project, with an additional afforestation area of 885 acres, including 300 acres of National Reserve Forest, 100 acres of high-quality fruit trees, and 135 acres of seedlings and flowers, alongside the development of 200 acres of underforest economy and nurturing of 150 acres of young forest. During the implementation process, we signed responsibility agreements with the project construction units, and technical personnel provided rigorous guidance throughout every step, including seedling transportation, pit digging, mixing, and planting, ensuring the quality of the seedlings. Guo Mingxiong nodded continuously, occasionally posing questions. This was no challenge for Lu Fan, who answered all inquiries fluently and was well-versed in the data, which greatly satisfied Guo Mingxiong and relieved Deputy County Mayor Yang Chuanbei. "Secretary Guo, under the organization of the township government, we have made use of idle land and vacant fields in the township, as well as suitable plots alongside roads and around homes, employing excavators to clear weeds and level the ground, achieving the goal of verdant spaces wherever possible. Through the afforestation activities, the once weedy and desolate landscape has been transformed. Now, the township is adorned with scattered small woodlands, significantly enhancing the villagers' production and living environment. Indeed, this is commendable and worthy of emulation by other townships. Daqiang, please expedite the formation of a report. Good practices must be promoted throughout the county. Behind him, Secretary Li Daqiang beamed with joy, internally praising Lu Fan for his understanding. Half an hour later, the observation activity concluded, and as scores were tallied, Bai Shuan's afforestation efforts received unanimous recognition, achieving an impressive score of 92, notably higher than any other township, none of which exceeded 80. The lunch was arranged at the township government, where the leaders dined in a private room, accompanied by Secretary Li Daqiang and Mayor Shi Qianqing. Outside, Lu Fan waited attentively, ready to respond to any inquiries from the county leaders. Overall, Lu Fan felt that his performance today was acceptable, though marred by several imperfections. As it was his first time in such a setting, he recognized the necessity of continuous learning and self-improvement. After the meal, Secretary Guo Mingxiong was the first to emerge. Upon seeing Lu Fan, he made a point to greet him, offering encouragement. The observation point has been well established, but there are still areas that require enhancement. Keep up the effort. The National Inspection Team will arrive for preliminary evaluation by the end of the year, and Baishu Bay is a key focus. You must prepare thoroughly for the inspection. He continued, addressing Chuan Bay and Tongyu. You must frequently come down to guide the work and identify any gaps. Furthermore, other townships' work must also be monitored closely. If there is a lack of seriousness regarding the afforestation efforts, then we will replace those who are uncommitted and unproductive. County Mayor Li Guoquan also offered a reassuring smile, while Deputy Mayor Yang Chuanbei lingered behind to convey a few words to Lu Fan. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan said, "Mayor, the 300 acres of National Reserve forest have all been planted, and I wish to report on my progress." Being astute, Yang Chuanbei understood Lu Fan's intentions and replied, "Doing your job well is the best support you can offer me." By not explicitly stating his stance, he conveyed a significant message, and Lu Fan understood what was expected of him. After the leaders departed from the township government, he followed closely behind in his car, clutching 2 file bags. Upon reaching the county seat, Lu Fan first visited Director Guo Tongyu's office. After locking the door, he succinctly presented the contents of the file bag, saying, "Director Guo, the 300 acres of National Reserve forest have been fully planted, and the funds are in place. This is my small token of appreciation." Noting the thickness of the envelope, Guo Tongyu realized it contained 50,000. He remarked, "Xiao Fan, you have worked hard during this period. Both Secretary Guo and County Mayor Li are quite pleased with the afforestation efforts at Baishu Bay, so let's not be overly formal. I understand your situation. Save well for a couple of years and consider buying a house in the county seat. Or how else will you get married? Director Guo, without your support, I would not be where I am today. One must remember the well digger when drinking water. If you refuse to accept this, my conscience will be troubled." Lu Fan's resolve was unwavering. After a moment of stalemate, Guo Tongyu deduced that Lu Fan was quite obstinate. He then compromised by taking out 20,000 from the file bag and pushing the remainder back to Lu Fan, saying, "Do not decline any further. You will have many expenses. By the way, how are things progressing with Wang Yue?" "Well, Director Guo, I may not excel in that area." Guo Tongyu, frustrated, responded, "You truly are a blockhead. I've spoken highly of you to her parents, praising you to the skies. Xiao Fan, her father is my classmate and is now the deputy director of the Municipal Environmental Protection Bureau. She is their only daughter, so seize the opportunity. Why worry about your position?" Upon hearing this, Lu Fan felt a twinge of discomfort. Though he was modest in means, he understood the virtue of integrity and the importance of dignity. To seek advancement through opportunistic alliances would be akin to undermining his own principles. Once one loses their moral integrity and bows their proud head, they can never regain their dignity. After emerging from Guo Tongyu's office and noticing there was still time, Lu Fan proceeded directly to the county government, needing to deliver another dossier. Upon knocking on Yang Chuanbei's office door, Lu Fan discreetly locked it behind him, seated himself opposite the county chief's desk, and smiled, saying, "I apologize for the interruption, County Chief. I am here to report on the 300 acres of reserve forest project, where all the cypress saplings have been planted according to the requirements." Yang Chuanbei nodded, acknowledging, "I have visited the reserve forest several times. I trust your work. Among the numerous towns, you have advocated for this project, and it is imperative to identify and rectify any deficiencies during this period. I anticipate that it won't be long before the National Inspection Team arrives for the preliminary review, and Cypress Bay is certain to become a demonstration site. So we must not harbor any complacency. Everything that needs improvement must be perfected. Rest assured, I will be vigilant during this period and will not hinder the county's progress or bring you disgrace." Lu Fan continued, County Chief. This is my first time overseeing such a significant project, and I am unfamiliar with many protocols. If there are any shortcomings, I would greatly appreciate your guidance. This is a small token of my gratitude. Yang Chuanbei hesitated slightly, as the benefits had been previously agreed upon with Guotongyu, and mutual gain was a long-term strategy. Lu Fan's adeptness surprised him, enhancing his favorable impression. Who doesn't appreciate a perceptive individual? However, had Guotongyu taken this money? Before Yang could express his stance, Lu Fan discreetly placed the dossier into the cabinet and continued reporting on the work, both men tacitly understanding each other's intentions. Lu Fan felt no regret in offering the money. He was acutely aware that navigating the political arena was nearly impossible without a powerful backing. Having finally forged a connection with County Chief Yang, he was determined to seize the opportunity at any cost, for wealth was merely a superficial concern, insignificant compared to the value of relationships. With his thoughts settled, after work that afternoon, Lu Fan dined with Su Zhong, the deputy director of the Human Resources Bureau, and Feng Hui, indulging in a meal and a few drinks while gathering insights about the county's developments. He learned that Secretary Guo Mingxiong had reported to the Municipal Organization Department, and County Chief Li Guoquan was set to assume the secretary position, leaving uncertainty about who would take over as county chief. What delighted Lu Fan most was the formidable rise of Secretary Wang Hongtao, who was undeniably making significant strides within the county committee. Life thrives on movement, camaraderie flourishes through interaction, and relationships are cultivated through engagement. These two would prove invaluable in 2 years' time. Chapter 45. The ambitious Xiao Yuan should never drink and drive. Such wisdom is paramount. That evening, Lu Fan went to the construction site to spend time with his brethren, but upon arrival, he was ushered into the office by Wu Hong. Nowadays, Wu Hong had transformed remarkably, donning a suit and exuding the aura of a successful individual, beginning to learn the ropes of engineering from his father. Despite his lack of knowledge in other areas, he possessed a remarkable understanding of engineering, likely influenced by his upbringing. Passion is indeed the finest teacher, and love is the greatest motivator. Wu Hong was adept at socializing and recognized Lu Fan's deep regard for his few close friends. So he invited them all to the office, where they indulged in food and drink. Wu, possessing considerable capability, faced no shortage of work in Ningyang and had extended his reach into the city, assigning county projects to his son for hands-on practice. Wu Hong performed admirably, brimming with youthful exuberance and eager to showcase his achievements, making it impossible for him to overlook his old classmates. Lu Fan smiled silently, quietly listening to him boast. Businessmen are well informed, for the government serves as their benefactor. From Wu Hong, Lu Fan learned that Ningyang is to welcome a female county chief named Zhao Honglan, though her background remains unknown. As for other county leaders, such as Yang Chuanbei, Bian Jide, and Lu Shuai, Wu Hong was also unaware of their whereabouts. But it was rumored that the third son of the Lu family, Lu Shueli, had unexpectedly risen to the position of town mayor without making a sound. As the conversation progressed, they discussed Su Xiaoi, who was studying in Chang'an. Zheng Ming expressed envy, saying, "That fellow must be having a great time right now." Lu Jinshuz responded with a knowing smile, recounting, "A few days ago, I called Xiaoi, and he kept urging me to visit Chang'an, promising to arrange everything." Yang Mingho remarked, "I am truly impressed by this old six. The allure of the bustling world can easily distract one from serious matters." Observing the nuances of their conversation, Wu Hong sensed Lu Fan's ambition and promptly emphasized that good opportunities should not leave him behind. Su Xiaoi had been in Chang'an for half a year. Upon his arrival, he followed the address Lu Fan provided and sought employment at Wudong Xiaoqi. With his charming looks and sweet tongue, Xiaoi was easily hired by the owner and embarked on a career in the industry, all while keeping Lu Fan's teachings in mind, navigating through a world of temptation without becoming tainted. After joining, Xiaoi proved to be perceptive and industrious, not fixating on minor gains. Occasionally, he would run errands for the sisters, quickly earning the owner's approval and the favor of the technicians. On a particularly dark and windy night, a lonely sister allowed Xiaoi to experience an upscale service for free, and to his surprise, she generously gifted him a red envelope afterward, leaving him in awe of the wonders of the big city. 3 months later, having mastered the routines and services of Wudong Xiaoqi, Xiaoi felt that he could no longer advance within that small establishment. With a heavy heart, he declined the owner's pleas to stay and departed, leaving behind the reluctant gazes of the sisters. He sought greater opportunities and secured a position at Chang'an's largest Tianqiao water club, which spanned over 10,000 square meters. This 5-star establishment offered bespoke hot springs, health spas, luxurious accommodations, high-quality wellness cuisine, exquisite massages, and entertainment, marking the beginning of his true educational journey. Here, Xiaoyi met Ding Tongxin, a seasoned expert with a vast network in the industry. One day, out of boredom, Ding Tongxin playfully teased Xiaoyi, saying, "If you can't hold back, don't just rely on your hands. Let me help you out." Unexpectedly, Su Xiaoyi spoke with great conviction. "Sister Ding, we are compelled by circumstances to engage in this profession. Others' opinions are of no concern to me, but I hold you in high regard and consider you as my elder sister." This statement profoundly moved Ding Tongxin, leading her to view Su Xiaoyi as a younger brother from that moment onward. In mid-August, during his vacation, Su Xiaoyi planned to return to Ningyang to visit his friends. However, Ding Tongxin, having started her menstrual cycle, insisted on accompanying her brother for a few days of leisure, which Su Xiaoyi could not refuse. Together, they journeyed back to Ningyang. Upon learning of Su Xiaoyi's return, Lu Fan and Du Wenlong traveled from Baishu Bay specifically to meet him. The seven brothers gathered together. Though Ding Tongxin's presence left everyone somewhat perplexed, Lu Fan discreetly called Su Xiaoyi outside, inquiring about the situation. With a smile, Su Xiaoyi reassured him, "Rest assured, Brother Fan. I have no relationship with her. She is an elder sister I met in Chang'an, well acquainted with this industry and quite capable. She insisted on coming back with me to take a look, and it would be beneficial for you to meet her. She might assist us greatly in the future." "That is good to hear. A guest is a guest. Make sure to treat her well," Lu Fan replied. "Brother Fan, I believe I have learned enough in Chang'an. If you truly wish to open a massage parlor in Ningyang, I am confident I can manage it. You need not worry about the technicians. I will find a way. The main concern is the establishment and renovation, which requires significant funding. I will handle the finances. The rest will be on you. When you return to Chang'an, focus on the renovation and equipment matters. Once you feel assured, we will come back to execute our plan. Brother Fan, you need not worry. I will not treat such a significant matter lightly." All of them shared a humble background, and during their drinking session, no one exhibited any disdain towards Ding Tongxin. Rather, they warmly welcomed the captivating woman, creating a joyous atmosphere. In October, Baishu Bay Forestry Station distributed bonuses once again. This year, the organization was financially stable, and the employees showed considerable respect towards Lu Fan, including Su Zheng's wife, who overcame her difficulties and did not take leave. Coupled with the heavy workload this year, each individual was assigned distinct responsibilities and successfully completed their tasks. Lu Fan was not a miser and understood the importance of shared success. Now serving as the acting station chief, he aimed to solidify his position. While the upper management's guidance was crucial, the support of the workforce was equally vital. In mid-October, a national afforestation inspection team arrived in Ningyang, accompanied by leaders from the Provincial Forestry Department and the Municipal Forestry Bureau. County Party Secretary Li Guoquan and County Mayor Zhao Honglan placed high importance on the afforestation efforts, making it a top priority for the entire county. With Baishu Bay designated as a key observation site, Lu Fan diligently inspected the base daily for any shortcomings. On October 17th, the inspection team reached Baishu Bay, and the entire village braced itself for the visit. Secretary Li Daqiang, upon receiving the news, organized a comprehensive environmental cleanup 2 days in advance. Hiring several bulldozers to remove debris, the inspection vehicle halted at the observation point, and the leaders began to disembark. To Lu Fan's surprise, Deputy Director Wang Wentian called him by name, and Municipal Bureau Office Director Hu Pailan engaged in conversation with him. Throughout the observation process, Lu Fan's report had been meticulously refined, and given the impressive development at the site, the inspection team expressed their satisfaction, with Secretary Li Guoquan sharing jovial banter with them. Lu Fan discreetly inquired of Director Guotongyu, "Is there any significant issue with the afforestation efforts?" Director Guo whispered, "This is a political task. There will certainly be no major issues. Any minor problems can be rectified, so rest assured. With such a significant endeavor from the county, how could it possibly fail? Everything has long been secured." Lu Fan understood that the key to the success of the ecological initiative lay with the higher-ups and the activities involved. The quality of the work itself had become secondary. After a cursory inspection lasting 20 minutes, the evaluation team departed from Baishu Bay. With the formal assessment scheduled for the following year, Lu Fan felt little concern and decided to utilize this time to open a massage parlor, as earning money was paramount. As for the location, Lu Fan had already identified a suitable site. A large cluster of buildings had sprung up in the northern part of the city, partly comprising affordable housing for officials, which would undoubtedly become a concentrated residential and commercial hub for the entire county. Moreover, the affluent Wu Heng had constructed 2 buildings in the north, totaling over 20 storefronts. Who better to approach than him? Upon learning of Lu Fan's intention to lease his properties for the massage parlor, Wu Hong was ecstatic, dancing with delight. Without consulting his father, he took it upon himself to offer 2 storefronts along with the second and third floors, proposing to invest in the business through rent. This put Lu Fan in a difficult position. While it was a favorable development, he worried about Wu Heng's impulsive nature. What if he overwhelmed the technicians? How would management be handled then? Thus, Lu Fan established 3 agreements. First, no harassment of the technicians was permitted, and no coercive behavior should occur to avoid complications that might affect business. Second, adherence to the shop's regulations was mandatory, with no undue interference in management. Third, Wu Hong was to receive only 30% of the shares. Aside from the first stipulation being somewhat challenging, Wu Hong readily agreed to the others. Lu Fan soon discerned that this classmate likely harbored inappropriate intentions towards the technicians. Nonetheless, as long as no coercion occurred and no trouble arose, he would allow it. After all, they were not virtuous women, so let them be as they wished. Upon receiving Lu Fan's call, Su Xiaoyi promptly resigned from her job, returning to Ningyang with her skills and fervor to oversee the renovation and procurement of equipment for the massage parlor. Before opening, Lu Fan convened a meeting to clarify the share distribution. He and Wu Hong would each hold 30%. Su Xiaoyi would possess 10%, while the remaining 5 brothers would collectively hold 30%, with Su Xiaoyi fully responsible for management and Wu Hong overseeing the renovation team. The initial investment was estimated at 350,000 yuan. Lu Fan planned to secure the investment himself. If necessary, he considered pooling resources from his brothers, as he still had over 200,000 yuan in his account, though this money would need to be repaid. After discussion, they decided to name the shop Wudong Xiaoqi, with Xiaoyi handling the paperwork and Wu Hong coordinating connections, as his family frequently interacted with the business administration, so there were unlikely to be issues. Society had clearly conveyed that one could possess nothing, but one must never be without money. In a world where the weak are often dismissed, the power of wealth could achieve what one could not. The massage parlor represented their first venture. With the overall direction established, they were eager to embark on this enterprise, and the brothers expressed their willingness to assist with the renovations to reduce costs. Wu Hong, harboring undisclosed ambitions, could not suppress his lewd grin, incessantly inquiring with Xiaoyi about the technicians, eager to see the shop open at once, more invested than anyone else. Chapter 46. A brief respite at Wudong. Everyone extols the virtues of the lotus, yet few comprehend its struggles. It wrestles with the mire, only to emerge pristine above the surface. Life mirrors this sentiment. In a world where relationships are often forged with gold, true connections are scarce. No individual is devoid of purpose, nor does the earth nurture nameless weeds. Human affections are fleeting and hearts treacherous. Only those who straddle the line between humanity, spirit, and madness are deemed worthy. For as long as they can amass wealth, the origins of their fortune become irrelevant, whether fragrant or foul. Wudong, a haven of respite, encapsulated the hopes of the brethren, serving as the launchpad for their dreams. As renovations commenced, Yang Mingho, Zheng Ming, Lu Jinshuz, and Su Xiaoyi became laborers, personally constructing their future. Xia Li, Wu Hong's accountant, lent a hand after hours, while Lu Fan and Du Wenlong visited the county intermittently to monitor the renovation's progress. With their background in the construction industry and Wu Hong's unwavering support to minimize costs, the project's timeline was significantly expedited. By the onset of the 12th lunar month, the renovations at Wudong reached their conclusion. Xiaoyi and Wu Hong began to engage with various officials to secure the necessary business licenses and permits. The most challenging hurdles were the fire safety permit and the special industry operating license from the police, which remained elusive as the new year approached. Reluctantly, Wu Hong resorted to leveraging his father's influence, presenting grand gifts to finally obtain the 2 permits. However, this opportunity allowed Xiaoyi to cultivate relations with the local security and fire departments, establishing connections that would prove advantageous, as Wudong, being a special industry, would require their leniency. This year's Spring Festival saw Lu Fan assisting Guotongyu in preparing a pressure cooker, slaughtering 8 fine sheep. He spent 3 days accompanying his superiors across provinces and cities, reinforcing his presence among higher-ups, many of whom could now recall his name. Being able to assist leaders with personal matters signified a strong alliance, a fact Lu Fan relished. After a year of labor, Lu Fan finally had leaders to pay New Year's visits to, such as Deputy County Head Yang Chuanbei, Deputy County Head Bianjide, Forestry Director Guotongyu, and Township Party Secretary Li Daqiang, gradually expanding his network. He also intended to visit several deputy directors within the bureau, who remained steadfast in their offices, awaiting deliveries from subordinate units. Failing to pay respects would surely draw their ire, which, while not overtly detrimental to work, could quietly obstruct progress, creating unforeseen challenges. In the realm of politics, the most dreaded fate is to be overlooked during holidays, rendering one a nonentity with no prospects for advancement. Merely subsisting in a state of stagnation, the siblings relied on one another, having spent a second new year at the forest farm. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, amidst the jubilant sounds of gongs and drums celebrating the Lantern Festival, Ningyang County held a lively Yanga performance. The spirited beats resonated as the vibrant Yanga troupe danced in unison, their pink fans swirling gracefully, while the young drummers infused the atmosphere with vitality, amplifying the festive spirit of Ningyang. In the northern district of the city, Wudong quietly opened its doors today, having made no prior announcements. Wu Hong felt an undeniable chill in the air, so he purchased 8 floral arrangements to adorn the entrance and even set off a string of firecrackers, determined to create an ambience befitting a grand opening. Since the day before yesterday, when Ding Tongxin arrived at the shop bearing 18 blossoms, Wu Hong had succumbed completely, enchanted by these charming beauties, truly making the establishment his home. With a newfound wealth and nowhere to spend it, Wu Hong began to display his financial prowess, finding an instant connection with the 18 flowers and embarking on a blissful life akin to that of a groom every night. Su Xiaoyi, having honed her skills in a bustling metropolis, was well versed in the intricacies of this industry. The following day, she set Ding Tongxin and the 18 golden flowers loose upon the streets, adorning them in sheer black stockings, leopard print, and high heels, enticingly posing to capture the attention of the men of Ningyang. This spectacle allowed the lecherous onlookers to witness the beauties entering the Wutong Lounge, serving as the most effective form of advertisement. Thus, on opening day, the first wave of patrons swiftly materialized, having already plotted their course, entering without hesitation to request their desired technicians. Lu Fan pondered the question of why the technicians from Chang'an would prefer to abandon the allure of a major city to work in the small town of Ningyang. Xiaoyi explained that the competition in larger cities was fierce and the cost of living exorbitant. In smaller locales, the earnings could be just as substantial, if not greater. Over the course of a year, those who ventured into this line of work often had compelling reasons, with the primary goal being financial gain. By the light of day, as the clock struck 6 in the evening, the establishment had already welcomed over 40 guests, none of whom opted for the 98 yuan, 60-minute foot massage. The men of Ningyang, valuing their pride, typically chose the 398 yuan service, as it included tantalizing offerings such as the alluring Raoji Ro and kidney health treatments. As for the 698, 798, and 898 yuan options, it was merely the first day of business, and there was ample time ahead. At 10 o'clock that evening, Lu Xuezhi arrived. No entertainment venue in Ningyang was unfamiliar to him. Upon entering, his subordinates clamored to provide their boss with the finest technicians and the most luxurious services. In Ding Tongxin's eyes, such a high-profile client was akin to a golden goose, deserving of her personal attention. Upon seeing the stunning beauty, Lu Xuezhi was captivated. Ding Tongxin's expressive eyes twinkled, seemingly conveying unspoken sentiments that electrified him, while her alluring figure swayed like willows in the breeze, igniting an irresistible urge within him. Ding Tongxin was adept at handling such individuals, skillfully employing a dance of temptation and allure, artfully crafting an atmosphere of desire while subtly incorporating a touch of personal flair into the 698 yuan package, leaving Lu Xuezhi in a state of euphoric bliss. Experiencing an unprecedented delight, Raoji Ro could transform the toughest steel. As the service concluded, Lu Xuezhi, unable to contain his eagerness, opted for an extension, upgrading to the ultimate experience. Lu Xuezhi was the largest oil dealer in Ningyang, a man of wealth with a penchant for indulgence. From that day forward, the Wutong Lounge became his sanctuary. At 3 in the morning, Xiaoyi reluctantly closed the doors, for the 19 technicians were utterly exhausted. In the festive month of the Lunar New Year, the men of Ningyang found themselves yearning for amusement. The newly opened Wutong establishment, despite its recent inauguration, had already gained a stellar reputation within this small county, enticing many eager patrons to uncover its secrets. As the moment of reckoning approached, both the principal and subordinate proprietors were present. Who could remain indifferent during such an exhilarating occasion? Xiaoyi announced the day's earnings, a staggering 78 hours of service, with total revenue reaching 310,000 yuan. The crowd was left in astonishment, including Wu Hong, the affluent scion, who could hardly believe how lucrative a foot massage establishment could be. Xiaoyi clarified, Gentlemen, this figure represents gross revenue, not net profit. The technicians take half, and there are various expenses to consider. I estimate the net profit to be around 31 million yuan. Moreover, it is unlikely that future days will be as bustling as today, given that it is the grand opening. Yang Mingho expressed his wonder. Even if the profit is merely 5,000 yuan, that amounts to 150,000 yuan a month. We could recoup our investment in just 2 months. I never anticipated that earning money could be so effortless. He turned to Wu Hong. Your family deals with substantial business. Do you also find this astonishing? Wu Hong replied. This indeed represents cash flow. While my family handles millions and tens of millions, construction enterprises are often at the mercy of delays. It is commonplace for the government to owe us project funds for 3 or even 5 years. Everything is fraught with difficulty. A massage parlor, however, requires minimal investment, yields significant profits, and is not short of clientele. As long as the quality of the technicians is assured, it is indeed a pathway to prosperity. While everyone reveled in their joy, Su Xiaoyi suddenly interjected, Fan Gu, tonight Le Shueji has arrived, and he has spent several thousand. Lu Fan coolly remarked, a sum of tens of thousands would be even better. We should welcome all who come through our doors. Su Xiaoyi continued, I noticed he seems particularly interested in Sister Ding. Perhaps we could leverage that? There might be unexpected benefits. Upon hearing this, Wu Heng's curiosity was piqued, and he eagerly inquired, is this the Lu Shueji involved in construction? Does he hold a grudge against Lu Fan? Cheng Ming whispered. Uncle Lu was injured by that scoundrel and ultimately could not be treated. What? Wu Hong erupted in anger. That scoundrel, relying on his connections, has taken many of our projects. Half of Ningyang's contracts have gone to him. He also has a vendetta against Fan Gu, and he has committed numerous illegal acts. We must deal with him. Lu Fan shook his head. Our relationship with the technicians is merely professional. We are neither kin nor allies. Why would he assist you? The Lu family is not a small player. Trivial matters will not faze them. Therefore, we must avoid alarm and act with precision. If we strike, it must be decisive. We should await the right opportunity. Our immediate priority is to devise strategies for profit, to accumulate strength. Otherwise, we have nothing with which to contend. Wu Hong was willing to heed Lu Fan's counsel, although it did not deter his own ulterior motives. After the gathering concluded, Wu Hong stealthily approached Su Xiaoyi's office, whispering furtively, Xiao Yi, shall we devise a plan to deal with Le Shueji? Brother Wu, Fan Gu has advised that we deliberate on this matter. Our good intentions could lead to unintended consequences. Fan Gu navigates the political landscape and must consider many factors. We ought to lend him our support. Or else what kind of brothers are we? Trust me, there are ways to maneuver. Perhaps our strategy will yield remarkable results. Wu Gu, what do you propose we do? The quality of our shop's technicians is exceptionally high, especially Ding Tongxin, who undoubtedly ranks first in Ningyang. Lu Shueji is notoriously lecherous and is sure to be a frequent visitor to our establishment. We must devise a strategy to coax him into revealing information, gathering evidence of his illicit activities and bribery. Subsequently, we could arrange a dedicated private room for him, equipped with several hidden cameras. Su Xiaoyi thought to himself, am I not still a child? Is it appropriate to engage in such actions? Is this even legal? Where's the professional ethics? However, considering the thrill of the endeavor, he mused that it might indeed yield results. Xiaoyi, trust me, even if it doesn't produce significant outcomes, at the very least, it will disgust Le Shueji and tarnish his reputation. Perhaps it will even affect his influential brothers in high positions, which could undoubtedly assist Fan Gu. Wu Gu, I'm not quite convinced. Are you sure this will work? Absolutely. All right, I'll follow your lead. Let us execute this plan. Xiaoyi, your decisiveness is refreshing. However, we need to secure Ding Tongxin's cooperation. She is exceptionally clever, and if she aligns with us, she will be an invaluable ally. Wu Gu, haven't you won her over yet? Alas, it's not so simple. She is more cunning than a monkey, accessible yet unattainable, and it's driving me to distraction. Wu Gu, I have faith in your abilities. Where there is sincerity, there will be a breakthrough. If you appeal to her with genuine emotion, coupled with your financial prowess, you will surely achieve your desires. Chapter 47. The deal. Lu Fan spent a sleepless night, reflecting on Wu Hong's words. Sometimes, taking an unconventional approach might indeed yield surprising results. After all, the inception of this massage parlor was founded on such considerations. Ding Tongxin is undoubtedly an extraordinary woman. One can discern from her eyes that she harbors intriguing stories. It seems that to her, men are mere playthings, and with such a woman, one must be forthright and straightforward in discussions of collaboration. The following day, around 10 o'clock, Lu Fan entered Wudong Xiaoqi through the back door and made his way directly to the technician's lounge. As expected, Ding Tongxin was present, demonstrating her commitment. As she had previously promised Su Xiaoyi to support the shop, when a man entered, the other technicians were puzzled, but Ding Tongxin recognized Lu Fan as the proprietor, having heard Su Xiaoyi mention him countless times. With a charming smile, Ding Tongxin softly inquired, "What can I do for you, boss?" "Ding Jia, there are some personal matters I would like to discuss with you. Alone? I'm at your command. Wherever you wish to go, I shall follow. Whatever you wish to do, I will comply." Lu Fan felt himself falling under her spell. Her allure was simply overwhelming. Retaining her would ensure the flourishing of Wudong Xiaoqi. Observing Lu Fan's flushed cheeks, Ding Tongxin decided not to tease him further and suggested moving to Su Xiaoyi's office for their conversation. Conveniently, Su Xiaoyi was absent, and upon entering, Lu Fan took the initiative to prepare tea for Ding Tongxin. Ding Tongxin chuckled, "Boss, please don't be so formal. Just speak your mind. I will do my best to accommodate what I can, and if it's beyond my capabilities, it's futile to mention it. After all, I am merely a technician." "Ding Jia, your character is truly commendable. Haha, do you think I lack respect for the boss? In this world, we are all workers. No one is indebted to anyone. Kindness, flattery, and forbearance do not yield a salary increase. Rather, they invite further unreasonable demands. However, you stand apart. It is evident that you are a person of integrity. Keep up the good work." Suddenly, Lu Fan caught a whiff of alcohol and inquired, "Did you drink last night?" Ding Tongxin replied with a faint smile. "The best way to end the day is to enjoy a little wine, lie down, and fall asleep shortly after. Without a drink, I toss and turn, struggling to find rest. It's not that I love drinking. It's the intoxication that allows one to forget their troubles." Sister Ding is undoubtedly a person with stories to tell. Aren't you the same? At the tender age of 18 or 19. Yet possessing the mindset of someone in their 30s, you bear the demeanor of someone wise beyond their years. One wonders how many secrets you keep hidden within. As the conversation flowed, Lu Fan candidly stated, "The client you attended to yesterday is my sworn enemy. Our conflict is one that shall never cease." Ding Tongxin, taken aback, quickly regained her composure and asked, "Do you wish for my assistance in dealing with him?" "Indeed. What benefits would I receive?" Lu Fan replied earnestly, "If you agree, I can offer you a 10% stake in Wudong Rest. Should you help me achieve my goal, I shall grant you 30% of my shares. This is all I can offer at present. As for the future, perhaps Wudong Rest will grow stronger and explore other avenues. I assure you, I will stand by you through thick and thin." With such a partner, success often comes with ease. One must be willing to give in order to gain. After a moment's contemplation, Ding Tongxin said, "Very well, I shall accept this proposition. For those who keep their promises, I shall honor my word without hesitation. For those who do not, I may well speak deceitfully. Men, after all, approach women primarily for carnal desires. I should be able to handle that lecherous fellow, Lishueji." Lu Fan, focused solely on the outcome and uninterested in delving into specifics, shifted the conversation and asked, "Sister Ding, may I hear your story?" Ding Tongxin seemed to drift into reminiscence and replied with a bittersweet smile, "What persuades a person is often the wall they run into. What awakens them is the trials they endure. One cannot teach another through words alone. Experience is the best teacher. Just as one must taste food to know its flavor, one must suffer to understand pain. If there are unspoken sorrows, it is best not to unearth old wounds. You have been forthright with me. What do I have to hide? It is merely a few unfortunate events. To be a woman is challenging. To be a beautiful woman is even more daunting. At 20, I was never robbed, yet I was always a target for thieves. I was toyed with by a scoundrel, ironically a high-ranking official, and I became the subject of public ridicule. Is that not a cruel twist of fate? Approaching 30, I find men with thieving hearts and bold intentions. They desire only to possess me, yet none genuinely wish to assist. In truth, I am like you, yearning for the day when he pays a price too steep to bear, preferably one that leads to his ruin." Lu Fan empathized deeply, yet refrained from inquiring about the man's identity, recognizing that he was not someone he could confront. Instead, he offered words of comfort. "All sufferings are burdensome, yet we must navigate our own paths. The only course of action we can take is to endure. Indeed, if we cannot bear it, must we not still persevere? Everyone carries their own burdens. Why should you be exempt from bearing yours? Boss, Xiaoyi has spoken highly of you. I recognize you as a person of deep loyalty and compassion. Should the day come when you possess the means, I implore you to lend me your assistance, an obligation I shall not shy away from." Strangely enough, these words afforded Ding Tongxin a sense of solace, prompting her to exclaim, "A man should live like a wolf, never raising his head in surrender. In this world, There exists no absolute right or wrong, only strength and weakness. If you possess enough ruthlessness, you shall fear nothing to lose. You are free to act as you wish, for it is others who shall crumble. Boss, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not reveal your trump card simply due to a fleeting affinity. To speak too freely with superficial acquaintances is a grave misstep. However, fret not. Dear sister is not one to gossip. Lu Fan chuckled and took note of her words. Life is fraught with challenges, yet we persevere through each trial, enduring sleepless nights and hastening our journeys at dawn. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yi returned, prompting Ding Tongxin to rise and bid farewell, casting a flirtatious glance at Lu Fan. Once she departed, Xiao Yi teasingly inquired, Brother Fan, did I interrupt something delightful? Begone. Show Ding Tongxin the respect she deserves. She is unlike other women of the night, and she may very well become our invaluable ally in the future. I have long since perceived her loyalty, yet she is not one I can easily manage. She may toy with me, but it remains to be seen if you can win her over, Brother Fan. Xiao Yi, focus on running the shop well. This society is starkly pragmatic. Money can take you anywhere, whereas a lack of it will hinder your every step. Indeed, water without salt is tasteless. A person without wealth is akin to a ghost. Once you possess wealth, even ghosts will cherish you. Noticing Xiao Yi's troubled expression, Lu Fan inquired, have you encountered a dilemma? Alas, my father has fallen ill. The hospital insists he requires hospitalization. What else is there to discuss? Let him be admitted. Is it a matter of insufficient funds? How much do you lack? Brother Fan, I am truly ashamed to ask. I have yet to repay you for my medical expenses. Having borrowed money for just 2 days, I feel utterly humiliated. Lu Fan directly questioned, how much do you need? Between 10 to 20,000. Provide me with your account number. Brother Fan, thank you. Su Xiaoyi understood all too well when one is faced with adversity. The amount of money one can borrow reflects their worth. Only in Brother Fan's presence do I find my value. This sentiment must remain buried within. For the pressing matter is to devise a means to enhance my worth. Today marks the 2nd day of the Wutong Xiaoqi's opening. With no pressing matters at the Lin Field these past 2 days, Lu Fan chose to remain in Xiao Yi's office, collaborating with Wu Heng and Du Wenlong on various endeavors, while keenly observing the day's revenue. After all, this was their inaugural business venture, and they could not afford to incur losses, except for Wu Heng. Lu Fan had come to a realization. Relying solely on a meager salary makes it a lifelong endeavor to save for a home or a car, necessitating frugality. In this small county, avenues for earning are obstructed by those in power who exploit their industry advantages. The laborers are either relatives or classmates of the elite. Those who can earn do not work, while those who toil earn nothing. Even if one manages to make money, they may not receive it, having to plead and beg for it. Nonetheless, this is the essence of society. For it to function efficiently, it must sustain a majority of individuals who are perpetually underfed, unable to escape their plight, yet compelled to labor day after day, driven by poverty and suffering, teetering on the brink of collapse. Otherwise, who would clean the toilets? Who would fasten the screws? Who would cultivate the crops? Who delivers vegetables to the market at 5 in the morning? Thus, those who are destitute and seek to rise in a small place must navigate the gray areas, accumulating their first pot of gold to secure a ticket for entry, allowing them to join the fray. After midnight, guests trickle in, most appearing rather furtive, some already inebriated from earlier in the day. Yet, when they do come in to spend, they are quite generous, ordering only the finest offerings. By 11 o'clock at night, Su Xiaoyi excitedly dashed into the manager's office, breathlessly reporting, today, we've completed 66 sessions, and there are still 8 technicians currently engaged. Even after midnight, we can expect more customers. Today's revenue is likely to surpass yesterday's. Naturally, everyone beamed with joy, though Lu Fan cautioned Xiaoyi that some sessions were not legitimate massages, and it was essential to ensure proper arrangements with the police and security team, advising that only through generosity could they avoid misfortune. At midnight, Le Shuiji entered, visibly intoxicated, accompanied by 3 or 4 associates, specifically requesting technician Ding Tongxin for the highest service standard. Ding Tongxin entered the room with a basin of water, casting flirtatious glances and saying, Legu, why have you come so late? I've kept several clients waiting just for you. Lu Shuiji waved his hand grandly, exclaiming, Sister, what does money matter? Rest assured, as long as I am satisfied, I will compensate you handsomely. Have you struck it rich today? Haha, I strike it rich every day. Sister, just yield to me, and I promise you will enjoy the finest life. I don't even know what you do. I ought to be informed, right? What if you deceive me? Haha, another day I will show you the ropes. I deal in oil in Ningyang, and no one dares to stop me. Is that so impressive? You're not just boasting, are you? Just wait, and you will see. When heaven intends to destroy a person, it first drives them mad. Women are the finest catalysts for a man's madness, especially a woman who is both beautiful and adept at understanding hearts. Chapter 48. The Power of Light. On the 17th day of the first lunar month, Lu Fan once again visited Ningyang City, hoping to chance upon county head Han Shuyang. He had been there once before, but the house had been empty. After ringing the doorbell, a young man soon opened the door, looking puzzled and asking, "May I ask who you are?" Thankfully, it was not county head Han's spouse. Otherwise, he would have been turned away again without a chance to explain. Lu Fan quickly replied, "Hello, I am a former colleague of county head Han, here to visit your aunt. I came by once before, but no one was home. Is she here today?" Just as he spoke, county head Han's wife approached, saying, "How is it that it's you again? Who are you, and what is your intention?" Lu Fan hurriedly explained, "Auntie, I assure you I am not a bad person. County head Han has been exceptionally kind to me. How could I harbor ill intentions? You truly misunderstand me." In the living room sat a man who bore a striking resemblance to Han Shuyang, who then spoke, "Sister-in-law, Zimp, our guest is here. Let him in." Seeing the wary expression on the aunt's face, Lu Fan smiled and stepped inside, determined to enter the house first, no matter what. "Young man, what is your name? What is your relation to Shuyang?" "My name is Lu Fan. To be candid, my position was facilitated by county head Han. Without his assistance, I would not be where I am today. Ever since the incident involving county head Han, I have been deeply concerned and have yearned to take action. Yet my limited influence renders me powerless to assist. My aunt has come to me several times. Are you Lu Fan? Old Han mentioned you to me before," said Han Guishan. "The young man is commendable. There are few these days who understand gratitude. Please, take a seat. I am Brother Shuyang. Greetings, Uncle Han. There's no need for formality. You wish to know the current situation regarding Shuyang, do you not?" "Yes, I have been worried about county head Han's safety." Han Guishan shook his head, stating, "The situation is not optimistic. The authority to handle the case lies with the Discipline Inspection Commission of Ningyang City, and there are individuals in the city who refuse to let go. Some matters have been confirmed and are now transferred to the city procuratorate. I fear it may not end well. This is beyond your capability to assist, but I appreciate your concern. All we can do now is do our best and leave the rest to fate." "Uncle Han, I recognize my limitations. I came today merely to express that I am not an ungrateful person. If there is anything within my power to do, just say the word, and I would not hesitate to risk everything." Seeing Lu Fan's sincerity, Han Shuyang's wife spoke with an apologetic tone, "Young man, I misunderstood you before. Since old Han's incident, you were the first to visit." Suddenly, Han Guishan inquired, "While you work in Ningyang, do you have any suspects?" Lu Fan replied decisively, "County head Han has only been in the city for a few days. It is impossible for him to be involved. I am certain that the issue originates from Ningyang, and it is undoubtedly related to Deputy County Head Lu Shui, who is now a standing committee member and Deputy County Head." Han Guishan nodded. "Your speculation aligns closely with Shuyang's. He has obstructed others. Alas, the moral decay of society is disheartening. Such tactics are quite despicable." Han Xinyu, Han Shuyang's son, expressed his disdain. "That scoundrel deserves nothing but misfortune. I will deal with him sooner or later." Han Guishan frowned and admonished, "Xinyu, you need not concern yourself with adult matters. You are soon to graduate from university. Your task is to focus on your studies and prepare for this year's civil service exam." "Uncle, I understand." It was evident that Han Xinyu held a deep respect for his uncle. Having achieved his purpose, Lu Fan felt the atmosphere at home was too somber. He stood to take his leave, saying, "Uncle Han, Aunt, Brother Han, I shall not intrude further. Whenever I am able to assist, do not hesitate to call upon me. One only realizes who brings the umbrella in the rain, who provides warmth amidst the cold, and who reveals true intent in times of adversity." Being of the same generation, Han Xinyu sensed Lu Fan's goodwill and offered, "Let me see you off." As the two exited, Han Xinyu whispered, "Brother, keep an eye on that Lu Shui. I will eventually take down that scoundrel. Otherwise, I would fail as a son. I will not stand by idly, rest assured. I will find a way to gather evidence of Lu Shui's corruption and illegal activities. Brother, let us exchange numbers. We shall maintain communication. I am in my final year and plan to participate in this year's provincial exam. My uncle suggests I apply to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission or the Provincial Organization Department. Han, I wish you all the best, and may your wishes come true. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call me. I am always at your service." As Han Xinpu observed Lu Fan's departing figure, a warm current flowed through his heart, genuinely feeling that this individual was worth befriending and that his father had not misjudged his character. Upon returning to Ningyang, Lu Fan first visited the organization department, where he spent some time in the office of Deputy Minister Lei Zhuiyue. Since taking charge of the forestry work, Lu Fan has relentlessly combated illegal logging practices, firmly establishing his authority over the premium timber resources of Baishu Bay and monopolizing the exquisite craftsmanship of Lao Chao. By fostering connections with numerous influential figures in Ningyang, such as Deputy Minister Lei Zhuiyue, he acquired 2 fine coffins without any expenditure, a considerable favor that significantly elevated his standing in the eyes of Lu Fan. As the executive deputy minister of the organization department, Lei naturally possessed a wealth of information. During their conversation, he divulged the latest developments regarding the adjustments of county officials, particularly the movements of Wang Hongtao, the party secretary of Zhouchuan Town, which piqued Lu Fan's interest. Minister Lei noted that with the dual accolades of the party member commitment system and the industrial park, Wang Hongtao had risen to prominence, even gaining recognition at the provincial level. Coupled with the vigorous efforts of the municipal organization department minister Guo Mingxiong, Ningyang was on the verge of welcoming its youngest division-level leader in history. The 5-member municipal committee had already approved, and an organizational assessment of Wang Hongtao would take place that afternoon. Minister Lei remarked on the astounding achievements of this young individual, barely in his 20s, who had truly made a name for himself through substantial accomplishments, leaving no room for dissent. Lu Fan felt a sense of pride and joy upon hearing this, thinking how remarkable his mentor was. However, a subsequent remark from Minister Lei instilled a sense of unease within Lu Fan, creating a palpable sense of crisis. "Xiao Fan, do you have any unresolved issues with County Head Lu?" he inquired. Lu Fan, taken aback, responded, "Minister, what do you mean by that?" Lei Zhuiyue alluded to the fact that County Head Lu had been frequenting the department lately, repeatedly suggesting that Baishu Bay Forestry Farm be assigned a new director, seemingly indicating another candidate. Lu Fan fell silent, his heart racing with anxiety. He felt utterly powerless against the suppression from the standing vice-county head, his spirit dampened. Calculating in his mind, he realized that his only connections among the county leaders were with vice-county heads Yang Chuanbei and Bian Jide. Although he had some rapport with them, neither would likely confront Le Shuai on his behalf. And there remained a distinction between ordinary vice-county heads and those with standing committee status, the latter possessing recommendation and voting rights. Minister Lei reassured him, "For now, there is no need to worry excessively." After the minister reports to the county committee, Secretary Guo Quan has indicated that we should wait until the completion of the afforestation project before making any changes. It is not an opportune time to replace anyone at Baishu Bay. "Xiao Fan, if you have any means, seek out connections promptly to secure your deputy division-level position. Do not end up with nothing to show for your efforts." Lu Fan sighed with slight relief, replying, "Thank you for your guidance, Minister. However, there is a 3-year red line for deputy division-level appointments. I started working in December 2007, even after the afforestation project concludes. I will not have completed 3 years of service, making it truly challenging." "You are mistaken. Your cohort received the allocation documents in November, so your employment should be recorded as starting in November. Xiao Fan, remember that success is contingent upon human effort. Rules are often crafted for those who adhere to them. As long as your connections are robust, securing a position is merely a matter of the leader's discretion." Today's events have deepened Lu Fan's understanding of the significance of connections. As he departed from the organizational department, he couldn't help but steal a glance at the office of Minister Wang Qinglong next door, his heart racing with anticipation. If he could cultivate a relationship with this adept strategist, securing a deputy division-level position would be within his grasp. Lu Fan is not infatuated with power. Yet he is acutely aware that to topple the Lu family, he must ascend step by step. Otherwise, he would not even qualify as an adversary. The adage that higher ranks suppress the lower is not merely a saying. In the face of absolute power, any maneuvering would prove futile. At noon, Lu Fan dined with Deputy Director Su Zhang of the Human Resources Bureau and Feng Hui, and discovered that the entire noodle shop was abuzz with discussions about Wang Hongtao. The patrons expressed admiration for Secretary Wang's recent successes on the national stage, as his promotion to a deputy division-level position was indeed well-deserved. However, they speculated about the specific role he would assume, with hopes pinned on a position as deputy county mayor overseeing the industrial park, which would ensure financial stability. Upon returning to Baishu Bay, Lu Fan noticed that the entire township was engrossed in conversations about Wang Hongtao. The scrutiny of Secretary Wang had become a sensational topic throughout the county, with reactions ranging from praise to envy, anticipation, and even jealousy, yet none were disparaging. Lu Fan felt immense joy for his mentor, thoroughly impressed by his remarkable political achievements, which ignited a fierce determination within him. The The brilliant light of opportunity lay ahead. The universe remains uncertain, and we are all dark horses striving to chase, approach, and embody that light, radiating its brilliance. With a heart directed towards its aspirations, unencumbered by the trials of life, Lu Fan believed that true character is revealed over time. Since taking charge of the forestry station, he has maintained an unassuming demeanor, never imposing difficulties on anyone, always considering the needs of his colleagues. After more than a year of camaraderie, Lu Fan had forged strong friendships with Wang Lu, Li Yifeng, and Wang Yulong, fostering a harmonious atmosphere within the unit. Even in the township government, Lu Fan enjoyed a stellar reputation, especially among the deputy officials, as the forestry station had often lent them assistance, and he never accepted any remuneration, leaving many indebted to him. Over the course of more than a year, Lu Fan had fully integrated into Baishu Bay and gradually grown fond of this serene haven. Many unmarried young women from the local school and hospital viewed Lu Fan as an ideal partner, persistently seeking introductions on his behalf, yet he graciously declined. For his heart belonged to Wang Yuan in the county town. Although they had not crossed the final threshold, their romantic connection had been established. With daily greetings and weekly meetings, sharing meals, strolls, and movies, allowing their feelings to gradually deepen. Lu Fan believed that true love is akin to a fine-aged wine, offering a single soul preferential affection and a willingness to be generous for a lifetime. As he began to contemplate marriage. Chapter 49. The disruption of lovebirds. The organizational inspection team from the municipal committee arrived in Ningyang to evaluate Secretary Wang Hongtao, a much-anticipated event. However, whispers began circulating within the county, suggesting that the inspection team had also engaged in discussions with Li Shui and Yang Chuanbei. This, coupled with the vacancy of the executive deputy county mayor position, sparked boundless speculation among the leadership cadre of Ningyang, indicating that significant adjustments within the county government leadership team were imminent. In this scenario, the positions of deputy county chief and party secretary of Zhochuan town have become vacant, attracting the attention of many eager contenders. Additionally, several bureau directors reaching retirement age are set to depart from their posts, heralding a new wave of reshuffling in the political landscape of Ningyang, stirring the hearts and minds of countless individuals. On Friday, Lu Fan drove his cheetah back to Ningyang, accompanied by Li Yifeng, Wang Yulong, and Lu Jing, who caught a ride home with him. After dropping everyone off, Lu Fan parked in front of the county government and playfully disturbed Wang Yewei, with whom he had arranged to watch a movie. Shortly thereafter, a striking figure appeared in his line of sight, joyfully rushing to his side and naturally linking her arm with his. This scene was noticed by Li Shui, who was returning home from work, causing him to inwardly curse at the sight of such a beautiful flower growing from a pile of cow dung. Questioning the discernment of the young woman, he turned to his secretary and inquired, "Which unit does that female cadre belong to? Do you know her?" Following Lu Shui's gaze, the secretary quickly responded, "She is from the Disabled Persons Federation, named Wang Yewei. She reportedly chose a grassroots partner after losing her sight. It is said that her father is the deputy director of the Municipal Environmental Protection Bureau, Wang Baohua. Old Wang is infamous as one of the 4 unattractive figures in city-level institutions, yet his daughter is surprisingly graceful and charming. It seems there has been some genetic deviation." Upon returning home, Li Shui pondered deeply. Wang Baohua still had potential for advancement. Should Lu Fan manage to connect with this influential figure, it could serve as a significant advantage for him in the future. If things went awry, it might even allow that scoundrel to rise again. The old man was right. Any unknown factors must be stifled in their infancy. Lu Fan's fierce gaze often echoed in Lu Shui's mind, instilling a sense of dread, which solidified his resolve to find an opportunity to eliminate Lu Fan from the public sector, ensuring he would never rise again. To show kindness to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. To exert pressure on Wang Baohua, he needed his elder brother's intervention. Thus, Lu Shui dialed his brother's number. When the call connected, his brother Lu Shui's authoritative voice resonated. "In matters of significance, one must maintain composure. Is it possible to exhibit a little more subtlety? What is destined for you will come to you." Lu Shui quickly replied, "Brother, the purpose of this call is not about my affairs. It concerns Lu Fan." "Oh, what has happened?" "That fellow has become involved with Wang Baohua's daughter. It seems it is becoming serious." "Wang Baohua? I see. Brother, we cannot allow that scoundrel to seize an opportunity for resurgence. Focus on your own matters and do not overreach." Also, regarding the 4th brother, the permit for the oil sludge treatment plant has been approved. Instruct him to refrain from engaging in any illegal activities. Ningyang is our hometown. We must be mindful of our influence. "Understood, brother." After the film concluded, Wang Yue lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed as she said, "My mother has gone to W. Oh, then let us venture to the night market for a bite." Wang Yue was left speechless, subtly indicating that her hints were perhaps not sufficiently obvious. After dating for so long, could he not take the initiative? "When have I ever turned you down? My mother is at W and will not return tonight." At that moment, Lu Fan finally grasped the implication, his face turning crimson with embarrassment. Such matters are often yearned for by every man, yet as someone inexperienced in romance, he was unsure of the right timing and had hesitated to bring it up. The moment has come, and with newfound courage, Lu Fan inquired, "Is it possible to not return home tonight?" Wang Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief, hastily responding, "It's not clean outside. Let us go to my house." It seemed as though she feared Lu Fan might reconsider. Thus, the two of them strolled out of the cinema, nestled together under the enchanting night sky, indulging in forbidden delights, marking their transformation from youthful innocence to a more mature bond. After their initial intimate encounter, the young couple became inseparable, spending the entire weekend entwined, savoring the essence of love, their relationship deepening profoundly. It wasn't until Monday that Lu Fan reluctantly parted ways, returning to work in a daze, lost in thoughts of his beloved. Those in love often appear foolishly dreamy, unable to suppress a smile at the mere thought of their partner and the moments they share. On Monday, Executive Vice Mayor Lu Shuiren conducted a business survey and deliberately included the name of Wang Baohua, the Deputy Director of the Environmental Protection Bureau, in the list of accompanying personnel. After lunch, Lu Shuiren took a moment to converse with Wang Baohua, saying, "Baohua, have you been assessed?" "Congratulations." Wang Baohua quickly replied, "I am grateful for the opportunity to serve in Ningyang County. Thanks to your support at the Standing Committee meeting, Mayor. That is only right. It is commendable for comrades to progress, and I shall certainly provide my full support. Moreover, being from Ningyang, we should look out for one another. They must unite around the mayor, striving to excel in their work, ensuring that the people of Ningyang are not disgraced. Work is important, yet family is equally vital. I heard your daughter is working in Ningyang. I believe it would be prudent to transfer her back to Ningyang to avoid her mingling with undesirable company. Young ladies must be safeguarded." Upon hearing the mayor's implications, Wang Baohua thought of Lu Fan, realizing that the leader's caution was significant. Faced with the mayor on one side and a minor bureaucrat on the other, Wang Baohua quickly resolved to act decisively, stating, "I will heed the mayor's advice. It may be challenging to find a position right away. You are soon to assume duties in Ningyang County. Let us assign you to one of the subordinate units within your Environmental Protection Bureau. Expedite a report, and I shall authorize it." "Oh, I am immensely grateful to the mayor. You have alleviated my concerns." Lu Shuiren replied, "No need for thanks. Children can be impulsive and emotional. Yet marriage is not a trivial matter. For the sake of their future happiness, adults must exercise prudence. Sometimes, tough decisions must be made. When a decision must be made, it should be resolute. Hesitation only leads to complications." Wang Baohua was certain that Lu Fan harbored animosity towards Mayor Lu, and it was no small matter. Such a person must be kept at a distance, as the consequences of a storm could ensnare you as well. However, with children growing older, a heavy-handed approach might not suffice. A strategy must be devised, one that would encourage the young man to retreat while preserving his daughter's feelings. That afternoon, as Wang Yue sat at work, lost in thoughts of Lu Fan, her phone suddenly rang, startling her. Checking the screen, she noticed it was her busy father calling. Answering the call with a smile, she said, "Dear Dad, it seems you've never called me during work hours. What can I do for you?" "Xiao Wei, how is it going with that Lu Fan?" "Very well. Once he turns 22, we shall get married." Wang Baohua paused momentarily and said, "Father is going to work in the county, and he will be busier from now on. This afternoon, you and Lu Fan should come home. We need to discuss some matters face to face." Wang Yue, puzzled, responded, "Dad, are you interviewing him? Or do you intend to break us apart? I must warn you, no tricks allowed." After saying this, Wang Baohua hung up the phone. Wang Yue stood there, bewildered, unable to comprehend her father's intentions and uncertain of how to proceed. Nevertheless, she resigned herself to the fact that eventually, she would have to introduce her partner to her parents. This hurdle would have to be crossed sooner or later, and once the decision was made, she could only respond to whatever arose. When Lu Fan received Wang Yue's call and learned that he was to meet her parents that afternoon, he readily agreed without hesitation, embodying the responsibility expected of a man. However, once the call ended, he found himself growing anxious, his mind racing with uncertainty and a lack of experience regarding such matters. Dressed impeccably and presenting himself with utmost decorum, Lu Fan set off for Ningyang, his heart filled with trepidation as he contemplated what he would say upon their meeting. Upon arriving in Ningyang, Lu Fan first purchased 2 packs of cigarettes and a box of tea before proceeding to the county government entrance to meet Wang Yue and her mother. As the 2 ladies entered the car, he greeted them politely, though his nerves began to resurface. It is often said that a son-in-law is akin to a son. Wang Yue, being an only child, meant her mother would naturally grow fonder of her prospective son-in-law. Moreover, she was already well acquainted with Lu Fan's background. Aside from some flaws in his family situation, she was quite satisfied with him. Consequently, she was warm and welcoming throughout the journey, easing Lu Fan's anxious heart slightly. Mom, what does Dad mean? Why does he suddenly want to meet Lu Fan? Why now? Wang Yue inquired. If you ask me, who should I ask? I only relay the message, her mother replied. No matter, we will find out what he wants when we return. Rest assured, I am here for you. If Dad acts strangely, you must intervene. I sense something is off today. His tone was unusually grave and hesitant during our call. Look at you. Already leaning towards the outside. Her mother teased. Fear not. Your father is quite open-minded. When Tong Yu introduced you to, it was with his consent. Lu Fan, I hope you treat Xiao Wei with sincerity and never allow her to feel wronged. Lu Fan responded earnestly. Auntie, please rest assured. I am fully prepared to spend a lifetime with Xiao Wei. I understand she is your cherished one, and I vow to ensure she endures no hardships. Whatever she desires, I will strive to fulfill. I will always stand before her, shielding her from storms, dedicating my entire life to her happiness. As Lu Fan spoke these words, they echoed his true sentiments. Upon meeting Wang Yue, he was convinced that there is someone in this world destined to walk towards you, bringing with them the most extraordinary fate and the most beautiful love. Once they appear, all that remains is to cherish them wholeheartedly. Meeting the right person at the right time is not merely about passionate feelings, but about enduring peace. The most romantic thing in life is to grow old together with the one you love. At this moment, Wang Baohua had returned home, sitting in the living room, smoking one cigarette after another, his heart heavy with anxiety. He understood his daughter better than anyone else. At this juncture, he was profoundly concerned that she might react impulsively. However, for the sake of the family's future, he felt compelled to take decisive action to separate the couple. Time, after all, is the greatest healer, capable of soothing all wounds. Offending the influential Deputy Mayor Chang would come at too great a cost, and Wang Baohua dared not take that risk. Alas, he pondered how Lu Fan had managed to offend Mayor Lo. What a misfortune. Why did fate have to entangle his family in such sordid affairs? Chapter 50. An unceremonious end. Upon entering, he was met with a haze of smoke in the living room. Wang Baohua sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed, while Wang Yue and her mother sensed something was amiss and silently feared the worst. Lu Fan, please take a seat. Xiao Wei, pour some water, Wang Yue's mother instructed, simultaneously opening a window and chastising her husband. Look at what you've done to our home. Is there no place left for us? Wang Baohua ignored her, casting a complex gaze at Lu Fan and inquired, Are you Lu Fan? Yes, uncle, I am Lu Fan, he replied. I am aware of your circumstances. You have been dating my daughter for some time now. There are certain matters that need to be addressed directly. I tend to speak plainly, and I hope you won't take offense, Wang Baohua said. Please, I am all ears, Lu Fan responded earnestly. Wang Baohua extinguished his cigarette, glanced at his daughter, and spoke slowly. While we may not be a family of immense wealth, I have ensured that Xiao Wei has never endured hardship. I have strived to give her the best. Now that the time has come to discuss marriage, it is only natural that I desire her lifelong happiness. However, circumstances have changed. Xiao Wei is about to be transferred to the Municipal Environmental Protection Bureau. Wang Yue interrupted. Dad, I wasn't aware of this. I don't want to go. I am very happy working in Ningyang. Wang Baohua retorted. Water flows downward, and people aspire upward. Do you think it's easy to be transferred to the city? Do you wish to remain in Ningyang forever? Or to stay nestled in Baishu Bay for all eternity? He then addressed Lu Fan. I am not an unreasonable man, but marriage is a significant life event that demands compatibility in status and values. If you wish to marry my daughter, you must meet 3 conditions. Uncle, please state your conditions. I will do my utmost to fulfill them, Lu Fan replied earnestly. First, you must own a house in the city. My daughter cannot be expected to live in rented accommodations. Second, you must possess a car, not necessarily a luxury vehicle, but it should not be of inferior quality. Something worth around 200,000 will suffice. Third, as Xiao Wei will be working in the city, living apart is not an option. Your job must also be in the city. Wang Baohua was well aware that, given Lu Fan's circumstances, these 3 conditions would be nearly impossible to meet. Why must you make things difficult for Lu Fan? Wang Yue exclaimed angrily. We can manage our lives together without your interference. Dad, what exactly are your intentions? Are you determined to tear us apart? Her mother joined in. Old Wang. This is excessive. Do not burden the children. Wang Baowu bellowed. Silence. Lu Fan, you are a man and must bear the responsibilities that come with it. Can you provide a clear answer? My daughter is not someone just anyone can marry. The sensation of being belittled is profoundly distressing. However, for the sake of their mutual happiness, Lu Fan resolutely stated, Uncle, I understand your heartfelt concerns, as no one wishes to see their child suffer. I will exhaust every means to acquire a house and a car, but regarding employment, I am presently powerless. Nevertheless, I assure you, I will strive diligently to improve myself as swiftly as possible. As for money, you cannot possibly expect Xiao Wei to assist you in repaying the loan, can you? That would render the purchase meaningless. Lu Fan's notion of progress was met with scorn by Wang Baowu, who scoffed at the idea of advancing after offending the executive vice mayor. He resolutely declared that he would never push his daughter into a perilous situation. Lu Fan, do not accuse me of lacking compassion. I shall grant you 1 month to fulfill my 3 demands. If you succeed, I will bless you both. If you fail, I hope you possess the self-awareness to recognize your limitations. During this month, you are to refrain from seeing each other. Wang Yawai was deeply agitated, her eyes brimming with tears as she tearfully confronted her father, who had always indulged her. Dad, do you no longer love me? I am genuinely happy with Lu Fan. Why must you destroy my happiness? He is ambitious, and what you desire will inevitably come to pass. Why must you pressure him? Are you still my father? Mom, please speak up. Do not make things difficult for Lu Fan. Wang Baowu, have you lost your senses? As long as Wei Wei is happy, do those material possessions truly hold such significance? When I married you, what did you possess? One must not forget their roots. The mother stood firmly by her daughter's side. Wang Baowu asserted with unwavering resolve, if my 3 conditions are not met within a month, do not set foot in my home. Lu Fan, you may leave now. Be a man and show your resolve. Lu Fan clenched his fists, desperately controlling the tears threatening to spill over, preserving the last vestige of his dignity. He rose slowly, saying, Uncle, I cannot fulfill your demands within a month. Aunt, I apologize for the intrusion. Xiao Wei, I must take my leave. Lu Fan, I will go with you. Wang Yawai wiped her tears and reached for her bag. Wang Baowu grasped his daughter, pulling her into the bedroom, utterly indifferent to her heart-wrenching sobs. Xiao Fan, please leave. I am sorry for the distress you have endured today. Aunt, please take good care of Xiao Wei. No matter what, I will not give up. Once outside, Lu Fan felt the world enveloped in darkness. He arrived with high hopes, only to be met with humiliation, disappointment, and sorrow. This wretched life, where a frog knows only the beauty of a swan, reveals that those not of the same family are left with burdens to bear. Why had the attitude shifted so drastically after such a lengthy discussion? Lu Fan could not fathom it, but he continuously reminded himself not to cry, nor to concede defeat. Those scoundrels awaited his downfall. Alas, it was Xiao Wei who bore the brunt of this anguish, unaware of how heartbroken she must be, but regrettably, he felt powerless to be by her side. Standing downstairs for what felt like an eternity, Lu Fan lingered until darkness fell, as if he could still hear Wang Yawai's heart-rending cries. Meanwhile, the couple argued vehemently upstairs, and in a moment of despair, Wang Baowu revealed the truth. Calling his wife and daughter together, Xiao Wei, do not blame your father for being harsh. Everything I do is for your sake and for the good of our family. As he gazed at his daughter, who bore the expression of severing their father-daughter bond, Wang Baowu continued, Yesterday, Mayor Lu approached me, proactively offering to assist Xiao Wei in securing a job, with the stipulation that we sever ties with Lu Fan. Wang Yawei, distressed, retorted, What right does this mayor have to dictate my romantic affairs? Is he out of his mind? I refuse to change jobs. I am not interested. Father, I beseech you, do not acquiesce to that corrupt official, please. Sighing, he replied, I am soon to assume the role of executive deputy county head in Ganxue County, and Mayor Lu has been instrumental in this advancement. Father, are you willing to sacrifice your daughter's happiness for your own ambitions? His wife interjected, Why not reconsider going to Ganxue County? You seem to be doing well here. It appears you are simply chasing after too much. You do not understand, Wang Baowu insisted. Mayor Li's stance is resolute. If I disregard his directives, not only will I jeopardize my position in Ganxue, but I might also lose my current role. Have you heard about Han Xiang? He is heading to prison. At this, the mother and daughter became agitated, realizing the gravity of the situation, and began to curse Mayor Lu in unison. Wang Baowu continued, I am convinced that Mayor Lu harbors an unresolvable grudge against Lu Fan. A deputy mayor exerting such pressure on a mere junior official. Do you think Lu Fan stands a chance? If Xiao Wei marries him, will she not live in perpetual fear? What if calamity strikes one day? What will happen to my daughter? Xiao Wei, if we defiantly oppose the mayor's wishes, it will only intensify his animosity towards Lu Fan. And the consequences are all too predictable. Even for Lu Fan's sake, you cannot continue this relationship. It would be detrimental to him. It is not that I am heartless, but rather that I am left with no choice. Wang Yewei, filled with resentment, declared, does holding a public office grant one the right to act with impunity? Can he trample upon the common folk without consequence? I refuse to accept this. I will report him. Wang Baohua hastily countered, what evidence do you possess? The word of an official carries weight. One can justify anything. You must not invite disaster upon our family. What am I to do then? I do not wish to part ways with Lu Fan. Wang Baohua sighed deeply. Is this truly for his benefit, or for yours? Consider it carefully. Life has its trials. And I hope you will reflect on our family's well-being. Life is replete with disappointments. That is the reality we face. If you are resolute in your desire to be with Lu Fan, I can only support your choice. Tomorrow, I shall submit my resignation. You must choose your own path. Remember this, your father will never harm his daughter. With that, Wang Baohua rose slowly, sighing as he retreated into his study, appearing utterly helpless. The mother and daughter, unable to contend with the cunning of a seasoned official, found solace in each other's embrace as Wang Yewei wept inconsolably. Xiao Wei, your father is not one who favors wealth over poverty. Had he been, he would never have consented to your relationship with Lu Fan. He too faces challenges. I believe your father speaks wisely. The mayor is determined to make life difficult for an ordinary citizen, and we are truly powerless to intervene. Life is long, and I do not want you to live in constant fear. Perhaps it is best to part ways for Lu Fan's sake, for your own, and for the good of our family. Your father has toiled for half his life. This opportunity is hard-earned, and he deserves it. Everyone wishes to live freely, but reality often does not permit such luxuries. Wang Yewei wept inconsolably, experiencing for the first time the helplessness and cruelty of life. Torn between love and familial bonds, she found herself in a predicament, powerless to change her fate, her tears flowing freely. Once Lu Fan entered the car, he could no longer contain himself. Tears streamed down his face unbidden, all his grievances surging within him, leaving him speechless. In that moment, Lu Fan felt utterly powerless, lost, and bewildered. A discarded soul such as he knew nothing of favoritism or exceptions. Life was indeed bitter. Why must one endure endless suffering? Where had he gone astray? He had exerted every ounce of effort, yet life had never shown him kindness. How much longer could he endure this existence? When the sky falls, one must bear it alone. If one day he could no longer withstand it, he would understand his daughter's pain. A mother stood by her daughter's side, unwavering, fearful of any misfortune. After completing his assignment, Wang Baohua reported to Mayor Lu the next day, vowing never to allow his daughter to associate with dubious individuals again. Upon returning to work, Lu Fan felt as though all his vitality had been drained. He locked himself in his office, secretly nursing his wounds. Life is fleeting, and one knows their own warmth and cold. Suffering is ubiquitous, and only self-salvation remains. The world of adulthood is perhaps a constant cycle of collapse and self-healing. Chapter 51. Dazzling confusion. Lu Fan isolated himself for 2 full days before finally receiving a message from Wang Yewei. In a flurry, he opened his phone, only to see, Brother Fan, life is filled with helplessness that often leaves us powerless. I have contemplated much over these past 2 days. Not everyone's life is perfectly timed. Some people leave indelible marks on our souls, yet we can only regretfully part ways. My father has changed my undergraduate program from part-time to full-time, and I must go to Chang'an for my studies. For the greater good, let us separate. You are a responsible man. Do not let my influence sway you. You must sever the chains of fate and break free from its constraints to forge a glorious life of your own. Wherever I may be, I will cheer you on. Do not dwell on this. Amidst the sea of words, Lu Fan could only focus on the word separate. His sole conviction collapsed entirely in that moment. His heart turning to ashes, teetering on the brink of despair. It is only in parting that one realizes the depth of love. To live, one must possess dignity. Lu Fan, suppressing his anguish, replied, a sudden encounter, an unexpected affection, an unforeseen farewell. You accompanied me for a journey, and I shall cherish you for a lifetime. Meeting one another was such a fortune. To provide no conclusion is indeed a great pity. Our faces flushed with the joy of meeting, our eyes reddened at the parting. As long as you are safe, that is enough. In the years to come, I wish to remember you without contact. May we each find peace in our own ways. I hope the autumn wind understands my sentiments and eases the unrest in my heart. Ultimately, it was a dream of Zhou transformed into a butterfly. You are both a blessing and a calamity. Upon reading the message, Wang Yawai, tears streaming down her face like pear blossoms, leaned into her mother's embrace, weeping inconsolably. Fate scattered, with no time to reunite. Sorrow, unceasing. Longing, a malady. Eyes open, eyes closed. Tears have become rare. Lu Fan's recent despondency did not escape Du Wenlong's notice. He was anxious yet unsure how to console him. Therefore, he called Lu Yao, urging her to converse more with her brother in the days to come. Upon hearing his sister's concerned inquiries, Lu Fan forced a smile, reminding her to take good care of herself and promising to return to accompany her during the high school entrance examination. After hanging up the phone, Lu Fan incessantly reminded himself that he was not alone. He had his sister, his brothers, and a great vendetta yet to be avenged. It was time to rise. In moments of worthlessness, even if one is as gentle as a cat, others will still complain about shedding fur. The most inexpensive thing in this world is the softness of a heart that has achieved nothing and the sincerity of an empty soul. If you desire something, the only way to obtain it is through relentless struggle. When the land lies fallow, weeds will grow. When a person is idle, troubles will arise. Therefore, one must keep themselves busy, for busyness is a remedy for all ailments. Lu Fan immersed himself in the observation point, determined to excel in his work. As this was the foundation of his existence, he could not afford any slip-ups during the inspection. After a tiring day, Lu Fan lay in bed to rest, while Du Wenlong sat at the computer playing games, keeping a close watch on Lu Fan, fearing he might succumb to despair. The phone rang, and seeing it was Su Zheng calling, Lu Fan answered, "Brother Su, are you not busy?" "Xiao Fan, there's a sensational scoop. Are you interested?" "What earth-shattering event has occurred?" "Haha, the deputy secretary of the county committee, Shi Chang, has been caught in an affair. This old rascal is finished." "What? How could he be so careless? Wasn't it said that such matters are merely entertainment for those above the department level? Can he really lose his official position over this?" Of course, if he wasn't caught, it wouldn't matter, but that old rogue was caught in broad daylight, ensnared in bed by a dozen people. I heard his wife was also present, causing quite the uproar, with police and hotel staff involved. How can the public's chatter be silenced? The entire county is abuzz with the news. Just wait and see. Shi Chang is undoubtedly doomed. What a curious affair. I suspect someone set him up, otherwise. How could it be so coincidental? Divine retribution is still avoidable, but self-inflicted misfortune is inescapable. Who told him he couldn't control himself? If he was ensnared, he brought it upon himself. However, some say it was Wang Hongtao's scheme, especially since he just came under investigation before this scandal broke. Others suggest it was Lu Xue's doing, as he aspires to the deputy secretary position. That's absurd. Does he really need to resort to such underhanded tactics? Can Shi Chang obstruct Wang's path? If it weren't for seniority issues, Wang would be qualified to serve as county magistrate. Indeed, Wang Hongtao has no need for such actions. It's likely Lu Xue, considering his history. Certain matters, even in the absence of evidence, cannot withstand public speculation. And many are whispering that Han Shuyang is indeed a pawn of Lu Xue. Brother Su, if you come across any more major scoops, please keep me informed. I live in this remote area, cut off from the latest news. Haha, such sensational stories cannot occur every day. Otherwise, it would be chaos. A few days later, the political landscape of Ningyang underwent a seismic shift, with the county leadership experiencing a dramatic overhaul. Wang Hongtao emerged as the brightest star, stepping directly into the role of deputy secretary of the county committee, while also assuming the position of secretary of the political and legal affairs committee and party committee secretary of the industrial park. His ascension dazzled all, granting him power that was tantamount to the pinnacle of deputy division level. Achieving such high office at a young age is unprecedented in Ningyang, and it is unlikely to be replicated in the future. Indeed, it is rather astonishing on a national scale. Or at least Lu Fan had never heard of anything like it. Lu Xue has assumed the role of the executive deputy county head, becoming the second most influential figure in the county government. It was only anticipated that Wei Dongxiao, the director of the county party office, would be promoted to deputy county head, as this position is often regarded as the premier department head in the county. In many regions, this role is typically included in the standing committee, particularly at the municipal level and above. Furthermore, the appointment of deputy county head Yang Chuanbei to the standing committee is undoubtedly excellent news. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan prepared a substantial red envelope, took 2 bundles of cash, and promptly set off for Ningyang, determined to secure this valuable connection. Upon arriving at the county government entrance, Lu Fan coincidentally encountered Secretary Wang Hongtao, who was approaching while greeting passersby. Lu Fan stood still, waiting for him to come closer. When Wang Hongtao was near, Lu Fan respectfully greeted him. "Hello, Secretary Wang." Wang Hongtao smiled at Lu Fan and offered a courteous nod before passing by, failing to recognize his former student. This was understandable. People often undergo significant changes during their youth. A few years prior, Lu Fan was gaunt and frail, but now he had gained considerable weight, appearing much more robust, thus making it reasonable for Wang not to recognize him. Momentarily at a loss, Lu Fan could only smile as he watched his former teacher, full of vigor, enter the building. He understood that as the deputy secretary of the county party committee, Wang held substantial influence over personnel matters. Indeed, the leadership structure consists of one chief and two deputies, while others are merely members. Gaining Wang's support would undoubtedly ease his path. Yet, in the presence of someone he deeply respected, who now occupied such a lofty position, Lu Fan found himself hesitant, clinging to the last vestiges of his pride. Who wouldn't wish to present their best self to a mentor? Timing is everything, and one must not rush. Matters cannot be forced. In life and work, one should not be overly eager. Such impatience can come across as overly opportunistic. A natural approach, characterized by earnest effort without undue pressure, reflects the proper attitude one should exhibit towards a mentor. However, fate has its own peculiarities. Wang Hongtao felt a sense of familiarity with the person who had just greeted him and could not help but glance back, inquiring tentatively, "Who are you?" Lu Fan, filled with a mix of surprise and joy, stepped forward confidently and declared, "Teacher Wang, it's me, Lu Fan." Wang Hongtao chuckled. "You've grown taller, become more robust, and turned into quite the handsome young man. I almost didn't recognize you. Come, let us sit in my office. Am I interrupting your work?" Lu Fan quickly followed Wang Hongtao. "Not at all. I'm just settling into my new role," Wang replied. "Lu Fan, I recall you are from the 2007 recruitment batch, correct?" "Yes, I participated in the examination in November 2007. Wang Hongtao suddenly spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "Were you not being truthful with me? I had spoken highly of you to Secretary Gua." Lu Fan was taken aback, never having imagined that his teacher had supported him behind the scenes years ago. This kindness was monumental. "Secretary Wang, I was unaware of this. I don't even know how to express my gratitude. You are my student. It was merely a small favor, no need to dwell on it. Just focus on your work." As they ascended to the third floor, Secretary Gao Zhigua promptly approached to open the door, and Wang Hongtao took the opportunity to introduce the two. Upon entering, I inquired, "Lu Fan, it seems you are the only one from your class who has started working, right? Which unit have you been assigned to?" "Teacher, I must apologize for the embarrassment," I replied. "I have been assigned to the Baishu Bay Forestry Station." Wang Hongtao expressed his confusion. "How did that happen? I recall that your cohort was all assigned to county-level units." "Well, I am not entirely sure. Perhaps it was due to the needs of the job," Lu Fan replied, not wishing to be a lamenting figure before his teacher. Finding a job is not easy. Regardless of the position, one should not complain but rather diligently fulfill their duties. "I will certainly remember your teachings and work earnestly," I assured him. "Baishu Bay Forestry Station? Hasn't it been developed into a model observation point for forest creation? I heard that a young person is in charge there. It wouldn't be you, would it?" This was one of the few matters that Lu Fan felt proud of, and he responded confidently, "At least I haven't brought shame upon you." Indeed, very commendable. If approached correctly, one can shine brightly in any position. While we were conversing, someone entered the room, smiling. "Secretary Wang, I am here to report on my work." Lu Fan recognized this person as Wang Chenglong, the head of the organization, and quickly excused himself. After Lu Fan departed, Wang Chenglong asked, "Hongtao, who was that young man just now?" "Oh, you know I used to be a teacher. He is one of my former students, named Lu Fan. I happened to run into him today." "Lu Fan, I've heard of him. Does he have a conflict with Lu Shui?" "What do you mean?" "Lu Shui has approached me no less than 5 times, wanting to appoint a director for the Baishu Bay Forestry Station, and Lu Fan is temporarily in charge of the observation point's development. Secretary Li instructed to hold off on any changes. Otherwise, the replacement would have already occurred." Wang Hongtao couldn't help but curse. A dignified executive deputy county chief suppressing an ordinary cadre is truly disgraceful. What sort of public spirit does such a person possess? How can they genuinely care for the people? Wang Hongtao had long harbored disdain for Lu Shui, mainly due to the rumors he had heard regarding his dealings with Han Shuyang. It was often said that where there is smoke, there is fire, and it was likely that he had attempted to undermine County Chief Han, a person whom Wang respected greatly. Wang Chenglong quickly cautioned, "Hongtao, be mindful, walls have ears. Beware of speaking carelessly. I have heard that Mayor Lu is on the rise, basking in the spotlight." "Indeed, I am merely standing up for my student. I suspect Lu Fan's assignment to Baishu Bei is closely linked to him. This is an attempt to eradicate opposition. Minister, if Lu Shuei approaches you again, direct him my way. Let Lu Fan act as the interim director. Let's see how he handles it. You have made your intentions known. How could I not heed them? I will manage him for now. Since you have just assumed office, it is best to avoid unnecessary trouble. The party oversees personnel. Organizational matters should not be subject to external meddling or criticism. Are there no longer any rules in the organization? Rest assured, I am not one to shy away from trouble. If it becomes unmanageable, simply direct it my way. I will confront him. Chapter 52. Secretary Hong Tao establishes authority. After descending the stairs, Lu Fan felt a sense of exhilaration, an indescribable elation sweeping away the long-suppressed emotions, filling him with renewed vigor. In life, there is no such thing as a permanent defeat. No one is born a winner. After all, did not Secretary Wang once teach as well? In the long passage of time, one must possess the fortitude to remain composed, demonstrating ample patience while continuously enhancing oneself. To be recognized by a discerning talent scout, one must first embody the qualities of a prized steed. Did not Secretary Wang regard his management of the forestry station with renewed appreciation? The most excruciating plight for a person is to live life in disarray, often stemming from aimless pondering and lack of direction. Yet now, Secretary Wang stands as a beacon of guidance. Lu Fan silently encouraged himself, chasing the light and walking in its warmth, assuring himself that he would ultimately become better with each passing day. Upon arriving at the office of County Chief Yang, he found an unusually long queue. Secretary Liang Jun, rising in prominence, began to call out names for the lineup. County Chief Yang had frequently inspected Baishu Bei, so Liang and Lu Fan were somewhat acquainted. He whispered, "The reports will be swift today. We should be able to enter in about half an hour. No worries, my task today is merely to meet County Chief Yang." Lu Fan replied, "Brother Liang, let us hold off on the matter you mentioned last time. The atmosphere has become rather tense." Liang Jun chuckled, "Just keep it in mind. I'm in no rush. We should have a drink together sometime. I'm always ready at your call." Half an hour later, Lu Fan pushed open the door to the office of Yang Chuanbei, a member of the county committee and vice county chief, with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Congratulations, leader." Yang Chuanbei replied, "Xiao Fan, please sit. There's no need for congratulations. It's merely a minor reshuffle in duties, a small step forward. Today, a small step will surely lead to significant strides ahead. I preemptively wish you continuous promotions." Yang Chuanbei responded, "Although the division of labor has changed, the afforestation project remains under your purview, and it is of utmost importance. We must not allow any oversights. Rest assured, I will be at the base daily, addressing any gaps and ensuring the successful completion of the tasks you assigned." Suddenly, Yang Chuanbei inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Xiao Fan, I noticed you went upstairs with Secretary Hong Tao earlier. Do you know each other?" The office of the county chief faced the sun, and the distance to the main entrance was a mere 10 meters, allowing for a clear view of the happenings below. Lu Fan did not conceal the truth, stating, "I was fortunate to have been a student of Secretary Wang, who took great care of us back then. He is a respected teacher among our entire class." Yang Chuanbei nodded. "Secretary Hong Tao is no ordinary individual. Be sure not to miss this opportunity." Lu Fan promptly replied, "I am your subordinate, and I will follow your lead wherever you direct me. My admiration for Secretary Hong Tao is profound, and I intend to seek his counsel at the appropriate moment." Lu Fan deflected with humor, as he dared not accept that challenge, for he could not assume the role of his teacher's superior. After a brief exchange, Lu Fan reached into his left breast pocket with his right hand, retrieving an envelope and placing it discreetly beneath Yang Chuanbei's documents. He whispered, "A token of respect. Celebrating your success." "Xiao Fan, what is this?" Yang Chuanbei questioned. Lu Fan firmly pressed down on the documents, saying, "With so many people reporting to you, I want to take up your time further. Congratulations once again, County Chief." With that, he turned to leave, witnessing Yang Chuanbei swiftly toss the envelope into a drawer, executing the act with the efficiency of a seasoned worker on an assembly line. On April 4th, during the Qingming festival, Lu Fan arrived early to welcome his sister. Year after year, the spring grass grows on the path. With each Qingming, we remember the ancients. The new grave has transformed into an old tomb, where scattered flowers sway gently in the mournful breeze. A few incense sticks, several joss paper offerings, and a handful of tributes accompany the silent prayers of remembrance. With tears streaming down her face, Lu Yao sobs as she shares her grievances and longings for her parents. The graveyard is enveloped in an atmosphere of desolation and melancholy. It is said that the yearning of children can touch the spirits of their departed parents, and through blurred vision, one can glimpse their shadows. Yet, all Lu Fan hears is the lament of the wind. Nevertheless, when burning paper money, no matter where one stands, the smoke will caress your features, alleviating the burdens of your life. The shape of the wind embodies the embrace of parents. May the other world be as resplendent as this one, free from afflictions and untroubled by earthly concerns. When the day comes that those who gave you life and nurtured you have departed, no one will endure your temper, tolerate your flaws, cherish you, love you, or indulge you. There will be no one left to care about your well-being, your work, your weight, or whether you have dressed warmly in the cold. As you reminisce about your parents, tears will flow freely, and your heart will feel as if it has been cleaved. While parents are alive, life still holds promise. When they are gone, only the path of return remains. On April 15th, Secretary Li Guoquan presided over a meeting of the county committee, with two topics closely related to Wang Hongtao. The first was the recruitment for public institutions in Ningyang County for 2009. For reasons unknown, Secretary Li specifically appointed Deputy Secretary Wang Hongtao as the first deputy leader of the recruitment leadership team, responsible for the specific affairs, while the executive deputy county head, Lu Shuai, who oversees human resources, was relegated to the role of nominal deputy leader. The entire county is aware that this is the last opportunity for the county to advocate for independent recruitment. Future exams will only allow for reporting vacancies. Organized by the provincial and municipal governments, with a unified examination by the human resources departments across the province and city. Thus, this recruitment is a lucrative opportunity. After losing power, Lu Shuai wore a stern expression, feeling extremely frustrated, as he had already promised several individuals to assist them in securing positions. What was he to do? Seek Wang Hongtao's favor? Given his nature, it would be futile. After the announcement of the plan, Lu Shuai could not restrain himself and said, "Secretary Li, I have a differing opinion. Since the editorial committee is based in the county government and the Human Resources Bureau is a governmental component, wouldn't it be more beneficial for the government to lead this initiative? After all, obtaining qualifications for the recruitment examination requires coordination with the provincial and municipal human resources departments." Li Guoquan calmly replied, "Comrade Shuai, do not forget you are also a deputy leader. It is your duty to liaise with the higher authorities. Do not treat division of labor as division of responsibility. All deputy leaders and member units must refrain from claiming that certain matters are not their concern or beyond their scope, as such avoidance is unacceptable and ineffective. This pertains to the employment prospects of Ningyang's diligent students, and everyone present must collaborate. There will inevitably be overlaps in our functions during this process, and we must unite our efforts to ensure the success of Ningyang, or else we shall be the transgressors of Ningyang." With a decisive gesture, Lu Shuai found himself at a loss for words, yet internally he harbored a sense of indignation. Why should his rights be usurped? It was merely relying on his brother. Otherwise, as the esteemed secretary of the county committee, endowed with the authority to make critical decisions for the county, why should he owe anyone an explanation? The county mayor had remained silent, so what right did he have to interject? Furthermore, why was he not entrusted with responsibilities? Did he not possess a modicum of self-awareness? A well-intentioned policy aimed at benefiting the populace should not be exploited for personal gain. Should the recruitment process incite public discontent? How would the county committee and government justify their actions to the people of Ningyang? How would they account to their superiors? Would this not hinder his own advancement? It must be noted that Li Guoquan was also nearing departure, whether as the organization minister or the secretary of the municipal committee. He could not afford to lay a trap for himself at such a pivotal moment. The most reliable figure in the county was Wang Hongtao, who regarded such trivial financial matters with disdain. The final topic of discussion revolved around personnel issues. Following the full assembly of the county committee and government, numerous key positions remained vacant, such as the director of the county committee office and the secretary of the Zhochuan Town Party Committee. This was a proposal derived from the secretary's office meeting and the 5-member group. Thus it was inherently free of issues, passing through one by one. Yet, in the end, Lu Shuai again stood to create complications, stating, "Secretary, County Mayor, there is a matter I have raised several times. Yet it has not been included in the organizational department's cadre adjustment agenda. The position of director at the Baishuan Forest Farm has been vacant since the end of 2007. How can we be in such dire need of talent in the forestry sector? Is it true that we cannot find anyone suitable for the role of director?" Wang Hongtao, who oversees organizational matters, would not allow others to meddle in his territory and retorted, "Comrade Shuai, the agenda for the standing committee is to mature each topic before submission. After a topic is generated, It must be reported to the county committee office for review and approved by the main leaders before being presented in the meeting. It is not permissible to add or alter topics at the last moment. Should there be any topics, they may be arranged for discussion in the next meeting. This is a fundamental organizational principle and political norm. Should we need further elaboration? However, since you have raised doubts regarding organizational work, I will clarify. The notorious incidents at Baishuan Forest Farm are well known, and given the prior issues of absenteeism, the Forestry Bureau temporarily assigned Comrade Lu Fan to oversee operations. This was a stopgap measure, yet unexpectedly, Lu Fan performed admirably, achieving first place in last year's countywide tree planting evaluation, a genuine accomplishment. As our county's afforestation efforts approach national assessment, can we afford to change leadership at such a critical juncture? Everything must prioritize the greater good. Moreover, Comrade Xue, if you possess constructive ideas or suggestions regarding organizational work, you may privately consult with me or the organizational department. We cannot make unilateral decisions. There are also Secretary Li and Mayor Zhao to consider. Each agenda item pertains to the overall interests of the county and cannot be treated lightly. Lu Xue's face flushed crimson, eager to engage in a debate with Wang Hongtao, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Furthermore, it was indeed inappropriate for the standing committee to engage in disputes. Unable to counter his opponent, he could only endure for the time being. Let us all strengthen our organizational consciousness, strictly adhere to organizational discipline, continually refine ourselves, and practice in every aspect. We must learn to work within constraints and become accustomed to functioning under supervision, always remaining transparent before the organization. The meeting is adjourned. After Li Guoquan stood up, he remarked, Mayor Honglan, Hongtao, please come to my office. We have several matters to discuss. Following the departure of the three giants, the remaining members of the standing committee gradually rose. Yang Chuanbei, seemingly contemplative, picked up his notebook, surprised to find that Secretary Hongtao had boldly defended Lu Fan against the standing committee members. Through this meeting, everyone witnessed the legendary decisiveness of Wang Hongtao. His work style was indeed formidable and quite impressive. Notably, on the night of the new bride's wedding, there were murmurs of influential connections. With the minister of the Municipal Organization Department, Guo Mingxiong, backing him, an individual not to be underestimated. Soon, Lu Fan received a call from Yang Chuanbei, who informed him of the events concerning him in the standing committee meeting. This was the first time Mayor Yang had taken the initiative to call. Wang Hongtao's gallant defense stirred a profound warmth within Lu Fan, coursing through him and offering great solace. Chapter 53. The layout in the recent personnel adjustments within the county. Li Daqiang, the party secretary of Baishuan Township, made the list, finally realizing his aspiration to return to Ningyang as the director of the Health Bureau, a position well understood by those in the know to be quite advantageous. Moreover, Secretary Li had just crossed the threshold of 30 and still possessed ample room for advancement, basking in the springtime of his success. The township head, Shi Qianqing, smoothly ascended to the position of party secretary, becoming Lu Fan's direct superior in Baishuan. The chairman of the People's Congress, Cui Mingliang, was rumored to have secured robust connections within the province, thus claiming the position of township head. It is essential to note that, despite being at the same administrative level, the roles of township head and chairman of the People's Congress are not comparable. Only by becoming township head does one gain the eligibility to align with county leadership, earning a measure of respect, as well as the status of the township's legal representative. Deputy Secretary Meng Qingqi was promoted to chairman of the People's Congress, while Deputy Township Head Lu Mingxiong was reassigned as Deputy Secretary. The leadership of Baishuan advancing simultaneously was attributed not only to their individual efforts, but also to the relatively low competition in this remote area. Recognizing the importance of building relationships, Lu Fan took the opportunity to visit the township government before Secretary Li Daqiang's departure, bringing along 2 packs of cigarettes and a box of tea, engaging in a brief conversation lasting about 10 minutes. Subsequently, Lu Fan visited Secretary Shi Qianqing's office, presenting similar gifts valued at around 1 to 2,000 yuan, an appropriate gesture. In high spirits, Shi Qianqing conversed enthusiastically, eventually broaching Lu Fan's personal matters. Xiao Fan, as I mentioned before, I intended to introduce you to my niece. I hope you haven't forgotten. Lu Fan felt averse to the topic but could not refuse the secretary's request, responding, Secretary Shi, I want to reach the legal marriage age for another 2 years. Which girl would be willing to date for 2 years before marrying? I wouldn't want to delay your niece's future. Besides, she works in the county. What kind of place is this for her? You rascal, pushing back on an introduction? Do you have a girlfriend? Shi Qianqing teased. Lu Fan's mood dipped instantly as he admitted, "To be honest, I was seeing someone, but we broke up recently, so I'm not inclined to pursue that matter now." Xiao Fan, as someone who has been through it, let me give you a piece of advice. If you wish to forget a woman, the best way is to start a new relationship. A man of ambition should focus on his career, not lament his lack of a wife. One day, find an opportunity to meet her. If there is no spark, then so be it. The matters discussed at the standing committee had long been known to Shi Qianqing, who sensed that Lu Fan's deputy rank was firmly secured. Otherwise, he would not have revisited old issues. Indeed, interpersonal relations often necessitate certain compromises, and Lu Fan, with no alternative, reluctantly agreed to comply, intending later to devise a way to part ways amicably, thus fulfilling his obligations to Secretary Shi. Subsequently, Lu Fan visited the township head, Cui Mingliang, and the offices of the NPC chairman, Meng Qingqi, and deputy secretary, Lu Mingxiong, spending some time with each, gifting 2 cigarettes apiece, as courtesy dictates, nurturing goodwill. Upon returning to his office, Lu Fan found Chao Tianma seated alone on the sofa, sipping tea. With a smile, Lu Fan remarked, "The oil dealer has returned. What is the matter? Is there a recent crackdown?" "Brother Fan," Chao replied, "tomorrow is my father's birthday. I must return regardless of how busy I am. I came to see you first." In recent years, Lu Fan had contracted Chao's skills, ensuring the Chao family's stable income without risk, leading to flourishing times. Consequently, Chao Tianma upgraded from a dilapidated vehicle to 2 oil tankers, significantly filling his coffers. The Chao family treated Lu Fan as kin, never forgetting the one who helped them. As their conversation unfolded, they turned to the newly established waste oil sludge treatment plant by Lu Xuezhi. With envy, Chao Tianma remarked, "That scoundrel is remarkably audacious. Ostensibly, it's a sludge treatment facility, but in reality, it's an oil trafficking operation. I've seen the trucks delivering oil to him. They are anything but waste oil. Once it passes through his plant, it emerges as legitimate commerce, raking in gold daily." Lu Fan had been contemplating this matter lately, and said, "Tianma, I wish to ask you for a favor." "Brother Fan, there is no need for such formality. Speak freely. Whatever I can do, I shall do without hesitation. Could you find a way to supply oil to Lu Xuezhi's plant?" After a moment's reflection, Chao Tianma responded, "There is indeed someone who might facilitate this. But let me ask, do you harbor a grudge against Lu Xuezhi? A deep-seated vendetta?" Chao Tianma sprang to his feet, filled with righteous fury, exclaiming, "Brother Fan, say no more. I understand what must be done. Regardless of who he is, I have never backed down from anyone. Tianma, be cautious when dealing with the Lu family. I do not wish for my affairs to embroil you. Rest assured, I am no novice in this world. The situation at the waste oil sludge plant is well known among those in our line of work. Obtaining evidence of their illegal activities is not insurmountable. But I have heard that Lu Xuezhi holds a public office, and the legal entity of that plant is someone else. He merely pulls the strings from behind the scenes." This posed a genuine dilemma. For the Lu family, finding a scapegoat would be a trivial task. Lu Fan began to contemplate that if he could eliminate Lu Xuezhi's public position, he could engage in business without restraint, negating the need for a proxy. There would be time enough to act later. The two conversed for the entirety of the afternoon, and Lu Fan realized he had previously underestimated Chao Tianma, who possessed greater understanding in certain aspects, with a heart more ruthless and hands more calloused. This was to be expected, as oil trafficking is inherently illicit, involving Lang of characters unafraid to engage in any undertaking. By Friday, Lu Fan and Du Wenlong returned to Ningyang, with the month drawing to a close. The massage parlor was poised to distribute its initial profits, and it was evident to all that they had turned a profit. The brothers were eager and impatient for their share. Upon arriving at the establishment, the brothers awaited with palpable anticipation. Su Xiaoyi presented the ledger with both hands, cheerfully exclaiming, "Please, Brother Fan, take a look. I hope I have not failed you." Lu Fan accepted the ledger and examined it with utmost seriousness. Given that Xia Li was an accountant by profession, the finances were meticulously organized, rendering them easily comprehensible. Trusting those he employed, Lu Fan had little interest in scrutinizing expenditures, swiftly glancing over them and focusing instead on profits. Over the course of 77 days of operation, after deducting expenses and contributions, the profit remarkably reached 280,000 yuan. "Brother Fan, did you see that? The massage parlor has closed down, and ours is the only establishment of its kind in Ningyang. Our business is thriving," Su Xiaoyi remarked. Lu Fan cautioned, "Xiaoyi, the shop's management relies on you. The current situation is promising, and we have recouped our investment, yet we must never become complacent. Even with a unique business model, diligent management remains essential. Remember, Wudong Leisure is part of the service industry. Customers come to indulge, and they are akin to deities. Our service must be exemplary, particularly in the management of our technicians, so treat them well. Additionally, we must forge a close cooperative relationship with the public security team and the local police station. A mere word from them could lead to our closure. Rest assured, Brother Fan, we already have 24 technicians, and Sister Ding is quite capable, managing them effectively. As for the police department, I make regular visits to maintain rapport. And just yesterday, I treated a few officers to a meal, Xiaoyi responded. Suddenly recalling a promise made to Ding Tongxin, Lu Fan instructed, Xiaoyi, please summon Sister Ding. We shall discuss the profit sharing. Before long, Ding Tongxin sashayed into the room with a playful demeanor, cheerfully asking, why have you summoned this humble worker for a meeting, boss? Lu Fan replied, Sister Ding, a man's word is his bond. You are a shareholder in Wudong Leisure, and today marks our first profit distribution. Of course, I shall accept the remuneration. Ding said, the business is flourishing, and this is rightfully yours. Lu Fan continued, as of now, our profits stand at 280,000 yuan. We will allocate 30,000 for the shop's operations and divide the remaining sum among us. As his words settled in, joy illuminated the faces of everyone present, including Wu Hong, who felt a profound sense of achievement, knowing this was his own venture. Lu Fan proceeded, according to our shares, Wu Hong receives 750,000 yuan. I shall take 50,000, while Sister Ding and Xiaoyi will each receive 250,000. Cho Cho, Ming Hao, Zheng Ming, Jin Zhu, and Xiaoli will each take 150,000. Xiaoli, please distribute the funds. Watching Xiaoli retrieve a vibrant stack of cash from her bag, the atmosphere brimmed with elation and pride. Gratitude for Lu Fan swelled within each heart, for this was the second occasion he had led them to prosperity. Wu Hong, beaming, exclaimed, 75,000. I've earned so much. I finally have some personal savings. Lu Fan, Brother Fan, you must include me in future ventures. Otherwise, I shall hold a grudge. Ding Tongxin, clutching her 25,000, felt not only joy but also a deeper sense of respect. In this line of work, who would regard you as a person? Yet at Wudong Leisure, she felt no trace of discrimination, growing increasingly comfortable. As the ancients said, to eat the ruler's grain is to serve the ruler's cause and bear the ruler's worries. Ding Tongxin understood this principle well and had taken Lu Fan's affairs to heart. Once the excitement among everyone subsided, Lu Fan remarked, my brothers, there are two matters I wish to discuss with you. Firstly, once we accumulate some capital, could we consider opening an establishment on the second floor? Wu Hong immediately chimed in, that sounds splendid. The last time we visited Chang'an, their entertainment was extravagant. The technicians and the princesses could easily be interchangeable. Brother Fan, I wholeheartedly support this. I will reserve the second and third floors for us and refrain from renting them out for the time being. The others remained silent, fully compliant with Lu Fan's directives. Lu Fan continued, we must deliberate on this matter carefully. Engaging in business is not a whimsical endeavor. It requires knowledge and expertise. As always, we need someone like Xiao Yi to learn the ropes and master the nuances of the industry. Yang Mingho was the first to raise his hand, exclaiming, Brother Fan, I will go. I will go. After pondering for a moment, Lu Fan replied, very well, Mingho shall go. Xiao Yi possesses experience in this area, so you two should communicate extensively. Personally, I believe heading to Yingjiang would suffice. The standards in Chang'an are rather high and may not suit a small county. After a few years navigating society, one learns that life is pragmatic. One cannot quench thirst by gazing at plums, nor can one satiate hunger by merely drawing a pie. Only a few pieces of silver can alleviate myriad woes. Lacking connections, opportunities, and benefactors, it is challenging for an ordinary person to rise above. The core competitive edge in climbing upward is comprised of resources, relationships, and networks, with money being the most effective key to unlock doors. Money may never utter a word, yet it conveys the essence of life. Thus the pursuit of wealth is paramount. Chapter 54. Taking action. Lu Fan then addressed the second matter. Brothers, the county has initiated a recruitment examination plan for public institutions. To my knowledge, this is our last opportunity for autonomous recruitment in Ningyang. It is a rare chance that we must not overlook. I urge you to heed 2 points. First, do not squander your earnings. We must see if there is a way to utilize funds to pave our path later. Secondly, the 5 of you must not relax in your studies. You need to master public basic knowledge thoroughly and practice extensively with questions. This is not merely a matter of rote memorization. Diligent effort will yield results. Du Wenlong expressed his concerns, saying, Brother Fan, we have yet to receive our associate degrees, and thus we are not qualified to register. Lu Fan chuckled. No need to worry about that. The plan has only just begun, and it is merely an idea. Obtaining approval from the provincial and municipal human resources departments is not an easy feat. Su Zheng privately informed me that they need to consider the children of several county leaders, and this will likely delay the process. You will all be able to catch a fortunate ride. Su Shaoyi lamented. Alas, I have missed the opportunity entirely. It seems I am destined never to partake in a government job. Brothers, you must strive diligently and not let Brother Fan's earnest efforts go to waste. Wu Hong, astonished, exclaimed, Goodness, you are undertaking such significant endeavors? Why was I not included? Lu Fan replied with a smile. Even if I offered you a position, would you be willing to accept? Would you truly find that meager salary appealing? Wu Hong countered. Only a fool would decline. What business is without risk? What day passes without companies facing bankruptcy? A secure job can provide for retirement. In the past, I was unaware that working a job wouldn't impede business ventures. Just look at our school's physical education teacher, Lu Xueji. That rascal is on the brink of becoming the wealthiest in Ningyang, yet he still works. As Lu Fan mentioned Lu Xueji, he retracted his smile and said, These past few days, I have been pondering ways to dismiss Lu Xueji from his public office. Upon hearing this, Wu Hong immediately became intrigued, for Lu Xueji was the most formidable competitor of his family in Ningyang, having covertly sabotaged their endeavors. The prospect of undermining him filled Wu Hong with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, It is well known throughout the school that Lu Xueji is a notorious lecher. His return to the school brings calamity upon us. How can someone like him be fit to teach? Moreover, he has a hand in half of the county's projects. And everyone in the construction industry is aware of this. Oh, I've heard he also established a waste oil treatment plant, brazenly trafficking in illicit oil. That scoundrel drives a Land Rover, a Porsche Cayenne, and a Phaeton, constantly changing cars and women. Du Wenlong remarked, These matters are common knowledge. But the Lu family possesses both wealth and influence. Without evidence, we are powerless against him. Yang Mingho added, Corruption among officials is rampant. Lu Lao Air is now the executive deputy county chief. Unless a major scandal erupts, the leaders in Ningyang will turn a blind eye. Even if we escalate our complaints to the city level, it may not yield results. We could even face retaliation from Lu Xueji. As Lu Laoda is a significant figure in the city, the group, having emerged from rural backgrounds, found themselves at a loss, lacking both experience and power. Lu Fan, consumed by thoughts of how to bring down the Lu family, contemplated a strategy. Unsure of its efficacy, he resolved to discuss it with his companions, stating, As the saying goes, the voice of the people can melt gold, accumulated slander can destroy bones. The power of public opinion is immense. Can we not gather incriminating evidence against Lu Xueji, sending it anonymously to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission while also distributing flyers in the county and city? If we can amplify our momentum, I refuse to believe that the authorities will remain indifferent. In gathering evidence against Lu Xueji, it was crucial to highlight the protective roles of Lu Xueran and Lu Xue. The materials could be a mix of truth and embellishment, igniting public outrage and portraying Lu Xueji as a nefarious scoundrel, a moral degenerate, an educator who became the wealthiest individual in Ningyang, controlling numerous enterprises and monopolizing government contracts, with assets in the hundreds of millions, tarnishing the reputations of countless individuals. Despite the Lu family's might, they must heed the influence of public opinion. I surmise that dismantling Lu Xueji's position should not pose a significant challenge. Observing the astonished expressions of his companions, Lu Fan elaborated, Given the Lu family's power, historically, the populace refrains from contesting authorities. Thus, if we choose to act, it must be a decisive battle, exerting our utmost effort for a guaranteed success. Otherwise, we risk alarming the enemy and ultimately digging our own graves. To show mercy to our adversaries is to be cruel to ourselves. Wu Hong realized he had underestimated this classmate, but soon regained his composure, grinning. All right, Fan Gu, that's quite cunning, but I like it. This endeavor has potential. I must be involved. I'll take the lead in gathering materials related to the projects, weaving a narrative both real and imagined, capturing whispers and shadows. Du Wenlong asserted with unwavering determination, I will secure the materials involving female teachers and students at the school. Fan Gu, I will take a leave of absence next week. Lu Fan nodded, feeling confident in Du Wenlong's abilities. Yang Mingho added, Fan Gu, once the materials are ready, I will be responsible for the posters in Ningyang City, ensuring they are plastered in every corner and alley. Lu Fan remarked, This is not a task you can accomplish alone. We must not only devise a meticulous plan, but also ensure our safety. We cannot afford to expose ourselves, lest Lu Xueji retaliates. Once the materials are ready, each of us will take a car, avoiding the surveillance cameras on the streets. We must undertake this ourselves and complete the mission within a single night. Wu Hong, I will need your assistance with the vehicles. Preferably, they should be registered out of town. Not a problem. I will procure a fake ID and rent 10 cars from another city, ensuring that no trace is left behind. Zheng Ming, Lu Jinshuz, Xiaoli, and Su Xiaoyi eagerly rolled up their sleeves, declaring, "Let us do it." A warm wave of gratitude washed over Lu Fan as he expressed, "How fortunate I am to have met you all. I am deeply thankful to my brothers for your righteous support during my time of need. This kindness I shall forever cherish in my heart. True brothers for life. What about me, Lu Fan? Am I to be forgotten? Is there anything I can do?" Lu Fan smiled and replied, "Sister Ding, your task is the most significant. If Lu Xuezhi is dismissed from his post, I would like you to persuade him to personally assume the legal responsibility for those companies. More importantly, we need you to gather evidence of his illegal activities." Ding Tongxin commented, "Do not be deceived by his rough exterior. He is quite cunning, albeit somewhat prone to impulsive behavior. I will find a way to handle this. If it comes to it, I may have to endure a bit of hardship to allow him some advantage, considering how well you treat me. Ding's sister, assisting is secondary. Safety is paramount. Let us refrain from expressing our gratitude, for it resides in our hearts. Together as brothers, and with you joining us, our strength will be unstoppable." Lu Fan believed that as long as they worked together, no mountain was insurmountable, and no obstacle too great. Throughout life, one encounters countless individuals. Those who understand you are confidants, while those who assist you are benefactors. Whether it is a small favor or a significant act of kindness, it is essential to remember and repay such kindness with a grateful heart. The following day, a covert operation against Lu Xuezhi quietly commenced. Lu Fan commandeered Wu Hang's office, searching online for information regarding the reporting methods of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee. It is said in the underworld, for internal matters, consult Baidu. For external matters, consult Google. Over the past 2 years at work, Lu Fan had become proficient in operating a computer, and typing was no challenge at all. The internet proved to be an invaluable resource. Upon entering his query, the information he sought swiftly appeared before him. In 2005, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Ministry of Supervision launched a reporting website. The reporting methods included sending letters to submit materials, visiting designated reception sites to express concerns in person, reporting issues via telephone, and utilizing the internet to log onto the disciplinary committee's reporting site. Lu Fan diligently noted all this information, registered a new account, and planned to acquire a black card later. He intended to utilize the methods of mailing, calling, and online reporting, and he planned to report in his real name, as the success and verification rates of named reports were higher than those of anonymous ones. Of course, he would ensure that neither he nor his brother's identities would be used. On Sunday, Du Wenlong strolled around the county middle school and noticed a considerable number of students gathered near the microphone entrance, so he approached them for a conversation. To his surprise, the students exhibited a strong sense of wariness and ignored him completely. With no other options left, Cho Cho bought drinks for 2 female classmates and whispered to them, "Dear classmates, I am actually an official from the Provincial Disciplinary Committee. There have been reports concerning your teacher, Lu Xuezhi, and I am here to gather some information. Please rest assured, we adhere to strict confidentiality principles and will never disclose any of your personal information. If the clues you provide prove helpful to the investigation, there will be rewards, and it will aid us in rooting out the bad apples." With that, Du Wenlong pulled out 200 yuan to bribe them. Being relatively inexperienced in the ways of the world, the students, swayed by the allure of 200 yuan and the call of justice, spoke freely and without reservation. Du Wenlong diligently recorded their words, ultimately noting down the names of over a dozen female classmates and teachers. Although he was somewhat prepared for the revelations, he couldn't help but curse this wretched beast. Moreover, there had been numerous rumors about this scoundrel during Du Wenlong's school days, particularly regarding his inappropriate conduct during physical education classes. Du Wenlong felt that his actions were righteous and meaningful, pondering whether this was indeed the work of the disciplinary committee. Suddenly, he found himself deeply intrigued by the committee and captivated by the notion of joining such an esteemed institution. Meanwhile, Wu Hong was also busy, frequently visiting various construction companies over the past few days. Having worked alongside his father in the engineering field, Wu Heng's naturally boisterous demeanor, coupled with his company-esque strength, allowed him to thrive in the Ningyang construction industry, where he was welcomed with open arms. Lu Xuezhi had taken advantage of his connections to monopolize opportunities, leaving many harboring resentment towards him. When Wu Hong steered the conversation towards Lu Xuezhi, the bosses had nothing positive to say. providing Wu Hong with a wealth of valuable information. Other associates were also taking action, with Ding Tongxin reaping the most rewards. Massage parlors, considered entertainment venues, attracted a diverse clientele, making them excellent places to gather information. Many patrons, often inebriated, offered an abundance of insights about Le Shueji when gently prompted by the technicians. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, as Lu Fan diligently sought to identify any gaps in their operation, striving for a decisive and thorough strike without leaving any hidden dangers. Chapter 55. The excitement intensifies. Throughout May, Du Wenlong did not return to his workplace, delving deeper into the investigation of Le Shueji, resulting in increasingly detailed reports for Lu Fan that had surpassed 50 pages. On June 16th, Lu Fan returned to Ningyang to care for his sister, accompanying Lu Yao to her high school entrance examination. Before entering the examination hall, concerned about adding pressure on her, Lu Fan reassured her. It's just a matter of completing a few papers to determine which high school you will attend. Give it your all, regardless of the outcome, in my eyes. You are already the best. Lu Yao smiled and replied, Brother, don't worry. The small Ningyang is a piece of cake. Even if I don't perform my best, it won't matter. If I do too well and end up being picked by a school in Chang'an, you'll just have to spend more money. I would be more than happy to spend that money. Yao, rest assured, I will support you wherever you choose to study, even if it's abroad. I will not let you suffer even the slightest grievance. Everything others have, you shall have too. With tear-filled eyes, Lu Yao entered the examination hall, silently vowing to herself that she would one day attend the best university and become her brother's pride. The immense upheaval in their family had forged a stronger character in Lu Yao, and her academic performance consistently ranked at the top, evoking a sense of heartache in Lu Fan for her maturity. No one is inherently strong. Rather, it is through enduring hardship that resilience is cultivated. The trials they faced left both siblings scarred, yet over time, those scars transformed into the most steadfast parts of their lives. There is no serene passage of time, only the perseverance through pain and the burden of moving forward. Upon not seeing Lu Yao, Lu Fan called his uncle, knowing that their cousin was also taking the high school entrance examination in Ningyang. The 3-day examination swiftly concluded, and seeing his sister's confident smile brought Lu Fan relief. The siblings reluctantly packed their belongings, vacated the rented house they had lived in for 2 years, and returned to Bashu Bay with their luggage. Under the starlit sky, home remained their eternal refuge. Lu Fan resolved to purchase a house as soon as possible. For the siblings, it was not merely a cold structure, but a harbor, a sense of belonging, and a vision for their future lives. On July 1st, Du Wenlong returned, bringing back all the materials collected by everyone. The two spent 3 days organizing the documents, ultimately refining the complaint into 3 pages, with the office printer working diligently throughout the night. On July 3rd, Lu Fan dialed the hotline of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Provincial Discipline Inspection Committee, denouncing the misdeeds of Le Shueji and submitting the complaint materials via letters and emails. On July 4th, Lu Fan and Du Wenlong returned to Ningyang with 2,000 posters, fully prepared for action with their comrades. At 2 in the morning, Lu Fan bowed deeply to everyone, stating, Brothers, tonight we take risks. But we must not reveal our identities. My gratitude is etched deeply within. In this life, there will surely come a time to repay. Zheng Ming and Xia Ali went to Ningyang, while Yang Mingho, working in the city, had already mapped out the routes and surveillance. Lu Fan drove a car rented from Wu Hong, wrapping his head securely as he headed to the northern part of the city. Ding Tongxin insisted on accompanying him, refusing to let Lu Fan act alone. Wu Hong took a loyal confidant to the southern part of the city. Du Wenlong was assigned to the vicinity of the county government, Lu Jinshuz was tasked with the commercial street, and Su Xiaoi was responsible for the surrounding areas. In the dead of night, the desolate streets were devoid of people. The streetlights cast a profound illumination over the night, as several figures navigated through the county, skillfully avoiding surveillance while posting flyers throughout Ningyang's alleys. An hour later, having completed their task, the group proceeded to various townships, determined to disseminate news of Lu Shueji's misdeeds to every corner of the county. Upon returning to Bashu Bay, Lu Fan and Du Wenlong quickly posted over 20 flyers before heading back to their workplace, their hearts pounding with anxiety, taking time to calm themselves. Brother Fan, the task is done, but I wonder if it will be of any use. Success lies in our efforts, but the outcome is in fate's hands. We have done our utmost. Now we can only wait and see if the Lu family can suppress this. I refuse to believe they can silence the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Provincial Committee. If only one day I could work at the Discipline Inspection Commission. I must study diligently, strive to pass the examination, and perhaps gain entry. Who knows what opportunities may arise in the future? The book has become second nature to me, and I have completed numerous practice questions. Thank you, Fanggo, for instilling hope in me and guiding my path. Among brothers, gratitude is unnecessary. I wish nothing but well for you all. At 4 in the morning, sanitation workers appeared on the streets. By 5, some had already risen to prepare for the opening of breakfast stalls. The small county town began to awaken, with people gradually passing through the empty streets. A group of elderly individuals arrived punctually at the sports field to engage in fitness exercises and perform square dancing. Initially, no one paid attention to the large posters scattered throughout the streets, engrossed in their own activities. However, as more people gathered, some began to notice the posters and pause to observe. The curiosity of the Chinese populace is remarkably potent, compelling them to witness the spectacle. Consequently, crowds formed around each poster, first in shock, then buzzing with discussion. Is this Li Xuezhi a teacher? How could such a scoundrel be allowed to teach? I surmise there is a high likelihood of truth to this. I believe I have heard of this individual. It seems someone has offended someone. And now we have quite the spectacle to behold. Such a scoundrel should be swiftly removed from the teaching ranks. Otherwise, how many lives could he ruin? Goodness. My daughter studies in the county middle school. I must hurry home to inquire. Just wait and see. It's all nonsense. Don't you see it says here that his brother is the mayor and the county chief? Li Shui, you know? The executive vice county chief. Even before work hours. The posters became the talk of the county, with almost everyone discussing the name Li Xuezhi. Yet, not a single person tore down any of the posters. They all donned a mindset that relished the spectacle, eager to toss in a few coins and await the unfolding drama. Ultimately, it was Li Xuezhi who caught wind of the news, as the streets of Ningyang were also plastered with posters. Being the executive vice mayor, he was not short of informants. Without hesitation, Li Xuezhi instructed the municipal government office, the Public Security Bureau, and the Northtown District Committee to swiftly dispatch personnel to remove the posters. He understood well the power of public opinion and the potential for ruin. Suspecting it might be a ploy from a rival, he was aware that the minister of the provincial organization department had already spoken with him, and a promotion was within reach. He could not afford any mishaps at this critical juncture. Thus, Li Xuezhi promptly made his way to the provincial capital to investigate the situation, aiming to mitigate any adverse effects and quell the crisis in its infancy. He also reported to his former leaders, as some matters required face-to-face clarification. As he set off, Li Xuezhi called his younger brother, Li Xue, urging him to be vigilant regarding developments in Ningyang and to be wary of potential troubles at home. Li Xue, snugly asleep with a female colleague, was jolted awake by his brother's call, instantly shedding his drowsiness, hastily throwing on his trousers, and stepping outside. It was still not yet 7. However, upon reaching the street, a chill crept down his spine as he noticed throngs of onlookers, with his name faintly mentioned amidst the crowd. Li Xue approached the nearby crowd, and upon a mere glance, his heart sank. He quickly retreated to a side and called the secretary of the street office, urging him to promptly organize a team to eradicate the illicit advertisements, insisting that they be cleared before the workday commenced. He immediately instructed the Public Security Bureau to investigate the matter, given its implications for the executive vice mayor and the executive vice county mayor. The police could not afford to be negligent and swiftly mobilized personnel for the inquiry. Soon, Li Laosan contacted Urge, reporting that their town had also seen the emergence of large posters, brazenly demanding the dismemberment of a certain individual to feed the dogs. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Xue personally reached out to the heads of various townships, imploring them to take immediate measures to mitigate the adverse effects, while the posters could be torn down. Silencing the public was an impossible feat as the workday began. The name of the Lu family reverberated throughout Ningyang, with Li Xuezhi transformed into a figure of infamy. A throng of parents stormed into the school, demanding the removal of such scum from the teaching staff, fearing the implications of having such a disgrace among educators. Before the county committee or county government could issue directives, the Education Bureau swiftly dispatched an investigative team led by Deputy Director Yuan Weiwei to probe into the conduct of Li Xuezhi, the physical education teacher at the county high school. Once the workday commenced, the entire county committee courtyard buzzed with gossip. Li Guoquan summoned County Mayor Zhao Honglan and Deputy Secretary Wang Hongtao to his office, expressing his deep concern. I have no idea who is stirring up trouble, or who is being targeted. This is sheer chaos. His true worry lay with himself, as it had been made clear from above that he was to be sent to the organization department, and he hoped not to encounter any complications due to this incident. Zhao Honglan feigned concern. After all, it was an embarrassing affair, but inwardly, she felt detached from the matter. hoping instead for an escalation that might lead to Lu Xue's downfall. A local executive vice-county mayor was often loathed, and this Lu Xue, bolstered by the far-reaching influence of his elder brother, had repeatedly challenged her authority. Wang Hongtao possessed a keen sense of the overarching situation, understanding that one's gain was shared by all, and one's loss affected the whole. The disgrace of Ningyang would render the county committee a laughingstock. And with Minister Guo Mingxiong heading to the province and Secretary Li soon departing, he knew they could not afford any unforeseen incidents. Thus, he advised, Secretary Mayor, it is more prudent to address the concerns of the populace rather than stifle them. The issue has already arisen. I believe it is better to facilitate transparency. I suggest we swiftly clarify the matter, providing an official conclusion to the municipal party committee, the municipal government, and the people of Ningyang. Let us rectify what needs rectifying and address what requires action. Li Guoquan nodded in agreement, saying, Hongtao, as you also serve as the secretary of the political and legal committee, maintaining stability is of utmost importance. You shall take full charge of this matter and report back to me regularly. Understood, I shall attend to it immediately. There is no need for the secretary to be overly concerned. Once the county initiated action, the principal figure, Lu Xueji, remained oblivious until the incessant ringing of his phone finally roused him from slumber, where he found himself beside a young woman. Upon learning that someone was stirring up trouble concerning him, Lu Xueji was engulfed in fury, his teeth clenched, wishing to flay the offender alive. After donning his attire, he hurried to the school, where personnel from the Public Security Bureau and the Education Bureau had already arrived. Throughout his journey, Lu Xueji was subjected to pointed stares and whispers, inciting his ire, yet he felt powerless, unable to retaliate against them all. Chapter 56, Show Mercy. Wang Hongtao, with his decisive demeanor and dual role as the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, initiated a highly efficient operation within the public security system to investigate the recent turmoil. The dissemination of unverified rumors, especially those implicating municipal and county leaders, constituted a disturbance to public order and could potentially fall under charges of defamation and provoking trouble. Such egregious conduct warranted severe penalties. Concerns should be addressed through proper channels. If everyone resorted to such tactics, where would the dignity of the party and government lie? How could governance be maintained? In response to the situation, Wang Hongtao personally visited the county middle school to oversee the investigation into Lu Xueji, insisting on a prompt conclusion to provide the public with clarity. Upon arrival, the police, the Education Bureau, and the school had just concluded their discussions with Lu Xueji. Deputy Director of the Education Bureau, Yuan Weiwei, reported the outcome to Wang Hongtao, stating, I have heard of Lu Xueji before. He is not a reputable individual. He denies all claims made in the report, insisting that he is a victim of slander, which has caused him significant reputational harm, and he demands that the police apprehend the true culprit and punish the offenders. Wang Hongtao replied, there must be evidence to substantiate such claims. I recommend that the Education Bureau temporarily suspend Lu Xueji while I arrange for the police to conduct an investigation. We cannot wrongfully accuse an innocent person, yet we must not overlook a guilty one. However, this matter also implicates Mayor Lu Xuerin and County Head Lu Xueyi, who are alleged to be Lu Xueji's protectors. How should we handle this? Wang Hongtao pondered before responding. This is indeed a delicate situation, and we currently lack the means to investigate. For the time being, we shall focus on clarifying the issues concerning Lu Xueji. Where there is smoke, there is often fire. If the allegations in the report regarding his moral corruption or legal transgressions are true, he must be eliminated from his position. Otherwise, how can we account to the people of Ningyang? Summon the head of the Public Security Bureau. I will take charge personally. Wang, given that this involves Mayor Lu, we should proceed with caution, especially since you have just assumed office. Fear not. I am well aware of the gravity of the situation. Shortly thereafter, Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau, Wu Aoran, entered respectfully, saying, Secretary Wang, please give your instructions. Wang Hongtao smiled and replied, Aoran, have a seat. I trust you have begun verifying the contents of the report. What progress has been made? Secretary, allow me to report on the current situation. Our investigation reveals that at 2 o'clock in the morning, 9 vehicles were spotted on the streets. We have confirmed that 6 of these belong to a taxi company in Lin County, and I have dispatched personnel to investigate further. This group has clearly planned meticulously, as they did not disembark at any traffic or security monitoring points, and we currently have no leads. And what of Lu Xueji? The report implicates numerous individuals. Wu Aoran shook his head. We have not yet commenced an investigation into him. Wang Hongtao furrowed his brow and inquired, why has there been no investigation? Wu Aoran hesitated momentarily before stating, County Head Lu made a phone call suggesting restraint, and Director Su made it clear, "I dare not defy their orders." Wang Hongtao erupted in anger. "Since when did Le Shui oversee public security matters? How is it that I, as the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, am unaware? Does Su Jinghao possess no sense of organizational discipline or party principles? You are to investigate immediately. Go forth and declare that it is my directive." Wu Aoran replied without hesitation. "All right. I shall immediately launch a comprehensive investigation into Le Shueji. Fear not. I shall bear the brunt should the sky fall. And I will not allow you to take the blame. It matters not. I am indifferent to the consequences. Can they really dismiss me from my position as deputy director?" Wu Aoran, a seasoned investigator, knew well of Le Shueji's notorious deeds within the school. A thorough inquiry would yield results. Before noon, several female teachers courageously stepped forward. Yet they insisted that the police refrain from disclosing their identities, for this small town held traditional values, and they were concerned for their reputations. Others remained silent. Having been silenced by Le Shueji's financial influence, some even reduced to being long-term mistresses, one party willing to betray, the other willing to endure, leaving the police powerless. Nevertheless, uncovering even a single case would suffice to take action against him. However, regarding the allegations in the report about Le Shueji's business dealings, none of the companies were registered under his name, and they were entirely uncooperative with the police investigation, resulting in no progress. As for the two brothers serving as mayor and county head acting as his protectors, no one dared to mention such matters from the top down. How could one investigate this? Unless the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission intervened. Lu Shui was constantly monitoring the developments within the county committee and the police. And upon learning that Wang Hongtao was personally overseeing the matter, he decisively instructed his brother Le Shueji to promptly submit his resignation to the Education Bureau and the school, disappearing from Ningyang to evade scrutiny. Lu Shueji, without hesitation, complied with his elder brother's directives. This burdensome job, had it not been for family interference, he would have resigned long ago. Now, he felt a sense of freedom akin to fish soaring in the vast sea and birds soaring in the high sky. Upon arriving in the provincial capital, Lu Shuaran immediately sought information from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission and, as expected, discovered the existence of a report, dozens of pages long. A standing deputy mayor, if adept at navigating social relations, could indeed possess considerable influence within the province, cultivating friendships within critical departments such as the two offices, organization, and discipline inspection. After perusing the report, Lu Shuaran felt an overwhelming urge to chastise his inept brother. "You, of all people, should have better taste in women." Just then, the second brother called to update him on the situation in Ningyang. Precisely as he had anticipated, it was dire. Regarding the second brother's suggestion for the fourth brother to resign, Lu Shuaran wholeheartedly agreed, believing it could shift their position from passive to proactive. "I have already resigned. What more can you demand? We are all individuals of stature. Killing is merely a matter of striking at the head." Upon leaving the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, Lu Shuaran hurried to the Provincial People's Congress to report to his former superior, only to receive a barrage of scolding. However, these criticisms oddly reassured him. This was the temperament of his superior, and if there were no reprimands, it would suggest he had been entirely abandoned. After respectfully enduring the admonishment, Lu Shuaran candidly acknowledged his faults, stating, "It is entirely my failure in discipline. That inept brother has indeed erred, and I have already instructed him to resign voluntarily on the way here. As for the other contents of the report, you know me well. They are utterly baseless. How could I possibly intervene in Ningyang for a trivial project? I suspect this is a deliberate attempt to hinder my progress. You must support me. Such underhanded tactics are truly despicable. However, your younger brother truly needs to learn a lesson. Otherwise, public outrage will be difficult to quell. In this matter, you cannot shield him. Those who ought to be apprehended must be, and those who deserve judgment must face it. As for your situation, despite your fraternal bond, it cannot be conflated with this issue. I shall pay a visit to Secretary Zhenghua shortly to gauge the situation. I hope you will not be adversely affected. As your circumstances are not easy." Lu Shuaran expressed his profound gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed leader, for your understanding and support." After speaking, he placed his briefcase into the cabinet, while the leader chose to ignore it entirely, not even exchanging a courteous word. Both had long since become accustomed to such behavior. At the Yingjiang Municipal Committee, Lin Xiangyang's whereabouts were common knowledge, so Secretary Lin preferred to avoid offending anyone as he departed. Thus, he enacted a cold response to the Lu family's turmoil, instructing the Ningyang County Committee to handle matters independently, promptly quelling public sentiment, and passing the responsibility onto Li Guoquan. With the overarching direction under control, Lu Shuiren dialed his younger brother's number, beginning to unravel the layers of this incident. For the concealed adversary was indeed the most formidable. This was undoubtedly a premeditated scheme. They systematically eliminated potential rivals until suddenly, Lu Shui remarked, "The fourth brother suspects that the Lu family's boy is involved. Lu Fan. He may have the motive, but does he possess the capability? Suspicion is valid. Yet we must not be misled. I believe the focus should be on you. Second brother, I have advised you repeatedly not to overreach. One must understand that those who disregard the rules do not go far. Allow the county committee to handle this matter. Li Guoquan knows what must be done. At worst, we can let the fourth brother spend a few days inside. I believe it would serve as a valuable lesson for him." "Very well, elder brother. I shall heed your counsel. This incident has not affected your promotion, has it? Do not concern yourselves with my affairs. Simply manage your own, as none of you provide me with peace of mind." 3 days after the incident, the Ningyang County Discipline Inspection Commission issued a decision, publicly announcing the expulsion of Lu Shuiji, a physical education teacher at the county's high school, from the party and public service. After that, there was no further news. While reporting the investigation to Wang Hongtao, deputy chief of the Public Security Bureau, Wu Aoran encountered a piece of information that captured Wang's attention. According to data provided by the traffic police, a total of 14 vehicles departed Ningyang before 5 in the morning, one of which belonged to the Baishu Wan forestry farm and was a cheetah vehicle. Suddenly recalling the student Lu Fan, who had a grudge against Lu Shui, Wang pondered whether Lu Fan had a hand in this affair or if he had orchestrated it. He found himself in deep contemplation, torn between the decision to investigate or not. If a connection to Lu Fan were uncovered, not only would the Lu family not let him off easily, but he might also face legal consequences, potentially ruining the student's future. The law, after all, is not devoid of human sentiment. Everyone harbors emotions and desires. Given his lack of goodwill towards Lu Shui and Lu Shuiji, Wang Hongtao, moved by a rare sense of compassion, instructed Wu Aoran to delete the surveillance footage of the cheetah vehicle. Wu Aoran, grasping the unspoken directive, knew precisely what to do while also noting the identity of the vehicle's owner. For the deputy chief of the Public Security Bureau, it was a trivial matter, and he quickly discovered the name, Lu Fan. Though Wang Hongtao chose to overlook Lu Fan's involvement, his impression of him had diminished further. Lu Fan, lacking experience and insight, was unaware of the perilous nature of this undertaking. He believed that his actions were flawless and without fault, attributing this to the lack of intelligence among those who would scrutinize him. Little did he realize that there are no secrets that remain hidden. If one wishes to keep something concealed, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Should someone decide to investigate him, the truth would inevitably surface. Had Wang Hongtao not been moved by compassion, or if Wu Aoran had reported the situation to the director, and subsequently, if Lu Shuiji had learned of it, Lu Fan's fate would have been dire. This endeavor was, without a doubt, akin to playing with fire, jeopardizing his future while others remained unscathed. Regardless, Lu Shuiji's public service was terminated, and Lu Fan achieved his preliminary goal, making the risk worthwhile. Chapter 57. The Arrival of the Wife. Upon learning of Lu Shuiji's dismissal, Lu Fan and Du Wenlong were so overwhelmed with excitement that they nearly set off firecrackers in celebration. Their sense of accomplishment was immense, leading them to indulge in a drunken revelry in the office. However, this wave of triumph merely resulted in Lu Shuiji losing his job. Often, an event or scandal spreads rapidly, becoming common knowledge, drawing public scrutiny and accountability, before eventually fading into obscurity. The swiftness of this process is astonishing. Regardless of the vitriol directed at it, time will erode all grievances, and even the most severe incidents will return to a state of normalcy. For the public is forgetful and indifferent to matters that do not personally affect them. Life continues, and the sun rises anew each day. In July, as universities entered their summer break, Zhu Jianglin, Wang Mengyan, Huang Xiaoyu, and Deng Junqi gradually returned to Ningyang, planning a trip to Banshu Bay. Naturally, upon learning of this, Lu Fan welcomed them with open arms, promising to organize a day of adventure in the forest. Fishing, camping, and roasting a whole sheep were all on the agenda. Young people often possess a touch of vanity, and as Banshu Bay was Lu Fan's territory, he wished to demonstrate to his classmates that he was faring quite well. After enduring the rigors of the college entrance examination, Zhou Tianhui stepped into the hallowed halls of Chang'an Foreign Language College. Her horizons broadened, her personality grew more vivacious, and with her innate beauty, suitors flocked to her like fish in a river. Yet, she rebuffed all advances, for her heart belonged to her childhood sweetheart. The profound influence of 2 decades was not easily altered, especially given her traditional disposition. Zhou Tianhui was acutely aware of the depth of her father's betrayal and the pain it had inflicted on Lu Fan, leaving her with a lingering sense of guilt and self-reproach. That wooden figure would not simply return. After all, pride had been wounded. Thus, during this holiday, she resolved to seek out Lu Fan, to fight for her love and happiness, irrespective of the outcome, for she wished to earnestly convey her feelings. As she boarded the bus to Banshu Bay, Zhou Tianhui felt a flutter of anxiety. She was uncertain how Lu Fan would respond to her. What if he continued to regard her with indifference? Upon disembarking, she immediately attracted attention, with idle onlookers whispering amongst themselves. It was uncommon for such youthful and vibrant college students to visit the remote Banshu Bay. Approaching a shop, she softly inquired, "Excuse me, how does one get to the logging site?" A rural government official jested, "Young lady, whom are you looking for?" Upon noticing a group of people gazing at her, Zhou Tianhui blushed and replied, "I am looking for Lu Fan." "Ah, you seek Director Lu. Just follow this road straight ahead, and you will find him at the end." "Thank you." Zhou Tianhui quickly turned to leave, but laughter erupted behind her, with someone remarking, "Is the director's wife here?" Embarrassed, Zhou Tianhui hastily fled, the laughter growing louder in her wake. Upon arriving at the forestry station, she observed two individuals squatting by the entrance of a modest building, engaged in conversation. She approached them and inquired, "Excuse me, does Lu Fan work here?" Li Yifeng looked up with a smile and asked, "Looking for our director?" "Indeed. But what is your relation to him?" The term Director Lu struck Zhou Tianhui with surprise. She thought to herself that Lu Fan had rapidly ascended to such a position. What connection did she have with him? Classmates? That seemed unlikely. They were alumni. Hometown acquaintances? But what business would a mere local have with him? In a moment of desperation, Zhou Tianhui blurted out an answer that left Li Yifeng and Wang Yulong utterly astonished. "I am his wife." It was as if she were proclaiming her claim. The two men stumbled back in shock, and upon regaining their composure, they rushed into the office, exclaiming, "Director, come out quickly, your wife has arrived." Du Wenlong was the first to emerge, smiling as he greeted, "Tianhui, how did you find your way here?" "I came to see you all." "Ah, you mean to see Fan Ge, right?" When Lu Fan stepped out and recognized Zhou Tianhui, he exclaimed in surprise, "What brings you here?" Flustered, she replied, "I came to see you." "Is that so wrong?" Lu Fan felt a twinge of awkwardness. He couldn't just leave her standing at the door. "Please, come in and have a seat." Just as Du Wenlong was about to follow her inside, he was pulled away by Li Yifeng and Wang Yulong, who whispered, "Do you want to go in and be a third wheel? Tell us, is she really the director's wife?" "It was a childhood betrothal, but we called it off a couple of years ago." "Oh, so it's true. How interesting. She has come to see him, and such a beautiful girl at that. Director, you should really consider keeping her." Once inside, Zhou Tianhui noticed the disarray of the office. She set down her backpack and began tidying up, chiding, "You men are so messy. Can't you keep the office clean at work?" Lu Fan hurried to intervene, but he couldn't stop the diligent Zhou Tianhui. "Why have you come?" he asked. "Why shouldn't I come? I am your wife. That doesn't count. Besides, the engagement is already off. The engagement was broken by my father. I never said anything about it. Tianhui, you are now in university. There is a more splendid life ahead of you. Childhood betrothals were merely the whims of adults. Let us not dwell on the past. Speaking of it repeatedly could tarnish your reputation. How will you find a suitable partner in the future? You know, from the moment I could remember, I knew I was to be Lu's wife. It has long since made it impossible for me to marry anyone else. You've cared for me since childhood, always defending me. I cannot be treated as a mere stranger because of a word from my father, can I? Fan Ge, you understand me. I am not the kind of person who is fickle." The moment she entered university, everything had changed, leaving Lu Fan momentarily speechless. However, having recently endured a setback from Wang Yewei, Lu Fan's thoughts were entirely detached from matters of the heart. His sole focus was on his studies and work, prompting him to gently decline, "Tianhui, we are still young. My mind is occupied with my career, and it is quite challenging to establish oneself in this society. You also have your studies to complete and a promising future ahead. Let us not dwell on this matter." As Tianhui swept the floor, she retorted, "Regardless, I was born into the Lu family and shall die as one of your family's spirits. You cannot turn into a Chun shimmy." Lu Fan found himself speechless, thinking, was it not your family that first withdrew from the engagement? Now you are turning the tables. To whom can I voice my grievances? This time, Tianhui was resolute in her determination to courageously reclaim her lost marriage. The two had grown up together, sharing innocent childhood moments. The villagers often jested about this young couple, and they had unknowingly accepted each other, holding a special place in one another's hearts. The deep-rooted influence of nearly 20 years could not be easily dismissed. Had it not been for Zhou Jingbang's meddling, Lu Fan would have genuinely believed that Tian Hui was destined to be his wife. Well, she is here now. Let us treat her well, he thought. Soon, Lu Yao burst in with enthusiasm, pulling Tian Hui's arm for a divine assist, cheerfully exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, you have arrived. Please keep my brother in line. He smokes 2 packs a day and drinks daily." Feeling particularly awkward, Lu Fan decided to step outside for a smoke and noticed Du Wenlong and the others nearby, laughing lewdly. "Director, you truly have an eye for talent. Securing such a beautiful daughter-in-law early on. Alas, I am nearly 30 and still single. Yifeng, do not speak so recklessly. This is not the era for such notions." "The elders are merely being foolish," Lu Fan remarked. Wang Yulong chimed in. "Director, a university student is hard to come by, especially one who takes the initiative. I believe we should seize this opportunity and make it official, lest we incur the wrath of both gods and men." Lu Fan chose to disregard their banter, knowing that such discussions would only exacerbate misunderstandings. He feared that his classmates might misconstrue the situation, especially since everyone in class was aware of his betrothal to Tian Hui. Du Wenlong's loose tongue had made their childhood engagement public knowledge. As the saying goes, what you fear most is what comes to pass. Just before the end of the afternoon shift, Zhu Jianglin and a few others entered with great fanfare. Spotting Lu Fan basking in the sun in the corner and calling out loudly, "Fan Ge, we've arrived, and our stomachs are growling." Lu Fan hurried to greet them, only to find they had brought Chun Liqiong along, leading to a slightly awkward welcome. "Welcome, everyone." There was a small surprise. "Tian Hui visited this morning. Your little sister-in-law is here too?" As soon as he spoke, Huang Xiaoyu noticed the change in Chun Liqiong's expression and quickly diverted the conversation, asking, "Fan Ge, have you prepared the feast?" The others exchanged knowing smiles with Lu Fan, fully aware of the affection the class flower held for him. They anticipated some entertaining developments. However, Chun Liqiong's expression soon shifted from cloudy to clear. She had known about the childhood betrothal since their first year of high school and had not observed anything particularly special between them. Moreover, she regarded it with disdain. Considering the engagement had been called off, why, then, was Tian Hui brazenly seeking out Lu Fan? Lu Fan led everyone directly to the kitchen, instructing Du Wenlong to summon the others for dinner. Chef Chun Tianhao had just served a sumptuous portion of lamb, accompanied by a large bowl of ribs, a generous bowl of fish stewed with tofu, another bowl brimming with lamb offal, and yet another filled with pickled vegetables. The kitchen was enveloped in an enticing aroma of meat, making onlookers salivate and their appetites surge, leading to a ravenous feast shortly thereafter. Zhou Tianhui and Lu Yao entered, engaged in light-hearted banter, and their eyes immediately fell upon Chun Liqiong seated amidst the crowd. Her expression shifted momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, thinking to herself, "With me here, you are all mere concubines. I hold my rightful place and shall not waver." Zhou Tianhui, grasping Lu Yao's hand, deliberately chose to sit beside Chun Liqiong, warmly exclaiming, "Liqiong, do indulge. The lamb from Cypress Bay is renowned." She presented herself as the hostess. Chun Liqiong felt a desire to retort, "What are you pretending to be? Did you not also come uninvited today?" However, pride took over, and she smiled back, "Sister, do enjoy as well. Do not spare me at our shared table." Their eyes met in a shared smile, causing Lu Yao to involuntarily beam with delight. For it was a good thing that her brother had rivals. She harbored no qualms about having 2 sisters-in-law. The youth together radiated boundless energy, transporting Lu Fan back to his student days, his smile never fading. As he listened to their amusing anecdotes from school, a pang of envy welled up within him. For them, university was merely a chapter in life, yet for Lu Fan and Du Wenlong, it remained an unattainable dream, buried deep within the recesses of their hearts. Once their appetites were satiated, Chef Chun Tianhao presented an array of hot and cold dishes to accompany their drinks, and the revelry continued, with a resolute determination to not return sober. The following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, the inebriated students gradually roused themselves to freshen up. After a hearty breakfast of meat-stuffed buns, a utility vehicle and 2 sedans set forth towards Cypress Bay Forest. This locale boasted the largest forest in Ningyang, often frequented by leaders for camping excursions, and was well equipped with facilities, including 4 tents. Through this, Lu Fan had acquainted himself with numerous departmental leaders, with several from the municipal bureau having visited multiple times. Upon arrival, they were greeted by sprawling, pristine lawns that beckoned a wild roll. Lu Fan, Du Wenlong, and Li Yifeng skillfully pitched the tents and set up the barbecue grill, while other classmates assisted with tasks within their capabilities, filling the air with laughter and joy. Zhu Jianglin remarked, Having lived in Ningyang for 20 years, I never imagined such a beautiful place existed. Trees, grass, rivers, blue skies, and white clouds. Fangu, there are no restrictions on camping here, right? Can we fish? Du Wenlong chuckled. Keep your worries at bay. Here, Fangu is the boss. Wang Mingyan mused. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Everything is for the best. By the time we enter the workforce, Fangu will surely be a prominent leader. Once everything was in order, Chef Chun Tianhao became the dedicated grill master, while Du Wenlong and Zhu Jianglin took to fishing, and the rest gathered to eat, drink, sing, and laugh together. The joy of camping lies in the freedom to follow one's heart, enveloped in a tranquil solitude and surrounded by nature's lush greenery. With the grass as our seat and the sky as our canopy, seeking pleasure in the embrace of the wilderness is a delightful indulgence, a source of profound enjoyment. The camaraderie among classmates is vibrant and harmonious, save for the discord between Zhou Tianhui and Chen Lijiu. Externally, they exchange laughter and banter as if they were sisters. Yet every word is laced with veiled barbs. Fortunately, Lu Fan is preoccupied with his friend's revelry. Otherwise, he would certainly witness the formidable nature of women. Lijiu, when is your birthday? What about you? I asked first. It's a secret, but I am definitely older. I am the elder sister, and you are the younger sister. Zhou Tianhui resists the term younger sister and employs her trump card, whispering, I never imagined Baishu Bei to be so beautiful. I will come here every holiday from now on. You have no idea. Fangu is quite untidy. I must take good care of him. Sister, I believe we girls should maintain a sense of propriety. After all, this is Lu Fan's workplace, and we must be mindful of our influence. It's fine besides. I have a promise with Fangu, so I am not worried about what others might say. Sister, what era are we in? Can we take adult jesting seriously? I doubt Lu Fan is so naive. True love is built on respect and understanding, a bond that flourishes without any conditions, evolving from mere affection to appreciation, from comprehension to trust, from tolerance to sacrifice, and from care to cherishment. Li Jiong, you speak wisely. Fangu has cared for me since childhood. Although he shares a good rapport with Du Wenlong, he often defended me when Du bullied me. He played with me every day, always sharing the best treats first with me. This must be what they call innocent camaraderie blossoming into deeper feelings. Unable to bear it any longer, Chen Lijiong stood up and declared, Tianhui, your imagination is truly vivid. You continue to fantasize while I take some food to Yao Yao. Everyone knows the significance of the younger sister in Lu Fan's heart, and Zhou Tianhui also rose to her feet, saying, I'm a bit tired of sitting. Let us go together. Watching them barbecue seems quite entertaining. With a smile on her face, Chen Lijiong thought to herself, a tailgater, how shameless. I must not let her outshine me. Friendships formed in high school are the purest, etched vividly in each other's memories, devoid of ulterior motives. The essence of friendship lies in comfort. However, adulthood complicates matters. Such simplicity rarely endures, even in university. After a day filled with joyous activities, every face radiated genuine smiles. Except for those two. Upon returning to the forest farm, night had fallen, and Lu Fan had the chef prepare several dishes. The evening was spent in carefree revelry, drinking until the late hours, with none returning to their rooms unaccompanied. In the ensuing days, the routine was a cycle of drinking, sleeping, playing, and repeating. Eventually, a few classmates could no longer withstand it, declaring they would leave Baishu Bei, unable to endure any longer. Only Chen Lijiong departed with a sense of regret, for Zhou Tianhui had shamelessly chosen to stay behind, even winking at her triumphantly. Such insolence was intolerable. Yet, as everyone else prepared to leave, she lacked a valid excuse to remain, thus begrudgingly followed her classmates away. As soon as she boarded the vehicle, Chen Lijiong inquired of Huang Xiaoyu, who sat beside her. Tell me, am I more beautiful, or is Zhou Tianhui? Of course, our class beauty surpasses all. You do have an eye for talent. That Zhou Tianhui is indeed audacious. No one dared to chime in, wary of drawing unwanted attention. Lu Fan felt somewhat helpless regarding Zhou Tianhui's continued presence. The entire village buzzed with gossip about the arrival of the village chief's daughter-in-law, yet it was unacceptable to dismiss her outright. One had to entertain her graciously, and thankfully, he had his sister by his side to alleviate the awkwardness. Days passed, and Lu Fan seemed to acclimate to Zhou Tianhui's existence, rekindling a feeling reminiscent of the past, something beyond mere friendship, not quite love, yet intertwined with familial affection, a sentiment both complex and elusive. After more than 10 days, Zhou Tianhui finally returned home, her father incessantly calling to urge her departure, and Lu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. On July 20th, the siblings sat anxiously before the computer, eagerly awaiting the release of the high school entrance examination results. At noon, Lu Fan logged into the Yingshan City admissions examination website, entered Lu Yao's examination number and ID number to begin the query. The moment he saw the results, Lu Fan was utterly astonished. With scores of 112 in Chinese, 116 in mathematics, 114 in English, and 116 in physics and chemistry, totaling 597 out of a possible 620, Lu Yao ranked 8th in the entire city. He embraced his sister tightly, his eyes brimming with tears. Amidst his pride lay a profound sense of concern for the effort she must have expended to achieve such a feat. Yao Yao, I am so proud of you. Last year, Yingshan High School's self-funded students scored 517, while the funded students scored 549. You can choose any high school in the city, and perhaps even the 5 prestigious schools in Chang'an are within reach. Brother, I don't want to study in Chang'an. It's too far from you. Silly girl. Attending a high school in Chang'an would elevate your prospects for university admission. Look at Yingshan. It has been years since anyone has entered Tsinghua or Peking University. The top 5 schools there have sent numerous students to those esteemed institutions. Rest assured, if you can attend school in Chang'an, I will visit you whenever possible, barring any pressing matters. It is the provincial capital. I would relish the opportunity to visit more often. Brother, will schools in Chang'an be very expensive? Yao Yao. You need not worry about finances. I can support your education without any burden. You must save money. You need to marry, brother. I'm such a burden to you. What nonsense are you talking? Yao Yao, I have made some business ventures and earned over 200,000. If you don't believe me, take this card and check for yourself. I can easily support your schooling. Lu Yao exclaimed in delight. Really? Brother, you are amazing. I need not worry about you marrying. The thought of not being a burden to her brother brought her even greater joy than her high scores. Shortly thereafter, Du Wenlong and Li Yifeng came over to inquire about Lu Yao's results. Upon hearing she ranked 8th in the city, they were left speechless, all exclaiming they must celebrate in grand style. Thus, that evening, the forest farm hosted a lavish banquet, gathering all employees to celebrate Lu Yao's achievement. The day after the results were announced, Lu Fan received a series of calls from the admissions offices of the 5 prestigious schools in Chang'an, all inviting Lu Yao to attend their institutions. Lu Fan's joy was boundless, his face aglow with happiness throughout the day. The 5 schools essentially gather the most exceptional teachers and students in the province, boasting excellent facilities and outstanding college entrance examination results, making them highly coveted by parents. Among them, the Xi'an University of Technology affiliated high school undoubtedly stands as the leader. With invitations extended to all, choosing this school would be a no-brainer. After the new semester begins, Lu Yao will undoubtedly be enrolled at Xi'an University of Technology affiliated high school. Recently, several unfamiliar faces have appeared on Baishu Bay Street, seemingly probing the employees of the Linchong to gather information about Lu Fan. Having mingled in Baishu Bay for several years, Lu Fan enjoys a good reputation and quickly received the news. While purchasing cigarettes, Li Yifeng encountered this group. A man in his 30s proactively offered Li Yifeng a cigarette and engaged in friendly conversation. Initially, Li Yifeng paid little attention, but as the conversation progressed, he sensed something amiss when the man inquired whether their director was present at the unit on July 4th. Li Yifeng retorted, "Did you grow up in the sea? You're quite nosy. Where else would the director be? We played poker all night." With that, he turned and left. Upon returning to the unit, he promptly informed Lu Fan of the unusual encounter, advising him to be cautious of those individuals. Lu Fan dismissed the concern, maintaining a sense of normalcy. Even thieves should not act timidly, and it was likely these individuals were sent by Lu Jia. Lu Fan's intuition proved correct. Although Lu Shuiji claimed not to care about his job, the distinction between resigning voluntarily and being undermined was significant. He felt an inextricable link between the situation and Lu Fan, prompting him to dispatch several individuals to investigate, but unfortunately, they uncovered little. This incident heightened Lu Fan's vigilance, leading him to reflect that the previous operation had been reckless, filled with flaws, and easily igniting trouble. Sometimes, mere suspicion could lead to dire consequences. Thus, future actions must be approached with careful deliberation. Through experience, Lu Fan genuinely understood that contemplation should encompass awareness of danger, retreat, and change. Anticipating danger requires avoidance, which signifies awareness. Evading attention signifies retreat. Stepping back allows for reflection on past mistakes and future actions, which signifies change. To remain grounded amidst stability. To seek advancement while contemplating retreat, and to consider transformation in pursuit of peace in life. This triad of thought is not about vacillation, but rather a gradual maturation. At the end of August, Lu Fan attended the county's mobilization meeting for the forestry inspection. where the fruits of over 2 years of labor were finally set to be evaluated. Following the meeting, Yang Chuanbei, the standing committee member and vice county head, specifically summoned Lu Fan to the office, emphasizing the significance of the Baishu Bay observation point and urging him to prioritize the matter with meticulous attention, utilizing the limited time to identify and rectify any deficiencies. Director Guitongyu hinted that Baishu Bay might be the only observation point arranged by the county, underscoring the necessity of not faltering. On September 1st, Lu Fan took a day off, specifically requesting leave from Director Guitongyu to accompany his sister to Chang'an for her studies. As the head of the unit, he technically need not take leave, but with the possibility of inspections looming, he dared not take chances. Having visited Chang'an multiple times, Lu Fan continually shared with his sister that it is one of the 4 great ancient capitals of civilization. In the depths of the Chinese psyche lies a profound memory. Adorned in flowing robes, crowned with traditional hats, and wielding elegant painted fans, this is Chang'an, a city steeped in historical significance. It has preserved millennia of history and accumulated rich cultural heritage. The ancient customs and folkways unfold like a historical tapestry, while the delectable array of local delicacies is truly boundless and must be savored on weekends. The Xi'an University of Technology affiliated middle school exudes an air of mystery, profundity, and officialdom, widely acknowledged as a leader within the community. At the school gate, the pedestrian bridge was inundated with parents, as police officers managed the traffic flow, leaving no space for parking. After considerable effort in securing a parking spot, the siblings, laden with their belongings, entered the campus, where they registered and paid under the guidance of the teachers. After 3 years of middle school, Lu Yao had become particularly independent. Once everything was settled, Lu Fan transferred 10,000 yuan to his sister's account, urging her repeatedly to eat on time, to indulge in whatever she desired, emphasizing that health is the foundation of all endeavors, and that without proper growth, prospects for marriage would dwindle. Listening to her brother's heartfelt admonitions and watching his departing figure, Lu Yao wiped away her tears, silently vowing to gain admission to the finest university, to honor her brother and comfort their parents' spirits in the afterlife. Some assert that it is not the institution's prestige, but rather the students' excellence that matters. With so few top students, all congregated there, can one expect anything less than outstanding results? Yet, one cannot deny that had these students been placed in Ningyang High School, not a single one would gain entry to elite universities. The quality of education and faculty at the university is unmatched within the province. It attracts exceptional students, fosters a conducive learning environment, instills a sense of competition, and boasts dedicated teachers and attentive leadership. Lu Fan felt immense satisfaction and reassurance knowing his sister would be studying there. On the way back, Lu Fan unexpectedly received a call from Han Xinpu, who informed him that he had passed his interview and was now working at the provincial organization department. Lu Fan expressed his envy, saying, "Congratulations, Han. If only you had called me 2 hours earlier, I would have insisted on congratulating you in person. Today, I brought my sister to Chang'an for high school. We've already covered half the distance." Han replied, "No worries, we'll gather when you next visit Chang'an. Little Fan, keep an eye on that person. Time will tell." To which Lu Fan assured, "Rest easy, I will deal with him in due time." Upon returning to Baishu Bay, Lu Fan immersed himself in the observation point, diligently searching for any gaps and striving for perfection. On September 9th, before starting work, he received a call from the township government and the forestry bureau, informing him that the newly appointed county secretary, Lu Tiankai, would be visiting the observation point. This was Secretary Lu's first rural visit, and Lu Fan was naturally alert. As he arrived at the base, Secretary Shi Qiqing and Township Head Chui Mingliang followed closely behind. After a thorough inspection, both leaders appeared satisfied, with Secretary Shi remarking, "Once the inspection concludes, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The most daunting aspect of our work is being labeled as a point of concern. Being neither here nor there is preferable." With differing mindsets, attitudes toward work vary significantly. Lu Fan refrained from voicing his opinions and instead inquired, "Leaders, what is your impression of the new Secretary Lu? Do you think this point will pass his scrutiny?" Prehistoric Chung let out a sigh and remarked, "Words are insufficient to express this situation. Let us proceed with caution and composure, focusing on our work." The township head, Chui Mingliang, who shared a closer rapport with Lu Fan, leaned in and whispered, "A dog cannot change its nature. It seems the female comrades are in for a rough time." Lu Fan was taken aback. Such a high-ranking leader lacks discretion? How can this notoriety go unnoticed by the superiors? Around 9 o'clock, County Party Secretary Lu Tiankai arrived at the observation point in Baishuan, accompanied by Deputy Secretary Wang Hongtao, Deputy County Head Yang Chuanbei, and Director of the County Party Office, Su Caijia. Among them, the female director drew the most attention. Her tailored suit accentuated her graceful figure, revealing a voluptuous silhouette that was beyond the comparison of younger women, igniting boundless imaginations among the majority of men. Lu Fan found it puzzling that Secretary Lu would appoint such a woman as the office director, seemingly inviting misunderstandings. Lu, short yet spirited, possessed a keen gaze. As it was his first visit, Lu Fan, as the project implementer, provided a detailed report on the progress of the base construction. Lu nodded occasionally, probing into specifics, demonstrating a sharp understanding of the matters at hand. Standing at the base and surveying the surroundings, Lu suddenly pointed to the left side of the mountain ahead and remarked, "Chuanbei, look at that slope. It is discordant with the lush trees. The afforestation initiative is currently the county's top priority, and we must not be negligent. Let's improve that area promptly." Yang Chuanbei hurriedly reported, "Secretary, that slope is a sheer cliff. Lu Fan and I have surveyed it. It is composed of stone, making it impossible to plant trees. We can only gradually cultivate vegetation." Lu furrowed his brow and replied, "I mentioned improvement and compensation, not merely planting grass or trees. How to achieve this is your responsibility. If it affects the acceptance work, I will hold you accountable." As Lu Tiankai departed, Yang Chuanbei felt bewildered, uncertain about how to effectuate the required improvements. Before leaving, Wang Hongtao patted Lu Fan on the shoulder and, with a knowing look, said, "Life is fraught with obstacles. Only the righteous path endures the vicissitudes of time. Engage in upright endeavors. Only then can one truly prevail." Lu Fan stood stunned, taken aback, and sighed, sensing the deeper meaning in his mentor's words, undoubtedly hinting at something significant, likely related to the Lu family incident. They say the righteous path is fraught with trials. Yet who comprehends the wounds concealed behind those trials? The world is far from a pure place. Each individual bears their own burdens. Deputy County Head Yang Chuanbei could not leave. He had to remain to fulfill Secretary Lu's assigned task. Calling Shiqian Cheng, Chui Mingliang, Guotongyu, and Lu Fan to his side, Yang Chuanbei said, "Let us discuss how to address that cliff." Chui Mingliang, with a sense of resignation, replied, "County Head Yang, we all understand the situation. This is indeed an unreasonable demand. Why did you not voice this when Secretary Lu was present? Do not come to me with complaints. We must resolve the issue now." Shiqian Cheng hesitated, reluctant to take on this responsibility. Lu Fan remained silent, thinking it was a matter for the leaders to ponder. Everyone was aware that fulfilling Secretary Lu's requirements would necessitate deceit. When leaders find themselves in dire straits, they often resort to a powerful tactic, transmitting pressure down the ranks and solidifying accountability at every level. Yang Chuanbei stated, "Qingcheng, as the party secretary of Beishuang, you are responsible for this matter and must meet Secretary Lu's requirements. Tongyu, the Forestry Bureau will fully cooperate and ensure logistical support." In an instant, the tasks were allocated, and responsibilities were assigned. Beishuang would handle the work while the Forestry Bureau would provide the funds. Should anything go awry, there were two scapegoats. Qingcheng, wearing a pained expression, replied, "County Chief Yang, I do not shy away from work. However, I currently feel like a tiger trapped in the sky, unsure of how to proceed." Yang Chuanbei urged, "You must think critically. As a secretary, it is your duty to alleviate the burdens of the county committee and the county government. You all should discuss this, and I will come down to inspect in a few days." After assigning the tasks, Yang Chuanbei hurriedly departed. Lu Fan had been feigning ignorance, fearful of attracting trouble, yet some matters were unavoidable, for he held the lowest rank, often finding the workload resting on the most basic level. It was akin to provincial documents being reviewed at various levels, culminating in a single township official tasked with implementation. Qingcheng remarked, "Tongyu, I believe this matter must be executed by the forest farm. Xiaofan, you have no choice but to think of a solution." Noticing that Director Guo remained silent, Lu Fan understood that he could not evade this issue any longer and promptly clarified, "Since it is a leadership arrangement, I can only muster the courage to proceed. However, it is evident that mere planting will not suffice. To make that area green, we must resort to deception. If the inspection team arrives and issues arise, my humble shoulders cannot bear such a burden." Qingcheng pondered for a moment and said, "We must strive to conduct our work earnestly, meticulously, and authentically. Should any problems arise, Secretary Lu and County Chief Yang will be aware. The blame should not fall upon us. Xiaofan, proceed with confidence." Frustrated, he added, "None of this is of any use." Chui Mingliang patted Lu Fan's shoulder and said, "Xiaofan, should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to raise them. The township government and the forestry bureau will do their utmost to resolve them. I believe you can successfully complete this task. After exchanging a few words, the leaders of the township government returned to their respective units. Director Guotongyu did not leave, but accompanied Lu Fan back to the forest farm, demonstrating his solidarity. Xiaofan, what do you intend to do? Lu Fan, feeling distressed, replied, Director, there are only two options. Either lay down turf or paint it on. Regardless of the approach. Both are fraudulent and will incur significant expenses. In truth, such measures are unnecessary. The inspection team consists of human beings, and given the terrain, any discerning I would not nitpick. If we are concerned about potential issues, I believe it would be wiser to negotiate with the inspection team. A few red envelopes would suffice, and we need not go through such turmoil. Alas, Secretary Lu has just arrived. Who would dare voice dissent? Secretary Hong Tao is also present and has said nothing. We shall do as instructed. Please calculate the area quickly and prepare a budget for both schemes, detailing the costs. I will draft a report to request funds from the county chief. Director, I understand the situation clearly. I will calculate it right away. If only the county chief would not approve this funding, I would not need to resort to deception. Rest assured, this funding will be guaranteed for special approval. Secretary Lu has just arrived, and County Chief Zhao would not possibly withhold such funds. Even if the county chief does not approve, we must find a way to proceed. Otherwise, we risk being marked by Secretary Lu, which would be counterproductive. Director, I appreciate your support. Alas, the prospect of work seems daunting in the future. Our Secretary Lu possesses an extraordinary caliber and resolve. Why has he been reassigned to our Ningyang? A mere lateral transfer as county party secretary? Perhaps he has exhausted his resources. I have heard whispers of a woman causing quite a stir, prompting a relocation for greater stability. Xiaofan, one must tread carefully in conversation. Do you not know me well enough? My lips are sealed tighter than a locked iron vice. Chapter 60. Passing inspection. The embellishments are nothing short of deceit. The laying of sod constitutes a mismanagement of duties. When weighing two harms, Lu Fan prefers to apply sod to the cliffside, without full coverage. As that would appear overly contrived, scattered patches would suffice. After careful calculation, Lu Fan proposed a budget of 1.2 million. Damn it, if I am to fabricate, I must not bear such immense risk without reaping some reward. Without financial backing, the work cannot commence. Guotongyu remained silent, returning to the office to draft a funding application for 1.8 million, which he presented to County Head Zhao Honglan. After clarifying the situation, she begrudgingly signed, wishing to avoid discord with the newly appointed secretary over trivial matters. This sum faced no obstacles within the treasury and was swiftly allocated to the forestry bureau, subsequently transferred to the account of Baishu Bay Forestry Farm. After much contemplation, Lu Fan entrusted this task to Du Wenlong, as he was a temporary worker. He specifically instructed Cho Cho to seek out 2 reliable villagers, emphasizing that the laying of sod was a personal endeavor on their part, thus shifting the risk. One must prioritize self-protection in such undertakings. On September 20th, the National Afforestation Inspection Team arrived at Baishu Bay, accompanied by Secretary Lu Tiankai. Upon noticing that the imperfections had been rectified, Secretary Lu expressed his satisfaction, pleased that his directives had been realized, and privately commended Deputy County Head Yang Chuanbei. The inspection team highly acknowledged the afforestation and reforestation efforts at Baishu Bay, delivering commendable evaluations, and Lu Fan's responsibilities were deemed a resounding success. In mid-October, the National Forestry Administration conferred the title of National Forest City upon 19 municipalities, with Ningyang among them. This marked the first accolade acquired during Lu Tiansai's tenure as county party secretary. The leadership of Ningyang underwent changes, with Organization Minister Wang Chenglong reassigned and Deputy County Head Bianjide elevated to the position of standing committee member of the County Party Committee. Upon receiving the news, Lu Fan was overjoyed and promptly prepared an envelope to congratulate Minister Bian. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the atmosphere in the organization department was abuzz with activity. A throng of people gathered for obvious reasons. Meanwhile, the other side, the county's Discipline Inspection Commission, remained oblivious to the fervor. Deputy-level leaders bypassed queues, while someone of Lu Fan's standing faced not only the wait, but also the customary interruptions, only managing to enter Bianjide's office close to the end of the workday. In times of joyous occasion, spirits are lifted. Bianjide, glowing with delight, received Lu Fan warmly, cheerfully stating, Lu Fan, pour yourself some water. No need. I merely wish to extend my congratulations in person. In truth, it was nothing of great consequence, merely a difference in responsibilities. Can one compare the first of its kind to an ordinary deputy county head? The disparity between the two individuals was stark, Had it not been for those 2 coffins, Lu Fan would not have even qualified for a normal discourse. Thus, he respectfully stated, "The workload has increased significantly. You must take care of your health, Minister. This is a small token of my appreciation." With those words, he deftly placed the envelope beneath the documents on the table. Bien Jide glanced at the files, lost in thought, and remarked, "Xiao Fan, perhaps you should consider transferring to another department." "What? Minister, why?" Lu Fan responded, bewildered. "You have been acting as the director of Baishuan Forest Farm for nearly 2 years now. It cannot remain an acting position indefinitely. It seems someone has reported to Secretary Lu, and yesterday, the secretary instructed that a director be appointed as soon as possible. You have not completed 3 years of service and lack the qualifications for nomination. I cannot advocate on your behalf. With a new director appointed, it would be rather awkward for you to remain in your current position." Lu Fan felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Was all his effort over the past 2 years to be in vain? It was obvious that Lu Xue was behind this misfortune. Bien Jide continued, "I understand your reluctance, but a unit cannot be without a leader for 3 years. Moreover, Secretary Lu has just arrived in Ningyang, effectively resetting previous arrangements unless you can establish significant connections. Minister, you are aware of my situation. There seems to be no alternative. I implore you to intercede on my behalf. I have considered your circumstances. Let us do this. I will try my best to find you a better position in the county. If you have any connections, you may also pursue those avenues. I can assist with the necessary procedures." Resigned yet accepting of his fate, Lu Fan thought, one must prepare for the worst while striving for the best. He set aside his pride and humbly requested, "Minister, may I serve you in the department? Through my experiences over the past 2 years, I feel my foundational skills have significantly improved. I will approach my work diligently, and should any shortcomings arise, I shall endeavor to learn and enhance my abilities. I promise not to bring you shame." Bien Jide remained silent for a moment before responding, "You should return for now and ensure everything is in order at your unit, especially regarding the finances. Xiao Fan, some matters are not as simple as they appear. Allow me some time to think." Lu Fan promptly rose and said, "Minister, I shall not interrupt your work any longer. Please feel free to call upon me at any time." Overall, Bien Jide held a favorable view of Lu Fan. The connections tied to those coffins were significant, and during these past 2 years, Lu Fan had made no demands, always visiting during holidays. Human nature is inherently empathetic, and Bien Jide wished to assist. His only concern was who might be sabotaging Lu Fan and whether aiding him would inadvertently offend others. Upon leaving the county government, Lu Fan headed straight to the bank to withdraw 50,000 in cash. He felt that the minister had not completely closed the door on him, which signified hope. He resolved to persist, planning to speak with Minister Bien using tangible means tomorrow. The going rate for transferring from the townships back to the county was 35,000. Since he had decided to offer assistance, he intended to do so sincerely. After work, Bien Jide went to a government dining facility for a meal and noticed Wang Hongtao was also present. He approached him, eating while reporting on work matters. Wang Hongtao, responsible for the daily operations of the county committee and overseeing party building, political law, personnel, and mass organizations, was Bien Jide's superior, and he held considerable prestige within the county. Thus, Bien Jide felt compelled to show him respect. "Secretary Wang, having just assumed my position, I am still unfamiliar with the circumstances, yet Secretary Lu has tasked me with drafting the personnel adjustment plan, and I trust you will oversee it." Wang Hongtao replied with a smile, "I cannot speak much on the tasks assigned by Secretary Lu. He has specifically instructed me to report to you frequently and to seek your counsel. Rest assured, if Secretary Lu has directives, he will personally communicate them to me. Please proceed with the plan and suggest candidates for the vacant positions. I must emphasize that the organization's personnel selection must adhere to the principles of openness, fairness, and justice. We should advocate for merit over qualifications, performance over connections, and practicality over mere activity. It is crucial to elevate those young cadres who are politically reliable, capable in their work, resilient in their conduct, and recognized by the public to leadership roles, thereby fostering a political ecosystem in Ningyang that is both clean and upright. Secretary, I will fully implement your directives. I wish to report a special circumstance regarding the Baishuan Forestry Farm. The current acting director, Lu Fan, has demonstrated exceptional performance in the afforestation efforts and possesses both capability and achievements. However, due to his years of service, he cannot be nominated as a candidate for the director position. Nevertheless, Secretary Lu has specifically mentioned that this personnel adjustment must ensure the position of director at Baishuan Forestry Farm is filled. The organization's minister would not provide explanations for a cadre without reason. This is, in essence, a veiled appeal, Wang Hongtao remarked. When appointing personnel, we must not breach the red lines, yet we should not disregard diligent cadres either. Even if promotion is not viable, they must be properly positioned. If you have any good ideas, I will support you. My thought is this. If Baishuan Forestry Farm acquires a new director, it would not be suitable for Lu Fan to remain there, as transitioning from a leadership role to an ordinary cadre may prove challenging for him. I propose transferring him to the organization department, which would serve as recognition and encouragement for his contributions. Wang Hongtao chuckled. You've just arrived at the organization department. You're not contemplating making him your secretary, are you? This question had not crossed Bian Jidai's mind until Wang Hongtao posed it, suddenly making Lu Fan appear as a viable candidate. Individuals in the organization department are astute and possess intricate backgrounds. Discerning loyalty from treachery is no simple task. Bringing someone from the government office is risky, as there are only a couple whom one can genuinely trust. Lu Fan's current predicament is indeed dire. Assisting him out of this quagmire would be akin to providing timely aid in a snowstorm, and loyalty should not be a concern. Through 2 years of interaction, Bian Jidai has perceived that this young man possesses a remarkable sense of propriety, understanding the nuances of advance and retreat, gain and loss, discernment and compromise, and has a sense of reverence. He does not seem to be one who spreads rumors indiscriminately, and thus, he is certainly worth considering. Many are unaware of the destructive power of words. A single phrase can elevate a person or obliterate them. Wang Hongtao's seemingly jesting remarks planted a seed in Bian Jidai's mind, which would gradually take root and flourish. The next day, upon arriving at the office, Bian Jidai noticed Lu Fan waiting at the entrance, clutching a briefcase, making his intentions unmistakably clear. Come in. As Lu Fan entered, he exchanged pleasantries, preparing to retrieve his belongings, only to be halted by Bian Jidai. Do not indulge in such dubious practices. Keep your possessions to yourself. Embarrassed and reluctant to relinquish this lifeline, Lu Fan replied, Minister, I understand that accomplishing tasks is no simple feat, and that you must cultivate numerous connections and host meals. This is but a token of my appreciation. Bian Jidai sternly retorted, Take your items back and await further instructions. Persisting in this manner will preclude any future assistance from me. Heeding the tone, Lu Fan realized that the monetary gesture would not be accepted and reluctantly retracted the package. Bian Jidai continued, Focus on your work. Do not allow your mind to wander aimlessly or engage in chaotic pursuits. Return and adhere to the organization's directives. Understood, thank you. Minister, I shall take my leave and not disturb your work. Once outside, Lu Fan felt disheartened, uncertain of his path forward. He drove back to Basha Bay in a daze. What is destined to be will come. What is not meant to be should not be forced. Perhaps I should leave it to fate. In truth, had Bian Jidai accepted the money, it would have merely facilitated his maneuvering. Refusing it was a sign of his genuine intent, for accepting the bribe would corrupt the purpose. Yet, how could Lu Fan fathom such intricacies? He mistakenly believed that Bian Jidai was dismissing him. In the minds of many, the refusal to accept money equated to a lack of intention to assist.